Volume 1, The Caged Sparrow. Chapter 1, Awakening of Insects. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head in the twilight of a secluded place called Mud Bottle Alley in a small town. There lived a lonely and thin young boy. At this moment, he was following the custom, holding a candle in one hand and a peach branch in the other, illuminating the beams, walls, and wooden bed, tapping with the peach branch, attempting to drive away snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and such, reciting the old saying passed down through generations in this small town. On the second day of the second month, the candle illuminates the beams, the peach branch strikes the walls, and there are no places for snakes and insects to hide. The boy's surname was Chen, and his name was Ping'an. His parents had passed away early. The town was famous for its ceramics, and since the founding of the current dynasty, it had undertaken the important task of supervising the kiln to burn sacrificial vessels for the imperial tomb, with court officials stationed here year-round to oversee the official kiln affairs. The orphan boy had become a porcelain kiln worker at a young age, initially only able to do menial tasks, following a temperamental half-hearted master. After struggling for several years, he had just begun to grasp some techniques for firing porcelain. But then the world took an unexpected turn. The town suddenly lost its official kilns production permit, and dozens of kilns shaped like sleeping dragons around the town were all ordered to shut down and extinguish their fires overnight by the authorities. Chen Ping'an put down the newly broken peach branch, extinguished the candle, walked out of the house, and sat on the steps, looking up at the starry sky. The boy still vividly remembered that morning in late autumn last year when a master, who only acknowledged him as a half-apprentice and whose surname was Yao, was found sitting on a small bamboo chair, facing the kiln, with his eyes closed. However, people like old Yao, who were stubborn and set in their ways, were ultimately few. The artisans of the town, who had only known how to make porcelain for generations, dared not overstep their bounds by producing offerings for the official kiln, nor could they privately sell stored porcelain to the common people. They had to seek other avenues, and 14-year-old Chen Ping'an was also swept out. After returning to Mud Bottle Alley, he continued to guard the dilapidated old house, which was nearly bare, making it almost impossible for Chen Ping'an to squander his family's resources. After drifting around as a wandering soul for some time, the boy truly could not find a way to earn a living. Relying on his meager savings, he barely filled his stomach. A few days ago, he heard that an outsider blacksmith named Ruan had come to Qilong Alley a few streets away, claiming he wanted to take on 7 or 8 apprentices without pay, but would provide meals. Chen Ping'an hurriedly went to try his luck, but unexpectedly, the old man just cast him a sidelong glance and rejected him at the door. At that moment, Chen Ping'an wondered, was it not about strength, but rather about one's appearance that determined the suitability for the job of blacksmithing? It must be known that although Chen Ping'an looked weak, his strength should not be underestimated. This was the result of years of physical labor in porcelain firing and shaping. In addition, he had followed the old man Yao, traversing the mountains and rivers within 100 miles of the town, tasting the various soils around, working hard and with no complaints, willing to do any dirty or tiring work without hesitation. Unfortunately, old Yao never liked Chen Ping'an, considering him to lack understanding and being as dense as a wooden block, far inferior to his senior apprentice Lu Xianyang. It cannot be blamed that the old man was biased. The master leads one to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. For example, while both the tedious task of shaping clay was the same, Lu Xianyang's skill in just half a year equaled Chen Ping'an's hard-earned level after 3 years. Although he might never need this skill in his life, Chen Ping'an still, as usual, closed his eyes, imagined a stone slab and a potter's wheel in front of him, and began to practice shaping clay, honing his skills. About every 15 minutes, the boy would take a brief rest, shaking his wrists, repeating this cycle until he was utterly exhausted. Only then would Chen Ping'an get up, take a walk in the yard, and slowly stretch his muscles. No one had ever taught him these things. He had figured them out on his own. In the originally silent world, Chen Ping'an heard a harsh mocking laugh, stopped in his tracks, and sure enough, saw a peer squatting on the wall, grinning and showing no concealment of his contempt. This person was an old neighbor of Chen Ping'an, said to be the illegitimate son of the former supervisor of the kiln. That official, fearing criticism from the clean stream and possible impeachment, ultimately returned alone to the capital to report, leaving the child in the care of a successor, with whom he had a close relationship. Now that the small town inexplicably lost its official kiln qualification, the official responsible for supervising the kiln affairs was barely able to protect himself, let alone care for the illegitimate child of his colleague, leaving behind some silver coins and hastily heading to the capital to manage relationships. Unknowingly reduced to a cast-off, the neighbor boy still lived leisurely, wandering around the town with his maid all year long, never once worrying about money. The earthen walls of the houses in Mud Bottle Alley were quite low, and the neighbor boy did not even need to stand on tiptoe to see the scene in Chen Ping'an's yard. Yet he always preferred to squat on the wall when speaking to him. Compared to the plain and common name of Chen Ping'an, the neighbor boy's name was much more elegant, Song Jisun. Even his maid had a literary name, Ji Gui. At this moment, the girl was standing on the other side of the wall, her almond-shaped eyes timid and weak. From the direction of the yard gate, a voice sounded, "Is your maid for sale?" Song Jisun paused, turned to look at the source of the voice, and saw a boy in fine clothes with a smiling face standing outside the yard, a completely unfamiliar face. Beside the finely dressed boy stood a tall elder with a fair complexion and a kind expression, gently squinting as he observed the two young people from the adjacent courtyards. The elder's gaze swept over Chen Ping'an without pausing, but lingered on Song Jisun and the maid, and his smile grew increasingly warm. Song Jisun glanced sideways and said, "For sale." "Why not?" The boy smiled and said, "Then name your price." The girl opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief, like a frightened young deer. Song Jisun rolled her eyes and extended a finger, shaking it. 10,000 taels of silver. The finely dressed boy maintained his composure and nodded. "All right." Seeing that the boy did not seem to be joking, Song Jisun quickly changed her words. "I meant 10,000 taels of gold." The finely dressed boy's lips curled up. "Just kidding." Song Jisun's expression darkened. The finely dressed boy no longer paid attention to Song Jisun, shifted his gaze to Chen Ping'an, and said, "Thanks to you today, I was able to buy that carp. The more I look at it back home, the happier I feel, and I thought I must thank you in person, so I had Grandpa Wu bring me here overnight to find you." He tossed a heavy embroidered bag to Chen Ping'an, smiling brightly. This is a token of gratitude where even now, Chen Ping'an had just wanted to speak when the finely dressed boy had already turned and left. Chen Ping'an frowned. One day, Chen Ping'an inadvertently saw a middle-aged man walking down the street with a fish basket, having caught a golden carp about the length of his palm. The fish was jumping vigorously in the bamboo basket, and just a glance made Chen Ping'an feel festive. So he asked if he could buy it for 10 won. The middle-aged man, who initially thought of treating himself, saw the opportunity for profit and raised the price, insisting on 30 won. Chen Ping'an, who was short on cash, couldn't bear to part with the shiny golden carp and follow the man, tried to negotiate the price down to 15 won or even 21. Would do. Just as the middle-aged man began to show signs of relenting, a well-dressed young man and a tall elder happened to pass by and, without a word, bought the carp and the basket for 51. Chen Ping'an could only watch helplessly as they walked away. Fixing his gaze on the increasingly distant figures of the grandfather and grandson, Song Jisun retracted his fierce glare, jumped down from the wall, seemingly remembering something, and said to Chen Ping'an, "Do you remember the four-legged creature from the New Year?" Chen Ping'an nodded. How could he forget? It was still fresh in his memory. According to the customs that have been passed down for hundreds of years in this small town, if a snake enters one's house, it is a good omen, and the owner should never drive it away or kill it on the first day of a new year. Song Jisun was sitting on the doorstep basking in the sun when a small creature, colloquially known as a four-legged snake, darted into his house. Right before his eyes, he grabbed it and threw it into the yard. But the already dazed four-legged snake grew more tenacious, repeatedly infuriating Song Jisun, who did not believe in ghosts and gods. In a fit of rage, he threw it into Chen Ping'an's yard, only to find the next day that the four-legged snake had curled up under his own bed. Song Jisun noticed the girl tugging at his sleeve. The boy, sensing her thoughts, instinctively swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. What he wanted to say was that the hideously ugly four-legged snake had recently developed a bump on its forehead, like it was growing horns. Instead, Song Jisun changed his words and said, "Ji Gui, and I might be leaving here next month." Chen Ping'an sighed, "Be careful on the road." Half joking, Song Jisun said, "There are some things I definitely can't take with me, so don't take advantage of my absence to steal anything." Chen Ping'an shook his head. Suddenly, Song Jisun laughed heartily, pointed at Chen Ping'an, and teased, timid as a mouse, No wonder poor families don't have noble sons. Not to mention being bullied in this life of poverty. Who knows if you can escape it in the next life? Chen Ping'an remained silent. They each returned to their houses. Chen Ping'an closed the door, lay on the hard wooden bed, and the poor boy closed his eyes, softly murmuring, "Soy soy fing, soy soyin, soy soy fing." PS1. A nearly 200,000 word side story in the snow has been updated on WeChat. The public account is Fenghua 1985. PS2. Over 100 leaders have already signed up before uploading. You are mighty. PS3. Long time no see, Jianlai. Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow, Chapter 2. Opening the door. As dawn broke, before the rooster crowed, Chen Ping'an was already up. The thin bedding could hardly retain warmth, and during his time as a porcelain-making apprentice, he had developed the habit of waking early and sleeping late. Chen Ping'an opened the door and stepped into the soft-soiled small yard. After taking a deep breath and stretching, he walked out of the yard and turned to see a frail figure, bent over, carrying a wooden bucket of water, using her shoulder to push open. Her own yard door. It was Song Jisen's maid, who must have just returned from the iron lock well in Xinghua Alley with water. Chen Ping'an withdrew his gaze and jogged through the streets toward the eastern part of the town. Mooping Alley was on the west side of the town, and at the eastern city gate, there was a person responsible for managing the comings and goings of merchants in the night watch. He also collected and forwarded letters sent back from outside. What Chen Ping'an had to do next was deliver those letters to the townsfolk, earning a copper coin for each letter delivered. This was a hard-won way to make money, and he had already arranged to start this business after the second day of the second month, dragon raising its head. In Song Jisen's words, he was destined for a life of poverty. Even if he was fortunate enough to enter a good family, he wouldn't be able to keep it. Song Jisen often spoke in obscure phrases, probably borrowed from books, which Chen Ping'an could never quite understand. For example, a few days ago, he muttered something about the biting cold of early spring killing the youth, which Chen Ping'an found completely incomprehensible. As for the cold spell that sometimes followed the winter, which the boy had experienced firsthand, Song Jisen called it the backward spring cold, as fierce as a cavalry's countercharge, which caused many to die at the gates of hell. The small town was not surrounded by city walls after all. There were few bandits or even petty thieves, so the so-called city gate was nothing more than a row of old, crooked fences with a rough opening for pedestrians and vehicles, serving as the town's facade. As Chen Ping'an jogged past Xinghua Alley, he saw several women and children gathered by the iron lock well, the well's crank creaking continuously. After turning down another street, Chen Ping'an heard familiar sounds of reading not far away. There was a village school, established by several wealthy families in the town, pooling their money together, and the teacher was an outsider. When Chen Ping'an was young, he often hid outside the window, eavesdropping. Although the teacher was very strict during lessons, he never chased away or stopped Chen Ping'an and the other children who were sneaking in to learn. Later, when Chen Ping'an apprenticed at a dragon kiln outside of town, he never returned to the school. Further along, Chen Ping'an passed a stone archway, known locally as the Crab Archway, due to its 12 stone pillars. The true name of this archway was a point of contention between Song Jisen and Lu Yongxian. Song Jisen insisted that it was called the Grand Scholar Archway in an old book called the Local County Chronicles, a gift from the emperor to commemorate a great official civil and military achievements in contrast, Chen Ping'an, who was just a country bumpkin, argued that it was simply the Crab Archway, and they had called it that for hundreds of years, with no reason to adopt some nonsensical name like Grand Scholar Archway. Lu Yongxian even asked Song Jisen, "How big is the hat of a Grand Scholar? Is it bigger than the mouth of the iron lock well?" This question made Song Jisen's face turn red. At this moment, Chen Ping'an ran around the 12-legged archway. Each face bore 4 strange characters that looked different from one another. Reading, "When righteousness is at stake, do not yield. Hope is in nature, do not seek outside." And she charges towards the ox. According to Song Jisen, aside from those 4 characters, the other 3 inscriptions had been painted over or altered. Chen Ping'an was somewhat confused about these things and had never given them much thought. Of course, even if the boy wanted to dig deeper, it would be futile. He didn't even know what the Local County Chronicles, which Song Jisen often mentioned, was. Not far past the archway, a lush old locust tree came into view. Beneath the tree, there was a trunk, moved here by someone unknown, with both ends propped up by two pieces of blue stone after a bit of chopping. This large tree trunk was used as a makeshift bench. Every summer, the townsfolk liked to cool off here. Wealthier families would even have their elders fetch a basket of chilled fruits from the well, and after the children were well fed, they would form groups to play and frolic in the shade of the tree. Chen Ping'an was used to climbing mountains and swimming, and he ran to the fence gate, stopping at the solitary yellow mud house. His heart was calm, and he wasn't out of breath. There weren't many outsiders coming and going in the town. Logically speaking, since the official kiln that produced the money tree had already been shut down, there would be even fewer new faces. When Old Man Yao was alive, he once got drunk and told Chen Ping'an and his fellow apprentices, "What we do is a unique official kiln business, supplying porcelain for the emperor and the empress. And no matter how rich the common folk are, or how high their official rank, anyone daring to touch it will have their head chopped off." That day, Old Man Yao had an unusually spirited demeanor. Today, when Chen Ping'an looked outside the fence, he found several people waiting to enter the town, no fewer than 7 or 8, of all ages and genders. Moreover, they were all strangers. The local townsfolk rarely used the east gate for going in and out, whether for making porcelain or farming, for a simple reason. The road extending from the east gate had no dragon kills or fields that make tea this moment. Chen Ping'an and those outsiders were separated by a wooden fence, gazing at each other in that instant. The boy wearing self-made straw sandals envied the thick clothes on those people, surely warm enough to withstand the cold. The people outside clearly formed several groups, not one single group, but they all looked towards the thin boy inside the gate, most with indifferent expressions. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people's gazes had already passed over the boy's figure, looking further into the town. Chen Ping'an found it strange. Did these people not know that the court had already banned all dragon kills? Or did they think there was an opportunity because they knew the truth? A young man wearing a peculiar tall cap, tall and slender, with a green jade pendant hanging at his waist, seemed to grow impatient. He stepped out of the crowd and attempted to push open the already unlocked gate. But just as his fingers were about to touch the wooden door, he suddenly stopped, slowly withdrew. His hand, and with his hands behind his back, smiled at the straw sandal boy, saying nothing, just smiling. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ping'an inadvertently noticed that some of the people behind the young man appeared disappointed, some amused, some frowning, and some mocking. Their emotions subtly different. Just then, a disheveled, middle-aged man suddenly opened the door and yelled at Chen Ping'an, "You little brat, did you fall into a money pit? Coming here so early to demand your life? Are you in a hurry to be reborn to see your dead parents?" Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes. He didn't take the sharp words to heart. After all, living in a rural place with hardly any books, if he got angry just because someone scolded him, he might as well jump into a well to save himself the trouble. Moreover, this middle-aged bachelor who stood guard was often the target of jokes and teasing from the townsfolk, especially those bold women. Not only would they scold him verbally, but some would even hit him. This man also loved to boast to children in open-crotch pants about how he had fought off several big men at the city gate, leaving them bloody and scattered, the road in front of. The gate as muddy as on a rainy day. He said to Chen Ping'an, "You can talk about your little nonsense later," and no one in the town took this guy seriously. But whether outsiders could enter the town was entirely in the man's hands. As he walked toward the wooden fence gate, he reached into his pants. This man, with his back to Chen Ping'an, after opening the door, occasionally collected a small embroidered pouch from people and tucked it into his sleeve before letting them pass. One by one, Chen Ping'an had long stepped aside. The 8 people were roughly divided into 5 groups entering the town. Aside from the young man with the tall cap and green pendant, 2 children around 7 or 8 years old passed by. The boy wore a festive red robe, while the girl was rosy and delicate, akin to fine porcelain. The boy was half a head shorter than Chen Ping'an, and as he brushed past him, he opened his mouth. Although no sound came out, his lip movements clearly indicated he said 2 words filled with provocation. The middle-aged woman holding the boy coughed lightly, and only then did the child slightly tone it down. The little girl behind the boy, being led by a burly old man with frosty hair, turned to Chen Ping'an and spoke a long string of words, not forgetting to point at the boy in front of her. Chen Ping'an couldn't understand what the girl was saying, but he guessed she was complaining. The burly old man cast a sidelong glance at the straw sandal boy. Just being looked at, whether intentionally or unintentionally, made Chen Ping'an instinctively take a step back, like a mouse seeing a cat. After witnessing this, the little girl, who had been chirping like a little yellow canary, suddenly lost interest in fanning the flames and turned her head, not daring to look at Chen Ping'an again, as if another glance would dirty her eyes. Although Chen Ping'an had indeed not seen much of the world, it didn't mean he couldn't read faces. Once the group moved on, the gatekeeper asked with a smile, "Do you want to know what they said?" Chen Ping'an nodded yes. The middle-aged bachelor chuckled. "They were complimenting your looks. All good words." Chen Ping'an twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "Do you take me for a fool?" The man saw through the boy's thoughts and laughed even more heartily. "If you weren't a fool, would I let you come to deliver messages?" Chen Ping'an didn't dare to retort, fearing that he might anger this guy and lose the copper coins he was about to receive. The man turned to look at the others, rubbing his stubbled chin, and whispered, "That lady just now, her legs could crush a man to death." Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment and curiously asked, "That lady practices martial arts?" The man was taken aback, looking down at the boy with a serious expression. "You kid, you're really foolish." The boy was completely confused. He told Chen Ping'an to wait and strode toward the house. When he returned, he held a stack of envelopes, neither thick nor thin, about 10 or so. After handing them to Chen Ping'an, he asked, "Fools have good fortune. Good people have good rewards. Do you believe it?" Chen Ping'an held the letters in one hand and opened his palm with the other, blinking. "You said it was 1 coin for 1 letter." The man, embarrassed and angry, slammed 5 copper coins he had prepared beforehand into the boy's palm, then waved his hand grandly and said, "The remaining 5 coins, consider it a debt for now. The town is neither too big nor too small, with over 600 households. Chen Ping'an mostly recognizes the doors of the poor families in the town. As for the wealthy families with solid foundations, their thresholds are high, and a muddy-legged youth like him cannot cross them. Some spacious alleys where wealthy families gather, Chen Ping'an has never even set foot in. The streets there are paved with large slabs of blue stone, and on rainy days, stepping on them would not splash mud. Those high-quality blue stones have been smoothed to a mirror-like finish after centuries of trampling by people and vehicles. The surnames Liu, Li, Zhao, and Song are prominent in this town. The local school was funded by these families, and they mostly own 2 or 3 large dragon kilns outside the town. The residences of the successive kiln supervisors are on the same street as these families. As luck would have it, the 10 letters Chen Ping'an needs to deliver today are almost all from the town's well-known wealthy families. This is quite reasonable. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to little mice. Those who can send letters back home are definitely from good backgrounds, otherwise they wouldn't have the confidence to travel far. Among the 9 letters, Chen Ping'an actually went to only 2 places, Faluge Street and Taoya Alley. When he first stepped on the large bluestone slabs, he felt a bit anxious and slowed his pace, feeling a bit ashamed, unable to shake off the thought that his straw sandals were dirtying the street. The first letter he delivered was to the Liu family, who had received a jade ri bestowed by the emperor from their ancestors. As the boy stood at the door, he felt increasingly uneasy. Wealthy families are particular about many things. The Liu family's house is large, and there are 2 stone lions at the entrance, as tall as a person, exuding an imposing aura. Song Jisun said that these things can ward off evil and calm spirits. Chen Ping'an had no idea what evil spirits were. He was just curious about how the lion's mouth, which seemed to hold a round stone ball, was carved. He suppressed the urge to touch the stone ball, walked up the steps, and knocked on the bronze lion door knocker. Soon, a young man opened the door. Upon hearing that it was a letter delivery, the young man remained expressionless, pinched the corner of the envelope with 2 fingers, took the letter, and quickly turned back into the house, shutting the heavily painted door with a thud. After that, the process of delivering letters was equally mundane. At the corner of Taoya Alley, there was a low-profile family. The person who opened the door was a kindled old man, who smiled and said after taking the letter, "Young man, thank you for your hard work. Would you like to come in and rest for a while? Have some hot water?" The boy shyly smiled and shook his head, running away. The old man gently tucked the letter into his sleeve, not hurrying back to his house, but looking up into the distance with cloudy eyes. Finally, his gaze moved from high to low, from far to near, staring at the peach trees on both sides of the street. The seemingly old and confused man finally squeezed out a smile. The old man turned and left. Not long after, a cute little yellow sparrow landed on a branch of the peach tree, pecking gently and chirping softly. The last letter that Chen Ping'an needed to deliver was to the teacher at the local school. On the way, he passed a fortune-telling stall where a young Taoist priest in an old robe sat upright behind a table, wearing a tall hat that resembled a blooming lotus flower. Seeing the boy running past, the young Taoist quickly called out, "Young man, don't miss out as you pass by. Come draw a fortune stick, and I can help you predict your fortune and misfortune." Chen Ping'an did not stop but turned his head and waved his hand. The Taoist was not discouraged. Leaning forward and raising his voice, "Young man, in the past I charged 10 coins for fortune telling, but today I'll make an exception and only charge you 3 coins. Of course, if you draw a good fortune stick, you might consider adding a coin as a good gesture. If you draw the best fortune, they'll only charge you 5 coins. What do you think?" From a distance, Chen Ping'an's footsteps paused for a moment. The young Taoist quickly got up, seizing the opportunity, and said loudly, "This morning, young man, you are the first customer. You'll be a good person to the end. If you sit down and draw a fortune stick, it'll help you write some talismans on yellow paper to bless your ancestors and accumulate virtue. I can't guarantee that you will have great wealth, but it's worth a try for a little bit of good fortune." Chen Ping'an hesitated, then turned back and sat on the bench in front of the stall that a plain Taoist and a shabby young boy, 2 impoverished souls, sat across from each other. The Taoist smiled and extended his hand, indicating for the boy to pick up the fortune stick container. Chen Ping'an hesitated, suddenly saying, "I want draw a stick. Can you just write me a yellow paper talisman instead?" In Chen Ping'an's memory, this young Taoist had been wandering here for at least 5 or 6 years. He looked unchanged and was friendly to everyone. Usually, he helped people with bone readings, fortune-telling, and occasionally wrote letters for others. Interestingly, over the years, no one in town had ever drawn a truly good fortune from the 108 sticks in the container. It seemed that none of the sticks had a bad fortune owed during festivals. Townspeople would spend 10 coins purely for a good omen, but when faced with real troubles, no one would want to be a fool here. If this Taoist were a complete fraud, it would be unfair to him. The town is so small that if he could only rely on tricks and deception, he would have been driven out long ago. Thus, it can be said that the young Taoist's skills were certainly not in fortune-telling and stick drawing. However, for minor ailments, many people found that drinking a bowl of his talisman water could quickly cure them, which was quite effective. The young Taoist shook his head and said, "I conduct my business honestly, and I promise to charge you 5 coins for both the fortune-telling and the talisman." Chen Ping'an quietly countered, "It was 3 coins. The Taoist laughed heartily. "What if you draw the best stick? Wouldn't that be 5 coins? Chen Ping'an made up his mind, reached for the fortune stick container, and suddenly looked up to ask, "How did you know I just happened to have 5 coins on me?" The Taoist sat upright. "I can accurately gauge people's fortunes and wealth." Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and picked up the fortune stick container. The Taoist smiled and said, "Young man, don't be nervous. What is meant to be will come, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Viewing unpredictable matters with an ordinary heart is the best approach." Chen Ping'an placed the container back on the table, his expression serious, and asked, "Taoist, if I give you all 5 coins, I want draw a stick. Can you please write the talisman on yellow paper better than usual?" The Taoist's smile remained unchanged, and, after a moment's thought, he nodded, shirred it on the table. The ink and paper were already prepared. The Taoist carefully asked for Chen Ping'an's parents' names, places of origin, and birth dates, then took a piece of yellow talisman paper and quickly finished writing it in one. Go.as for what was written, Chen Ping'an had no idea. After putting down the brush, the young Taoist picked up the talisman and blew on the ink. "When you take it home, stand inside the door and burn the yellow paper outside the threshold." The boy solemnly accepted the talisman, carefully storing it away, and did not forget to place 5 copper coins on the table, bowing to express his gratitude. The young Taoist waved his hand, signaling the boy to go about his own business. Chen Ping'an ran with long strides to deliver the last letter. The Taoist lazily leaned against the chair, glanced at the copper coins, bent down, and gathered them close to himself. At that moment, a small and delicate yellow bird swooped down from the sky and lightly pecked at one of the copper coins. Soon, it lost interest and flitted away. The yellow bird is about to carry flowers, but the peach blossoms in your home have not yet bloomed. After the Taoist finished reciting this line of poetry, he pretended to be carefree and waved his sleeve lightly, sighing, "One should not seek a full measure when fate has given only 8 feet." As he waved his sleeve, 2 bamboo sticks slipped out and fell to the ground. The Taoist exclaimed, "Oh," and quickly picked them up, then glanced around furtively, noticing that no one was paying attention to him for the moment. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and hide the 2 bamboo sticks back into his loose sleeve. The young Taoist coughed lightly, straightened his face, and continued to wait for the next customer. He felt a bit emotional. It was indeed easier to earn money from women that in fact. The 2 bamboo sticks hidden in the young Taoist's sleeve included the best and worst fortunes, both intended to make a lot of money. This was not for outsiders to know. The boy was naturally unaware of these subtle mysteries, and with light steps, he arrived outside the village school, where the nearby bamboo forest was lush and green. Chen Ping'an slowed his pace, and inside the house, a middle-aged man's deep voice resonated. When the sun rises, there is brilliance, and a lambskin feels like it's wet. Then a clear and crisp youthful voice followed. When the sun rises, there is brilliance, and the lambskin feels like it's wet. Chen Ping'an looked up to see the sun rising in the east, glorious and magnificent. The boy was momentarily lost in thought. When he came to his senses, the school children were nodding their heads, skillfully reciting a passage as per the teacher's request. At the time of the awakening of insects, heaven and earth give birth, and all things begin to thrive. Sleeping at night and rising early, walking broadly in the courtyard, the gentleman walked slowly to nurture his aspirations. Chen Ping'an stood at the entrance of the school, hesitating to speak. The middle-aged scholar with slightly graying temples turned to look at him and gently walked out of the house. Chen Ping'an respectfully handed over the letter with both hands, saying, "This is a letter for the teacher." The tall man in a blue robe took the envelope and said kindly, "In the future, when you have free time, you can come here to listen in." Chen Ping'an felt a bit troubled, as he might not truly have the time to come and listen to this teacher's lessons. The boy did not want to deceive him. The man smiled, understanding, and said, "No problem. The principles are all in the books, but being a person is outside of them. You can go about your business." Chen Ping'an sighed in relief and took his leave. After running a considerable distance, the boy turned back unexpectedly. He saw the teacher still standing at the door, his figure bathed in sunlight, looking like an otherworldly being from afar. Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow, Chapter 4. The Yellow Bird. If Chen Ping'an had never been to Falu Street or Taoya Alley, he might never have realized the darkness and narrowness of Nipping Alley in his life. However, the straw-sandal boy not only did not feel a sense of loss, but finally felt at ease. He smiled and stretched out his hands. Just as his palms touched the yellow mud walls on both sides, he remembered that about 3 or 4 years ago, he could only touch the mud wall with the tips of his fingers. When he reached the front of his house, he found the courtyard door wide open. Thinking that a thief had come, the boy hurried into the yard, only to see a tall boy sitting on the doorstep, leaning against the locked door, yawning with boredom. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, he jumped up as if his butt were on fire, ran to Chen Ping'an, grabbed his arm tightly, and pulled him toward the house, lowering his voice to say, "Hurry and open the door. I have something important to tell you." Chen Ping'an could not break free from this guy's grip and had to let him pull him to open the door. The sturdy boy, 2 years older than Chen Ping'an, quickly threw him off and stealthily climbed onto Chen Ping'an's wooden bed, pressing his ear tightly against the wall to listen to the sounds coming from the corner of the neighboring wall. Curiously, Chen Ping'an asked, "Lu Xianyang, what are you doing?" The tall boy ignored Chen Ping'an's question. About half a stick of incense later, Lu Xianyang returned to normal, sitting at the edge of the wooden bed with a complex expression, a mix of relief and regret. At that moment, Lu Xianyang noticed that Chen Ping'an was doing something strange, squatting inside the door, leaning his body outward, using a piece of candle that was only the size of a thumb to burn a sheet of yellow paper, with the ashes falling outside the doorstep. It seemed that Chen Ping'an was murmuring something, but Lu Xianyang could not hear it clearly from a distance. Lu Xianyang was indeed a closed-door disciple of the old master Yao of the famous Long Kiln. As for the dull-witted Chen Ping'an, the old man had never truly recognized him as a disciple. In the local area, if a disciple did not serve tea to the master or the master had not drunk that cup of tea, it meant there was no formal master-disciple relationship. Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang were not neighbors. Their ancestral homes were quite far apart. The reason Lu Xianyang introduced Chen Ping'an to Master Yao was due to an old grudge from their youth. Lu Xianyang had once been a notorious troublemaker in the town. Before his grandfather passed away, there was at least an elder in the family to keep him in check. After his grandfather's death, at the age of 12 or 13, he had grown tall and strong, becoming a neighborhood headache. For some reason, Lu Xianying angered a group of Lu family youths and ended up being cornered in Nipping Alley, where they gave him a thorough beating. The opponents were all spirited young boys who did not hold back, and Lu Xianying soon found himself spitting blood. The more than 10 households living in Nipping Alley were mostly lower-class artisans from small dragon kills, who dared not get involved in such matters. At that time, Song Jisun was completely unafraid and was happily squatting on the wall watching the commotion, eager for chaos. In the end, only a skinny child managed to sneak out of the yard and ran to the alley entrance, screaming heartbreakingly into the street, "Someone's dead! Someone's dead!" Upon hearing the word dead, the Lu family youths were suddenly alarmed. They saw Lu Xianying, covered in blood and barely alive. And those rich young lads finally felt a wave of fear. After exchanging glances, they hurriedly ran away from the other end of Nipping Alley. However, after that, instead of feeling grateful to the child who saved his life, Lu Xianying frequently came over to tease and bully him. The orphan was stubborn. No matter how much Lu Xianying bullied him, he refused to cry, which only made the boy more frustrated. But 1 year later, Lu Xianying saw that the little orphan surnamed Chen was likely unable to survive the winter. He finally had a pang of conscience. Having already apprenticed at the dragon kiln, he took the orphan to the dragon kiln located by the Baoxi River, a journey westward from the town. In the heavy snow, after walking dozens of miles along the mountain road, Lu Xianying still could not figure out how that little guy, who looked like a piece of charcoal with legs as thin as bamboo poles, managed to reach the dragon kiln. However, although Old Master Yao eventually accepted Chen Ping'an, he treated the two of them entirely differently. For his closed-door disciple Lu Xianying, he would scold and hit him. But even a blind person could feel the good intentions behind it. For instance, there was one time when he hit Lu Xianying too hard, causing blood to ooze from his forehead. The tough-skinned boy felt nothing, but Old Master Yao, who had always been stern in front of his disciples, regretted it very much. This old, grumpy man, who found it hard to express himself due to pride, ended up pacing around his house for half the night, still worried about Lu Xianying. In the end, he had to call Chen Ping'an to bring Lu Xianying a bottle of ointment. For many years, Chen Ping'an had envied Lu Xianying. Not because he envied Lu Xianying's talent, strength, or popularity, but because he envied Lu Xianying's fearlessness and carefree nature, never thinking that living alone was a terrible thing. Wherever Lu Xianying went, no matter who he was with, he could quickly get close, calling each other brothers and drinking together. Lu Xianying had become self-reliant early on due to his grandfather's poor health, becoming a leader among children, skillfully catching snakes, fishing, and climbing bird nests. He seemed to be able to do everything, especially when it came to catching loaches and fishing for eels in the rural fields. He was undoubtedly the best in the town. In fact, when Lu Xianying dropped out of the village school, Mr. Qi even specially went to find Lu Xianying's grandfather, who was bedridden, saying he would not charge a single penny. However, Lu Xianying stubbornly refused, saying he only wanted to make money and did not want to study. Mr. Qi offered to hire Lu Xianying as his personal servant, but Lu Xianying still would not agree. In fact, Lu Xianying was doing quite well. Even after Old Master Yao died and the dragon kiln was closed, he was soon chosen by a blacksmith from Qilong Alley and started building a thatched hut and furnace to stay busy in the southern part of the town. Lu Xianying watched as Chen Ping'an blew out the candle and placed it on the table, then quietly asked, "Have you ever heard strange sounds in the morning, like?" Chen Ping'an sat on the bench, waiting for him to finish. Lu Xianying hesitated for a moment, his face turning slightly red, like a cat in spring. Chen Ping'an asked, "Is it Song Jisun imitating a cat's meow, or is it Jigui?" Lu Xianying rolled his eyes and stopped playing around. He pushed against the bedboard with both hands, slowly bending his elbows, then straightening his arms, lifting his butt off the bedboard and his feet off the ground. His butt was hanging in the air, and he sneered, "What Jigui? It's clearly Wang Zhu. That Song kid has always liked to show off." I don't know where he saw the characters Jigui, but he used them randomly without caring about whether the meanings are good or bad. Wang Zhu ended up with such a guy. He must have done something wrong in his last life, or he wouldn't have to suffer by Song Jisun's side. Chen Ping'an did not echo the tall boy's words. Lu Xianying, maintaining that position, coldly snorted, "Do you really not understand? Why did you help that girl Wang Zhu carry a bucket of water, and after that, she never talked to you again? I bet that little petty Song Jisun got jealous and threatened Wang Zhu not to flirt with you, or else she would be dealt with at home, not only breaking her legs, but also throwing her into Nipping Alley." Chen Ping'an could not listen any longer and interrupted Lu Xianying, Song Jisun is not bad to her. Lu Xianyang, embarrassed and angry, said, "What do you know about what's good and what's bad?" Chen Ping'an, with clear eyes, softly replied. Sometimes when she is working in the yard, Song Jisun occasionally sits on a stool reading that county history book. When she looks at Song Jisun, she often smiles. Lu Xianyang stared blankly. Suddenly, the thin wooden bed could not support Lu Xianyang's weight and broke in half, causing the tall boy to fall onto the ground. Chen Ping'an squatted down, pressing his head with both hands, sighing and feeling a bit of a headache. Lu Xianyang scratched his head, stood up, and without saying any words of guilt, lightly kicked Chen Ping'an, grinning. "All right, it's just a small broken bed. I'm here today to bring you a huge piece of good news, which is worth much more than your broken bed." Chen Ping'an looked up. Lu Xianyang, full of pride, continued. After Master Ruan left the small town, he suddenly said he wanted to dig a few wells by the creek to the south. At first, he didn't have enough hands and needed to call for help. I casually mentioned you, saying there's a short winter melon with decent strength. Master Ruan agreed and told you to go over in the next couple of days. Chen Ping'an suddenly stood up, about to say thank you. Lu Xianyang raised a hand, stopping him. "No need for thanks. Just remember it in your heart." Chen Ping'an grinned. Lu Xianyang looked around. There was a fishing rod leaning in the corner, a slingshot lying by the window, and a wooden bow hanging on the wall. The tall youth seemed to want to say something, but ultimately held back. He stepped over the threshold, clearly avoiding the ashes of the talismans on purpose. Chen Ping'an watched the tall figure. Lu Xianyang suddenly turned around. Facing Chen Ping'an inside the threshold, sat up straight, and after a few steps, threw a heavy punch, then retracted his fist and straightened up, laughing loudly. "Master Ruan told me privately that with just a year of practicing this fist technique, I could kill someone." Lu Xianyang seemed unsatisfied and made a bizarre kicking motion, laughing. "This is called a good leg must hit the groin. Kick the donkey to death." Finally, Lu Xianyang gave a thumbs up, pointed to his chest, and arrogantly said, "When Master Ruan taught me the fist technique, I shared some of my thoughts and insights, like my understanding of the unique skill of knife jumping from Old Man Yao's pottery. Master Ruan praised me as a martial arts genius that comes once in 100 years. Just follow me, and you'll surely enjoy the good life." Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Xianyang noticed the maid from next door had entered the room, and he immediately lost interest in playing the hero, casually telling Chen Ping'an, "By the way, when I passed by the old locust tree earlier, there was an old man claiming to be a storyteller setting up a stall over there. He said he had a belly full of interesting stories to share with us. You can go take a look when you have time." Chen Ping'an nodded. Lu Xianyang strode out of Mud Bottle Alley. There were many rumors circulating in the small town about this solitary and arrogant youth, but he liked to claim that his ancestors were generals who led troops in battle, which was why his family had that piece of heirloom armor passed down through generations. Although it was called armor, Chen Ping'an had seen it once and found it quite ugly, resembling both warts on a person and the scars on an old tree. However, Lu Xianyang's peers did not speak of it that way. They said Lu Xianyang's ancestors were actually deserters who fled to this small town and became a son-in-law, lucky enough to escape government pursuit. They spoke as if they had witnessed how Lu Xianyang's ancestors fled the battlefield and how they wandered to this town. Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment, squatting beside the threshold, blowing away the ashes. Song Jisun had appeared by the courtyard wall at some point, accompanied by the maid Ji Gui. He shouted, "Do you want to come with us to have fun by the locust tree?" Chen Ping'an looked up and declined. Song Jisun tugged at the corner of his mouth, finding it uninteresting. He turned to his maid and smiled. "Ji Gui, let us go. I'll buy you a whole jar of peach blossom powder." She shyly replied, "A small cricket jar is enough." Song Jisun, hands behind his back, held his head high and strode forward. "I, Song family, have been wealthy for generations. How can we be petty? Wouldn't that disgrace our family tradition?" Chen Ping'an sat on the threshold, rubbing his forehead. This Song Jisun, when he wasn't saying strange or nonsensical things, actually didn't come off too badly. But at times like this, if Lu Xianyang were present, he would definitely say he wanted to smash a brick down on the back of Song Jisun's head. Chen Ping'an leaned against the door, thinking about the next day's scenery, which would likely be like today, and the day after tomorrow would resemble tomorrow. This cycle would continue, and thus Chen Ping'an's life would go on like this until he was much like Old Man Yao. People eat dirt for a lifetime, but dirt only eats people once. Finally, closing his eyes and opening them again, it might be a matter for the next life. The youth looked down at the straw sandals on his feet and suddenly smiled. Stepping on the bluestone slab felt different from stepping in a muddy puddle. As Lu Xianying left the alley and passed the fortune-telling stand, the young Taoist called out, "Come, come, come. I see your aura is like fire cooking oil. Definitely not a good omen. But don't be afraid. I have a method to help you avert disaster." Lu Xianying was somewhat surprised. He remembered this Taoist used to read fortunes and interpret signs for people. Regardless of accuracy, this person had never actively solicited business, as it was mostly voluntary. Could it be that now that the dragon kiln had been closed by the court, this Taoist was also going to suffer, unable to make ends meet, thus willing to risk killing rather than letting go? Lu Xianying laughed and cursed. "Your method is to lose money to avert disaster, right? Get lost. You want to trick money from my pocket? Not in this life." The young Taoist was not angry and shouted loudly at the tall youth, "Hoping for prosperity this year? Who knew disaster was in your fate? Without disaster, you're not willing to pray to the immortals. If you want peace, you should burn incense." Lu Xianying suddenly turned around and dashed towards the fortune-telling stand, rubbing his fists and shouting, "Burn incense, huh? I'll burn your stall first." The Taoist was clearly frightened, and after getting up, he forgot about the stall and fled with his head covered. Lu Xianying stood beside the stall, watching the Taoist's embarrassed figure, laughing heartily. He noticed the sign tube on the table and casually pushed it over, causing the bamboo sticks to tumble out, eventually spreading out in a fan shape on the table. Lu Xianying pointed at the Taoist, who had stopped at a distance. "Next time I see you, I'll hit you again." The young Taoist clasped his hands in a bow, begging for mercy. Lu Xianying finally let it go. After the tall youth walked far away, the young Taoist dared to sit down again, sighed, and thought about how hard life was, how people's hearts had changed, making it difficult for him to make a living. At that moment, the Taoist's eyes brightened, quickly closed his eyes, and said loudly, "The pond is full, and the frogs croak chaotically. The human heart is a piercing belly. In this place, fame is like floating duckweed, only suitable for the wind to move in all directions." The young couple clearly heard the Taoist's words, but unfortunately, they showed no intention of stopping. The Taoist slightly opened his eyes and, seeing he was about to miss business again, slapped the table and raised his voice. "The top scholar is just a child of the world, and the prime minister is just a person in the world. Mastering knowledge and making a name in the city, be proud and full of spirit." Song Jisun and the Meiji Goei continued to walk on. The Taoist, feeling dejected, muttered softly, "This life is unbearable." The youth suddenly turned his head without warning, threw a copper coin at the young Taoist from a distance, and smiled brightly, "Borrowing your good words." The Taoist hurriedly caught the copper coin, opened his palm to look, and his brow furrowed. It was the smallest denomination of 1 won. However, the young Taoist gently placed the copper coin on the table. In an instant, a yellow oriole swiftly landed on the table, lowered its head, gently pecked at the copper coin, then picked it up in its beak. Raising its head to look at the young Taoist, its eyes lively and almost human-like, the Taoist softly said, "Go, this place is not suitable for staying long." The yellow oriole flashed away. The young Taoist looked around, his gaze finally resting on the tall archway in the distance, directly facing the plaque that read "Chi Chong Do Nyo," and sighed, "What a pity." He added, "If it could be sold outside, it would fetch at least 1,000 or 800 taels of silver, right?" Volume 1, Caged Sparrow Chapter 5. Dao Pasong Jisun brought his maid, Ji Gui, to the old locust tree and found it crowded with nearly 50 people sitting on their own benches, with children tugging at their elders to join the commotion. Standing at the edge of the shade, Song Jisun saw an old man under the tree, one hand holding a large white bowl and the other behind his back. His expression passionate as he spoke loudly. "I just mentioned the general direction of the dragon vein. Now let me talk about the true dragon. TSK. This is truly remarkable. About 3,000 years ago, an extraordinary immortal appeared in the world, first cultivating diligently in a certain cave heaven, proving the great way, and then traveling the world alone with his sword, his 3-foot demeanor sharp and evident. For some reason, this person had a feud with the flood dragons, and for 300 spring and autumn cycles, wherever there were flood dragons, he would slay them, killing off all true dragons in the world before disappearing without a trace. Some say he went to a place of high Tao laws to discuss the Tao with the Tao ancestor, while others say he went to a far-off Western Pure Land to debate with the Buddha, and some even say he personally guarded the gates of Fengdu, preventing ghosts and monsters from harming the world. The old man spoke with such fervor that saliva flew, yet all the townsfolk below remained indifferent, their faces blank. The maid quietly asked curiously, "What is a 3-foot demeanor?" Song Jisun smiled and replied, "It means sword." The maid retorted unkindly, "Young master, this old gentleman really loves to show off his knowledge. His speech is not even coherent." Song Jisun glanced at the old man and said with a smirk, "There are not many literate people in our small town, so this storyteller is just throwing flirtatious glances at the blind." The maid asked again, "What is a cave heaven? Is there really someone who can live for 300 years? And Fengdu, isn't that a place only the dead can go?" Song Jisun was momentarily at a loss for words, but didn't want to show weakness, so he casually replied, "It's all nonsense." Probably read a few low-quality, unofficial histories to fool the villagers. At that moment, Song Jisun keenly noticed that the old man had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. Although it was just a fleeting glance, he still caught it, but as a young man, he didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just a coincidence. The maid looked up at the old locust tree, with fragmented light filtering through the leaves and falling down, and she instinctively squinted her eyes. Song Jisun turned to look and suddenly froze. His maid now had a face that was just beginning to lose its baby fat, and she seemed quite different from the skinny little maid he remembered. According to the customs of the small town, when a girl gets married, she would have to invite a lucky person whose parents were both alive to shave the fuzz off the bride's face and trim her bangs and sideburns, referred to as opening the face or raising the brows. Song Jisun had also heard about a custom that didn't exist in the small town. So when Jigue turned 12, he bought the best newly brewed wine in town, took out a porcelain bottle he had secretly hidden, which was beautifully glazed like a green plum, poured the wine into it, carefully sealed it with mud, and finally buried it underground. Suddenly, Song Jisun spoke, "Jigue, although that Chen fellow, according to our scholarly ancestors, is a rotten wood that cannot be carved, and a wall of dung cannot be plastered, still, he has done one meaningful thing in his life." The maid did not respond, lowering her eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling. Song Jisun continued to talk to himself, "Chen Ping'an. He's not a bad person, just too rigid. Whatever he does, he sticks to the rules, so he became a potter, which means no matter how hard he practices, he will never produce anything with spirit. That's why Lu Xianyang's master, that old man Yao, looked down on Chen Ping'an. He had his own unique insight, which is called rotten wood that cannot be carved. As for a wall of dung that cannot be plastered, it roughly means that a poor wretch like Chen Ping'an, even if you dress him in a dragon robe, he would still be a clod of earth." When Song Jisun reached this point, he self-deprecatingly said, "Actually, I'm worse off than Chen Ping'an." She didn't know how to comfort her young master. Song Jisun and his maid had always been the talk of the rich in Fu Lu Street and Taoyi Alley in this small town. Thanks to Song Jisun's cheap father, Lord Song, the town had no significant figures or any turmoil. So the kiln supervisor sent by the court was undoubtedly like a blue sky and bright lord in a play. Among the dozens of kiln supervisors in history, the last one, Lord Song, was the most popular among the people. Unlike the previous officials who kept themselves aloof, Lord Song not only did not hide in the official residence to cultivate his character, but also did not shut the door to guests, focusing on scholarly pursuits in his study. Instead, he was personally involved in the production of official kiln porcelain, more like a commoner than a craftsman, and over the years, this originally scholarly Lord Song had become tanned and shiny from the sun, dressing like a farmer and treating people without airs. It was a pity that the porcelain produced by the town's dragon kiln, whether in glaze color or the shape of large and small items, was always unsatisfactory. To be precise, it was even slightly inferior to previous standards, leaving the old kiln heads puzzled. In the end, the court probably felt that the diligent Lord Song, although he had no merits, at least had worked hard, so they transferred him back to the capital with a commendation letter, earning a good evaluation. Before returning to the capital, Lord Song unexpectedly spent a fortune to build a covered bridge. Later, when it was discovered that Lord Song's departing caravan had left behind a certain child, the prominent families in the town suddenly realized. It can be said that Lord Song had built a considerable bond with the town, and with the current kiln supervisor's intentional favor. Young Song Jisun had lived a worry-free and carefree life in the small town over the years. Now the maid, renamed Jigue, had her background shrouded in mystery, with various tales about her origins. Locals living in Mud Bottle Alley said that one winter, during a heavy snowfall, an outsider girl came begging and fainted at the gate of Song Jisun's home. If not for someone discovering her early, she would have gone to reincarnate with the king of hell. An elderly man doing odd jobs at the official office had a different story, claiming with certainty that Lord Song had bought her as an orphan from elsewhere in his early years, intending to find a caring companion for his illegitimate son, Song Jisun, to make up for the debt of not being able to recognize his son. Regardless, after the maid was named Ji Gui by the young master, it solidified their father-son relationship, as all the prominent families in the town knew that Lord Song was particularly fond of a certain inkstone, which was engraved with the two characters, Ji Gui. Song Jisun came to his senses, his face brightening with a smile, and for some reason, he thought of that shameless four-legged lizard. Ji Gui, think about it. I threw it into Chen Ping'an's yard, yet it still wants to come to our house. What do you think Chen Ping'an's doghouse must be like, to be so unwelcome that even a little snake wouldn't want to go in? The maid pondered seriously and replied, some things are also about fate, right? Song Jisun gave a thumbs up and said cheerfully, exactly. That Chen Ping'an is just a person with shallow fate and limited blessings. He should be content to be alive. She did not speak. Song Jisun muttered to himself, after we leave the small town, will Chen Ping'an keep an eye on the things in the house? Will he steal from us? The maid said softly, young master, is it really necessary? Song Jisun smiled and replied, oh, Ji Gui, you understand the meaning of guarding the treasure but stealing it yourself? The maid blinked her autumn-like eyes and asked, isn't it the literal meaning? Song Jisun laughed, looking towards the south with a hint of longing in his heart. I've heard that the collection of books in the capital is even more than the flowers, trees, and plants in our small town. At that moment, the storyteller was saying, though there are no true dragons left in the world, their subordinates, such as Jiao, Qiu, and Qi, still genuinely exist in the human world. Perhaps they are hiding right beside us, as the Taoist immortals call it, the hidden dragon in the abyss. Song Jisun yawned. Suddenly, a leaf from the locust tree floated down, fresh and green, landing perfectly on the boy's forehead. Song Jisun reached out to catch the leaf, twisting the petiole between his fingers. The boy, who was planning to collect debts at the east gate of the city, also saw the locust leaf falling as he approached the old locust tree, but quickened his pace to try to catch it. However, a gust of wind blew, and the leaf slipped past his hand. The boy, wearing straw sandals, moved quickly to intercept the leaf. Just then, the leaf spun in the air. The boy, not believing in bad luck, twisted and turned several times, but still couldn't catch the locust leaf. Chen Ping'an felt helpless. A young scholar in a blue shirt brushed past Chen Ping'an, not realizing that a locust leaf had unknowingly landed on his shoulder. Chen Ping'an continued toward the east gate, thinking that even if he couldn't get the money, it would be good to at least urge them a bit. In the distance, at the fortune-telling booth, a young Taoist priest was meditating with his eyes closed, muttering to himself, who said that fate cycles without fairness. Volume 1, The Caged Sparrow. Chapter 6. The lower sign. Chen Ping'an arrived at the east gate and saw a man sitting cross-legged on a tree stump at the gate, lazily basking in the early spring sunlight, eyes closed, humming a tune, and patting his knees. Chen Ping'an squatted beside him, finding it hard to speak about the debt collection. He could only quietly gaze at the wide road to the east, winding and long, like a thick yellow snake. He habitually grabbed a handful of soil, squeezing it in his palm, slowly kneading it. He had followed old Yao over the mountains and hills around the small town, carrying a heavy load filled with various tools like a hatchet and a hoe. Under the elder's guidance, they would stop and go at various places. Chen Ping'an often had to eat dirt, grabbing a handful and putting it directly in his mouth, chewing on the soil and savoring its taste. Over time, he became skilled at it, and even if he just rubbed the soil with his fingers, he could tell the texture. Consequently, later on, when he weighed broken pieces of pottery from old kilns in the market, he could tell which kiln it came from and even which master had fired it. Although old Yao was reclusive and unsociable, often scolding Chen Ping'an, there was one time he was so upset with Chen Ping'an's poor understanding that he threw him into the wild and returned to the kiln alone. By the time the boy had walked 60 miles and approached the dragon kiln late at night during a heavy rainstorm, he had the first impulse to cry when he finally saw a glimmer of light after struggling through the mud. However, the boy never complained about the elder and bore no grudges. Coming from a poor family and having never received an education, he understood a truth outside of books. Apart from his parents, no one is obligated to treat you well, and his parents had passed away early. Chen Ping'an managed to stay patient and dazed, while the lazy man seemed to think he couldn't bluff his way through anymore. He opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "It's just 5-1. A man this stingy will never achieve great success." Chen Ping'an felt helpless and thought, "Aren't you the one being stingy?" The man grinned. revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth, and chuckled. So, if you don't want to become a bachelor like me in the future, don't think about that 5-1. Chen Ping'an sighed and raised his head, saying seriously, if you're short on money, then forget the 5-1, but I must say up front, in the future, one letter will cost 1 copper coin. You can't default on that. The man, who smelled of sourness, turned his head and smiled. Little guy, with your temperament like that of a stinky stone in a latrine, you're bound to suffer great losses in the future. Haven't you heard the old saying, suffering losses is a blessing? If you're not willing to suffer small losses. He glanced at the dirt in the boy's hand, paused for a moment, and teased, that means you're destined to face a life of hardship. Chen Ping'an retorted, didn't I just say I wouldn't take the 5-1? Doesn't that count as suffering a small loss? The man felt a bit embarrassed, his expression turning angry as he waved his hand. Get lost. Talking to you is really exhausting. Chen Ping'an released his grip on the soil, dropped it, and stood up, saying, the stump is damp. The man looked up and scolded with a smile. Do I need you to teach me? Young and vigorous, you could fry pancakes on my backside. The man turned to glance at the boy's back, smirking and muttering something that sounded like a complaint against heaven. The teacher, Mr. Chi, ended his lessons unusually early today for some unknown reason. Behind the school, there was a courtyard with a small low firewood door on the north side that led to a bamboo forest. While Song Jisin and the maid were listening to stories under the old locust tree, someone called them to play chess. Song Jisin was somewhat reluctant, but the person said it was Mr. Chi's wish to see if they had made any progress in their chess skills. Song Jisin had an indescribable feeling of both respect and fear towards the serious Mr. Chi, so when Mr. Chi personally issued this decree, he had no choice but to comply. However, he insisted on waiting for the storyteller to finish the story before going to the back courtyard of the school. The blue-shirt boy who helped convey the message had to leave first, reminding Song Jisin to not be too late, and went on and on about how Mr. Chi was very particular about rules and didn't like others to be untrustworthy, and so on. Song Jisin, while digging in his ears, impatiently replied, I got it. I got it. When Song Jisin took Ji Gui to the back courtyard of the school, a cool breeze blew, and the refined blue-shirt young man was, as usual, already sitting on the bench in the south, sitting upright and properly. Song Jisin plopped down on the bench opposite him, facing south. Mr. Chi sat on the west side, always silent while observing the game. The maid Ji Gui would take a walk in the bamboo forest whenever her young master played chess, so as not to disturb the 3 scholars, and today was no exception. In this small and obscure town, there were hardly any so-called scholarly families, so scholars were indeed rare. According to the old rules established by Mr. Chi, Song Jisin and the blue-shirt young man had to guess the moves and take black first. Song Jisin and his peer across the table had almost started learning chess at the same time. But Song Jisin was exceptionally bright and made rapid progress in his chess skills. Thus, Mr. Chi, who taught both of them, regarded him as a high-level player. When it was time to guess who would go first, Song Jisin took a handful of white pieces from the box, the number varying, and kept it a secret. The blue-shirt young man then picked 1 or 2 black pieces, guessing the odd or even of the white pieces, which would allow him to take black and play first, giving him the advantage. In the first 2 years of their matches, Song Jisin remained undefeated, whether playing as white or black. However, he was not very interested in chess, often playing half-heartedly. In contrast, the less talented youth in the blue shirt, who was both a student and a servant to Mr. Chi, benefited greatly from spending time with him, even just by observing Mr. Chi's focused play. As a result, the youth occasionally managed to win when playing as black, and now, whenever he played as black, his chances of winning were about 50-50 against Song Jisin. The improvement in his chess skills was evident. Mr. Chi, however, remained silent, merely observing this ebb and flow. Just as Song Jisin was about to pick up a piece, Mr. Chi suddenly said, Today, you will play a game of seat chess, with white going first. The 2 youths were confused, not knowing what seat chess was. Mr. Chi explained the rules at a leisurely pace, which were not complicated, just placing 1 black and 1 white piece on the 4-star points. The middle-aged man's dexterous movements were pleasing to the eye. The usually rule-abiding youth in the blue shirt was dumbfounded upon hearing the news, staring blankly at the board, and finally said cautiously, Sir, it seems many established formations 1T be applicable now. Song Jisin furrowed his brow in thought, and soon his eyes brightened as he relaxed, saying, The board's layout has changed. Then, as if seeking praise, he looked up and asked with a smile, Right, Mr. Chi? The middle-aged scholar nodded, confirming. Song Jisun raised an eyebrow at his peer across the table and jokingly asked, should we let him have 2 moves first? Otherwise, this guy will definitely lose. The youth opposite immediately turned red, stuttering, as he knew full well that his increasing victories were mainly due to Song Jisun becoming more distracted and even somewhat bored with the game over the past 2 years. Many times, Song Jisun would deliberately let him win or play carelessly, even when he had a clear advantage, risking the game just to pursue a grand strategy. For Song Jisun, his exceptional talent meant that whether chess was fun or interesting was his primary concern. For the youth in the blue shirt, from the first time he placed a piece on the board, winning and losing had become his obsession. Mr. Chi looked at his student and said, you may play as white first. The blue shirt youth played slowly and cautiously, step by step. Song Jisun, on the other hand, played rapidly, open and aggressive. Like a swift antelope, the two had distinctly different temperaments. However, after about 80 moves, the blue shirt youth was utterly defeated, lowering his head in silence, tightly pursing his lips. Song Jisun rested his elbow on the table, propping his chin on his hand, lightly tapping the stone table with his fingers while gazing at the board. According to Mr. Chi's rules, in a game, one could concede silently by dropping a piece. They must never say I lost. Regardless of his reluctance, the blue shirt youth slowly dropped his piece. Mr. Chi instructed his disciple, go practice your writing. There's no need to clean up the board. Write 300 times. The youth quickly stood up, respectfully bowing to take his leave. Once the youth's figure had disappeared, Song Jisun quietly asked, are you leaving here too, sir? The scholarly man, with silver hair at his temples, nodded, saying, I will be leaving within 10 days. Song Jisun smiled and said, that's great. I can see you off. The teacher hesitated for a moment, but finally replied, there's no need for you to see me off. Song Jisun, once you are outside the town, remember not to be too ostentatious. I have nothing else to give you, but you can take these 3 books on elementary learning, elementary studies, rites and music, and observations. Review them often. Remember that reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. If you can read 10,000 volumes, your writing will be inspired. You will naturally understand the true meaning of this later. As for the 3 miscellaneous books, subtle calculations, chess records, and essays on mountains and seas, feel free to browse through them in your leisure time. They can also help cultivate your character. Song Jisun was taken aback and somewhat embarrassed, mustering the courage to say, sir, it feels like you are entrusting me with a legacy. I am not used to it. Mr. Chi smiled gently and said, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Life is full of encounters. There will surely be a day when we meet again. When this teacher smiled, it felt like a warm spring breeze. He suddenly said, go visit Zhao Yao and bid farewell in advance. Song Jisun stood up with a smile and said, all right then. Please take care of the chess pieces. The youth joyfully ran off. The middle-aged scholar bent down to tidy up the pieces, seemingly picking them up haphazardly, but in fact, he started with the last black piece placed by Song Jisun and collected them in reverse order, missing not a single one. At some point, the Meiji Gui had returned from the bamboo grove, standing outside the gate without entering the courtyard. He did not turn around, but said in a deep voice, take care of yourself. The girl, who had grown up in Mud Bottle Lane, looked confused, appearing timid and pitiful. The refined scholar revealed a hint of anger. Slowly turning to look at her, his gaze cold. The girl still wore a dazed expression, innocent and naive. The middle-aged scholar stood up, tall and handsome, looking at the girl and sneering, you are a cursed spawn. The girl slowly reined in her innocent expression, her eyes gradually turning cold. And a mocking smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, as if to say, what can you do to me? She stared directly at the scholar. Inside and outside the small courtyard, it felt as if 2 serpents were confronting each other, each viewing the other as an enemy. In the distance, Song Jisun called out loudly, Jigue, it's time to go home. The girl immediately stood on her tiptoes and sweetly replied, okay, young master. She pushed open the gate and jogged past the teacher, but after a few steps, she turned back to bow to his retreating figure, her voice soft and charming, sir. Jigue is leaving now. After a long while, the scholar sighed. The spring breeze was warm. The bamboo leaves swayed, resembling the sound of turning pages. The young Taoist wearing a lotus crown tidied up his stall, sighing. When familiar townsfolk asked him about the reason, he merely shook his head and did not answer. The last woman who had once sought a marriage match here passed by, stopping shyly when she saw the young Taoist acting strangely. With a soft, sweet voice, she asked a question, but her glistening, expressive eyes lingered on the young Taoist's handsome face. The young Taoist discreetly glanced at the woman, his gaze slightly lowering, revealing a plump scenery, and then he swallowed hard, saying a cryptic divination. Today, this humble Taoist drew a lot for himself, a bad omen, very ominous. Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow Chapter 7. The bowl of water. There is a well named Iron Lock Well in Xinghua Lane, with an iron chain as thick as a young man's arm hanging year after year at the mouth of the well. No one knows when this well and this iron lock came to be, or who carried out this pointless and strange task. Not even the oldest elder in the town can say when it happened. It is rumored that a kind-hearted person in the town once tried to test how long the iron chain was, ignoring the elder's warnings. This person pulled the iron lock out of the well. For every foot he pulled, he would lose a year of his life. This old saying, passed down through generations, was taken lightly by the man. After pulling out a large amount of iron chain after a stick of incense, he still saw no end in sight. Exhausted, he let the chain coil beside the well and decided to come back the next day, stubbornly refusing to believe in the superstition. That evening, he returned home and suddenly bled from all 7 orifices, dying in bed, his eyes wide open. No matter how hard his family tried to close his eyes, they remained stubbornly open. Eventually, an old man who had lived near the well for generations instructed the family to carry the body to the well. They watched as the old man returned the iron chain to the well. Once the entire chain was straightened and submerged in the deep water, the corpse finally closed its eyes. An old man and a child slowly approached the iron lock well. The child, still with 2 streams of snot, spoke the story clearly and methodically, sounding nothing like a rural child who had only been learning for half a year. The child looked up, his big eyes like 2 black grapes, and sniffled, retracting the 2 snotty strands. He looked at the storyteller holding a large white bowl and said, "I'm done. Now you should show me what's in your bowl." The old man chuckled, "Don't rush, don't rush. Once we sit by the well, I'll show you plenty." The child kindly reminded, "You must not go back on your word, or else you'll die a terrible death, falling right into the well. And I want to retrieve your body, or suddenly, a lightning bolt could strike you, turning you into a charred piece of coal. And then I'll take a stone and smash you to bits." The old man felt a headache from the child's incessant stream of malicious and ill-fated remarks and quickly replied, "I promise to show you. By the way, where did you learn all this?" The child confidently replied, "From my mother." The old man sighed, truly a place of exceptional talent and beauty. The child suddenly stopped and frowned. "Aren't you cursing? I know some people like to speak good words backward, like Song Jisun." The old man quickly denied it, then changed the subject, asking, "Are there often strange things happening in the town?" The child nodded. The old man asked, "What can you tell me?" The child pointed at the old man and said seriously, "For example, you're holding a large white bowl, but 1T let anyone put coins in it. Before you finished your story, my mother said you were doing well, but it was all foggy, and you looked like someone who's used to tricking others. So, she told me to give you a few coins, but you absolutely refused. What's in that bowl?" The old man was at a loss for words. It turned out that the storyteller, who had finished a story under the old locust tree earlier, had sent this child to lead him to the apricot blossom alley to see the well. The child was initially reluctant, but the old man said that the large white bowl held something extraordinary. The lively child, often described by his parents as one who forgot to grow a bottom when he was reincarnated, had loved following Lu Xianying and his gang of rascals around since he was very small. However, to catch a yellow eel or loach, this little brat could sit still under the sun for half an hour without moving, showing incredible patience. So when the old man mentioned what was in the white bowl, the child immediately showed interest. Even when the old man initially made a strange request to see how heavy he was, wanting to know if he weighed 40 pounds. The child readily nodded in agreement, thinking that lifting him a few times wouldn't cost the old man any flesh. But then, something that made the child roll his eyes happened. The old man, holding the bowl in his left palm, strained to lift him 5 or 6 times with his right hand, but he never managed to lift him successfully. The child finally glanced at the old man's thin arms and legs, shook his head, thinking that Chen Ping'an, that poor guy, was much stronger than this old man. But he kept his mouth shut, knowing that in the area of Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, when it came to arguing and cursing, he ranked third, with the scholar Song Jisun second and his mother first. The old man approached the well, but did not sit at the well's edge. The ancient well, built of blue bricks, made the old man's breathing heavy. The child jumped back, sitting right on the well's edge. which made the old man break into a cold sweat. If he wasn't careful, that little brat could fall right in, and with the well-less history, retrieving the body would be difficult. The old man took a few slow steps forward, squinted, and leaned over to examine the iron chain. One end tied with a dead knot at the bottom of the well-less wheel. A place of good fortune, superior to the rest. The old man looked around, filled with mixed emotions, wondering to whom this heavy object would eventually belong. He extended his free left hand and gazed at his palm. The lines in his palm were mottled and complex, but a new line appeared, slowly extending, like a crack in porcelain. A divine person observing the palm could see the mountains and rivers. However, this old man was only looking at himself. The old man frowned, exclaiming, "In just half a day, the situation has become so dire. What about those few?" The child stood at the edge of the well, hands on his hips, pointing at the old man and loudly urging, "Are you going to show me the white bowl or not?" The old man helplessly said, hurry down. I'll show you the big white bowl right now." The child was skeptical, but eventually jumped down to the edge of the well. The old man hesitated for a moment, his expression solemn. "Little one, we are fated. I'll show you the mysteries of this bowl, but after you see it, you must not speak of it to anyone, not even your mother. If you can do that, I'll let you see. If not, even if you poke me in the back, I won't show you a single glance." The child blinked. "Let us start." The old man solemnly walked to the edge of the well, looking down, finding that the little brat was now sitting with his legs spread on the edge of the well. The old man regretted getting entangled with this unruly child. He collected his thoughts, faced the well, and grasped the bottom of the large white bowl with his 5 fingers, slightly tilting his palm, the movement almost imperceptible. The child felt he had waited a long time without seeing any movement from the white bowl above his head, and the old man maintained his position. Just as the child's 2 streams of snot were about to reach his mouth, and his patience was running out, a stream of water, as thick as a finger, poured silently from the white bowl into the depths of the well. The child grinned, ready to curse. Suddenly, he closed his mouth, surprised. Moments later, the child's expression changed from shock to confusion, and then to fear. Realizing what had happened, he jumped into the well and ran home. It turned out that the amount of water the old man poured into the well was far more than a large water tank. Yet water continued to flow out of the white bowl. The child felt he must have seen a ghost during the day. Lu Xianyang casually broke off a budding branch from the roadside and began practicing his swordsmanship, spinning like a rolling wheel, completely unconcerned about his new boots. Dust was kicked up along the little path. The tall youth left the small town, walking from north to south. As long as he crossed the covered bridge built with money from Lord Song and walked another 3 or 4 miles, he would reach the blacksmith shop run by Master Ruan and his daughter. Lu Xianyang was naturally proud, but with just one sentence. Master Ruan made him admire him greatly. "We are here solely to forge swords." The thought of having a real sword in the future excited Lu Xianyang, and he couldn't help but throw away the branch, starting to run and shout, howling like a ghost. Thinking about the few boxing stances Master Ruan had privately taught him, he began to practice, looking quite impressive and vigorous. The youth was getting closer to the covered bridge. At the steps at the north end of the bridge sat 4 people, a curvaceous and graceful woman holding a boy in a bright red robe, who raised his chin high like a general celebrating a great victory. At the other end of the steps sat a tall old man with a head full of white hair, who was softly comforting a pouting little girl. She looked like the most exquisite porcelain doll in the world, her tender skin sparkling in the sunlight, clearly revealing the blue veins beneath. The 2 children had just finished a quarrel. The little girl was on the verge of tears, while the little boy was increasingly smug. The old man, stout like a small mountain, was ignored by the woman beside him, who cast an apologetic glance. At the bottom of the steps stood a young man named Lu Jingchun, the legitimate grandson of the Lu family. Perhaps it was indeed the local soil that nurtured its people. Those born in the small town often had better appearances than those from elsewhere. However, Lu Jingchun had long been drained by indulgence, and to the 4 people sitting on the steps, he was a pitiful sight. The Lu family's dragon kills were unmatched in both quantity and scale in the town, and they were the family whose offspring most frequently ventured out to branch out away from the town. Yet, the once mighty Lu Jingchun now looked tense and pale, as if he would be punished severely for any slight misstep. The boy spoke in a language the townsfolk couldn't understand. "Mother, is it true that the Lu family has passed down the treasure armor and sword scriptures for generations?" Just as he was about to reveal a name, the woman immediately covered the child's mouth, saying, How many times did your father remind you before we left? Here, you must not casually name anyone. The boy pried open the woman's hand, his eyes blazing, and lowered his voice to ask, is it true that their family has indeed inherited the treasure armor and sword scriptures? The woman affectionately patted her son's head and replied softly, the Liu family guarantees with half the family tree that those two items are still hidden in that boy's home. Suddenly, the boy whined, Mother, can we trade our treasure with the Xiaobai family? The treasure armor we planned is just too ugly. Think about it. If we exchanged it for the sword scriptures, we could strike heads in our dreams without anyone noticing. Isn't that much better than a turtle shell? Before the woman could explain the origins and reasons, the angry girl next to them interrupted. You think you can lay your hands on our long-lost town's treasure just because of that? We are here to rightfully reclaim what belongs to us, not like some shameless thieves or beggars. The boy turned to make a face, then sneered, you said it yourself. It's the town's treasure, just a matter of seniority at the mountain gate. How impressive is that? The boy suddenly changed his playful demeanor, standing up from the woman's embrace, and looked down at the little girl with pity, like a teacher scolding a naive student. The way to longevity is through opposition, all in the name of competition. If you don't understand this little principle, how will you inherit the family business and uphold the ancestral teachings? You descendants of Xinjiang Mountain must elevate the mountain at least 100 zhang every 30 years. Do you think it was easy for your grandfather and father? The little girl appeared to lose her momentum, her spirit drooping as she lowered her head, unable to meet the boy's gaze. The tall old man with white hair spoke in a deep voice. Madam, while children may speak without restraint, if it leads to our young master's heart being clouded, you should weigh the consequences. The woman smiled charmingly, pulling her sullen son back into her arms, saying sweetly, children just quarrel. There's no need to escalate things, Elder Yuan. Let us not ruin our family's millennia-long friendship. Unexpectedly, the old man retorted fiercely, our Xinjiang Mountain has been established for 2,600 years, repaying kindness with kindness. And despite 1,000 years, we never forget, repaying hatred with hatred, we never hold grudges overnight. The woman smiled without engaging in a battle of wills. Everyone in the small town was burdened with heavy responsibilities, especially her, who was risking her life, her son's future, and her family's foundation all in one gamble. Although this woman wore simple clothing, she exuded an elegant demeanor. However, the townsfolk, having not seen much of the world, were unaware of the underlying intricacies. Throughout, Lu Zhengchun had his back to the steps of the covered bridge. The first time he saw these esteemed guests at the Liu family mansion, his younger brother, in a moment of youthful exuberance and lack of composure, temporarily forgot their grandfather's warning and couldn't help but sneak a glance at the beautiful woman's bosom, resulting in their furious grandfather ordering him to be dragged away and beaten to death in the courtyard, as if his mouth was stuffed with cotton during the execution. So Lu Zhengchun, who remained in the hall discussing matters with his grandfather, neither heard his brother's tragic wails nor saw the bloody scene. By the time the discussions concluded and they set out to find the Liu boy, Lu Zhengchun stepped out of the mansion only to find that the bloodstains in the courtyard had long been cleaned up. Even the two children, who looked like golden boys and jade maidens, seemed unfazed by it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At that moment, Lu Zhengchun felt confused. How could the death of a person seem less significant than that of a dog? Moreover, that person had the surname Liu, and just the night before, he had been drinking with his brother, excitedly talking about how they would rise to greatness and bring honor to their family, vowing that they would no longer be frogs at the bottom of the well, but would work together to carve out a place in the world. Even after leaving the Liu family mansion, Lu Zhengchun's mind remained blank. After that, he began to feel fear. When strangers questioned him, his voice trembled, and when he led the way, his steps faltered. He knew that he would become a laughingstock, that he would disappoint his grandfather and bring shame to the family. But the young man simply couldn't control his fear, as if coldness were seeping from his bones. Last year, at the end of the year, their grandfather had led the brothers into a secret room and told them that the Liu family would soon be serving certain noble people, which was a tremendous blessing. They had to be careful. If they succeeded, the Liu family would turn the reward into a stepping stone for the brothers. As long as the nobles were willing to nod, a smooth path would appear before them, leading to unimaginable wealth and glory. Only then did he understand why he and his brother needed to learn so many strange dialects from a young age. Lu Zhengchun watched Liu Yangxian approaching the corridor bridge, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming hatred for this person, This once poor fool whom he had once cornered in an alley, lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it weren't for some little brat shouting about a dead person at the alley's entrance, he and a few of his buddies would have already followed through on their agreement to drop their pants and rain down a shower of humiliation on that ungrateful boy lying on the ground. Even now, Lu Zhengchun couldn't understand why these lofty nobles would look at Lu Yangxian with new eyes. As for their talk of treasures, sword scriptures, Xinjiang Mountain, the path to immortality, and competing for opportunities and fortunes, Lu Zhengchun seemed to understand it all, but truly grasped none of it. However, he was certain about one thing. He desperately wished for Lu Yangxian to die here. As for the real reason, Lu Zhengchun dared not admit it and did not want to ponder it deeply. Deep down, he absolutely did not want the lowly Lu Yangxian to see him. The well-dressed young master of the Lu family, reduced to the same level as someone with the surname Lu. There could be no greater humiliation than this. The beautiful woman looked at the boy murmuring, "It's coming." The tall young man came forward, throwing punches that became increasingly rapid, to the point where his form was almost swept away by the force of his strikes, stumbling slightly. To the expert SI, the emerging intent in his punches already hinted at a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness. In the realm of martial arts, there is a saying, without understanding the true meaning of the punch, one remains an outsider for 100 years. Once one grasps the true meaning of the punch, it takes 10 years to defeat gods and demons. The beautiful woman sighed in relief. Sure enough, this young man with the surname Lu was indeed the one they were looking for, with exceptional talent. Even among their celestial residences, his innate qualities were not to be underestimated. Of course, in the vast world of the beautiful woman and the burly old man with white hair, such people were the most numerous. The beautiful woman stood up and instructed Lu Zhengchun at the bottom of the steps. "Go tell that boy to ask him what he wants in exchange for the armor and books, our family heirlooms." As Lu Zhengchun turned around, he had already lowered his head and bowed, responding in a dialect that the townsfolk would find incomprehensible. "Yes, ma'am." The woman calmly said, "Remember, when you speak to that boy, you must be pleasant and mindful of your tone." The boy pointed down from a height, speaking sternly, "If you mess up, I'll skin you alive and turn your soul into a wick, making sure you suffer endlessly until your light goes out." Lu Zhengchun was so frightened that he shivered, bent over even more, and anxiously replied, "I will definitely not mess things up." The little girl finally felt she had gained the upper hand and scoffed. "In front of these commoners, you're quite imposing. I wonder who was scolded as a wild child by their peers on the way here, and didn't he dare to retort?" The burly old man had a very poor impression of the haughty mother and son from the beginning, so he added, "Miss, you are mistaken. It's not that he didn't dare to fight back, but clearly he didn't dare to speak back." The boy in the bright red robe gritted his teeth, glaring at the girl with a sinister expression, but he didn't utter any threats. Instead, he ended up smiling brightly, his smile radiant. The woman maintained her gaze on the road ahead, her expression calm and indifferent, leaving it unclear whether she felt any resentment. The little girl coldly huffed, ran down the steps, squatted by the creek, and looked down at the fish swimming in the water. Occasionally, schools of carp would swim by in her line of sight, varying in number and color, both red and blue. Some older townsfolk often said, while chatting under the old locust tree, that during thunderstorms, they had seen a golden carp swimming out from beneath the corridor bridge. Some elders claimed that the golden-scaled carp was only the size of a palm, while others said it was quite large, at least half a person long, practically a spirit. With so many differing opinions, the children listening to the stories were unwilling to take any of it seriously. At this moment, the little girl stared at the clear creek, resting her chin on her hands, utterly transfixed. The old man with white hair squatted beside her and softly laughed. "Miss, if the Lu family hasn't lied, this great opportunity has already fallen into someone else's pocket." The little girl turned her head and grinned. "Grandpa Yuan, maybe there are two." She then showed a comical smile, missing a front tooth. The little girl quickly realized this and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. The old man suppressed his laughter and explained, "Young dragons that have not yet crossed the river are very territorial and do not allow their kind to approach." The little girl responded with an "oh," and after turning her head back, she rested her chin on her hands, daydreaming, murmuring, "What if there are?" The usually kind-faced old man finally revealed a stern look befitting an elder, gently pressing down on the girl's head, and said solemnly, "Miss, remember, the phrase 'what if' is indeed the number one enemy of our kind. We must never harbor any hope of luck. Although you are of noble birth, The little girl pulled out one hand and waved it vigorously, pouting in acute complaint. I know, Grandpa Yuan. My ears are going to get calluses. The old man replied, Miss, I will keep an eye on the movements over there. Although they are our allies on Xingyang Mountain, the character and conduct of that family, well, it's better not to mention it, to spare your ears from filth. She simply waved him away. He had no choice but to leave reluctantly. This burly old man, who seemed to be a servant, walked with his hands resting on his knees, his back slightly hunched as if carrying a heavy load. The girl by the riverbank suddenly rubbed her eyes vigorously. She noticed that the water level in the creek was clearly beginning to rise slowly, visible to the naked eye. If it were outside the town, such as on Xingyang Mountain or anywhere in her hometown, even if the entire creek dried up in an instant, she would not be the slightest bit surprised. The little girl wondered, didn't they say that all mystical arts, divine powers, and Taoist methods are naturally sealed here? Moreover, the higher the cultivation level, the more severe the backlash. Grandpa Yuan once said that even the legendary person would find it hard to stop anyone from taking action after spending a long time here. Almost like a mud Buddha crossing the river in a difficult situation. She shook her head, too lazy to think any further about this puzzle. The little girl turned her gaze back to the tall figure of Grandpa Yuan. She happily thought that once this place was fully unsealed, she would ask Grandpa Yuan to move the peak, called Piyun Mountain, back to her hometown to use as her little flower garden. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow Chapter 8. Weeds. After Chen Ping'an returned to the courtyard, his eyelids kept twitching. His left eye twitched fortune, while his right eye twitched disaster. So, Chen Ping'an sat on the doorstep, starting to imagine himself throwing clay, his hands suspended in the air, and soon the straw sandal boy entered a state of forgetfulness. The boy's diligence was one aspect. This act could stave off hunger, which was also very important. Thus, Chen Ping'an developed a habit of throwing clay whenever he had something on his mind. When it came to making porcelain, it was very much about fate. As before opening the kiln, no one knew whether the glaze color and shape of a piece of porcelain would ultimately meet their expectations. They could only leave it to fate. However, before firing the kiln, throwing clay was undoubtedly of utmost importance. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an was deemed to have poor aptitude by old Yao and mostly did physical work making clay, so he could only carefully observe from the sidelines. Then practice making clay and throwing pots himself, searching for the right feel. The sound of the courtyard door creaking open came from the next yard, revealing Song Jisin returning from the school with his maid, Ji Gui. The handsome young man made a dash and easily leaped over the low wall. After crouching down, he opened his palm, revealing a handful of pebbles, each about the size of a fingernail, in various colors like sheep fat, bean green, and white lotus. These worthless stones, varying in size, could be found everywhere along the creek in the small town, but there was one particular stone, a bright red one that looked like it was soaked in chicken blood, that was the most appealing. Mr. Chi from the school had carved a seal for his disciple Zhao Yao using one of these stones, and Song Jisin found it quite eye-catching. Several times he wanted to trade something for it, but the other party stubbornly refused. Song Jisin tossed a pebble, lightly hitting Chen Ping'an on the chest, but the latter remained indifferent. He threw again, this time hitting the straw sandal boy on the forehead, yet Chen Ping'an still stood unmoved. Song Jisin was not surprised by this. He threw out several more pebbles, intending to distract Chen Ping'an with some pain. But he deliberately avoided hitting Chen Ping'an's arms or fingers, as he felt that would be unfair. After finishing his throws, Song Jisin clapped his hands. Chen Ping'an exhaled deeply, shook his wrist, and ignored Song Jisin. After a moment, he lowered his head, forming a grip with his left hand as if holding a carving knife. The skill of jumping knives was not considered a unique technique among the old kiln workers in the small town. But Old Yao's jumping knife technique would earn anyone who saw it a thumbs up. Old Yao had taken on several apprentices, but could never truly satisfy the old man until he found Lu Xianyang, whom he believed could inherit his legacy. Whenever Lu Xianyang practiced, as long as Chen Ping'an had nothing else to do, he would squat nearby and watch intently. Lu Xianyang, who cared about his reputation, only knew that Chen Ping'an could keep secrets, so he often used Old Yao's secret sayings to intimidate him. For example, to ensure a stable knife path, one must not be rigidly steady. Ultimately, it comes down to having a steady heart. However, when Chen Ping'an asked what a steady heart meant, Lu Xianyang was at a loss. After watching for a while, Song Jisin found it dull and jumped down from the wall into the house. Maid Ji Gui stood by the wall, and if she didn't tiptoe, only the upper half of her face would be visible. Even so, It was already faintly apparent that the girl was a beauty. She thought for a moment, gently rose on her toes, and scanned the ground around the poor boy, finally spotting two favored pebbles, one bright red and translucent, the other snow-white and lustrous, both discarded by her master moments ago. She hesitated for a moment and, lowering her voice, timidly asked, "Chen Ping'an, could you help me pick up those two pebbles? I really like them." Chen Ping'an slowly raised his head, his hands still steady at work, and gestured for her to wait a moment. Ji Gui smiled sweetly, like the first green bud on a branch after spring, incredibly beautiful. But the boy had already lowered his head, missing this captivating scene. Her lips curled up, and her eyes sparkled, seeming to contain tiny living creatures swimming leisurely within them. When Chen Ping'an finally paused his task and asked which two pebbles she meant, Ji Gui's gaze returned to normal, soft as spring mud after the rain. Following her, Chen Ping'an picked up the two pebbles and walked to the wall. Just as she raised her hand, the straw sandal boy had already placed the pebbles on the wall. She took the two pebbles and held them tightly in her palm. Those who deliberately sought out such items were like searching for a needle in a haystack, a rare find in 10 years. However, those who were fated, even if they were indifferent, found them as easily as picking up junk from the street, depending entirely on their mood. Chen Ping'an smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid of the snot-nosed kid blocking your door and cursing for half a day?" She didn't admit that her master had taken someone else's belongings, but it seemed she was too embarrassed to deny it, so she just smiled and remained silent. In Mud Bottle Alley lived a mother and son pair whose arguing skills were unmatched in a small town, with only Song Jisun capable of going toe-to-toe with them. The child was particularly unruly, often with two snotty noses, enjoying going to the creek to catch fish and collect stones. The fish he caught were kept in a large water tank, and stones piled up beside it. Song Jisun happened to like teasing this little rascal, occasionally swiping a few stones. At first, it went unnoticed, but the child eventually realized his treasures were missing and would throw a fit. Like a little wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, capable of cursing for an hour outside the courtyard. His mother never advised him to stop. Instead, she would fan the flames, deliberately bringing up the fact that Song Jisun was the illegitimate child of a former superintendent. Several times making Song Jisun so angry he almost grabbed a stool and went out to fight, only to be stopped by maid Ji Gui's persuasion. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, Song Jisun, come here and catch them in the act." Your maid is exchanging glances with Chen Ping'an, clearly flirting. If you don't keep an eye on your maid, she might climb over the wall tonight to knock on Chen Ping'an's door. Hurry up and come out. TSK. Chen Ping'an's hands are already on that little girl's face. You didn't see it, but Chen Ping'an's smile is so disgusting. Song Jisun didn't show himself and shouted from inside, "What is this? I saw Chen Ping'an pulling and tugging with your mother last night. After I caught them, Chen Ping'an had to pull his hand out of your mother's collar with great effort. Blame your mother. Her figure is simply too spectacular and ample." Poor Chen Ping'an was sweating profusely. A child outside kicked Song Jisun's courtyard door angrily, shouting, "Song Jisun, come out for a duel. If you lose, you give Ji Gui to me as a maid, and she'll serve me food, make my bed, and wash my feet every day. If I lose, I'll let you have Chen Ping'an as your servant. How about it? I just want to know if you're brave enough. Anyone who isn't is just a coward." Inside, Song Jisun lazily replied, "Go cool off. I checked the almanac. Today is not a good day to beat someone. Gu Can, consider yourself lucky." Outside, the child continued to pound on the door. "Ji Gui, how can you follow such a cowardly young master? It must be so suffocating for you. You might as well elope with Lu Xianyang. That big fool looks at you like he wants to eat you." Mei Ji Gui turned and walked toward the house. Inside, Song Jisun was carefully polishing a green gourd, an old item of uncertain age, which was part of the inheritance left by Lord Song. Initially, Song Jisun didn't pay much attention to it, but later he accidentally discovered that whenever there was thunder or rain, the gourd would buzz. However, after removing the lid, no matter how he shook it, nothing would come out. Pouring water or sand into it would result in just water and sand, neither more nor less. Feeling perplexed, and after being irritated by Gu Can's fierce mother shouting at him about being a bastard born without a father, Song Jisun took a knife to chop at the gourd, resulting in a shocking scene. The blade curled, but the gourd remained completely unharmed, leaving no trace whatsoever. Years ago, a letter burned by Song Jisun contained the words, "The funds for moving the government office to the small courtyard will ensure that you and your servant will have no worries about food and clothing. In your spare time, You can collect some antiques that please your heart as a means of cultivating your character. Although the town is small, coarse grains can nourish the stomach, books can nurture the spirit, scenery can please the eyes, and solitude can nourish the heart. From today on, do your best and leave the rest to fate. A hidden dragon in the depths will surely bring future blessings. Although Song Jisun resented that man, he knew that not spending money would bring misfortune. In the simple and honest small town, it was difficult to live extravagantly. Over the years, Song Jisun had indeed come to enjoy the trade of collecting junk, with a large vermilion box filled to the brim with quirky items like green gourds. Song Jisun had a mysterious intuition as he looked at a large box filled with various items, over 30 in total. The most precious was a gourd, followed by a rusty purple-gold bell that, when shaken, revealed a hammer striking its inner wall, which should have produced a crisp sound but was eerily silent, leaving Song Jisun both chilled and intrigued. Lastly, there was an ancient teapot inscribed with the name of a mountain demon. As for the other items, Song Jisun liked them superficially but did not feel any instant attraction. A child named Gu Qin was outside the door, cursing loudly with full vigor. Before long, the cursing abruptly stopped. Then Chen Ping'an saw the boy suddenly push open his courtyard door, panic-stricken, securing the door latch before squatting beside it, repeatedly signaling Chen Ping'an to join him. Confused, Chen Ping'an crouched next to the boy and quietly asked, "Gu Qin, what are you doing? Did you provoke your mother again?" The boy sniffled and lowered his voice. "Chen Ping'an, I just encountered a strange person. That white bowl in his hand could pour water continuously. Look, it's such a small bowl, and I saw him pouring water for an entire hour. When he passed by the entrance of our mud bottle alley, he seemed to stop. He couldn't have seen me, right? This is bad, this is bad." The boy gestured to indicate the size of the bowl and then patted his chest, exclaiming, "I really scared Song Jisun's father to death." Chen Ping'an asked, "Are you talking about the storyteller under the locust tree?" The boy nodded vigorously. "Yes, that old man barely has any strength. I can't even lift him. But that broken bowl is truly terrifying." Suddenly, the boy grabbed Chen Ping'an's arm. "Chen Ping'an, I'm not lying this time. I swear if I'm lying, let Song Jisun have a terrible end." Chen Ping'an raised a finger and made a shushing gesture. The boy immediately fell silent. Footsteps began to sound outside, gradually approaching and then quieting down. One thing subdued another. The boy, who had previously feared nothing, sat down on the ground, wiping his face in a flustered manner. His complexion pale. It was evident that Gu Qin was genuinely scared half to death. The boy suddenly asked, "Chen Ping'an, that guy wouldn't he have gone to my house? Would he? What should we do?" Chen Ping'an sighed. "Shall I accompany you back to your house to take a look?" The boy seemed to have been waiting for this response, jumped up, then slumped back down, a mournful expression on his face. "Chen Ping'an, my legs are weak. I can't walk." Chen Ping'an stood up, bent down to grab the back of the boy's collar, lifting him with one hand while opening the door latch with the other, stepping out of the courtyard. The boy's house was not far, just about 100 steps away. Sure enough, Gu Qin saw that old man in his yard, and his mother had even brought a stool for him. At that moment, the boy felt as if the sky had fallen, so he chose to hide behind Chen Ping'an, letting the taller boy take the lead. Chen Ping'an did not disappoint the child, intentionally or unintentionally shielding him. When the mischievous Gu Qin held on to Chen Ping'an's sleeve, he suddenly felt a surge of bravado. The old man was unconcerned, sitting on the stool, pondering slightly, and the white bowl in his hand vanished into thin air. Gu Qin's legs went weak again, and he hid behind Chen Ping'an, trembling. The old man glanced at the unusually calm village woman and then at the frowning grass sandal boy, finally addressing the timid child. "Little one, do you know what's in your family's water tank?" The boy shouted from behind Chen Ping'an. "What else could it be? Fish, shrimp, and crabs I caught from the creek, and loaches and eels from the fields. If you like them, just take them, don't be polite." The boy's voice grew increasingly quieter, clearly lacking confidence. The woman brushed back her hair and looked at Chen Ping'an, softly saying, "Ping'an." Chen Ping'an understood her meaning, ruffled Gu Qin's hair, and then turned to leave. In the depths of the woman's gaze, there was a hint of guilt towards the grass sandal boy. She cast aside her thoughts and asked the old man, "This distant immortal teacher, do you wish to buy this opportunity or seize it?" The old man shook his head and smiled. "Buy? I can't afford it. Seize? I can't take it either." The woman also shook her head. It had been so before, but it may not be so in the future. The originally relaxed old man, upon hearing this, looked as if struck by lightning. He suddenly waved his sleeve, fingers moving swiftly. He sighed deeply. How could it come to this? The woman's expression turned cold as she mocked. Does the immortal think this small town has many good people? The old man stood up, deeply gazing at the bewildered child, seemingly making a huge decision. With a flick of his wrist, the white bowl reappeared. He walked over to a large water tank, quickly scooping a bowl of water with a ladle. Though the woman pretended to be calm, her palms were soaked with sweat. The old man sat back on the stool and beckoned to Ping'an. Come here and take a look. The boy looked at his mother, who nodded with encouraging eyes. As the boy approached, the old man gently blew on the surface of the water in the bowl, creating ripples. The old man smiled. Open your mouth. At the same time, he casually brushed his hand and pulled out a locust leaf from somewhere on the boy. His fingers barely grasped it. The boy instinctively gasped. The old man flicked his fingers, and the lush locust leaf disappeared into the boy's mouth. The boy was stunned, then realized that there seemed to be nothing unusual in his mouth. The old man did not give him a chance to ask questions, pointing to the white bowl in his palm, telling him to take a close look. Ping'an widened his eyes, staring intently, first seeing an extremely tiny black, which gradually transformed into a slightly noticeable black line, and finally slowly grew larger, appearing to become a light yellow loach, happily rolling in the ripples of the water in the white bowl. The boy, whose mind was a muddle, suddenly exclaimed, I remember it. It's the one I got from Chen Ping'an. The woman slapped her son's face, angrily saying, Shut up. The old man was not surprised by this, calmly saying, We cultivators, in order to prove longevity, go against the natural order. This little competition is nothing. No need to be so nervous. What belongs to your son cannot be escaped, and what should not belong to that youth cannot be kept. This boy named Ping'an weighed less than 40 pounds, but his innate quality was astonishing. Therefore, when this old man, who possessed divine abilities, previously made an exception to use his ancestral secret technique to weigh his bones, he naturally could not lift Ping'an. This was the prerequisite for him to take on a disciple. Otherwise, how could a 3-year-old child, holding gold in the market, not be seeking death? The old man smiled lightly, but his gaze was cold as he slowly said, Of course, even if it originally belonged to that youth, so what? Now that I am personally overseeing it, it is no longer his. The boy fell silent, trembling. The woman sighed in relief. The old man once again donned a kind and amiable expression. Child, this bowl contains the water of an entire river, and now it also nurtures a little dragon. From now on, you are my direct disciple. The old man was a true lord, just a step away from becoming the founder of a sect. Although he was of a lower sect, you will naturally understand the weight of the words true lord and founding sect in the future. The old man laughed heartily and said, It can only be heavier than this bowl of river water. The child suddenly began to cry. This isn't right. It's Chen Ping'an's. The woman, embarrassed and angry, raised her arm high, ready to teach this foolish son, blinded by pig fat, a lesson. The old man waved his hand, smiled, and casually said, Having such a heart isn't entirely a bad thing. The child lowered his head, wiping away tears and snot with the back of his hand. The woman quietly glanced at the old man. The old man smiled knowingly and nodded. Like-minded individuals understand each other without words. When the child lifted his head, his mother and the inexplicably fallen from the sky half-master were both wearing faint smiles. The child turned his head, and when Chen Ping'an left, he did not forget to close the courtyard gate. The small town resembled a fertile field, having experienced a bountiful harvest season. However, some people were merely a single weed among the rice, glanced at once, and never looked back. For example, the young man in straw sandals walking alone in Mud Bottle Alley. Volume 1, Caged Sparrow Chapter 9. Although the rain is wide, a man and a woman turned into Mud Bottle Alley. The young man wore a high crown and had a green pendant hanging from his waist. Looking more like a wealthy young master than the descendants of the richest family in the town, the Liu family. The woman's age was hard to determine at first glance. She appeared youthful, with delicate skin and a pointed chin, like an icicle hanging from the eaves in winter. Upon a closer look, she had the charm of a woman in her 30s, with phoenix eyes and an enchanting figure. From head to toe, she exuded an alluring grace, walking with a twist of her waist, embodying a charm that no woman in the town possessed. The woman looked around curiously, even reaching out to touch the yellow mud walls, but she could detect no clues. She asked curiously, Fu Nanhua, is this really one of the hidden paradises you mentioned? Why was this alley not highlighted on the geomantic map provided by my ancestor? The young man answered evasively, If you and I were to have an unexpected joy here, how would you repay me? The woman turned sideways, intertwining her fingers behind her, accentuating her full bosom. She half-jokingly replied, "You can have whatever you like. How about that?" The young man did not expect her to be so straightforward, leaving him momentarily speechless. Moreover, as he came here to visit relatives and friends, bearing the weight of his family's century-long rise and fall, and even millennia of prosperity, he dared not engage in a fleeting romance with the woman in the public eye of the small town. So he quickly changed the subject, pointing deeper into the alley, and said with a smile, "Kai Xianzi, friends are friends, and business is business. I must repeat, according to our previous agreement, there are 2 households in this mud bottle alley, one with a master and servant, and one with a mother and child. You may choose one first, and the wager will be your Yunxia Mountain specialty, the Yunjin stone, which you will send us 10 pieces of each year." The woman nodded, her smile charming. "Of course, that is fine." The young man continued walking slowly, saying, "Next, if you gain unexpected fortune here, that item must be assessed by our respective ancestors to determine a fair price. After that, you will provide half the equivalent value of Yunjin stones from Yunxia Mountain. Kai Jinjian, do you have any objections? Or can you confirm that after you agree to this matter here and now, you will still be able to convince your ancestors at Yunxia Mountain to approve this wager once you have secured your profits?" The woman's expression changed, becoming solemn and dignified, as if she transformed from a fallen courtesan into a regal empress. The woman known as Kai Jinjian firmly declared, "I can." The young man squinted, his expression darkening as he stopped to face the tall woman, making it clear, "Today, our alliance for mutual benefit is not based on how we feel about each other, but on the incense ties accumulated over the centuries between the old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain. If we mess this up and provoke the wrath of those old men, it won't just be me, Fu Nanhua, or you, Kai Jinjian, who will bear the consequences. Even our parents and masters won't be able to afford it." Kai Jinjian smiled. "So during our time in the small town, we must be honest and cooperate sincerely, right?" Fu Nanhua, displaying his handsome demeanor even in the dark alley, smiled. "Besides that." Fu Nanhua turned to glance back, then lowered his voice. "We still need to be careful of those 2. After all, they are not from Zhenyang Mountain, and can't be considered reputable orthodox sections. Moreover, I've heard that those 2 guys are quite wild and do not follow rules." The tall woman narrowed her expressive phoenix eyes, as if playfully saying, "That's why I, Kai Jinjian, chose you, young Master Fu." Fu Nanhua whispered, "Let us go." Although this place is under the suppression of sages, balancing various forces, we should still be cautious. It wouldn't be good to capsize in the gutter. In short, whether we can leap over the Dragon Gate depends on this endeavor. This renowned prodigy, with a steadfast heart, silently vowed, "The great way is to be expected. If it obstructs my path, then the immortals and Buddhas can be slain." He looked deep into the alley and saw a lean young man approaching from afar. It was their second meeting. The 2 continued to stroll leisurely, like a pair of immortal lovers fallen into the mortal realm. The tall woman also spotted the young man and teased, "Over there, in the alley, we've encountered him twice. Do you think he will?" She only finished half her sentence, but Fu Nanhua knew her implication and couldn't help but smile wryly. "My dear Kai Xianzi, the small town has 600 households, plus nearly 5,000 servants and miscellaneous workers from 10 prominent families. Even if the town is full of hidden talents, there's a limit. Besides, over the years, those with roots, fortune, and connections have long been secretly divided. The reason we can find a bargain this time is merely because those unpredictable mighty figures are intentionally letting things slip." The woman also chuckled at herself, feeling embarrassed by her naive thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, Fu Nanhua said, "I don't know how your ancestor imparts heavenly secrets, but my father once told me that when entering this place, if someone makes you feel cold, you must proactively retreat and keep your distance. Never provoke or challenge them lightly, as this place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, deep and unfathomable. Those who evoke negative feelings are likely to be competitors in this exploration for treasures in the small town. As for those who make you feel close, they might be the fortunate ones of this region and could potentially turn into opportunities for you. Just remember not to kill easily and not to break those few unshakable old rules. Besides that, whether to buy, deceive, or forcibly take depends on." Kai Jinjian raised her lips. "Depends on our mood." She suddenly frowned. "Young Master Fu, why didn't you let me bring along the Zhao descendants rooted in the local area? Although I did learn some local dialects before I left. Fu Nanhua interrupted her, shaking his head. Those prominent families have always maintained secret channels with the outside world, able to pass some inconsequential messages under the noses of the sages without being seen as crossing the line. Over generations, their foundation is deep. And compared to us from Old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain, we are still somewhat inferior. Moreover, relying on outsiders is ultimately unseemly and prone to complications that could jeopardize major matters. If you don't want to speak later, I can take over. She smiled. It's fine. Just say some awkward words. I'm not that delicate. Fu Nanhua smiled dismissively, and Kai Jinjian didn't say much either. After all, friends made halfway through are not as close as family. Moreover, to some ambitious individuals who aim to achieve great things, what do grandparents, parents, husbands, and brothers mean? Fu Nanhua's smile was serene and elegant, like a scion of a top aristocratic family. The reason he revealed the heavenly secret and shared his father's secret technique with Kai Jinjian was quite simple. Compared to the other two companions from before, the dull middle-aged man and the stern young girl in black, the moment Fu Nanhua stepped into the town's gate, he felt a murderous intent toward his ally. Kai Jinjian from Yunxia Mountain. Fu Nanhua instinctively reached for the green pendant at his waist. The old dragon brings rain, skillfully crafted. A gentleman does not let go of his jade without cause. Kai Jinjian thought for a moment, closed her eyes, and after a while opened them, and said, Song Jisun. Gukan, I'll choose Gukan. Fu Nanhua raised an eyebrow. All right, it's settled. In their line of sight, as the boy jumped left and right into a small alley. He was about to unlock the door and enter. Fu Nanhua quickly stepped forward with Kai Jinjian and smiled. What a coincidence, we meet again. The shabby-looking boy was Chen Ping'an, who had just come out from Gukan's home. Upon hearing the voice, he turned around and nodded, asking, Is there something? Fu Nanhua spoke in the fluent local dialect of the town. This is called Nipping Alley, right? I wanted to ask if there is someone named Song Jisun living here. And also a child named Gukan. I am from the capital, and my family has a long-standing friendship with Song Jisun's father. This sister beside me, her surname is Kai, is from Gu Kan's mother's family. So we are traveling together, and it just so happens we are in the same alley. Isn't that a coincidence? It feels like everything has come together. Truly, no coincidence is without reason. Fu Nanhua smiled calmly, even when speaking to the grass-sandaled boy from the lower class. He slightly bent his tall frame to accommodate the boy, maintaining this posture while speaking, which neither seemed pretentious nor made him appear ill-intentioned. Instead, it made others see him as gentle and modest. The boy, looking up, replied with a shy smile, It is quite a coincidence. Fu Nanhua's smile deepened, and he gently asked, So where do these two families live? Unexpectedly, the boy shook his head and said, I was just an apprentice at a dragon kiln not long ago, lived outside the town for many years, just moved here, and am not familiar with the neighbors. Why don't you ask someone else? Fu Nanhua smiled, not rushing to speak, seemingly contemplating his words. The tall girl said with a smile, Little brother, it's not good to lie. Do you think we look like bad people? To take a step back, what bad things can we do in broad daylight? Chen Ping'an blinked and replied, But I really don't know. Kai Jinjian returned to her usual speech and asked Fu Nanhua, Does this child want a reward? Fu Nanhua's expression remained unchanged. Doesn't seem like it. The tall girl revealed a trace of barely concealed annoyance in her eyes. If it doesn't work, we can ask door to door, and we can still find them. Fu Nanhua waved his hand at her, patiently coaxing the boy, Help us with a small favor, and I'll give you something in return. How about that? The boy scratched his head, looking thin and clear-eyed. Fu Nanhua suddenly stood up straight. Then he saw a scholarly-looking boy squatting on a nearby wall, observing them. Near the elegantly dressed boy stood a girl, revealing half of her face, looking clean and neat, with eyebrows like ink. At that moment, Fu Nanhua felt a sense of certainty. The boy in front of him would surely be his prize. The boy stood up and asked loudly, Are you looking for someone? Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian had to look up. The former said, Yes, I'm looking for you. This sister beside me is looking for Gukan. Can you help? The boy frowned and asked, Do you know me? Fu Nanhua replied, Of course I don't know you, but I know Lord Song, who is currently serving in the Ministry of Rights. Song Jisun asked straightforwardly, Helping you find the snot-nosed Gukan is fine. What's the benefit? Without hesitation, Fu Nanhua took off the green pendant at his waist and tossed it high to the boy on the low wall. It's yours now. After taking it, Song Jisun was slightly startled, but his expression remained unchanged, and he told his maid, Jigue, you go. She nodded and left the yard. As the girl quietly stood in the narrow alley, the entire nipping alley seemed to brighten in an instant. Fu Nanhua smiled at the grass-sandaled boy. Little guy, let me give you a piece of advice. Even though the rain is wide, it does not nourish the rootless grass. Then he took the lead toward the girl. The tall girl did not move, her eyes playful, and she whispered to the boy, "Do you know what that means?" Her eyes sparkled with interest, and before the boy could answer, she laughed heartily. "It actually tells you that you missed a great opportunity. This young master, if you could just scrape a little something from his fingernail, it would be enough for you to live a very comfortable life down the mountain for the rest of your life. But the fortunate thing is, you probably will never know what you missed out on today, truly a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, you would regret it deeply." Fu Nanhua listened and felt she was wasting her breath. Outside the town, the gap between people, especially the difference in status, was even more significant than the divide between yin and yang. Kai Jinjian stepped back toward the maid, facing the grass-sandaled boy. "Even though the rain is wide, it does not nourish the rootless grass. Remember that." The boy's expression remained unchanged, but suddenly he shouted loudly, "Be careful behind you." Kai Jinjian froze in place. The boy lowered his voice. Crap. Volume 1, Caged Bird, Chapter 10, The Air of Cattle. At that moment, Kai Jinjian was stepping back, and as soon as her foot landed, she realized something was wrong. Stepping in dog poop was far more unbearable than stepping in it and being seen by others. And the most humiliating thing was that the person who saw it even told you that you really stepped in dog poop. Kai Jinjian was not a shallow-minded woman, nor was she a delicate lady who couldn't endure hardship. As one of the many offspring of the master of Yunxiao Mountain, being able to stand out and win the final spot spoke volumes. Yunxiao Mountain has a total of 18 peaks, shrouded in mist all year round. And the cloud root stone produced there is an important material for the Taoist alchemical sect to refine external elixirs, known for being flawless and pure, standing out on its own. Therefore, people from Yunxiao Mountain must pay attention to cleanliness and simplicity, and most have obsessive-compulsive tendencies, Kai Jinjian being no exception. If it weren't for the town's significant ties, Kai Jinjian would never set foot in the town in her lifetime, let alone walk step by step through the dog poop-filled nipping alley. The most embarrassing part was that after coming here, they, originally high and mighty celestial beings, suddenly lost all their support, and the families occupying some heavenly blessed land, with their mountain-moving and sea-turning powers, their ability to fly and subdue demons, and their marvelous magical treasures, were all gone. And then came the scene of Kai Jinjian stepping in dog poop. Fu Nanhua originally found it amusing. Who would believe that the immaculate fairy from Yunxiao Mountain stepped in a boot full of stinky dog poop? But the next moment, Fu Nanhua shouted seriously, "Kai Jinjian, stop!" Standing on the mud wall, Song Jisen's pupils narrowed as she tightened her grip on the carved dragon green pendant in her palm. In the alley, Kai Jinjian seemed to leap right in front of Chen Ping'an in one step. Her delicate hand, as translucent as sheep-fat jade, swiftly struck the top of the straw-sandal boy's head. The moment Fu Nanhua called out to stop her from behind, she abruptly halted her palm, gently lifted it, and patted down softly, completing this seemingly affectionate gesture of an elder spoiling a younger one. She then bent down, gazing into the boy's eyes, which resembled a clear spring that one could see to the bottom of. Kai Jinjian could almost see her own face reflected there, but unfortunately, her mood was extremely poor as she smiled with her lips, but not with her eyes, and said, "Little guy, I know you deliberately slowed down when you spoke." Fu Nanhua breathed a sigh of relief. If Kai Jinjian truly dared to kill someone here, she could very well be expelled from the small town, dragging the entire Yunxiao Mountain into a great joke. His expression darkened as he reminded her in formal classical Mandarin, "Kai Jinjian, please think twice. If you continue to be this impulsive, I may have to abandon our pact. I don't want to end up empty-handed because of you." With her back to the young master of Laolong City, Kai Jinjian quickly muttered softly, "The high quality sees Buddha quickly, the low quality sees Buddha slowly. There is indeed a pure land, indeed a lotus pool." She quickly turned her head and smiled apologetically at Fu Nanhua. "I lost my composure. I promise. It won't happen again." Fu Nanhua sneered, "Are you sure?" Kai Jinjian smiled dismissively, not making any solemn promises to Fu Nanhua, and turned her gaze back to the straw-sandal boy, speaking to herself in the refined official dialect prevalent in the region. "I, Yunxiao Mountain, originate from one of the 5 sects of Buddhism, which emphasizes subduing the heart and tethering the mind. However, before I came here, I couldn't comprehend what the heart and mind were. My family elders were also reluctant to force things, letting me explore on my own. I didn't expect that today in your mud bottle alley, I would step on a pile of dog poop, which instead gave me a clue. Chen Ping'an reminded her, sister. You've stepped in dog poop for quite a while now. Why not hurry and scrape it off? The celestial woman, who initially felt she had entered a state of Buddhist purity, immediately broke out of it upon hearing this, falling back into the mundane world, her face turning ashen. Yet, Fu Nanhua's warning still echoed in her ears, so she could only vent her anger by poking a finger heavily on the straw sandal boy's forehead, glaring. At such a young age, has no one taught you that a bad temper is a sign of early death, and being sharp-tongued is a sign of losing blessings? Chen Ping'an, with tough skin and thick flesh, paid no mind, and simply looked at Song Jisun not far away, remaining silent. The latter jumped up and cursed, Chen Ping'an. What are you looking at? So unlucky. Fu Nanhua was surprised to find that he hadn't even stepped into Song Jisun's courtyard yet, and his expression turned displeased. He could not hide his sarcasm. Kai Jinjian. How interesting. There are still people in the world who delay their path to immortality for a pile of dog poop. Kai Jinjian, unusually calm, took a long look at the unimpressive, thin boy, then turned to leave. Suddenly, the boy behind her said softly, Sister, your eyelashes are very long. How dare such a crude worldly ant tease a celestial goddess? Kai Jinjian was furious and turned her head abruptly, resolving to teach this seemingly honest but actually cunning country bumpkin a lesson, even if it meant sacrificing some of her luck. She thought that although Kai Jinjian and her companions had entered this place as if prisoners in a cage, bound and helpless, facing obstacles everywhere, and all their magical tools were temporarily unusable, the benefits of her lifelong cultivation still allowed her to refine her body, as if constantly tempering her muscles and bones. Though the effects were not significant and far inferior to those focused on martial arts, with this foundation, dealing with a boy who had been struggling in the muddy streets would be effortless. A casual palm strike aimed at some crucial acupoints could plant the seeds of illness and shorten his life, easily done. However, in the dim alley, all she saw was a dark face and bright eyes. The bright moon rises over the sea. Kai Jinjian's eyes first lit up. Then a natural feeling of pity arose within her. Finally, a hint of regret faded from her phoenix eyes, and her smile grew brighter as she suddenly realized. Cutting off the heart demon was indeed an opportunity. It should be known that the Yunxia mountain lineage, since its founding by the ancestor Yunxia Laoxian, has always upheld the view that every rise and fall of relationships is a tribulation. Of course, this method of overcoming tribulations has no fixed rules. Everything requires the parties involved to solve the puzzles themselves. For instance, Kai Jinjian at this moment felt she had found the heart and mind that needed to be subdued, the seemingly innocent but actually obstructive boy. So she raised a hand again, covering the boy's heart with her palm and gently pressing down. This entire action flowed like clouds and water, as quick as thunder. Even if the boy was aware and tried to step back half a step, he could not counter the tall woman's move. Fu Nanhua stared intently at that alluring and graceful figure, feeling not a trace of attraction, but rather a surge of murderous intent, almost solidifying into a heart of stone. He intentionally concealed his killing intent and deliberately shouted angrily, Previously, your finger lightly tapped the boy's forehead, causing him to suffer from chronic illness. Such punishment is enough. Why do you still want to, Kai Jinjian? Have you lost your mind? Do you really want to disregard the path to the great Tao for a worthless child? Kai Jinjian ignored him. Fu Nanhua lowered his voice, regaining the demeanor of a noble family son, and chuckled. The dignified Kai Jinjian of Yunxia Mountain is quarreling with a street boy. Is that not embarrassing to spread around? Kai Jinjian turned around and smiled. This little alley really has a connection with me. Who would have thought that it would allow me to gain a bit of opportunity? Although it's not much. Even mosquito meat is meat. It's a good omen. I have even more confidence in that boy named Gu Kan. Fu Nanhua was taken aback. Could it be that this woman truly had an epiphany? Kai Jinjian raised a foot, seeing the unsightly filth, and said with a smile, What a stroke of luck. Song Jisun's face was dark and uncertain, revealing no change of thoughts. The unnoticed Meiji Gue stood in place, silent and still. At one moment, two pairs of light golden eyes appeared in her gaze, a singular double pupil. Fu Nanhua vaguely sensed something amiss, suddenly turned his head to look around quickly, but noticed nothing unusual. Finally, he scrutinized the young maid from top to bottom, finding nothing wrong, so he could only attribute this discomfort to Kai Jinjian's actions, which had drawn the attention of the town's celestial sage. Kai Jinjian was in a good mood, as all the stagnant thoughts she had accumulated before flowed down like a flood breaking a dam. How could it be just a small opportunity? If it weren't for the empty Yunxiao mountain truly needing a weighty celestial artifact to stabilize the leaking fortune of the mountain gate, and if she didn't need it to solidify her position as the next mountain lord, she would have wanted to leave immediately and retreat to Yunxiao Mountain for 10 or 20 years of closed-door cultivation. Kai Jinjian walked towards the maid in Fu Nanhua's shabby alley. The boy behind her asked, "Did you do something to me?" Kai Jinjian didn't look back. "Little guy? You're overthinking it." The boy fell silent. Kai Jinjian glanced back and smiled. "You have at most half a year left to live." The boy was taken aback. She smiled charmingly. "You really believe it? Sister was just joking with you." Chen Ping'an grinned. Kai Jinjian and Fu Nanhua, this pair of celestial beings, almost simultaneously had a thought arise in their hearts. The frog at the bottom of the well, the ant at the foot of the mountain. Song Jisun, squatting on the wall watching the show, rubbed his temples with both hands, his expression unusually serious. Even though Ji Gui had already taken that strangely temperamental sister to find the snotty Gu Can, and that young guy who would throw money around at the slightest disagreement had also entered his own yard, the thoughtful Song Jisun remained there in a daze. In the extraordinary gaze of the young emperor, a thin boy stood in the mud bottle alley, watching the tall woman's back for a while before quickly retracting his gaze and walking towards his own yard, but the wooden door remained closed for a long time. Song Jisun found this feeling very unpleasant. There was a guy who usually kept a low profile, but at certain times, he felt like a stone in a latrine. It's annoying if not moved, and dirty if moved. As a result, he didn't quite catch Fu Nanhua's words behind him. The young lord of Longcheng had to repeat, "Song Jisun, do you know there are people in this world who are very different from you?" Song Jisun finally came back to his senses, turned around to continue squatting, looking down at the elegantly dressed Fu Nanhua, and said flatly, "I know." Fu Nanhua had to forcefully swallow the words that had already reached his lips, but he still, somewhat unwillingly, smiled and asked, "Really know?" The mysterious town boy, with a cold gaze, sneered, "Are you trying to say they can bring the dead back to life, achieve immortality, and have boundless magical powers?" Fu Nanhua nodded, pleased, and said, "We can count as half fellow practitioners." Song Jisun glanced at the neighboring yard's door with his peripheral vision, slightly distracted and out of place. Fu Nanhua spoke candidly, "Then I'll be straightforward. No matter what you have, as long as you're willing to name a price, I will sell my family's possessions to buy it." Song Jisun, puzzled, replied, "I can see that between you and that woman, your family background and status are superior. Since she can treat that guy next door like that, why would you be willing to treat me this way?" Fu Nanhua took the initiative to continue the conversation. "Equal footing?" Song Jisun nodded and praised, "You're quite reasonable. It's not hard to talk to you." Fu Nanhua did not mind the young man's condescending attitude, whether in position or in tone, unlike Kai Jinjian, who viewed the boy in straw sandals as a lowly ant. Fu Nanhua felt a sense of closeness to Song Jisun and always harbored a sense of awe towards the mud bottle alley, which was hard to explain. Thus, Fu Nanhua indeed regarded the young man before him as a kindred spirit. On this grand path, the more one advances, the more irrelevant status, gender, and age become. They are all illusions, meaningless. Song Jisun jumped down from the courtyard wall and whispered, "Let's talk inside." Fu Nanhua nodded, "Okay." As Song Jisun stepped over the threshold, he casually asked, just out of curiosity, "What is your relationship with that obviously well-bred sister?" Fu Nanhua answered without hesitation, "For now, we are a team, but not on the same path." Song Jisun responded with an "Oh," saying some nonsensical things. "Then you guys are too indecisive in your actions, not at all sharp. I used to hear that the outside world, with its immortals and demons, is bizarre, but for those who cultivate, if there are grudges, shouldn't they be cut off completely to eliminate future troubles?" The eldest son of the Fu family, after all, was a descendant of celestial beings raised in Longcheng, accustomed to great winds and waves, and did not show any emotion upon hearing this. He smiled and asked, "Do you have a grudge against them?" The boy widened his eyes, feigning surprise. "What are you talking about?" As if realizing that the man before him did not believe him at all. Song Jisun suppressed his exaggerated expression, took the lead in sitting down on a chair in the hall, gestured for Fu Nanhua to sit as well, and then said seriously, "I've been neighbors with Chen Ping'an, who lost his parents when he was very young, for so many years, and we've never quarreled. Believe it or not." Fu Nanhua instantly understood the boy's veiled meaning. The boy next door, abandoned and rootless, was just a drifting weed. If he died, no one would pursue the matter. The young lord of Longqing couldn't help but feel amused and realized that the turmoil in this little alley was somewhat absurd and comical. That poor boy next door seemed to have intentionally concealed the address of Song Jisun and his servant, which brought about an unforeseen disaster, potentially costing him his life. Ironically, it was this seemingly well-off young man from the Song family who was trying to use someone else's knife to kill, leading to death. One knife wasn't enough, so there was another. Fu Nanhua couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. No wonder it is said, the offspring of tigers and leopards, though not yet written, already possessed the aura of devouring cattle. In Gu Kan's courtyard, the child had already been locked in a room by his mother, and the woman sat opposite the old man who claimed to be a true lord. The old man withdrew his palm, with lines crisscrossing on it, and smiled. The situation is set. The woman asked in confusion, "May I ask what the immortal master just did to make that Chen Ping'an?" Upon saying this, she noticed the old man's eyes suddenly shining with brilliance, scaring her into quickly closing her mouth. The old man looked towards the courtyard gate, gently waved his sleeve, creating a gust of fresh wind that swirled around the small courtyard, lingering. The old man then said, "For someone of my status, stepping into this place, the deeper one gets trapped in the helpless situation of a mud Buddha crossing a river. Although it can't yet be said that I cannot protect myself. The longer it drags on, the more. As that young man Song Jisun said, it's called dragging mud and water. One can only muddle through to a fate laden with karmic entanglements. The good thing is that person, heaven's wrath and human anger. Even if they have already taken a big step back in their intentions, it is still too late to preserve their integrity, and they cannot escape disaster. What a pity. The situation that was originally expected to enjoy incense for 1,000 autumns has taken a sharp turn, becoming unbearably tragic. Taking this opportunity, I can plan something for your son, to see if I can end that young man's life, while also cutting off the leads for certain saints and immortals in the future, avoiding the worry of accounting after autumn, so that my new disciple can ride the momentum of wind and thunder on the path to becoming an immortal and ultimately transform into a dragon." The woman sitting beside him listened intermittently, sweating profusely. The old man smiled and asked, "Isn't it strange? Clearly a person who drinks the essence of the clouds and dew, ignoring worldly affairs. Why is he so devoted to cultivation, and after all this cultivation, seems to have only developed this kind of scheming and hostility? Not much better than you, a shallow-eyed, ignorant village woman?" The woman quickly lowered her head and trembled. "I would never dare to think such a thing." The old man laughed it off, quietly waiting for Kai Jinjian from Yunxiao Mountain to knock on the door. On the path of cultivation, the techniques are boundless, and the divine powers are infinite. There are weights to reason, and heights to the Tao. Kai Jinjian views you as ants. And how could this true lord not view her and Fu Nanhua as ants? What reason is there to discuss with the ants beneath one's feet? Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow Chapter 11. The Girl and the Flying Sword. A scholar with gray hair brought a young man in a blue shirt, leaving the village school and arriving under the archway. This town's most knowledgeable teacher looked somewhat haggard, pointing to a plaque above his head, asking, "What do these 4 characters mean?" The young Zhao Yao, both a student of the school and the teacher's book boy, followed his gaze and looked up, answering without hesitation, "We Confucians establish our teachings based on the character Ren, and the 4 characters on the plaque, taken from Dang Ren, Bu Rang Yu Shi, mean that we scholars should respect our teachers and value the Tao. But before righteousness and morality, there is no need to be humble." Mr. Qi asked, "No need to be humble? What if we change it to cannot?" The young man in a green robe has a refined appearance, and compared to the aggressive and ostentatious demeanor of Song Jisun, his temperament is more gentle and restrained, resembling a budding lotus, naturally lovely. When the teacher posed this subtly intricate question, the young man dared not take it lightly. He carefully considered his response, feeling that the teacher was testing his knowledge. And how could he answer carelessly? The middle-aged scholar watched his disciple's cautious demeanor as if facing a great enemy, and smiled knowingly, patting the young man's shoulder, assuring him that it was just a casual question, no need to be nervous. "It seems I have constrained your nature too much before, over-polishing you, making you live like a statue placed in the Wenchang Pavilion, with a stiff face, adhering strictly to rules and reasoning, exhausting as it may be. However, at the moment, it seems to be a good thing." The young man felt somewhat puzzled, but the teacher had already led him around to the other side. Still looking up at the 4-character plaque, the scholar's expression relaxed, and for some reason, The usually serious teacher began to share many amusing anecdotes and cases with his disciple. Previously, the plaque inscribed with Dang Renbu Rang was written by the foremost calligrapher of the time, sparking much debate, such as disputes over structure, the essence of spirit, the praises and criticisms of ancient quality versus modern beauty, which remain unresolved to this day. The four aspects of rhyme, law, meaning, and style in calligraphy, for millennia. This person has claimed the top honors, leaving no room for contemporaneous masters. As for the current Shiyan, it became somewhat amusing. If you look closely, you should be able to discover that although the four characters share similar strokes, structure, and spirit, they were in fact written separately by four great Taoist masters. At that time, two elder immortals even exchanged letters, engaging in quite a dispute, each wanting to write the profoundly mysterious Shi character, unwilling to write the mundane Yin character. Then the scholar led the young man to the Mo Xiang Waiqiu plaque. He looked around, his gaze drifting. The rural school where you studied will soon be closed due to the absence of a teacher, either shut down by several prominent families or simply demolished to build a small Taoist temple or erect a Buddha statue for incense offerings, with a Taoist priest or monk presiding, year after year, until the cycle of 60 years, during which there may be 2 or 3 personnel changes to avoid raising the townspeople's suspicions. In reality, it is merely a crude sleight of hand. However, completing a trivial magical feat here, if placed outside, might equal the grand momentum of a heavenly deity striking a great drum, shaking the world with spring thunder. Later on, the teacher's voice became as fine as a mosquito's buzz, and even the scholar Zhao Yao, straining his ears, could not hear clearly. Mr. Qi sighed, his tone somewhat helpless and weary. Many matters are originally secrets of heaven that cannot be revealed. By now, they have become increasingly indifferent. But after all, we are scholars and should still uphold our dignity. Moreover, if I, Qi Jingchun, were to lead the way in breaking the rules, it would be akin to being a thief in my own house, a truly unseemly sight. Zhao Yao suddenly gathered his courage and said, "Teacher, I know you are not an ordinary person, and this small town is not an ordinary place." The scholar smiled with curiosity. "Oh, do tell." Zhao Yao pointed to the imposing 12-foot archway. This place, along with the iron lockwell in Xinghua Lane, and the rumors of the 2 iron swords hanging under the bridge of the corridor, the old locust tree, the peach trees in Taoya Lane, and the Fulu Street where my Zhao family resides, the annual Guyu and Chongyang notices, are all quite strange. The scholar interrupted the young man. Strange? How is it strange? You have grown up here since childhood and have never ventured outside. How could you have seen the scenery beyond the town? Without comparison, how can such remarks arise? Zhao Yao, with a slightly solemn voice, said, "Teacher, I am already well acquainted with the content of your books. The peach blossoms in Taoya Lane differ greatly from the descriptions in the poems. Furthermore, teacher, why do you only teach the 3 texts of elementary education, focusing on literacy? After elementary education, what should we read? Why do we study, and what is the purpose of reading? What do we gain from the lines about in the morning a farmer, in the evening entering the hall of the emperor? Why do emperors value heroes and teach you all?" Although the 2 officers of Kiln's supervision never discuss court matters, the scholar smiled with satisfaction. That's enough. Further discussion is futile. Zhao Yao immediately fell silent. The scholar, self-styled Qi Jingchun, quietly said, "Zhao Yao, in the future, you need to be cautious in your words and actions. Remember that calamity often comes from careless speech, which is why Confucian sages tend to keep their mouths tightly sealed. As for gentlemen above the sages, they practice caution in solitude, governing themselves as if they were precious jade, fearing any flaws. As for saints, like the masters of the 72 academies, they can speak prophecies that come true, their words manifesting as laws. This group of individuals, along with the great masters from various schools, after reaching this level, are collectively referred to as terrestrial immortals, having 1 foot crossed the threshold. However, these figures are all like dragons, some lofty and unapproachable like the statues in temples, while others are elusive, making it impossible for ordinary people to find them. Zhao Yao listened in a daze, as if caught in a fog. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Teacher, why are you saying all this today?" The scholar's expression was open, and he smiled. "You have a teacher, and naturally, I have a teacher too. As for my teacher, it is best not to mention him. But I originally thought I could linger for several more decades, only to suddenly find that some behind-the-scenes figures do not wish to wait even that long. Therefore, I cannot take you away from the town this time. You must walk out on your own. Some innocuous truths should also be revealed to you. Just consider it as listening to a story. I only hope you understand one principle. There are heavens beyond heavens, and there are people above people. No matter how favored you may be, Zhao Yao, you must not become complacent or slack off. The well water recedes, and the locust leaves fall. All are omens. The scholar named Qi Jingshun reminded, Zhao Yao, do you still remember the locust leaf I asked you to keep well? The young scholar nodded vigorously, having stored it together with the seal given by the teacher. In this world, how can a leaf leave its branch, so lush and fresh? Among the thousands of people in the town, those blessed by this shade are few and far between. That locust leaf can be played with often, and it may yet bring a good opportunity in the future. The scholar's gaze was profound. Besides this, over the years, I have been guiding you to do good deeds and build good relationships in the town, treating everyone with courtesy and sincerity, and in the future, you will gradually understand the intricacies within. Those seemingly insignificant trivial matters can, over time, yield benefits that may not be inferior to holding a volume of the local county chronicle. The young man noticed a yellow bird perched on the stone beam, occasionally hopping and chirping. The scholar stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the yellow bird with a serious expression. The young man could not discern any oddity. Suddenly, the scholar Qi Jingshun glanced toward Mud Bottle Lane, his brow furrowing deeper. He sighed softly. The hibernating insects are beginning to hear the sounds of spring and are breaking through the earth. But as a guest, sneaking around under the host's nose, engaging in such crafty tricks, is it not too presumptuous? Do they truly believe that with a half bowl of water they can act as they wish here? Zhao Yao felt anxious. Teacher? The scholar waved his hand, indicating that this matter did not concern the young man, but he led him to the final plaque. Zhao Yao suddenly felt as if he had heard a spring thunder, abruptly stopping in his tracks, his gaze blank. Not far away, there stood a young girl in black clothing wearing a veil, obscuring her features. Her figure was well-proportioned, neither slender nor plump. At her waist hung a long sword with a snow-white scabbard and a narrow green blade. Standing under the imposing plaque, her arms crossed, lifting her head. The scholar found it amusing and lightly coughed. The young man remained in a daze, completely oblivious to the teacher's reminder of propriety. The scholar smiled knowingly, surprisingly not scolding, and instead stopped coughing loudly, allowing the young boy beside him to gaze dreamily at the girl. The girl seemed completely unaware of the boy's gaze. She appeared to particularly appreciate the 4 characters Qi Chong Do Nyo, which, compared to the solemnity of the other 3 plaques written in regular script, was uniquely inscribed in semi-cursive, imbued with a spirit that seemed almost reckless. She liked it. The boy suddenly snapped back to reality as the teacher patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Zhao Yao, it's time for you to return to the school and take things home. The boy's face turned red, and he lowered his head, following the teacher back to the school. Only then did the girl slowly release her grip on the hilt of her sword. In the distance, the scholar joked, Zhao Yao, I've saved your life. The boy exclaimed in shock, Teacher? The scholar hesitated for a moment and said seriously, in the future, when you see her, you must take a detour. The elegant young scholar, somewhat surprised and a little disappointed, asked, Teacher, why is that? Qi Jingshun thought for a moment and delivered a conclusive statement. She is sharp and unmatched, destined to be a sword without a sheath. The boy hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping short. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, Of course, if it's just secretly liking someone, even the Taoist ancestors and Buddhas cannot stop it. Even for us scholars, who adhere to rules the most, our most revered teacher only warned against speaking, seeing, hearing, and acting inappropriately, but never against thinking inappropriately. At that moment, the boy suddenly seemed possessed and blurted out loudly, She smells so good. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was stunned. The scholar felt a bit of a headache, not out of anger, but because the situation was quite tricky, and he said in a deep voice, Zhao Yao, turn around. The boy instinctively turned around, facing away from the teacher. Under the archway, the girl turned her head, radiating an aura of killing intent. She first let her hands drop, with her thumbs resting on the hilt of her sword. Then she began to take small running steps, about 4 or 5 paces, before suddenly unleashing her strength. The 3-foot-long sword from the white sheath and the slender narrow knife from the green sheath were drawn first, slashing upward. At the same time, she launched herself into the air, quickly grasping the sword and knife, and without a word, struck down. Between the girl in black and the pair of teacher and student in the small town, two not particularly robust arms stretched out, bursting forth with two brilliantly glowing arcs. It was not supernatural, nor was it sorcery. It was purely a matter of speed. The scholar appeared relaxed, showing no intention of dodging, simply stamping his foot lightly. A ripple surged forth. The next moment, the girl's body tensed, her killing intent intensified. The seemingly unstoppable sword and knife completely missed their target, and she found herself standing where the weapons had been drawn. The scholar smiled and said, "Not bad. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. But to be fair, my disciple did indeed offend the young lady, but it's not a capital offense, is it?" The girl deliberately lowered her voice to sound mature and heavy, slowly returning the sword to its sheath, adopting a single-handed grip on the knife. Pointing the tip directly at the scholar, "How you feel is your business. I don't care." She stepped forward. "What I do is my business. Of course, you can try to manage it." She charged forward rapidly. The ground under her feet suddenly caved in, creating two small pits. The scholar stood with one hand behind his back and the other forming a fist in front of his abdomen, smiling. In martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. It's a pity that in this world, even if it collapses, as long as it's before that, even 10 earthly immortals working together to break the formation would be no more than an ant shaking a tree, let alone you. The next moment, the girl inexplicably appeared 10 steps to the left of the scholar. She pondered briefly, then closed her eyes. The scholar shook his head and smiled. "It's not the illusion you think it is. This world is similar to what Buddhism calls a small thousand worlds. Here I am, he suddenly exclaimed, stopping mid-sentence and instantly arriving beside the girl, probing for answers, gently gripping the tip of the knife. He asked, "Who taught you your swordsmanship and knife skills?" The girl did not open her eyes, gripping the hilt of the sword that had just returned to its sheath with her left hand. A cold light sweeping toward the scholar's waist, attempting to cut him in half. The scholar, holding the tip of the knife with 2 fingers, shouted, "Retreat." A clattering sound erupted from the ground, dust flying, and moments later, the figure of the girl in the veil reappeared, standing firm with 1 foot forward and 1 foot back. Beneath her feet, a trench appeared, as if plowed out, leading to the scholar. The girl's hands were bloodied and mangled. The sword had been drawn, and the knife had been drawn. Yet she had fallen to the point of being unarmed and having her blade taken away. Moreover, she was well aware that her enemy had suppressed their strength to match her own level in this world. This was a matter of skill, not a lack of cultivation. She felt as if she were on the edge of a rampage. Perhaps the girl herself did not realize that around her, as the center, the light had begun to distort. This scholar was indeed the most reasonable person, gently and understandingly advising, "You'd better not compare yourself to me for now. It might hinder your martial arts mindset. Reaching the pinnacle of martial arts requires a gradual approach, which is crucial." At that moment, he looked somewhat unusual. One hand holding the sword tip, the other horizontally grasping the sword body. Suddenly, he laughed, mimicking the girl's tone and speaking in a pretentious manner. "Whether you listen is your freedom, whether I speak is my business." The girl fell silent for a moment and said in a low voice, "I'm grateful for your guidance." The scholar nodded with a smile, not just a haughty and arrogant girl, which was good. He gently tossed the knife back to the girl, saying, "I'll return the knife first." He looked down at the long sword's tip, which trembled slightly. A young phoenix is clearer than an old phoenix's voice. The scholar sighed. This sword is of quite good quality, but it still falls short of the top tier, making it barely able to bear the weight of 2 characters, which is a bit strained. Otherwise, with your talent, you could easily take away 3 characters, if not 4. As he sighed, he casually raised his hand and softly shouted, "Command." 2 dazzling lights shot out from the plaque inscribed with Chi Chong Do Nyo. The scholar waved his sleeve and struck twice, sending the energy into the long sword. On the plaque, the characters Chi Nyo still held their momentum. The characters Chong Do, however, seemed like a waning old man on a sickbed, having lost all vitality after a brief flicker of life. The scholar casually flicked his wrist, and the long sword returned to its sheath in the blink of an eye. Since it had returned to its sheath, no one noticed the 2 auras swirling like dragons on the sword body. The next scene shocked even the seasoned Chi Jingchun. The girl slowly removed the sword sheath, casually tossing it to pierce into the yellow earth. Behind the thin veil of her hat, her eyes were resolute. "This is not the sword path I pursue." The scholar glanced at the sword discarded by the girl, feeling a long-lost heaviness deep within, and had to ask a question unbefitting his status. Do you know who I am? The girl nodded and then shook her head. I heard that every 60 years, a saint from the three teachings would come here to preside over the operation of a grand formation, and this has been happening for thousands of years. From time to time, someone who leaves here either possesses extraordinary treasures or experiences rapid cultivation progress. So I wanted to come and see. When I saw you, I confirmed your identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted so straightforwardly. Qi Jingchun asked again, do you know what you just gave up? The girl remained silent. The sword in the sheath on the ground trembled incessantly, like a beautiful woman lamenting and pleading for her lover's change of heart. The young scholar had already turned his head secretly, cautiously watching the girl from a distance. The Confucian scholar, knowledgeable as he was, still found it perplexing and couldn't force the sword, which contained immense fortune, onto the girl. In the end, he could only remind her, Miss, it's best to put away that sword. The town will be quite unsettled next. Having one more thing for self-defense is always good. The girl said nothing and turned to leave, still unwilling to take the sword. Qi Jingchun felt somewhat helpless, waved his sleeve, and drove the sword into a high stone pillar of the archway. If someone were to forcibly pull it out, it would surely disturb him, who was stationed at the center, just like the storyteller before, who couldn't he escape this scholar's distant attention after 2 attempts. Personally escorting Zhao Yao from the academy to the Zhao family's mansion on Falu Street, the middle-aged Confucian scholar walked slowly, and every time he stepped forward, in some hidden places of the tall mansions lining the street, there would be faint flashes of light that quickly disappeared. Qi Jingchun murmured, how strange. Where did this girl come from? Could she be a disciple of an immortal from beyond our continent? After returning to the academy, he sat at his desk, placing a jade token about a foot long, carved with the 4 mountains of the 4 towns at the corners, symbolizing stability from all directions. The front was engraved with dense, small seal script, no less than 100 characters. According to Confucian etiquette, only the emperor of a nation can possess a town token. This indicates the significant importance of this small town. Turning it over, the back of the jade token bore only 2 simple characters. The characters were written with strict formality, yet were exceptionally spirited, strong, and full of divine intent. On the desk, there was also a recently arrived secret letter. The Confucian scholar, whose hair had turned white at the temples, had slightly reddened eyes, thinking, Sir, I am incompetent. I can only watch you suffer such humiliation. He looked out the window, not showing much sadness or joy, only a hint of loneliness. Qi Jingchun felt guilty towards his mentor, having survived for 100 years, only lacking a death. When Song Jisun brought something from the inner room and placed it on the table, Fu Nanhua could not hide his ecstatic expression, no matter how he tried to conceal it. It was an unremarkable small pot, with the inscription Shan Shao at the bottom. Song Jisun placed his hands on the table, leaning forward with a smile, and asked, how much is this pot worth? The young lord of Longqing reluctantly looked away from the small pot and honestly replied, in the secular dynasty, it wouldn't be worth even 1 tael of silver. But if I were to sell it, I could buy a whole city. Song Jisun asked, how many people? Fu Nanhua held up 3 fingers. Song Jisun exclaimed, oh, and pouted, realizing it was 300,000. Fu Nanhua was taken aback and laughed heartily. He had originally thought Song Jisun would say 30,000. Over at Xinghua Alley, a dull man squatted next to an iron well, staring at a chain tied to the base of a cart, seemingly struggling with how to move it. A girl in black clothes and a hood moved aimlessly through the small town, with only a green-sheathed narrow knife hanging at her side, her hands simply wrapped in cloth. As she entered an unknown alley, something suddenly shot through the air and obediently stopped behind her, buzzing. The girl frowned, not turning her head, and spat out a word through gritted teeth, get lost. Again, something shot through the air. The flying sword that had just unsheathed was indeed frightened back into its sheath. The Proud Girl. The Obedient Flying Sword. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow, Chapter 12. The Alley. The girl in black walked deeper into the alley, occasionally passing homes with festive red lanterns hanging. Unlike others, the hooded girl had no family background to rely on, no hidden connections extending for miles. She simply entered the town alone. Not far in the alley stood a young man in fine clothes, holding a green jade seal high in his hands, the size of a child's palm, carved with dragons and tigers, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, with faint rays of light flickering within the seal. The young man squinted at the treasure in his hands, his face filled with ecstasy. Beside him, a tall old man knelt on one knee, carefully wiping the dirt off the boy's boots with his sleeve. The young man had already noticed the strange girl out of the corner of his eye, wearing a shallow hood and carrying a green-sheathed narrow knife. Her steps steady, clearly not a local. However, the young man paid no mind, still intently examining the ancient jade seal that had been silent for 1,000 years, secretly hoping the girl would have the thought of seizing the treasure. Otherwise, it would be too boring. After all, he had already obtained 2 items, far exceeding his expectations, and if he didn't find something else to do, he would have to leave with his old servant, feeling that something was missing. It was like being in his home far away from this town, dressed in a golden yellow robe, yet always missing a claw. In this small town, each chosen person could carry 3 tokens, placed in embroidered pouches. They had to hand over 1 pouch to the gatekeeper as a necessary toll, regardless of the gatekeeper's status or how dilapidated the city gate was. Even if an emperor or a sect's patriarch came here, they had to comply with this rule. The other 2 pouches meant that one could take out at most 2 treasures from the town. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures one found here, they would have to return them all. The tokens in the bags were 3 specially shaped copper coins, used by common folk for celebrating the construction of buildings. The spring coins hung on peach charms in the palace, and the offering coins placed in the hands of the city god. Although called copper coins, they were actually made of rare gold, which was exceptionally rare for most ordinary people down the mountain, let alone a bag full of heavy gold. Enough to make anyone willingly sell their heirlooms. The young man in fine clothes had studied the 3 types of copper coins not recorded in official history, but could not discern any clues. Ahead, the girl exuding a cold aura walked straight ahead, treating the 2 in the alley as if they were invisible. The young man in fine clothes suddenly changed his mind, put away the jade seal, placed it in a prepared cloth bag, and tied it to his waist, but still stood in the middle of the alley, showing no intention of yielding. The tall, fair-skinned old man also stood up, his voice soft and delicate, saying, "Your Highness, this person is a skilled practitioner. We must not let our guard down. If we were outside the town, it would be of no concern. But here, even with our pure martial bodies, we are constantly subjected to the pressures of this world, which is very uncomfortable. Once the breath is fully activated and the acupoints are widely opened, it will be like the floodwaters of rivers and seas pouring back, and the meridians and acupoints will be overwhelmed, becoming uncontrollable. At that time, our family's demise would be a minor issue, but the safety of your Highness is of utmost importance. If our family's negligence leads to even the slightest flaw in your Highness's grand undertaking of cultivation, how will we explain it to His Majesty and the Empress upon our return?" The young man in brocade clothing said with a playful tone, "Grandpa Wu, you've become more talkative since leaving the palace. In the palace, you only repeated the same few phrases all year round. Not even as good as the silly parrot my sister keeps." The old man, who referred to himself as our family, was deeply ingrained with humility, especially taking pride in being a loyal eunuch in the palace. Seeing that this young master seemed not to understand his implication, he had to speak more directly. "Your Highness, there is a person in this alley who may pose a threat to you." The young man in brocade lazily smiled and said, "Although I've long heard that the path of cultivation is mixed with all sorts of people and many evil paths, and even more side paths, I've only had a fleeting encounter with her. Is she really going to have murderous intent for riches? That seems unlikely, right? If everyone on the mountain were like that, wouldn't the world have been in chaos long ago?" The old man sighed. The dynasty below and the immortals above were actually in a mutually disdainful position. The young man in brocade felt a bit disheartened and thought, never mind. Blaming this mess on a girl isn't the act of a great man. The girl stepped in front of him, placing her left hand on the hilt of her sword. The young man smiled, turned to the side, and gestured for the girl to go ahead. The girl in black also slowed her pace slightly, tilting her body. Her eyes filled with vigilance and alertness. When the elderly eunuch discovered the girl's injured hands wrapped in cotton cloth, he couldn't help but frown. Impudent. Suddenly, the old man shouted angrily, like thunder rolling in spring, and with a slip of his feet, his tall figure appeared in front of the young man in brocade. The old man leaned back gently and with skillful strength pushed the young man against the wall of the alley, while simultaneously opening his left hand with 5 fingers. A dull thud came from his palm. It turned out that someone had thrown a stone as a hidden weapon, aimed at the side of the young man's head. The force was astonishing, almost enough to penetrate a wall. The old man crushed the stone the size of a fist in his palm, but instead of attacking the assassin, he threw a punch towards the girl in black. The girl, who was holding the knife, hesitated for a moment, suppressing her instinct to draw her sword. and tilted her head just enough to dodge the powerful punch. The fierce wind from the punch instantly disheveled the thin veil of the girl. The tall old man transformed his straight punch into a sweeping blow, his fist aimed directly at the girl's head. The punch was fluid and unimpeded. The girl could only quickly raise her arms, placing her hands back to back together to protect her ears, forming a cross-defense posture to block the punch. In the next moment, the girl slid out to the side for several steps. She exhaled a breath of turbid air, extended her hand, and blood seeped through the cotton cloth on the other hand, adjusting her slightly crooked veil. She looked a bit angry. The girl turned around and looked at the tall old man, who was glancing around, and said sternly, "If it weren't for me, you'd be a dead man by now." The old man ignored her. Compared to before, this experienced eunuch in assassination had now ranked the threat level of the girl as second, giving the first place to the one who had attacked from the other side of the alley. Of course, aside from the two of them, there were only two real outsiders in the alley. Over there stood a tall, thin-masked man. His arms were extremely robust, with muscles bulging like iron balls. He had two bags hanging from his waist, filled to the brim with round objects. He stood there as if to say that the previous sneak attack was merely a warning. When his cold gaze swept over the girl, the man grinned, showing his teeth, and licked his lips with a hot gaze. The girl chuckled and said two words, "Come back." As soon as her voice fell, a sword flew over her head. The flying sword circled around her, spinning rapidly, like a child being playful. She said irritably, "Get lost." The flying sword vanished in an instant. Both the master and servant were dumbfounded. The elderly eunuch was not shocked by the flying sword technique itself, but by the girl's ability to wield the flying sword at will in this place, which filled him with genuine fear. This feeling made the old man momentarily feel like he was back in his youth, trembling as he first entered the palace. Watching from afar the senior in a bright red python robe walking under the palace walls. It was not respect for that eunuch whose name he did not even know, but fear of that dazzling crimson. When the young man in brocade came back to his senses, he smiled self-deprecatingly, took a step forward, and asked with concern, "Grandpa Wu, are you all right?" The old eunuch, with his white hair, had a heavy expression and shook his head, saying, "It's best to be cautious. If it really comes to it." The young man quickly waved his hand and asked, "Shall we just apologize?" The old man was somewhat taken aback, then filled with indignation and self-blame. A subject's disgrace means death, especially in a royal family. But the young man in brocade had already laughed and said, "Grandpa Wu, if you make a mistake, just say you're sorry. What's so difficult about that?" The old man still felt this was inappropriate, but the young man had already walked towards the girl. In an instant, the old man was filled with mixed feelings. It turned out that the young man's back was completely free of any dirt. Volume 1, Caged Bird, Chapter 13. Encounter. The girl in the veil ignored the young man in brocade walking towards her, her gaze passing over his shoulder to the tall old man who was following closely. She said with a gloomy expression, "Just now, you were ready to kill someone over a disagreement. Although you had your reasons, I think that's wrong." The young man in brocade stopped several steps away from the cold girl, his gaze sincere as he said, "My name is Gao Zhan, from Yang County of the Great Sui. If Grandpa Wu has offended you in any way, I am willing to apologize and compensate you." The tall old man stood behind the young man in brocade, his emotions complicated. The so-called Gao family youth from Yang County was actually just a euphemism. The Great Sui had a history of 1,200 years, and everyone who sat on the dragon throne bore the surname Gao, with the founding emperor rising from Yang County. The girl was unmoved, tightening the bandages on her hands and addressing the old man. "If we were outside, facing a martial arts grandmaster who might have already soared into the wind, I would be no match. However, at this moment, if I simply use my flying sword, you will undoubtedly die." The tall old man scoffed, "As long as that assassin knows your trump card in advance, with his peak small grandmaster physique. As long as he guards his vital points, what if you pierce him with 10 swords? If he can do that, what more can I say? Moreover, I am 2 realms higher than him, and one of those thresholds is regarded as a martial arts chasm. Little girl, I don't know where you get your confidence to say undoubtedly die." The girl frowned slightly, one hand quietly resting on the hilt of her sword. "I am someone who dislikes trouble and hates arguing with others. Otherwise, shall we test it out? Whoever wins has the reason. How about that?" The elderly man, who rarely had the opportunity to be threatened, felt somewhat irritated. If it weren't for being in this detestable and bizarre place, with a cultivation level like that of the girl, no matter how gifted she was, the old man could easily crush and kill 10 of her with just one hand. Moreover, if it weren't for the heavy responsibility on his shoulders, needing to take care of the young prince who was greatly valued by the Sui dynasty, the old man would have taught the girl, who was unaware of her own limitations, a good lesson. The courage of a newborn calf that fears no tiger is commendable, but that doesn't mean the tiger won't devour the calf completely. The young man in brocade, claiming to be Gao Zhen, hurriedly mediated, saying, "If the lady insists on pursuing this matter, I am willing to offer this item as compensation." Gao Zhen lowered his head, opened the cloth pouch at his waist, took out the jade seal, held it in one hand, and extended it towards the girl in the hat, showing his sincerity and hoping she would not pursue the previous unintentional offense by Grandpa Wu, as he acted out of loyalty and did not harbor any malicious intent. The tall, gray-haired old eunuch suddenly knelt on one knee, fearfully saying, "Your Highness, please don't. How could an old servant like me compare to this jade seal? Which is your Highness's opportunity, a rare pure treasure in the world, even capable of carrying the incense of the common people. How can the two be compared? Your Highness, you are forcing this old servant to death." The young man from a noble background had a stiff expression. The girl seemed somewhat impatient and mocked, a frog at the bottom of a well, yet everyone cherishes their own broom. "Take that jade seal back. I have always liked a saying, a gentleman does not take away what others cherish." The girl acted decisively and turned to leave. The young man in brocade sighed with relief, saying, "Get up, Grandpa Wu. Kneeling is too inappropriate. Our 12 great eunuchs of the Sui have always only knelt to emperors. If the officials of the 6 departments or the Ministry of Rights see this and make it an issue, we will both be in trouble. Enough. This trip to the small town has been successfully completed with the protection of our ancestors. Let us not create unnecessary complications and leave this place quickly. Moreover, even after meeting with our people outside, we must not let down our guard. You must know that among the 6 pillars of the Great Li dynasty, although the Yuan and Chao families are opposing camps, unfortunately, these 2 pillars harbor a grudge against our Gao family in the Sui. If something unexpected were to happen to you, Grandpa Wu, and our combat power is compromised, it will be very difficult for me to return safely to the Sui." The old man nodded slowly, knowing the gravity of the situation. When the old man mentioned urgency, the girl had already walked more than 20 steps away. A gust of wind brushed past the young man, causing the strands of hair at his temples and the sleeves of his brocade robe to flutter. It turned out that the old eunuch, who held great power in the Sui, had not let the girl go. He charged after her in a flash, stomping heavily on the ground of the alley, the sound echoing dully, penetrating more than a foot beneath the surface. On the 4th step, the old man leaped high, throwing a punch towards the girl's back. The girl twisted her waist suddenly, using the tip of her left foot as a pivot. Drawing her sword with her right hand, a flash of dazzling white light brighter than the sun appeared in the alley. The tall old man, descending with overwhelming force, smashed his fist directly onto the blade, and his hand was merely cut by the sharp edge, a thin line of blood appearing. After landing heavily, the old eunuch continued to push forward, forcing the sword-wielding girl to retreat. The old man then casually extended a palm, seemingly slow and relaxed, but in reality, it was as fast as lightning, pushing against the girl's forehead. Just as he was about to apply more force to crush the head hidden beneath the hat, he quickly shifted his feet, moving sideways by a foot, with a soft sound. He looked down to see a sharp weapon penetrating through his right chest from behind. It was the tip of a sword. The old man's expression remained unchanged as he pinched the sword tip with his fingers and pushed it backward, forcibly pushing the sharp flying sword that had come in response to the girl's intentions out of his chest. Because of the obstruction by the flying sword, the old eunuch was unable to crush the girl's skull with his palm. She took the chance to breathe, quickly rising with a lithe figure like a weasel and soon disappearing down a side alley. The young man's face turned terrifyingly dark, his fists clenched tightly, his aura surging. With a furious expression, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Wu Yu of the Wu Eunuch Temple. "Why won't you heed my hints and insist on acting so biased? Do you really think that this small town is unrivaled because of you, Wu of the Eunuch Temple? Clearly, we were at fault first, and afterwards, she was not aggressive and was willing to settle the matter peacefully. Why do you have to be so vicious? This is simply bullying." The old eunuch turned his gaze back from the direction the girl had fled and walked back, standing tall and straight, his imposing presence even more pronounced. The young man felt that suffocating pressure, being oppressed by a servant, only fueled his anger further. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, Wu of the eunuch temple, this is a death sentence. The old eunuch replied calmly, Your Highness, life and death must be decided by His Majesty himself. In my view, your safety is of utmost importance, while the existence of the girl from the small town has become an urgent matter. Therefore, if you truly want everything to go smoothly, the only way is to eliminate her. Once she is dead, I can finally rest easy. Seeing the barely contained flames of fury in the young man's eyes, the old eunuch sighed and said softly, Having served in the palace for over 60 years, I have seen too many intrigues, bloody and bloodless, countless. I have no confidence in human nature at all. Just in the assassination incidents during the protection journey, I have personally dealt with more than 30 cases. Your Highness, the treachery of those assassins is absolutely beyond imagination, especially some crazed death warriors who are simply incomprehensible. Just take the masked assassin and the girl in the hat as an example. The young man pointed a finger at the cold-faced old eunuch, angrily accusing, Shut up. You old eunuch. I don't want to hear your nonsense. I just know you ruined my careful plans. Even a blind person can see how talented that girl who can control flying swords is. Even among those cultivating on the mountain, she is the most outstanding genius. Such a character, not to mention in the Sui or the Li, even in the entire eastern Baoping continent, she is a rare existence. I only need to train her for 10, at most 20 years, and she could become the most powerful assassin in my shadow. No matter if you are a land deity or a martial arts grandmaster, what does it matter? And yet, I am Gao Zhen, the future prince of the Sui dynasty. I am your master, you old eunuch Wu. Strangely, the weathered old eunuch was not angered by being called an old eunuch. Instead, his expression became more gratified. Once the young man finished venting his anger and stopped cursing, the old man looked at the panting young man and smiled. Your Highness, although you may not have personally experienced some matters, and thus do not know the complexities of the world and the malice of human hearts, you have done one thing very well, showing the style of His Majesty in his younger days. The atmosphere grew awkward. After Gao Zhen calmed down, he should have realized he was gravely mistaken. Before being officially designated as the crown prince, he had shown such disrespect to an old eunuch who was the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and one of the 3 gatekeepers of the Sui Palace. Moreover, this person had the trust of both his father and mother. Thus, the Prince Gao Zhen opened his mouth, but seeing the powerful eunuch he had just insulted smiling, he heard the old eunuch say, Your Highness, remember one thing. Do not casually apologize to servants. It is unnecessary and only devalues your status. And the servants may not appreciate it. Even if one feels guilty, it should be buried deep in the heart. One must know that the emperor, revered as the true dragon of the world, is a figure of great authority, embodying the heavenly mandate. Gao Zhen said, Grandpa Wu, with my current status, it's too early to say this. The old eunuch suddenly tensed up, as if facing a great enemy, pulling the brocade-clad youth behind him. The old man looked towards the body of the masked assassin. A tall, middle-aged Confucian scholar unexpectedly appeared at the end of the alley. Slowly walking in and approaching the assassin's corpse, he squatted down, removed his face covering, revealing a strange visage, no eyebrows, a flattened nose, and characters carved into his face. This person had undoubtedly been a convict in life. The scholar remained silent. It was indeed premeditated, and this scheme likely began from that Confucian temple. Gao Zhen's eyes burned with intensity as he stepped out from behind the old eunuch, bending slightly to perform a salute. Regardless of the circumstances, he first paid his respects and then raised his head to respectfully ask, May I ask if you are Mr. Qi from the Cliff Academy? The scholar stood up and replied to Gao Zhen, If it weren't for you seizing a great opportunity first, the two of you would not be able to leave so easily today. Outsiders battling in the small town were punished according to the rules established by the 4 sages. And while the punishment was not severe, it was not light either, compared to the indiscriminate slaughter of common townsfolk, which would lead to expulsion. The conflicts among outsiders had an obvious loophole, allowing for damage control. Gao Zhen and the other 3 brought a retainer each, precisely because they made the worst preparations to use as scapegoats at critical moments. Otherwise, for just 1 quota, they would consume half of the imperial treasury of the Great Sui, which was significant for a great nation and the emperor's private wealth, a whole half of the family fortune, the amount of which was considerable. So who would want to be a scapegoat for no reason? In simpler terms, it was about spending money to avert disaster. However, the expenses here could easily be described as emptying a mountain of gold and silver, The so-called extravagant spending in the secular world was trivial in comparison. Gao Zhen, who had been ordered to leave, continued to speak to Mr. Qi. If there is a chance in the future, could you come to my Great Sui Academy to give lectures? My Great Sui is willing to specially reserve a position for you, Mr. Qi. The old eunuch thought for a moment, but did not stop the young man's presumptuous words. If he could truly persuade this scholar to offer strategies for the Great Sui, the emperor would surely be delighted. The scholar smiled but did not respond. The old eunuch, who was decisive and ruthless with the hat-wearing girl they had just met, now displayed a different extreme attitude towards Mr. Qi, the stabilizing force here. He bowed and clasped his fists, saying, Mr. Qi, I apologize for the disturbance, and I hope for your understanding. My actions against a junior earlier were truly out of necessity, and I hope you can empathize with the plight of a servant of the Gao family. Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve and quickly left. Gao Zhen and the old eunuch had no choice but to take their leave, just as they walked the route the hat-wearing girl had retreated through. The youth quietly asked, Is she dead? The old eunuch shook his head. She is surely not long for this world. The flying sword merely bought her a little more time, but it is of no use. The youth hesitated for a moment, curiously asking, when did Grandpa Wu realize that she was not as easygoing as she seemed in controlling the flying sword? The old man replied, Too much of something is not enough. Her precocity gave her away. The youth was puzzled. The old eunuch led the youth out of the original alley and quietly said, May I ask you a question, Your Highness? Having seen so many precious and luxurious items in the world, would you still be interested in the ordinary porcelain of the small town? The youth patted his pocket and laughed. Of course not. Only this imperial jade seal, or something of similar caliber, can bring me joy. The old eunuch nodded. Exactly. That girl, when killing with her sword, was as calm as still water, completely composed, as if it were just the mundane tasks of daily life. Moreover, when she realized my true martial arts abilities afterward, she decisively abandoned the idea of fighting, especially fearing that I would see through her facade of bravado. Her true intention was to provide both sides with a way out, fearing that I might harbor murderous intent and would rather mistakenly kill than let her go. Thus she had to break the deadlock. Of course, it turned out she did not execute it well. Nonetheless, to have such thoughts at such a young age is already quite remarkable. But the more so, once a tiger is released back into the wild and allowed to grow strong, the greater the threat to your highness in the future. The old man sighed. Youth, in the prime of life, if they kill in a frenzy or heroically face death, we would not find it surprising. However, calmly choosing death after careful consideration, or killing without the slightest ripple in their heart, is indeed abnormal. One could even say that this temperament can only be honed through experience and has little to do with a person's innate talent or quality. Many talented individuals, whether cultivators or martial artists, die young due to obvious shortcomings in temperament, easily causing trouble when faced with setbacks. Gao Zhen lamented, In any case, it's a pity. The old eunuch half-jokingly said, Your Highness, if the life and death of such a person makes you sigh once, then when you truly stand at the peak in the future, you will surely be very busy. The youth laughed. I don't believe that. The old eunuch suddenly said, I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I feel that Mr. Qi seems to have encountered quite a significant problem with his transcendent cultivation. The Prince of the Great Sui replied nonchalantly, Anyway, as long as I can obtain this Dragon Gate seal, that would be a great achievement. Who would have thought that this priceless treasure would end up being a small add-on to a big deal? So we should take the good and leave. Speaking of that golden carp, I couldn't help but think of that straw sandal youth. The old eunuch laughed. Your Highness is thinking of finding an opportunity to thank that youth in the future? The youth shook his head. No, I'm just pained over that bag of copper coins. The old man chuckled. Perhaps in the future, the Sui dynasty would have a frugal emperor? In a secluded alley running north to south, the only sound was the clatter of wheels. A young Taoist with a lotus crown had stopped doing business early today, pushing a cart forward, thinking about returning to his residence to tidy up and quickly head back home. This mess, whoever gets involved will get burned. Suddenly, a slender figure in black staggered out from the east-west alley, finally leaning against the wall, slowly moving, one hand pushing aside the thin veil of the hat, forcefully covering their mouth, while the other hand pointed towards the young Taoist. The young Taoist quickly lowered his head, silently reciting, I can't see you. I can't see you. Lord Laozi, please let this be over. May the Buddha protect me, and may the Bodhisattva manifest. A Taoist in such a predicament, instead of seeking out the three pure ones, was instead praying to the Buddha, which was quite unusual. Indeed, The Buddha and Bodhisattva seemed unwilling to pay attention to disciples of other sections. The hat-wearing girl, not knowing where her last bit of strength came from, staggered towards the Taoist and fell heavily, but in the end, her last hand tightly grasped the Taoist's ankle. The young Taoist held his head in his hands, looking utterly devastated, as if he were looking up to the sky and asking, with such a huge karmic debt crashing down, doesn't that mean I'm marking myself as seeking death on my forehead? I have traveled far and wide these years, enduring hardships, often getting bitten by dogs on the streets. It's not easy, you know? The young Taoist, already incoherent, lowered his head, almost in tears. Little girl, have a little mercy and spare me, will you? After this, I'll help you find a beautiful place with good feng shui that will surely bless your offspring. Oh wait, you're still a maiden. Then, the girl had already fainted completely. Seeing no one around, the young Taoist crouched down, about to pry open the girl's fingers. Suddenly, a flying sword hovered in midair, the tip just 3 inches from the young Taoist's forehead. The young Taoist calmly released his grip, wearing a face full of compassion, and declared with righteous indignation, "Humans are not grass or wood. How can one lack empathy? In my life of glory and brightness, how could I be one to ignore those in peril?" The young Taoist sat cross-legged, his handsome face almost wrinkled with worry about where to send her next. The flying sword moved forward an inch, still 3 inches from his forehead. The Taoist patiently explained, "If you want your master to survive, I need a helper. Go over to the old locust tree and bring back a locust leaf. I'll use it to stabilize her vital energy. Your master is a bit special. I don't want to recklessly save her and risk delaying her cultivation path. This new cause and effect would make me wish for death." The flying sword seemed to hesitate, its tip trembling slightly. The Taoist impatiently said, "The sooner you go, the sooner your master can come back from the gates of hell. If you delay, we all perish." In an instant, the flying sword vanished. The Taoist muttered angrily, "Love between a man and a woman creates beautiful relationships. But you, Mr. Qi Jingchun, are just messing around without cleaning up after yourself." With one hand supporting his chin and the other calculating, the Taoist thought, "Let me calculate where to send you to a family in the small town where you can survive and they won't face ruin. First, the Liu family? No, they're not suitable, similar to the Zhao family, already burdened with karma. How about the Song family?" Just as the Taoist's words fell, all the door gods posted on the Song family's doors on Fulu Street instantly lost their spirit and dimmed, with strands of invisible blue smoke rising. In the depths of the courtyard, an old barefoot man, weathered by time, pushed the door open and stood in the courtyard, angrily shouting, "Which bastard is plotting against my Song family's heritage? Step forward and fight." The young Taoist coughed and muttered to himself, "The Liu family on Fulu Street looks prosperous. They seem capable of handling this. Let us give it a try." The family plaque of the Liu family, which had been passed down for 1,000 years, suddenly shattered, revealing shocking cracks. An old woman with a deep voice heavily struck the ground with her dragon-headed cane, demanding, "Which divine being can step forward for an audience?" The young Taoist pretended nothing had happened and thought, "How about the Wei family in Taoya Alley? Your family is known for accumulating virtue. Surely they can handle this karma." Soon, an elder used secret techniques to transmit his voice, angrily shouting towards the academy, "Qi Jingchun, are you going to manage this? If you can't or are too scared to, hurry up and get lost. Make way for Wan Xiong. Let him deal with this sneaky individual. Or are you venting personal grievances yourself?" Qi Jingchun, a man by the creek south of the town's covered bridge, was leading a group to dig a well. Straightening up, he moved his lips towards the north. It was as if a spring thunder rolled over Fulu Street and Taoya Alley, booming, "Enough. Do not disrespect Mr. Qi and I, Ruan, will never interfere in town affairs before the spring equinox." In an instant, the world was silent, all sounds ceased. Meanwhile, the culprit sitting beside the cart in the alley was grabbing one of the black-clad girl's hands and placing the green locust leaf brought by the flying sword onto her blood-stained palm. As the locust leaf touched the wound in the girl's palm, it melted away like ice and snow. The young Taoist sighed, "Every time I see this scene, I must feel grateful for the wonders of heaven and earth." After pondering for a long while, the Taoist still couldn't come up with satisfactory words. Finally, he looked down at the girl, who showed a bit of color returning to her face, and found it difficult. "Since the karma involved is greater than I imagined, I must go against the current." In the small town, with 600 households intertwined, steeped in the aura of this secret realm for generations, If you want me to find someone with good karma, that's easy, but finding a beggar is harder than ascending to heaven. It's like looking for a high-ranking official in a court assembly. Easy to find one, but a beggar? How can I find one? The young Taoist suddenly exclaimed. I really found such a pitiful person. He felt no surprise, but instead was alarmed, closing his eyes and asking himself. He sighed, no matter what. Let us see how you choose. I won't force you. If you're unwilling, I'll take on this karma myself. In the end, he clasped his hands together like a monk, praying, Buddha bless, Bodhisattva show your spirit. Please let me get through this calamity. In Mud Bottle Alley, the young Taoist bent down to push a two-wheeled cart, stopping outside a courtyard gate. After knocking, he asked, Is Chen Ping'an there? On the cart, in a corner, lay a long sword with a snow-white sheath. Inside the sheath, the flying sword looked sickly, as if it resented the young Taoist for finding such a dilapidated place. The first volume, Caged Sparrow, Chapter 14, May 5th. The young Taoist had prepared a whole bunch of words to respond to the question about who the straw sandal boy was. But unexpectedly, the courtyard door opened quickly, and evidently, the boy from the dilapidated alley skipped that part entirely. Mud Bottle Alley is one of the narrowest alleys in the town. The Taoist's two-wheeled wooden cart could not be left outside to block the way. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an looked thin and weak, but in reality, he had considerable strength and helped the young Taoist get the heavy cart into the courtyard without much effort. Throughout the process, the boy said nothing, which made the young Taoist feel a bit awkward after the door closed. It was like someone shamelessly borrowing money, being treated with the best tea and food. Yet the guest, if they had any conscience left, would find it increasingly hard to speak. The young Taoist thought it was embarrassing anyway, so he decided to be straightforward. He lifted the cotton cover from the cart, revealing a black-clad girl curled up on her side. Her tilted hood still defiantly obscured her face. For some reason, as soon as he lifted the thin cover, a strong smell of blood rushed at him. Only then did Chen Ping'an notice that she was in black, with blood seeping through. Chen Ping'an hadn't expected such a small cover could entirely conceal such a strong odor. The boy took a few steps back and asked, Taoist, what are you going to do? The young Taoist replied, I'm here to save her. She is seriously injured, and no one in the town is willing to help her. It's no wonder they all sweep their own doorsteps, so I thought you might be the exception. Chen Ping'an hit the nail on the head and asked, how did she get injured? The Taoist responded without a change in color or heartbeat. I just passed by the archway when I saw this young woman from out of town, claiming she was going to make a rubbing of the plaque for Chi Chong Do Nyo, carrying a rubbing bag and brushes, and she just climbed right up. As for the rubbing of inscriptions, how should I put it? It's just a kind of copying activity, generally speaking. It's something that scholars do when they have nothing better to do. At the moment, I can't explain it clearly, but anyway, after that young girl climbed up, she sat on the beam with her head down and her body bent. It made me feel nervous, so I had to stop and occasionally remind her to be careful. Who would have thought that in the end, she became too engrossed, and suddenly, with a loud thud, she fell to the ground. You know, the ground over there by the archway is much harder than your mud bottle lane, comparable to the bluestone slabs on Fortune Street. Now it's bad. She probably injured her internal organs. As a monk, I must have compassion. I can't just ignore her, right? On the way here, every household disliked her bleeding all over, and since the new year just passed not long ago, it's considered bad luck. So no one wanted to carry her into their homes. I understand this is human nature, so out of desperation, I came to find you. To put it bluntly, if you are also unwilling to take her in, I am not some divine being who can pull people back from the gates of hell. I would just have to wait until that girl takes her last breath and then try to find a place to dig a pit and set up a stone tablet to settle the matter. The young monk deliberately spoke very quickly and unclearly, clearly trying to confuse the young man. Starting anything is difficult. As long as you get a start, you can take it step by step. There is always a way out. There will be times when the dark turns to light. Chen Ping'an's expression was complex. He glanced at the hopeful young monk and then at the lifeless black-clad girl. After a struggle between his thoughts, he nodded and asked, how do we save her? The young monk immediately became lively, saying, great. With you, Chen Ping'an, saying this, it's already half done. Don't be fooled by how terrible her injuries look. It feels like the king of hell has crossed her name off the death register, but it's not as exaggerated as you think. Of course, what I just said was all true. There are various mysteries involved, such as this girl's strong will to survive. And it seems she has some family tradition that can protect her vital points and Dan chambers, which is crucial. Also, our small town is an interesting place with many strange things. Eating or catching them would be very beneficial. The young monk suddenly realized he had revealed too many secrets and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Anyway, you wouldn't understand, right?" The young man replied seriously, "I don't understand, but I can mostly remember." The young monk tentatively asked, "So when you hear the knocking sound at the door, you know it's this fortune-telling monk?" Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes." The young monk, curious, asked, "You have a good memory?" "How good?" The young man glanced at the dying black-clad girl, and the young monk explained with a smile, "She is currently in a rather mysterious state and cannot move her body freely. It's best to wait a moment." Chen Ping'an was skeptical. He found it easier to remember things by seeing than by listening to others. The young monk pressed on, "For example?" Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and said, "For instance, at the head of our dragon kiln, Master Yao. His knife-jumping technique is the best among all the masters in the town. I can actually remember all the details after just one look." "But," the young monk interjected, "but your hands and feet can't keep up, right?" Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. The young monk smiled knowingly. "Have you ever thought about what makes Master Yao's skill truly remarkable?" Chen Ping'an's expression darkened. He used to not understand it. But later Lu Xianyang told him that Master Yao said to master the knife-jumping technique, one must have a steady heart, not just steady hands. After hearing this, I began to understand. I was too anxious before. The more anxious I was, the more chaotic my hands became. The more chaotic, the more mistakes I made. Once I made a mistake, I could see clearly where I was not like Master Yao, and then I became even more anxious. So when shaping clay at the dragon kiln, I was always the worst. The young monk said calmly, "There's an old saying. The master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to you. But the master didn't intend to lead you in. So how can you practice?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "I'm clumsy. It's not surprising that I can't compare to Lu Xianyang, let alone other ordinary apprentices. Master Yao wouldn't look down on me." The young monk suddenly laughed. "Chen Ping'an, do you know how difficult it is to understand the two-word steady heart? It's hard to grasp. Don't belittle yourself." Chen Ping'an still shook his head. "It's like catching fish in a small stream. I stand where the water is less than knee-deep, bend down, and catch the fish. That is catching. Some people are good at swimming. They dive into the deep water and hold their breath for a long time to catch the fish. That is also catching. Both caught fish, Taoist, but the two methods are different, right?" The young monk laughed heartily, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and suddenly said, "We can save her now." Chen Ping'an stood frozen, and the young monk paused for a moment, asking, "What are you dawdling for? Carry that girl into the house and put her on the bed." Chen Ping'an remained motionless, and then the monk said matter-of-factly, "Of course, we first help the girl change into clean clothes, and then go to the pharmacy to get some herbs to tonify her qi and nourish her essence. At that point, I'll need to personally go out and show my skills." Chen Ping'an asked darkly, "After she wakes up, will she beat me to death?" The young monk said decisively, "No, you are her lifesaver. How could there be such ungrateful people in the world?" Chen Ping'an remained silent. The monk coughed lightly, his tone suddenly less certain. "Probably not." Chen Ping'an sighed and tentatively asked, "There's a girl next door named Jigui. Can we let her do these things?" The young monk said helplessly, "No. That's the crux of the problem." Chen Ping'an did not insist, squatting on the ground, scratching his head with both hands. The young monk suddenly asked, "Don't you have any questions to ask? I may not be able to answer all your questions, but I can try to answer some of them. How about that?" Chen Ping'an sighed, stood up, and said, "Let us save her first." The young monk smiled brightly. "Good." He quietly flicked his sleeve, suppressing a restless flying sword deep within its sheath. Chen Ping'an carried the girl into the house and gently placed her on the wooden bed covered with bedding. The wooden bed, which had just been repaired not long ago after being collapsed by Lu Xianyang, had a stool placed underneath it. The young monk followed him into the house, glancing around at the bare walls, and thought to himself that this poor boy would certainly have a hard time. It turned out that the young man sitting on the edge of the bed had already removed the black-clad girl's veil, revealing a pale face smeared with blood. The so-called bleeding from the 7 orifices probably referred to the scene under the young man's eyelids. The young man quickly got up, first took a stool from the table and placed it by the bed, then hurriedly ran to a corner of the wall where a small wooden rack was set up, neatly holding pots, bowls, and pans. Next to the rack was a small water tank covered with a wooden board to keep out flies and mosquitoes. The tank was filled with water drawn from the iron lock well in Xinghua Lane. The young man took a wooden basin and a ladle, squatted by the tank, quickly scooped clean water into the basin. and then placed a clean cloth over the edge of the basin before carrying it to the bed and placing it on the stool. He began to help the girl, who had her veil removed, wipe away the blood. The young Taoist turned his head and raised a piece of paper in his hand, saying, "There's a small pharmacy over at Fallu Street. You can take this prescription to get the medicine." The young boy, puzzled, asked, "Didn't you say earlier, Taoist?" The young Taoist, looking bewildered, blinked and replied, "Yes, I did say to be careful when getting the medicine, not to be too ostentatious, lest it causes a stir in the city and tarnishes the girl's reputation." Chen Ping'an responded with an "oh," while cleaning the cotton cloth, and asked, "Taoist, do you have money for the medicine?" The young Taoist suddenly became anxious. "You don't have any?" Chen Ping'an placed the wooden basin on the table and gently pressed a golden coin, which he had taken from somewhere, onto the table. "Taoist, I'll exchange this for ordinary copper coins. As for how to exchange, you can decide." After thinking for a moment, the young Taoist realized that this coin was enough to buy everything on the prescription. "I'll go get you the money right now." Soon, the Taoist returned with a bag of ordinary copper coins and a few pieces of silver, handing them all to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an instructed, "I'll pour this basin of water later. You don't need to help, Taoist. Song Jisun, who lives next door, likes fresh things. If he sees it, it wouldn't be good." The young Taoist said earnestly, "Chen Ping'an, don't you have any questions you want to ask?" Chen Ping'an stood still, roughly weighing the copper coins and silver in his mind before carefully putting them away. He gestured to speak outside, and after they stepped out, the boy in straw sandals raised his head and slowly said, "I know you all are not ordinary people. Old man Yao said long ago, our little town is unusual. Everything is strange, and everyone is strange. But what exactly is strange? Even old man Yao couldn't say, so I certainly don't understand." This time, Gu can mentioned that storyteller, who can pour a big jar of water from an ordinary white bowl. Although Gu can is quite annoying. I know he wasn't lying about this. The boy paused for a moment before continuing. "Just like today, there was a very tall woman in this alley outside. She flicked my forehead with her finger and slapped my chest with her palm, and finally, she said I would die soon. I know her words are true." The young Taoist's expression grew serious. Chen Ping'an finally said, "The Taoist said the talisman paper you wrote would bring good luck to my parents after it's burned. I actually believe in you. So when you came to me and said I should save someone, I didn't say anything earlier. But I hope you promise me one thing. If you agree, then whatever you want me to do next, it's fine. If you don't agree, then after I get the medicine and help you brew it, I will leave." The Taoist asked, "What condition? Tell me." The boy, who usually seemed steady and experienced, was somewhat anxious as he replied, "My parents passed away early when I was very young. I don't know why, but many things from my childhood I remember clearly, except for my parents' appearances, which are always vague and unclear. Later, I lived off the kindness of neighbors for a while. Once, I overheard someone say I was born on the 5th day of the 5th month, and from their tone, it didn't seem like a lucky day. Someone next door was more direct about it." The boy had been beating around the bush, paused, and finally got to the point, lowering his head and speaking in a heavy tone. "After I helped the Taoist save someone, if I suddenly die one day, can you help me reincarnate in my next life as my parents' child?" The young Taoist fell silent. Chen Ping'an smiled and scratched his head. "If not, then forget it. Indeed, there is no such thing in this world. I'm making it hard for you, Taoist." The Taoist forced a smile and said, "What about that girl?" Chen Ping'an suddenly turned around, facing away from the Taoist, raised his fist and waved it, jokingly saying, "She is so pretty. It'd be foolish not to save her." The young Taoist watched the straw sandal boy, who pretended to be relaxed, push the door and leave. As the boy walked in Mud Bottle Alley, he seemed to remember someone and suddenly burst into tears. Volume 1, Caged Sparrow Chapter 15. Victory. As the boy walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, he happened to run into Song Jisun's maid, Ji Gui, after sending the tall woman to Gu Kan's house. She didn't hurry home, but instead crossed to the other side of the alley to browse the small shops in Xinghua Alley. Although she didn't buy anything, she was in a good mood, bouncing along happily. Growing up in the countryside, the girl seemed to carry a hint of fresh grass fragrance, quite different from the refined young ladies of the big families with their high eaves and deep courtyards. When she saw the straw sandal boy, instead of lowering her head like usual, she slightly quickened her pace and walked past him, but then stopped, staring at this neighbor she rarely interacted with, wanting to say something but hesitating. Chen Ping'an smiled at her, jogged past, and then ran faster. Ji Gui, quietly stood at the mouth of Mud Bottle Alley. Turning to look at the shabby boy running in the sunlight, resembling a resilient wild cat, darting around, not particularly good-looking, but seemingly not starving. The girl was not well-liked in the town, burdened by the strange temperament of the young Song Jisun. Named Ji Gui, the maid always gave off an out-of-place feeling. Whether fetching water from the iron lock well, shopping at the market, or buying stationery for her young master. She had no peers to play with and never liked to talk much when encountering acquaintances. For the townsfolk who preferred lively celebrations, it was indeed hard to get close to such a girl. In this regard, Chen Ping'an's situation was somewhat similar to that of the maid Ji Gui. The difference was that although the boy also didn't like to talk, his character was definitely not off-putting. On the contrary, he was naturally gentle and friendly, never showing any sharpness. It was just that his family had fallen, and he had gone to the dragon kiln to make a living early on, which made him seem less familiar with the neighbors. Of course, the folks in Mud Bottle Alley had some unfathomable apprehensions about the boy's birthday. The 5th day of the 5th month was considered an unlucky day in the town's customs, and with both his parents passing away, Chen Ping'an had become the last sprout of the family early on, naturally causing people to gossip, especially the older folks who liked to gather near the old locust tree. They were particularly distant from this boy in Mud Bottle Alley and would privately caution their children to avoid him. But every time the children, unwilling, asked why, the elders could never explain it clearly. At this moment, a tall figure emerged from the alley, standing next to the girl. The maid Ji Gui turned her head, saying nothing, and just walked forward. The person turned and walked alongside her in Mud Bottle Alley. It was Qi Jingshun, the only scholar in the town. A proper Confucian disciple. The girl didn't stop her steps, her expression cold, thinking, isn't it better if we keep our distance? Besides, don't forget, previously you had the advantage of time and place, and as a mere lowly servant girl, I could only swallow my grievances. But recently, it seems your faraway sect has encountered some problems, right? So now you are just a well, and I am the river. The unexpected guest in Mud Bottle Alley, Mr. Qi, smiled slightly and said, Wang Zhu, forget it. For now, I'll go along with the local customs and call you Ji Gui. Ji Gui, have you ever thought that although you are favored by heaven and born at the right time, do you really think I lack the means to suppress you? Do you really think that thousands of years ago, the 4 divine dragons, who showed their heads but not their tails, personally came to this place to establish rules, only to speak of it and leave no backup? After all, you're just sitting in a well, looking at the sky. The heavens are high and the earth is vast, far beyond the view from the well's mouth. The girl furrowed her brow and said, Mr. Qi, don't try to scare me with words. I'm not my young master Song Jisun, and I'm not interested in your grandiose rhetoric, nor do I ever believe it. You might as well speak plainly. Whether we fight to the death or part ways amicably, I'm ready for either. The middle-aged scholar slowly replied, I advise you to leave this cage and not to take advantage of your freedom in the future, for overreaching does no good for anyone, especially after you and he embark on the path of cultivation. Regardless of whether you become partners, you should temper your sharpness and not be arrogant or overbearing. This is not a threat, but some heartfelt words from me at parting, a kind reminder. Logically, the two had vastly different statuses. Yet the maid Ji Gui was neither servile nor overbearing, and her current aura seemed to vaguely overshadow that of the scholar, as she sneered, kindness? For thousands of years, you remarkable cultivators have been high and mighty, drawing boundaries around this place as if it were a field of crops, reaping one harvest this year and pulling another bundle next year after year, unchanged for 1,000 years. How is it that now you suddenly want to be kind to me, this wretched being? Haha. I've heard my young master say something that many of you regard as a guiding principle. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, right? So it's no wonder, Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi continued forward, taking a light step, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. Oh, after that step, Ji Gui's expression changed slightly. The two found themselves in a place shrouded in darkness, where one could not see their own fingers. Only above, countless rays imbued with a sacred aura fell down. They felt as if they were at the bottom of an unfathomable well, with golden sunlight slowly descending from the well's mouth. The middle-aged scholar, dressed in a blue robe, had a flowing brilliance on his clothing that was ever-changing. The righteous aura was clear and bright. The girl first wore a fierce expression but quickly reverted to a numb, indifferent look, murmuring, 60 years of Buddhist chants, like thunder in my ears, unceasing. 60 years of Taoist talismans, like maggots gnawing at my bones, tearing at me with all their might. 60 years of righteous energy, blocking the sky and sun with nowhere to hide. 60 years of military sword energy, like an earth-shaking force, splattering everywhere. Each cycle of 60 years is a reincarnation. It has been 3,000 years, and I have never known peace. I just want to know where this so-called root of the great Tao is. I can see and hear the black and white words on your paper, the profound meanings you impart when teaching, but I cannot find it. She gazed longingly at the middle-aged man, who was both an obscure teacher from a remote village and Qi Jingshun from the Confucian Academy, a scholar respected even by the powerful of the Sui dynasty. Suddenly, the girl smiled and asked, "How do you teach me? How do you advise me to do good?" "If I remember correctly, you're a Confucian sage and one of the founders of Taoism both proposed teaching without class distinctions, right?" The man shook his head and said, "It is useless to speak 1,000 teachings of the sages to you." The girl appeared to be casually chatting with the scholar, but in reality, she was like a tightly strung bow, her peripheral vision constantly scanning the surroundings for clues to break the impasse. The scholar paid no heed to this and sneered. "I know you harbor boundless anger, resentment, and murderous intent. I am not intolerant of differences, but you must understand that taking pity indiscriminately and practicing acts of compassion is never the true teaching of the three schools. My young master often says that arguing with scholars over reason is the most pointless thing." The girl tugged at the corner of her mouth, narrowing her strange golden eyes, realizing that Mr. Qi had truly returned to his former power, making him even more formidable than before. He dismissed her with a smile, stating that it didn't matter if reason could not be conveyed, but as long as I, Qi Jingshun, am alive and have the authority to preside over this place, you, the ungrateful wretch, should not even think of acting recklessly. The girl pointed at herself and laughed, asking, "I am ungrateful?" The middle-aged scholar, filled with anger, retorted, "When you were at your weakest, having to bow your head and voluntarily make a pact with others, who saved you on that snowy day in Mud Bottle Alley, and who has been slowly consuming his remaining vitality over the years." The girl laughed and said, "When hungry, one must find something to eat to fill their stomach. Isn't that a natural thing? Besides, he originally had no great opportunities. Dying early and being reborn might bring a glimmer of hope for the next life. If he were left as a rootless drifter in the small town, then that would truly be." The scholar waved his sleeve and softly commanded, "Shut up." The scholar angrily scolded, "The mystery of the great Tao, the principles of heaven, are not something you can casually pronounce on. Each person's fate and connections are unique. What right do you have to make choices for others?" Above the girl's head, a brilliant golden hand appeared out of thin air, exuding a majestic aura, like a Buddha subduing demons with a single palm, or like the Taoist ancestor suppressing evil. It swiftly pressed down on the girl's head, forcing her to kneel instantly, her forehead striking the ground heavily. The sound of her bowing echoed loudly. With her head bowed, the girl struggled to rise, her hands pushing against the ground. Without showing her face, she let out a chilling laugh. "You can force me to bow my head, but I absolutely will not admit my mistake." That overwhelming golden hand seized her head, lifting and pressing down again, resulting in another bow. This time the sound was heavy as thunder. The scholar spoke solemnly, "Don't forget, this sliver of hope was given to you by the sages, not something you earned. Otherwise, don't say suppressing you for 3,000 years. Even 30,000 years would be easy." The girl, still held down, rasped, "Your so-called great Tao, I refuse to walk it." The scholar raised his arm high and suddenly slapped the void in front of him. "Enough. Suppress her." From the golden light pouring down from the well, a white jade seal emerged, measuring over a foot in length and width, square and solid, inscribed with 8 ancient characters, some of which were extremely bright red, with countless purple lightnings swirling around the seal, crackling with sound. With a command from Qi Jingshun, the enormous seal, as if embodying the legendary principle of words carrying power, descended from the sky, crashing onto the back of the girl who was already kneeling on the ground. This massive seal, infused with the pressure of the heavenly way, seemed not to be a physical object. It did not force the girl to lie flat on the ground, but instead swiftly embedded itself into the earth amidst wind and thunder, vanishing without a trace, like raindrops with thunderous sounds. But in an instant, the girl felt as if her entire body had been crushed by a heavy object, collapsing onto the ground like a puddle of mud, in utter misery. Even so, the girl clawed with one hand, her fingers like hooks, exerting all her strength as if to inscribe words on the ground. Qi Jingshan remained expressionless and coldly stated, 3 bows are to pay respect to heaven and earth, to the common people, to the great Tao. The girl, with a vacant expression, did not respond. Qi Jingshan gently waved his sleeve, dispersing the suffocating, overwhelming pressure, saying, I, Qi Jingshan, am merely a corrupt scholar under the sages, and I can make you bow 3 times. Once you go out and act as you wish. Are you really not afraid of encountering an even more unreasonable existence that could crush you with a single finger? Qi Jingshan sighed. You are indeed suppressed and imprisoned here, lacking freedom. But have you ever thought that there is no absolute freedom in this world? The various rituals established by our Confucian sages are not also to seek another kind of freedom for all living beings? As long as you do not overstep your bounds, do not break the rules, and adhere to etiquette, one day, with such vast skies and lands, where can you not go? The young girl raised her head and stared intently at the middle-aged scholar. Qi Jingshan stepped forward. The world returned to normal, and he and the Meiji Gui returned to Mud Bottle Alley, where the sun was warm and the spring breeze gentle. The girl wobbled as she stood up, her smile pale, slightly revealing her sharp teeth. I have remembered the teachings from the master today. Qi Jingshan said nothing more and turned to leave. She suddenly asked, even if I am ungrateful to Chen Ping'an, why does the master, as an outstanding disciple of a sage, stand by and watch? Why does he only favor his disciple Zhao Yao and my young master, while treating the ordinary Chen Ping'an with indifference? Isn't this just like a merchant doing business? If something is rare, they will meticulously cultivate it. If it is of poor quality, they will treat it carelessly, not caring whether they can sell it for a good price. Qi Jingshan smiled. Heaven and earth are in constant motion. A gentleman strives for self-improvement. The girl looked confused. When the middle-aged scholar's figure disappeared at the end of the alley, the girl immediately showed a look of disdain and spat. She limped back to her own courtyard, wrinkling her nose and frowning as she passed Chen Ping'an's house, feeling somewhat muddled. It was just that the damn scholar's cultivation was in ruins, and the small town was now leaking secrets everywhere, like a boat leaking water. She was already too busy taking care of herself, so she didn't want to fuss over trivial matters. After she pushed open the courtyard door, a seemingly inconspicuous 4-legged lizard suddenly darted out from some corner and quickly crawled to her feet, only to be kicked away in anger. Inside Chen Ping'an's house, the young Taoist sat upright at the table, eyes focused on his nose and nose on his heart. Not long ago, the girl in black who was on the verge of death could now sit up on the bed with her legs crossed, without wearing a headscarf, revealing a striking face. It wasn't that the girl was exceptionally beautiful. It was just that her spirited demeanor largely made people forget about her appearance. The girl's eyebrows were not like willow leaves, but more like narrow blades. When she gazed at the young Taoist with a scrutinizing look, he felt a rare sense of awkwardness, clearly having done nothing wrong, yet feeling somewhat guilty. The young Taoist coughed and quickly clarified, Miss, just to be clear, it was this poor Taoist who saved you, but carrying you into the room, helping you take off your headscarf, and washing your face. Those were all done by someone else. His name is Chen Ping'an, the owner of this dilapidated house, a poor boy as black as coal, orphaned, who once worked as a kiln worker making porcelain and even asked this poor Taoist for a talisman. That's about it. If you have any other questions, I will answer without holding back. The boy in straw sandals had been completely sold off. The girl nodded, not angry or embarrassed, but sincerely said, Thank you, Taoist, for saving my life. The increasingly nervous young Taoist chuckled. No worries, it's just a small effort, as long as you are well. The girl asked, Aren't you from Dong Baoping continent? The young Taoist countered, And you aren't, right? She replied with a soft mm. The Taoist also responded with a mm. The young Taoist wearing a lotus crown smiled. This poor Taoist's surname is Liu, named Chun, and I have no doubt title. You can just call me Taoist Liu. The girl gently nodded, glancing at the young Taoist's Tao crown. The young Taoist hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage to say, Although that boy did some things that were not in accordance with etiquette, it was an emergency, and I didn't expect you to recover so quickly, so I hope you won't hold it against me. The girl smiled. Taoist Liu, I am not unreasonable. The young Taoist chuckled. That's good, that's good. The girl raised an eyebrow, and the young Taoist's smile became stiff. She looked around, her expression indifferent. She casually said, I heard that the Master Ruan, who forges the best swords on this continent, plans to open a furnace here to forge swords, so I followed all the way here, hoping he can help me make a sword. The young Taoist sighed. If it really is him, it won't be easy to get him to forge a sword personally. The girl in black obviously also felt troubled, as it was indeed difficult. At this moment, the boy, with a bag of herbs in his left hand and a small package in his right, knocked lightly on the door before quickly stepping over the threshold, placing the herbs on the table, and softly saying, "Taoist, please check if I got the wrong ones. If so, I will go exchange them right away." The boy continued to hold the package, turning to look at the girl in black, who was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, and they exchanged gazes. The girl in black calmly said, "Hello, my father's surname is Ning, and my mother's surname is Yao, so I am called Ning Yao." The boy instinctively replied, "Hello. My father's surname is Chun, and my mother also has the surname Chun, so." The boy felt a bit awkward but quickly smiled and said, "My name is Chen Ping'an." Volume 1, Caged Sparrow, Chapter 16, No Way Out. The girl didn't mind much. The young Taoist couldn't help but laugh heartily. Suddenly realizing the atmosphere was a bit off, he quickly changed the subject. The tender leaves of the green waterpool dragon scale tree. "Oh, we call them 3 spring willows here. They were picked too late, about 7 or 8 days overdue. And this bag of dragon flying grass, commonly known as girl's waste, was ground too carelessly. And this paper pile flower from the Yang family shop is even more ridiculous. It was supposed to be 3 taels. But how come it was short by a penny?" The young Taoist listed a large number of complaints about the herbs. Almost nothing was satisfactory, feeling as if he had some personal grudge against the Yang family's pharmacy. Finally, he made a big turn, concluding, the shopkeeper's conscience must have been fed to the dogs. But these herbs on the table are enough for brewing medicine to save lives. Of course, this is mainly due to Miss Ning Yao's good constitution. And the Yang family shop has at most a half copper coin's worth of relation to it. The young Taoist slapped his head, unfolded a piece of plain white paper, and while picking up his pen to write, he reminded, "Almost forgot, I will write you another prescription for brewing medicine. This is a meticulous task. Chen Ping'an, you must not be careless. This prescription not only heals wounds, but also strengthens the body, which is a superior method for a warrior to maintain an undefeated position while fighting, and the best part is that it is gentle and does not harm others. It just takes more time and requires buying more herbs, which is merely a matter of expenditure. When to brew with strong fire and when to brew with slow fire. I have detailed everything on the paper. Even the timing of brewing has its intricacies. In short, for the next 10 days, Chen Ping'an, you will have to work hard. After all, a man is meant to carry burdens. Otherwise, how could there be the saying of a great man standing tall? You must not shirk responsibility, lest the young lady looks down upon you." When the young Taoist mentioned standing tall, he subtly shook his head. A prescription is just half a sheet of paper. But brewing the medicine took 2 sheets. The characters were ordinary small script, square and neat. Chen Ping'an felt anxious and asked, "Taoist, won't you not take care of things afterward? Such a matter of life and death. Wouldn't it be more secure for you to supervise it personally?" The young Taoist said helplessly, "I will have to leave this small town. There is a ceremony to be held in the territory of the southern Jianshu kingdom for my sect, and I want to see it with my own eyes." Chen Ping'an felt even more helpless. "Taoist, but I can't read." The young Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "It's fine. Miss Ning recognizes characters. So before you brew the medicine, you can ask her more about it." The girl nodded. Chen Ping'an wanted to say something more, but the young Taoist suddenly remembered something. Took out a small jade seal from his sleeve, gently breathed on the face of the seal, then pressed it heavily onto the piece of paper where the prescription was written. After lifting the seal from the paper, he was quite satisfied and tucked it back into his sleeve. The young Taoist handed the other 2 pieces of paper to Chen Ping'an, saying, "Take care of this. There are many books in the small town, mostly private collections, so it's not easy to buy. If you really want to learn characters, you can start with this prescription from me." The young Taoist smiled at the girl, a leaf drifting back to the sea. "Where in life do we not meet again? Miss Ning, shall we meet again?" The girl replied earnestly, "Taoist Lu, we shall meet again. No need for thanks for the great favor. In the future, if you need my help, you can send a flying sword message to the upside-down mountain, but Taoist, remember, don't forget to sign the name Lu Chun, otherwise, the upside-down mountain may not allow the flying sword to enter the mountain gate." Upon hearing the name Upside-Down Mountain, the young Taoist was obviously surprised, hesitating to speak. The girl shook her head slightly, and he quickly understood her meaning, not probing further. Some things are better left unknown for the young man inside the house. The young Taoist was the first to leave the house, not forgetting to pull the boy's arm. "Chen Ping'an, I want to say a few words to you." Chen Ping'an first placed the wrapped package on the bed and told the girl in black that it was a new outfit he had bought. Afterward, the two went to the back of the courtyard, and the young Taoist directly asked in a low voice, "With your memory, you must have already recognized the characters on the first prescription. Plus, there's a bookish seed living next door. So the claim that you can't read is not the real reason you're stopping me from leaving." Chen Ping'an replied, "With the Taoist's abilities, you must already know the reason." The young Taoist chuckled. "Do you think you are bound to die, so you fear no one will take care of that girl?" Chen Ping'an nodded. "Since I opened the door, I must take responsibility to the end." The young Taoist stood beside the cart, brought his fingers together, and quietly waved. The white-sheathed long sword that the scholar Qi Jingshun had pressed with two characters of sword Qi quietly flew into the house. Presumably because the girl in black did not want to frighten Chen Ping'an, she tacitly accepted the sword's transgression. The young Taoist pondered for a moment, and when he thought about issues, he would unconsciously extend a finger to tap the lotus crown on his head, and finally said, "Before coming here, I heard a senior brother say that one must be reasonable in doing things and be close to human feelings in life. Since that's the case, I shouldn't be too rigid and harsh. Although everyone has their own karmic connections, since the fundamental teachings of my sect are already different from those of general Taoist schools. Encountering is already fate. Forcing it can still be considered a good connection. I might as well go with the flow. That divination tube and the 108 sticks of divination cannot be given to you. The karma is too chaotic, and once it becomes unclear, it can't be severed, which is very troublesome. As for that private seal, it's a bit heavy. If I give it to you, once the small town loses its restrictions, everything will be exposed in broad daylight. I wouldn't want to harm you, would I? Sigh, should I give you some gold and silver coins? That would be too unrefined and vulgar, wouldn't it? I wouldn't dare." Unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an firmly said, "Taoist Lu, giving money is quite particular, not vulgar." The young Taoist smiled playfully. "The two things before, you didn't understand, but you certainly know their significance. Why not ask for them?" The boy slowly said, "The white bowl that can hold at least a large vat of water, the Taoist who can burn talismans for the ancestors in the underworld, the severely injured, strange girl, and that bag of 28 copper coins made of gold. Before, old man Yao said we were very strange here, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. If I had encountered those two outsiders before, I would have definitely avoided all of you, and today I wouldn't have opened the door." The young Taoist leaned against the cart and said solemnly, "That foreign woman pointed at your brow with her finger. It's a lowly trick to forcibly open a person's acupoints, referred to as pointing in martial arts, with varying levels of skill and intentions. For instance, your courtyard door is not sturdy, right? She deliberately used a hammer to hit it. The door can certainly be opened, but it damages the foundation. Just think, in future storms and snow, that person who opened the door has long since fled. But what about you, the owner who has lived in the courtyard for years?" Chen Ping'an hesitated. "I can still endure hardship." Seeing that the boy who looked like he was joking was serious, the young Taoist laughed in anger. "This was her first time harming you. If your bones are strong and your blood is vigorous, living to 30 or 40 is not difficult. But when she slaps your chest with her palm, that will be the real fatal blow. It will not only damage your physical essence, but also sever your path to longevity. To be precise, you had a slim chance left, relying on the great fortune of this world turning upside down. You might have had the possibility to continue your Tao practice. It's like a rolling flood rushing down. There are countless dragons and fish in the river. Those with good luck will naturally reap great rewards. But even those with the worst luck, if others catch dragons and snakes, they might still catch a small fish or shrimp." Chen Ping'an did not show any signs of shock or panic. He stood there quietly, without any indication of feigned calm. The young Taoist neither appreciated nor belittled him. Softly sighed, "Chen Ping'an, you are young but look down on life and death. That's not a good thing. Do you think living is the best? But if there's really no way and heaven doesn't allow you to live, then death is death, and you wouldn't be afraid, right? Because death, in fact, is an opportunity for a hopeful reunion for you." Chen Ping'an did not deny it. The young Taoist suddenly scolded, "Have you ever thought that even if you can, by chance, meet your parents in the vast underworld, what will their feelings be when they see you?" The more the young Taoist spoke, the angrier he became, extending a finger and poking the boy's head, as if trying to poke some sense into his thick skull. The white impermanence in the popular folklore and strange stories wears a tall white hat whenever he comes to the human world to capture souls. The dead can clearly see the 4 large characters written on the white hat. "You are here too. Chen Ping'an, I ask you, when your parents see you, will they happily ask, Chen Ping'an, son, you are here too? Can they still feel at ease to be reborn? Do you really think there are few people in the world who have the great fortune to be children or spouses in every life? I clearly tell you, dream on. Even those supreme sect masters whose words can change the color of mountains and rivers do not have such transcendent abilities, let alone you, Chen Ping'an, a poor wretch who can't even guarantee 3 meals a day. By the end, the young Taoist spoke with urgency and seriousness. The boy was at a loss. This was the first time the boy felt such fear since becoming aware, his hands and feet cold. He crouched down, hugging his head with both hands. And this time he did not scratch his head. The young Taoist looked down at the small figure. Forget it, for the sake of saving a person. I owe you a favor. I was hoping to avoid repayment, but now it seems I will return everything to you. After this, we will be clear. I will tell you 3 things, and you remember them one by one. The first thing is, when Miss Ning's health improves, take her to the stream south of the small town to find a father and daughter with the surname Ruan. Remember, take her with you, otherwise, it won't help if you go 100 times alone. After you go, no matter how shamelessly you have to beg and roll on the ground, you must strive to become their worker apprentice, whether it's digging wells or moving stones or forging swords and casting iron, it doesn't matter, as long as you find a cool place to settle. In this way, Miss Ning has repaid your favor, and you shouldn't feel like you're taking advantage of her. The second thing is, after the 5th day of the 5th month, you should frequently go to the small stream under the corridor bridge. Whether to pick up stones or catch fish and shrimp, it's up to you. In short, go often, especially when you're feeling troubled or when inspiration strikes you. As for the harvest, who knows with your little bit of fortune, but at least hard work can make up for lack of skill. If you still gain nothing after all this, then you might as well resign yourself to fate. After the young Taoist finished talking about these 2 matters, he started to push the cart. Seeing that the young boy was still squatting there without moving, facing him, he said, "Get up and help." After the boy stood up, he helped push the cart and curiously asked, "Didn't you say there were 3 things?" The young Taoist snorted coldly, "I already told you, I want to go." The boy was taken aback. Then the Taoist reminded him of some other things. "Those copper coins are quite precious, so keep them well. In the following period, go out less, smile more, always wearing a long face, and not being handsome. Who are you showing it to?" He nagged on. The young Taoist seemed to have taken on the role of an elder. After getting the cart out of the courtyard, the boy said he would help push it out of the mud bottle alley, and the young Taoist did not refuse. Walking one after the other in the alley, the Taoist finally said, "There is something I should say. According to the fate I've calculated, your parents passed away early, and it's not your fault." The young Taoist paused for a long time, until the cart was about to leave Mud Bottle Alley, before he softly added, "Not only that, but your life will be full of hardships, and you will also bear the burden due to your parents." The boy remained silent. In the end, the young Taoist insisted on not letting the boy see him off and pushed the cart alone towards the east gate. Looking back, the boy was still standing at the mouth of the alley, waving vigorously at him with a bright smile, completely unlike someone who is about to die. Volume 1, The Caged Sparrow, Chapter 17. If it's unfair, it will sing at this moment. Fu Nanhua, the young lord of the old dragon city, was sitting across from the song's surname boy, carefully holding that small pot of mountain monkey with the bottom mark, meticulously examining the engraving on the bottom, as if admiring the graceful figure of a stunning beauty, unable to get enough of it. He had been toying with the small pot for nearly half an hour, unwilling to part with it. There are always some people or things that can make one fall in love at first sight and feel delighted. For the discerning Fu Nanhua, this nourishing pot was exactly that kind of item. Although there is only a thin line between picking up a bargain and being fooled, Fu Nanhua firmly believed that this time he was on the former side and that he had found quite a good one. The old dragon city, where he resided, ranked among the top in the numerous sects in the southern part of the eastern treasure bottle continent. So Fu Nanhua was truly a young master of the immortal family who had seen great wealth and prosperity, which was also the reason why Kai Jinjian had shown weakness everywhere before. Song Jisun yawned, curled up in his chair, adjusted to a more comfortable position, and lazily asked, "Brother Fu, since the authenticity of the item has been confirmed, shouldn't we discuss the price now?" Rarely being called brother, Fu Nanhua suppressed the faint discomfort in his heart, reluctantly set down the mountain monkey pot, and smiled. "How sincere I am. Brother Song must have an idea. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so straightforward as to reveal the true value of this pot right away upon meeting, nor would I be so hesitant. Clearly showing my determination to obtain this pot, all just to avoid both sides haggling and wasting time while hurting our brotherly feelings. Brother Song, I have already regarded you as a confidant on the path of cultivation, and now we can safely do business. Whether we can share fortune and misfortune in the future, even entrust our lives to each other, depends on whether we take this first step today firmly. Song Jisun extended a finger and pointed at the sincerely expressive young lord. Smilingly said, Brother Fu, I'm quite ordinary, full of the smell of copper, but of course, I will recognize friends. However, when it comes to discussing business, if someone talks about brotherly feelings, I can't help but wonder in my heart, will this kind of person, when he needs to talk about brotherly feelings in the future, actually be calculating behind the scenes for business? Fu Nanhua's expression turned cold, leaning back against the chair, lightly tapping the table with a finger, the movement gentle and silent. Regarding Fu Nanhua's change in attitude, Song Jisun seemed completely unaware, calling out Brother Fu and presenting the pot for his appraisal as his sincerity. Since both sides wanted to do business, let us be straightforward. Brother Fu, you give a price, and I will either nod or shake my head. I'll give you 2 chances to quote a price. After 2 chances, it's as if this village has no such shop. No matter your promises of gold mountains and silver seas, I'm sorry, I won't sell it anymore. The previously given jade pendant counts as my greeting gift, named Old Dragon Rain Cloth. It's not a powerful treasure, but it can help avoid heat, clear the mind, and ward off impurities, especially beneficial for meditation and forgetting oneself. If there is a secret mantra from a Taoist sect as an aid, it can be even more effective. Fu Nanhua's smile was sincere, with no trace of arrogance or condescension on his face, as he placed a brocade bag on the table, pushing it towards Song Jisun with his palm, and said earnestly, This bag of copper coins, called offering money, is one of many incense offerings in the world, usually offered to the statues in the city god temple or the Wenchang pavilion, and can be held in the mouth, stored in the stomach, or placed in the palm, each with its own significance and function. But none of this is the most important thing. The real key is that these coins, which look like gold, are far more valuable than gold essence. Immortals have said that water can be collected, but gold essence is a secret matter, referring to this. This bag of gold essence offering money, as money for buying the pot, is not to say it's more than enough, but it is a fair price. If you add that old dragon pendant, I, Fu Nanhua, dare to say that Brother Song, you will definitely profit. After saying these heartfelt words, Fu Nanhua waited for a response. Song Jisun was silent for a moment, blinked, and asked, Is that it? Fu Nanhua smiled bitterly and said, That's all. Suddenly, the boy flipped his face, slammed his palm on the table, and shouted, Fu, get the hell out. Do you think I'm an easy fool to trick? Before you entered the small town, you would have 3 bags of copper coins, after deducting 1 for the travel fee, for each treasure obtained, regardless of size. You should give out a bag. A bag of copper coins should have 30 at most, 20 at least, but does your withered money bag even have 12 coins? When doing business, you can't even maintain this little integrity and dare to exchange opportunities with me. Fu Nanhua, with his fingers pressing harder, gradually increased the speed of his tapping on the table, knocking repeatedly. Song Jisun felt a jolt in his heart and suddenly found it hard to breathe. His face turning red, bloodshot eyes appearing. The boy hurriedly reached out to press on his chest, his heart pounding violently like a drum, thump thump thump, as if it were about to burst through his chest. Fu Nanhua gradually slowed the speed of his finger taps, and the boy's complexion improved. Fu Nanhua smiled and asked, Since the first price was not agreed upon, then I'll make another offer. 24 pieces of gold essence offering money for your mountain monkey pot. Do you sell it? Song Jisun, drenched in sweat, hesitated, as he saw the other party making a move, just as the boy was about to say something to ease the situation. The young lord of Old Dragon City, accustomed to being adored, had already quickened his tapping speed again, like an unexpected summer downpour. Song Jisun pressed both hands against his chest, his handsome face contorted, a twisted smile mixed with a hint of cruelty. Fu Nanhua almost couldn't help but want to knock this little wolf cub dead, but at the last moment, the great temptation of ascending to immortality still outweighed personal likes and dislikes, so he stopped his finger movements and let the boy off the hook. Song Jisun gasped for breath, his eyes blazing, laughing hoarsely. Fu Nanhua was puzzled by this. The youth seemed to harbor no hatred in his eyes, and Fu Nanhua did not find it a shocking matter. The path of cultivation was full of wonders, with many oddities and extraordinary individuals. He simply asked, What are you laughing at? Song Jisun's breathing became steadier as he leaned back against the chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His eyes sparkled as he said, "Just thinking about the near future, when I too will have abilities like yours, able to kill with a snap of my fingers, makes me incredibly happy." Fu Nanhua smiled in response, feeling a sense of camaraderie with this like-minded individual. Such people were the easiest to deal with, as long as your position was better than theirs. However, they could also be the hardest to deal with if they managed to rise above you. Nevertheless, the young lord of the old dragon city did not believe that after successfully seizing an opportunity here, he would be inferior to a boy who had never been taken away from his small town before the age of 9. Song Jisun glanced at the small pot and half a bag of copper coins on the table, then looked up and said, "Fu Nanhua, I have 2 conditions. As long as you agree, I will sell you a mountain spirit pot and offer another item that is not inferior to it." Fu Nanhua suppressed his joy and replied as calmly as possible, "Go ahead." Song Jisun did not beat around the bush and bluntly stated, "First, I want you to give me 3 bags of gold coins, not 2. Fu Nanhua replied without hesitation, "Deal?" Song Jisun stared intently into his eyes. Fu Nanhua laughed. "Believe it or not," he continued, "also, before I leave today, you must show me that item worth 2 bags of gold so I can inspect it personally." Song Jisun nodded, "Of course." Fu Nanhua then asked, "What is the second condition?" Song Jisun slowly replied, "Kill someone for me." Fu Nanhua shook his head. "Since you know how many copper coins are in a bag, you should also know that we outsiders cannot kill people freely here. Otherwise, we would be immediately expelled from the town, and we might even lose part of our roots. Saints could use celestial means to strip us of related opportunities, which would be a tragic sight, and it could also affect our families, causing them to lose all opportunities here." Song Jisun smirked, "Don't be too quick to refuse. You can wait and see how it unfolds, right?" Fu Nanhua asked with curiosity, "Who do you want to kill?" Song Jisun replied half seriously, "I'm still thinking about it." Fu Nanhua picked up the small pot again, feeling its delicate texture, and casually said, "Then I will wait and see." Across the table, the youth unconsciously rubbed his neck, his face looking extremely poor. Earlier, when Ji Guo had taken Kai Jinjian to the door of the Gu family courtyard, Song Jisun's maid had gone off shopping on her own. After Kai Jinjian entered, she felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, looking at the elders sitting on the bench, and trembled as she asked, "Are you the true monarch of the river crossing who has been cultivating in Shujian Lake?" The elder asked, "How do you recognize me?" Kai Jinjian replied respectfully, "I am Kai Jinjian from Yunxiao Mountain. 10 years ago, I accompanied my father to Shujian Lake to witness the spectacle of the old turtle carrying the monument out of the water. I was fortunate enough to see your demeanor from afar, which remains fresh in my memory." The elder nodded, "I see." Kai Jinjian's mood grew slightly heavy. "True monarch. I wish to be called the storyteller known as the true monarch of the river crossing." He glanced at her and casually said, "For the sake of old ancestor Songxia, I will overlook your uninvited visit this time. Do not let it happen again. When you leave the courtyard, remember to close the door." Kai Jinjian was silent for a moment before nodding, "I will take my leave now." She indeed left just like that, and did not forget to close the door carefully, making no noise at all. Inside the courtyard, the woman looked towards the gate with concern and asked, "Immortal, she doesn't seem like someone who will let this go easily. Is there any trouble?" The elder, who held the title of true monarch, scoffed, "Once you enter the town, even breathing or farting could bring trouble. Should we give up on opportunities for that?" The woman had no response. The elder smiled and asked, "Let me ask you, Gu family, if you could choose, would you prefer Gu Qin to go to Yunxiao Mountain for cultivation, or follow me to Shujian Lake?" "Don't rush to answer." The elder waved his hand, signaling her not to rush, and continued, "Yunxiao Mountain is the bottom-tier sect of our Dongbao Pingzhou, but if you think Yunxiao Mountain is not worth mentioning, then you are gravely mistaken. The cloud root stones produced by Yunxiao Mountain are truly rare treasures, not only in Dongbao Pingzhou but throughout the world. There is only this one place. Therefore, Yunxiao Mountain holds a transcendent position, and everyone is willing to respect it a little, especially the Taoist alchemy sects, which have had a deep relationship with Yunxiao Mountain for thousands of years. As for me, I am just one of the cultivators of Shujian Lake, occupying only a small island in the lake, with very few disciples and not even 100 servants." The woman, Gu, smiled charmingly, still retaining some charm despite being somewhat older. "The difference between me and the women of Yunxiao Mountain is the same as that between them and you, immortal. How could I let Gu Qin give up a paradise to follow that woman to toil in the fields?" The elder laughed heartily, but suddenly remembered something and said solemnly, "What about that boy's background? Gu family, please elaborate, just in case." The woman was taken aback, adjusted her hair, and then said softly, "That poor child is named Chen Ping'an. Both his parents grew up in the town. His mother has a good relationship with me, and she was quite ordinary in appearance, but truly had a good temperament. I don't think I've ever seen her lose her temper with anyone. As for her husband, his looks were not presentable and didn't quite match her, but he was skilled in pottery. If he hadn't died early, he might have been able to run the large dragon kiln after 20 years. As for how he died, some say it was on that stormy night when he hurriedly traveled to avoid extinguishing the kiln fire, and he accidentally fell into the creek. Others say he went to chop wood and burn charcoal, seeking a small profit, and ventured into a mountain that was restricted by the court, only to be taken by a wild beast deep into the forest. In short, his body was never found. That man had a temperament that couldn't seem to produce a sound, but he was good to his child. Every time he returned to the town, he would bring small gifts like little drums, sugar figurines, or old broken porcelain. Generally speaking, the three of them were quite stable before the man died. After Chen Ping'an's father passed away, his mother seemed to develop a mental illness. Her spirit quickly collapsed, and her already frail body deteriorated rapidly. Within a year, she fell ill, becoming as thin as a skeleton, and those of us old neighbors could hardly recognize her as the beautiful woman from years ago. During that time, it was Chen Ping'an who took care of her. That little child bought medicine, cooked meals, and did everything. He was so small that he had to stand on a stool to cook. Moreover, to save money for his mother's medicine, he would scour the mountains for easily found medicinal herbs, and whatever he gathered too much of, he would sell to the pharmacy. I reckon one time he must have taken the wrong herbs because when he returned to Mud Bottle Alley, he suddenly collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth and rolling around. We were terrified, thinking that this entire family would be wiped out. At that time, my mother-in-law was still alive and said it would be better if this family all passed away to save anyone from suffering. If they all went, they could be reunited in the afterlife. Later, somehow, the child recovered from that illness, but his mother still couldn't survive that winter. Oh right, immortal master. That child Chen Ping'an was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. The older neighbors in our little alley all say that this is considered the most unlucky day of the year, easily attracting evil spirits and bringing trouble to the family. So after that child's parents passed away, there wasn't a single copper coin left in the house. And even the little items his father gave him were almost all traded away in the small town for food with peers. As the woman spoke, the old man finally opened his mouth. The 5th day of the 5th month? Interesting, let me calculate. With fingers pinching a formula, sleeves holding the universe. Seeing the woman in a daze, the old man smiled and said, "You may continue." The woman responded with an "oh," and out of the long-standing neighborly affection, she said, "Although we who live in Mud Bottle Alley don't dare bring Chen Ping'an into our homes, we can occasionally help him out, sending over a few bowls of food. That's something we can manage. Human hearts are made of flesh. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that child's birthday was so frightening, no one would genuinely not feel pity for this sensible child. Of course, I must say that there are also some unkind folks in the neighborhood. Those who can't stand seeing others do well, who like to deliberately belittle that child, causing him to end up as a kiln worker apprentice. You know, before his mother died, she made him promise that even if he became a beggar in the future, he must never work at the dragon kiln. A child who is so filial and obedient, to make him break his vow, must be something extraordinary." The old man asked, "Do you know the names and birth dates of the boy's parents?" The woman only said she knew their names, but no one was clear about their birth dates. The old man said it was no problem, and after a moment, sneered, "Trivial skills, ghostly tricks." The woman was puzzled. The old man explained, "That man died an unnatural death, likely because he accidentally learned the secrets of the small town. Unfortunately, his luck was not as good as your family, and his ancestral blessings were not as plentiful. In the end, to protect his son's safety, he secretly broke that fateful porcelain bottle. This naturally caused a certain sect outside the town to miss out on a significant investment. How could a mere kiln worker afford such a loss? He had to pay with his life, and when one life wasn't enough, he added his wife's. It's laughable, really. Perhaps that kiln worker's death was too trivial for some people, so they couldn't be bothered to expend extra energy, thus using such a rudimentary concealment technique to deceive." The woman's face turned gloomy. The old man saw through her thoughts at a glance and smiled. "What's wrong? Feeling guilty and regretful?" The woman forced a smile. Admitting there was guilt, after all, she had watched the child grow up, But to say she regretted it, absolutely not. The old man nodded. I can see that. The woman muttered to herself, if it were Chen Ping'an's mother in my position, I believe she would do the same. The old man shook his head, not necessarily. The woman suddenly shouted, she definitely would. The old man, not angry at her rudeness, only sighed, pity the hearts of parents everywhere. The boy in straw sandals sat on the threshold. Miss Ning, may I ask you some questions? The girl in black, leaning against the wall, sat cross-legged with a narrow green scabbard knife resting across her knees. Of course. But if it involves secrets and privacy, I won't answer. Chen Ping'an asked, how long do you usually stay here before leaving? The girl frowned, not certain. Some people are lucky and may go back the same day. Others, if unlucky, might spend their whole lives here. If you insist I make a guess, I can, but it may not be accurate. For example, our group of 8, 2 of whom are wealthy and foolish. They don't look like they can come and go quickly. They should stay in the town for a few days. That young man wearing a high crown and jade pendant will probably have a relatively smooth time. There's a big fellow focused on that well. Whether he succeeds depends on whether heaven grants him that meal. Chen Ping'an pressed further. And what about the other person? Who? The tall woman who isn't very old. Do you like her? Chen Ping'an at the door smiled, not taking it seriously. The girl in black likely also felt she had made a poor joke. Her expression grew serious. I actually heard your conversation with Taoist Liu. You have grievances with her, so you want revenge? She sighed and advised. People like you on the mountainside are not much different in the eyes of those at the peak than those at the foot of the mountain. It's not just that they look down on you. They indeed have the right to do so. After coming to this lawless land. Not to mention that woman from Yunxiao Mountain. Even that child in the big red robe. If he punches you in the chest, you might spit out a bowl of blood. But if you hit him back, it wouldn't even tickle him. At most just make him feel a bit uncomfortable. Definitely won't hurt him internally. As for the reason, it's hard to clarify. Mainly, I'm not good at explaining this. Chen Ping'an turned his back to the house. Looking towards the door, I want to know why she wants to kill me. We clearly just met for the first time. The girl took a long time before finally speaking. She may not be the kind of person who kills indiscriminately. How should I put it? On the path of cultivation, crossing mountains and rivers, there are wide and narrow paths. Some are straightforward, and others are like walking on a single log bridge. If you walk too fast and accidentally step on an ant, or when hungry, catch a few fish from the river. When your Tao skills are somewhat accomplished and you casually unleash them, killing birds or snakes can happen. I'm not explaining it well. I hope you understand what I mean. Chen Ping'an replied, I roughly understand. Then the boy fell silent again, looking back at the courtyard door. In truth, he didn't understand at all. Not comprehending why those people could be so indifferent to the lives of others. After a long time, Chen Ping'an turned and smiled. If you don't mind, you can stay here. If you need anything, just let me know. And you? I know someone, and I'm going to stay with him for the next few days. You don't need to worry. His name is Lu Xianyang. He is my friend. A good friend. The girl looked at the thin figure on the threshold and smiled. Thank you. The boy grinned, scratched his head, and didn't say any polite words. He hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered the courage to turn back and say, Miss Ning, if one day I don't come back, please give my bag of golden copper coins to Lu Xianyang. Let him take care of this house for me later. No need to clean it, just occasionally repair it. Add some new tiles to prevent leaks, and make sure the walls don't collapse and the courtyard door isn't too broken. If it can have door gods and couplets on New Year's Eve, that would be best. If you think this is too troublesome, it's fine if you don't do it. When the girl saw Chen Ping'an's eyes shining when he mentioned the door gods and couplets, it was evident that this orphan from Mud Bottle Alley had long hoped for door gods and couplets at his home during the new year for many years. How many years had it been since his parents died? That was how long he had hoped. So when that carefree boy, who had no attachments or knots in his heart, gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, patted his knees, and slowly stood up, the flying sword sheathed on the table inside the house suddenly let out a shrill cry. Volume 1, Caged Sparrow Chapter 18. 3 out of 5 Fu Nanhua walked out of the house and found that the pretty maid was sitting on a small stool in the yard, holding a corn cob and feeding the chickens. The hen was pecking at the ground, accompanied by a group of fluffy yellow chicks. After seeing her, Fu Nanhua smiled slightly. The girl, whether due to her shy personality or her innate indifference, merely tugged at the corner of her mouth as a return gesture. After Fu Nanhua opened the courtyard door, he found Kai Jinjian unexpectedly waiting in the alley. Feeling disinterested, he turned around to close the door. Through the gradually narrowing gap, he caught sight of a face looking up at him. Fu Nanhua suddenly realized that this maid, who should have been a poor girl full of earthy smells, actually possessed quite remarkable eyes, making her appear like a fresh green bud blooming in early spring. However, Fu Nanhua didn't think much of it. For a young master of Longqing, beautiful women were a common sight, and he was quite tired of them. Walking alongside Cai Jinjian, Fu Nanhua asked, "What's wrong? Not going well?" Opportunities often come with difficulties. It's not always possible to hit the nail on the head every time, so don't lose heart. Cai Jinjian, born with a charming demeanor, after her cultivation, was as pure as crystal in terms of her physical form, far surpassing worldly women. At a glance, the girls from the mountain below could be stunning, but in the end, they were just a stinky skin. At this moment, the fairy of Yunshao Mountain had a rather unpleasant expression, indicating how bad her mood was. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so obvious on her face. It seemed she had been holding in her anger while waiting in the alley, and now she couldn't help but vent. A high-ranking figure had taken the lead. Lu Jimao, the local tyrant of Shujian Lake, had come to pressure her as a junior by dragging out the master of Yunshao Mountain. Throughout the whole encounter, she had only spoken a few words before he drove her out of Gu Kin's courtyard. Fu Nanhua pondered and reminded her, "Let us talk after we leave Mud Bottle Alley." Cai Jinjian asked in confusion, "Isn't this place entirely banned from magic?" Fu Nanhua smiled and replied, "Anyone who comes here to seek opportunities must have some hidden talents. For young people like us, it might be all right, according to the town's rules. The deeper one's cultivation, the greater the suppression. Below the sage level, the closer one is to the sage, the weaker one becomes, like a child, right? But have you ever thought, if a high-ranking figure were to expend their own essence to use their supernatural powers, wouldn't they be even weaker than us newcomers?" Cai Jinjian retorted, "With a sage here, would Lu Jimao dare to act boldly against me?" Fu Nanhua advised, "We are here to seek good fortune, not to create enmity. Even if there is no danger to our lives, ruining our relationship with the seniors is ultimately unwise." Cai Jinjian was not the type to be stubborn. She nodded and said, "What you said is very true, a prudent opinion." She had a pained expression, looking pitiful, but she truly felt unwilling. "I've already given you 10 pieces of cloudroot stone. If it all comes to nothing, how can I explain it to the ancestors when I return?" After leaving Mud Bottle Alley, both Fu Nanhua and Cai Jinjian felt a surge of spirit, and it was not merely the sudden brightness of the light. They exchanged glances and quickly looked away. Fu Nanhua, who had been extremely excited, became much calmer, carefully considering their trip to the alley and the alliance with Cai Jinjian. He had not revealed any flaws, nor had he made any mistakes in his dealings with the young man Song Jisun. It was a fair trade that conformed to the rules. How could the sage, who merely observed the winds and waters of this place, have the leisure to intervene? So where was this pressure coming from? Was it really from that Lu Jimao, whose name he had never even heard before? Compared to Fu Nanhua's profound thoughts, Cai Jinjian's ideas were simpler. She believed Fu Nanhua had hit the nail on the head, that Lu Jimao had indeed used some supernatural powers to monitor her. She felt a wave of fear, thankful that she had only spoken some complaints and had not made any harsh remarks. As they walked down the street, the further they got from Mud Bottle Alley, the lighter the heaviness in their hearts became. Fu Nanhua felt it was due to the weight of opportunity, while Cai Jinjian felt it was the burden of her family. Looking up at the archway in the distance, Fu Nanhua curiously asked, "Who is Lu Jimao from Shujian Lake?" "I have no impression of him at all. Even though Longqing is located at the southernmost part of a continent, the title of true monarch is quite illustrious. Even if I am somewhat ignorant, I should have some understanding." Cai Jinjian lowered her voice and scoffed. "What true monarch? He is merely a practitioner from a side sect who holds a relatively high position, most hypocritical, and he doesn't even qualify to be called a true monarch. It's just flattery from those who seek good fortune. Think about how astute Emperor Yuan Wu is. He would never bestow the title of true monarch on such a person. Each title given out could mean not retrieving it for 200 years. With the extravagance of Emperor Yuan Wu's ancestors, by the time it reaches him, there are only 2 true monarch slots left, and he wouldn't casually give one to a side sect practitioner seeking fame." Fu Nanhua suddenly realized. So that was the case. Every true monarch stationed in a dynasty could gather, suppress, and enhance the national fortune for the monarch. The position of Taoist true monarch could almost be considered a member of the Taoist sects, sitting at the pinnacle of the secular dynasty, alongside the top military officials and Confucian scholars. Cai Jinjian casually asked, "What about Song Jisun?" Fu Nanhua casually replied, "That young man is ambitious, naturally intelligent, and has a considerable backing, but his vision. Kai Jinjian laughed and asked, not big? Fu Nanhua chuckled, I can't say it's not big. It's just not big enough. When they reached the archway, Fu Nanhua, full of spirit, murmured, when the time comes, heaven and earth will work together. Kai Jinjian looked up at the words do not seek externally and felt a sense of emptiness. It seemed that the enlightenment she had gained in Mud Bottle Alley had been entirely returned to this small town. This made her exceptionally restless. Song Jisen's house, located in Mud Bottle Alley, belonged to a prominent family. In addition to the grand hall with a hanging plaque, there were also side rooms on both sides. The plaque in the grand hall read Hua Yuan Hall, but there was no signature. Song Jisen always felt that, judging by the handwriting, it was not the work of a renowned master. At this moment, the master and servant were in Song Jisen's main house. The young man was rummaging through boxes and drawers, while the maid stood at the door, gently asking, young master, did the business not go through? Song Jisen put down a string of bells, sat back in the only chair in the room, clasped his hands behind his head, and crossed his legs. That Fu Nanhua from Longqing was not entirely foolish. He had not regarded me as an inexperienced fool from the beginning, but he wasn't smart enough either. Wanting to build a rapport with me was quite amusing. Later, when I casually deceived him, he revealed his foxtail, thinking that by putting on a show and using some thunderous means, he could intimidate me. Compared to the unpredictable Mr. Qi, he was miles away. The maid Jigue said, miles away? Young master, that's too exaggerated. Song Jisen made a face and said, then it's 10 Mud Bottle Alleys away. The young man tossed a bag to his maid and said, look, this is the copper money mentioned in that secret letter. The Chen family next door also got a bag. I thought at that time that such great fortune falling on him might not be a good thing. As expected, it has angered those two pairs of dog men and women. I see that the Chen family will suffer next. He then continued, by the way, Jigue, let me tell you, the guy who came to our house claimed to be the young master of Longqing. Judging by his tone and demeanor, he is at least not a mere decorative pillow, and he also has this jade pendant, claiming it's from the Longqing rain cloth. Definitely valuable. Song Jisen patted the beautiful green jade pendant, which he had already hung on his waist. In his heart, he felt he was a step closer to being like Mr. Qi, the scholar. Jigue opened the exquisite embroidered bag and quietly asked, young master, can we earn more copper coins back? Song Jisen smiled and asked, do you like it? Jigue pinched a golden coin between her fingers, shook it, and said with a happy smile, it's so shiny and festive. Song Jisen chuckled silently, thinking, can this really work? Well, since you like it, I'll bring back a few more bags. These coins were used outside, placed on the beams as pressure coins, on peach charms as spring welcoming coins, or as offering coins in the bellies or hands of Buddha statues. However, the common people have their own customs, and the immortals have their own sayings. She squinted her eyes, resembling two crescent moons, and asked, what about Chen Ping'an's bag? Song Jisen frowned him. The maid sensed her young master's unusual mood, carefully put away the coins, tied the bag tightly, and asked softly, what's wrong? Song Jisen pouted, covering her neck with both hands, twisting it lightly, and said nonchalantly, it's nothing, just recalling some trivial matters. There's no rush with that Chen person. Better to avoid trouble. As for Zhao Yao, that bookworm will probably also get some coins. He'll be easier to deceive. I'll make sure to bring you back a bag. Seeing the maid looking a bit confused, Song Jisen didn't explain further, and noticing her young master wasn't in the mood to talk, the girl didn't press on. Jigue walked out of the house into the courtyard and saw the annoying four-legged lizard sprawled on the ground, basking in the sun and occasionally rolling around. Looking quite content, the angry girl quickly walked over and stepped on the lizard's head, twisting her toes fiercely. The poor little creature let out a mournful cry. She lifted her foot, and the lizard darted away, running around the courtyard, constantly bumping into walls. This was her earthy yellow lizard. The golden carp that got trapped in the fish basket, and the black loach that Gukan kept in the water tank. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, 3 out of 5. Looking at the lizard with horns on its head, the girl smiled broadly, her face full of disdain. Silly thing. In the courtyard of Gu Kan's home, the elder and the woman were still sitting across from each other. The elder extended his palm, observing the lines in his hand. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he put his hand down and asked, in this small town, how many women like you? Gu, marry men from outside. The woman shook her head. Not many, at least not around here in Ni Ping Alley and Xinghua Alley. I'm the only one. The elder hesitated for a moment before revealing some insights. The girl S6 and 12 and the boy S9 and 18 are two significant thresholds. The former you have to cross on your own, while the latter can be assisted by external forces. After that, there's one more thing that can give you more assurance. The wealthier the family, the more advantageous it is. Opening the door, entering the hall, and stepping into the room. These three things, the first two steps really depend on fate and destiny. Especially the first step, whether it succeeds or not depends entirely on whether heaven is willing to provide. The woman's eyes were full of smiles. To be noticed by the immortal, my Gukin must be someone who can take that first step on his own, right? The elder smiled knowingly. As long as it's a child raised in this small town, it means their root and talent aren't particularly outstanding. Although your Gukin isn't 9 yet. He is no exception. The woman's expression turned extremely grim. The elder lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, smiling. Don't worry. While root and talent are indeed important, they aren't the top priority. If heaven finds someone pleasing, even a stray dog or a wild grass can slowly cultivate a great path and eventually ascend to the heavens. This time, the small town made an exception to allow so many outsiders in, which was unavoidable. A piece of farmland, no matter how good the soil and water are. After thousands of years of cultivation, harvesting, and several instances of reckless overfishing, will eventually decline and decay. There will always be a day of complete barrenness. The feng shui and foundation of this place have finally welcomed the last great year. Whenever a person is about to die, they will have a moment of clarity. At that time, their spirit will become especially robust. Your Gukin is precisely benefiting from this, with opportunities far exceeding imagination, surpassing those exceptionally talented children from the small town. The woman's lips trembled as she tried to suppress her excitement, her eyes glistening with a hint of alluring charm. The elder glanced at her and smiled. Of course, don't be greedy. There are definitely more people with such great opportunities than just your son. To put it bluntly, in such a vast Dongbao continent, even if someone is qualified to monopolize this fortune, they probably haven't even been born yet. The woman pressed her hands to her heart and murmured, "That's enough. That's enough." The elder recalled the younger woman from Yunxiao Mountain and mocked, busy and exhausted, only knowing to ask for some external possessions. Really, picking sesame seeds and losing watermelons, utterly foolish. Then the elder smiled again, right? Those old folks from Yunxiao Mountain have never had a broad vision. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gained this opportunity. Having a treasure mountain that is almost inexhaustible should bring in a steady stream of wealth, yet it has fallen to the point of needing a disciple to support it. Inside the house, the child who had been kicking and punching the door for a long time stood on a stool, leaning against the window, pleading with a sad face. "Mother, please let me out, okay? I promise I'll be obedient." The woman glanced at the old immortal, who nodded. Only then did she open the door, taking the child's hand and walking into the courtyard, sternly saying, "Shao Can, don't cause trouble. Do you understand? Mother has never hit you. If you dare to be disobedient, I will really hit you again." The child replied with a soft "oh," his head drooping, looking sickly. Gukin moved a small stool over, sat down by himself, and formed a tripod with his mother and the elder. The child propped his chin with his hands and asked, "Mother, what did you and the storyteller talk about? I couldn't hear clearly from inside. Can you tell me again?" The elder exclaimed, pausing for a moment, then shook his wrist, and the large white bowl reappeared in his palm. He looked down, concentrating, his eyes dark and obscure, only to see ripples on the surface of the water in the bowl, occasionally splashing water, and a black line darting quickly around the bowl, sometimes hitting the bowl's wall. The elder muttered to himself, "Forget it, let it be." To take on this disciple, the elder had gone through a lot in Ni Ping Alley, sacrificing decades of cultivation to successfully intervene 3 times. The first was to make that woman step in dog poop. The last time was through secret techniques to make her firmly believe she had achieved enlightenment. If it were outside the small town, this would have been impossible. Even a true Taoist immortal would not dare to act like this. But in the small town, Kai Jin was no different from an ordinary person. The elder paid a huge price to seize the opportunity. The second time was the most clever. Even the elder himself felt it was a stroke of genius, making the woman mistakenly believe that the kind reminder from the straw sandal boy was actually a sly revenge. At that time, the elder had slowed down the boy's speech just enough for the woman to catch that detail. One couldn't say it wasn't meticulously planned. On the path of cultivation, among fellow practitioners, good karma and bad karma are separated by a thread. At this moment, The woman Gu's heart was hanging in suspense. Fearing the elder would say something bad, the elder pulled at the corner of his mouth, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a child stealthily standing up and then sprinting towards the courtyard door. The woman screamed. The elder held the white bowl, standing up calmly. Disciple, let me show you what the vastness of heaven and earth is, so you don't know the weight of your actions and ruin the great cause of our master-disciple relationship. The woman's vision went black, and she fainted on the ground. The elder suddenly waved his sleeve. At the next moment, just as the child was about to touch the courtyard door latch, he stumbled and fell to the ground. But as he realized something was wrong, he looked around in confusion, and finally lifted his head to look at the storyteller standing beside him. Where's this? The old man, with his hands behind his back, said calmly, in the bowl. The child became even more bewildered, and suddenly heard the old man shout, "Get up!" The child instinctively stood up, but remained motionless. Guken found himself standing at the edge of a cliff, with a vast sea of clouds in the distance before him. Then, the child's eyes widened in horror as he saw a gigantic body breaking through the mist, slowly moving. But it was so large that its true form could not be fully revealed. The child was scared and wanted to take a step back, but was quickly held in place by the old man's hand on his head, sternly saying, "If you step back now, you will find it hard to move forward on your path of cultivation in the future. Stand firm." Guken was so frightened that tears flowed from his eyes. And this unruly child, who had never cared for rules, dared not even make a sound while crying. The child could not control his body, his legs trembled, and his lips quivered. In the distance, the sea of clouds began to boil. The misty white clouds seemed to gradually fade away. More darkness appeared in the sky, extremely long and large, like the little loach raised in his family's water tank, which had grown tremendously after some time. Such a thought suddenly popped into the child's mind. At that moment, Guken felt disoriented and involuntarily took a step forward, extending his slender arm towards the sky. A head as massive as a mountain slowly swam into view from the sea of clouds. The child's eyes lit up, unafraid, and even waved, shouting, "Come here, come here. So you've grown this big. No wonder I always felt that the fish, shrimp, and crabs in the water tank always seemed to decrease a lot the next day." Standing behind Guken, the book Simplifying Lake's River Cutting True Monarch felt a mix of emotions, with strong feelings of loss and jealousy, but also a sense of comfort. Although he knew he would never have such great fortune, having this disciple was a blessing, and certainly not a wasted trip. The old man watched as that head approached, murmuring, "A marvel of the world." Chen Ping'an suddenly told the girl in black that he needed to go into the house for a moment, and then squatted in a corner, turning his back to her, hiding something in his palm. After leaving, he said he was going to buy a ceramic pot for her to brew medicine, as they were lacking one at home. After the boy in straw sandals left quickly, the girl stole a glance at the dark corner where an old pot stood. In fact, the girl had very good hearing. What he held in his palm was a sharp shard of porcelain. Volume 1, The Bird in the Cage, Chapter 19, The Great Tao. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to run out of the courtyard, the girl in black suddenly called out, "Wait, I have something to tell you." Chen Ping'an pretended not to hear and was about to open the courtyard door when the girl raised her voice. Chen Ping'an. He had no choice but to turn and run back to the threshold. Her complexion was already a bit rosier than before, but her voice still had a slight hoarseness as she said, "First, after we outsiders come to the small town, although, as I said before, our physiques are stronger than ordinary people, besides that, we are not much different from you. Second, outsiders are not allowed to kill here. Once violated, for any reason, we will be expelled, destined to gain nothing. The cost is enormous, far beyond your imagination. Third, you must also think clearly, in times of crisis. Even if we outsiders are left with empty hands, we will definitely act. After all, living is the most fundamental thing." Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and asked, "Does that mean when doing things, one must act quickly?" The girl in black grinned, her spirited face shining brightly, as if illuminating the entire room. She patted the green scabbard resting on her knees and nodded, "Yes. You must act quickly, faster, even the fastest. For example, I wear both a saber and a sword, and I must be the fastest person in the world, whether drawing the saber or unsheathing the sword." She paused for a moment, suddenly transforming from an impassioned hero to a neighborly girl wanting to show off, squinting and smiling as she asked, "Hey, do you know how many of these worlds there are?" Chen Ping'an looked confused. The girl seemed to notice the boy's disinterest and immediately lost her enthusiasm. Waving her hand to dismiss him, "You'd better bring back the pot. I'm waiting to drink the medicine. This time, Chen Ping'an left the courtyard more slowly and steadily. Not long after he left Mud Bottle Alley, the unlocked courtyard door was gently pushed open, and inside, the girl in black opened her eyes. She had just been breathing in a strange manner, looking towards the door as if facing a great enemy. The flying sword inside the pure white scabbard on the table suddenly fell silent, and an invisible killing intent filled the air, as if the current late spring chill could freeze and kill. The maid Jigue walked to the door, just like a common neighbor visiting, without stepping over the threshold. Peeking inside, looking around, and completely ignoring the girl in black sitting on the small bed with a sword across her lap. Jigue looked around for a long time before finally noticing the living person, her face full of innocent curiosity, saying, "Sister, who are you? Why are you sitting on Chen Ping'an's bed? I haven't heard he has any distant relatives." Ning Yao glanced at the uninvited girl and then closed her eyes. Ignoring her, Jigue, seeing her acting deaf and mute, was not angry. She just shook her head lightly, pouted, and looked disdainful. She glanced at the long sword with the pure white scabbard on the table, and deep in her eyes, there hid a profound hatred and fear. With faint golden threads racing around her pupils, the maid hesitated for a moment but still lifted one foot, preparing to step over the threshold, and then suddenly retracted her foot, coughing lightly, pretending to say, "I'm coming in now." Not saying anything means you don't object, right? Well, this is originally Chen Ping'an's house. I've known him for many years. You wouldn't not understand what I'm saying, would you? It's okay. Anyway, we have nothing to chat about. I just came to see if there's anything missing here since we are about to move away. Many items can be left for Chen Ping'an. You don't know? He has had a hard time over the years. Chattering on, making her and Chen Ping'an seem like childhood sweethearts. After the maid Jigue entered the room, everything calmed down. She walked straight to the small table, sat on the stool, and kept her peripheral vision on the sword. Meanwhile, the girl in black also took out the 3 pieces of paper left for Chen Ping'an by the young Taoist, carefully examining them, trying to figure out the way. But unfortunately, after flipping through them twice, she still couldn't grasp the method and sighed. These characters are really flavorless. She clearly remembered that on the long wall of her hometown, there were intermittently 18 characters carved with a sword, each containing a tremendous momentum that could suppress 10,000 demons. In her childhood years, her greatest hobby was standing amidst the strokes of those big characters, gazing up. Therefore, she truly looked down on the 4-character plaque of the small town. The maid Jigue turned around, quietly straightened her slender waist, placed her hands on her knees, trying to make herself look more like a young lady, and faced the girl in black, smiling gently and softly saying, "Alas, miss, you are so careless." Ning Yao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Jigue exclaimed in surprise, touching her chest. "Oh, you can speak our local dialect." Ning Yao then asked, "Do you have something to say?" Jigue pointed to the long sword on the table and asked, "Is that yours?" Ning Yao frowned and remained silent. The girl in black didn't say anything either, and Jigue didn't mind. She stood up and walked to the corner of the wall, looking at the jars and bottles on the wooden rack, those worthless belongings, and the maid examined them closely. When Chen Ping'an was an apprentice kiln worker, he walked barefoot around all the mountains and rivers in the small town, digging soil and chopping firewood alone, running up and down the mountain quickly. As long as someone was willing to teach him something, whether it was simple or difficult, Chen Ping'an would put in all his effort. As for how far he could go in the end, he didn't care, and of course, he couldn't control it. Just like when old man Yao taught him how to make porcelain, he was always stingy, never willing to share his best skills. But as long as old man Yao mentioned it or demonstrated it, Chen Ping'an would take it very seriously. Later, when Lu Xianyang taught him how to make wooden bows and fishing rods, Chen Ping'an also learned meticulously. Next door, Song Jisun was always sarcastic, saying that Chen Ping'an's habit, according to books, was called doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an didn't have much luck, so it would be better to just wait for death and let things fall apart. Jigue waved her hand, smiling brightly. Let's go. Take care of your injuries, young lady. If you need anything, just call out. I'm Jigue, living in the courtyard next door." Ning Yao remained expressionless. After the maid left the room and walked to the back of the courtyard, she muttered in a voice just loud enough for the girl in black inside to hear. "Not that good looking anyway." Ning Yao also casually remarked, "That name is really tacky." When Jigue closed the courtyard door, she did so with some force, making a loud bang. Ning Yao closed her eyes again to rest. The strange girl's visit left Ning Yao unfazed. However, she truly disliked this small town, especially the practitioners who came here seeking opportunities, full of scheming and petty behavior. They claimed to be immortals or great beings, but they were only standing on the mountain, not because of their own greatness. In Ning Yao's heart, the great Tao should not be so small. After the boy in straw sandals left Mud Bottle Alley, the sunlight was a bit glaring. He raised his right hand to shield his forehead and let out a gentle breath. Then he began to jog, his steps light. Even though he had crossed streets and alleys multiple times, he felt no fatigue at all. After all, for a boy used to climbing mountains and crossing rivers, this little distance was nothing. The truly arduous task was making charcoal on the mountain. A dragon kiln required 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of charcoal each year, and especially during heavy rain. Living on the mountain while chopping wood and making charcoal was truly suffering. The boy had once almost died in a charcoal kiln that collapsed during construction. Everything the boy did over the years was almost physical labor, which also required some skills. But after entering, it was purely relying on strength to earn a living. Therefore, the boy's outwardly thin and weak appearance was just an illusion. He possessed an inner toughness forged through countless trials. Chen Ping'an stopped at a crossroad, leaning against the wall, squatting down, one hand in a fist, the other tightening his straw sandals. At that moment, the boy's heart was as calm as water. He just missed the only friend he had in the town. That guy had once mysteriously boasted to Chen Ping'an, saying that his grandfather told a story about how, when his grandfather was young, he had seen someone standing by the creek who could just take a few steps and leap over the entire creek. Later, Lu Xianying and Chen Ping'an tried it themselves, choosing the narrowest part of the creek. They both stepped back to gain momentum and jumped at the same time. As a result, Lu Xianying, who was a few years older than Chen Ping'an, quickly exhausted his strength and fell into the water after jumping, only to find a shadow above his head, swooping down and continuing forward, eventually landing far away. After that, Lu Xianying never mentioned the immortal who could leap across the creek again. In the time that followed, Lu Xianying knew that Chen Ping'an often went to the creek alone, gaining momentum, leaping, soaring, and falling. The boy got closer to the opposite bank with each attempt, enjoying himself. One time, unable to resist, he secretly observed from a distance. When Lu Xianying saw that breathtaking scene, he felt that the dark-skinned boy at that moment was quite different from the foolish impression he had of him. When the boy leaped over the creek, it was like a hawk often circling in the sky of the small town, hunting snakes. Volume 1, Caged Sparrow Chapter 20. Unexpected twists. Fu Nanhua noticed that Kai Jinjian seemed a bit downcast, so he took her for a casual stroll. They walked side by side, treating it as a way to relax, during which they shared some strange tales about the southern part of Dongbao Pingzhou. Kai Jinjian still forced a smile, but compared to the restlessness after leaving Mud Bottle Alley, her mood had indeed improved a lot. She had a better impression of this noble young man from Old Dragon City. Although Old Dragon City had a profound background and produced many talents, it was only a thin line away from the top sections. In theory, it should be much higher than the second-rate Yunxiao Mountain. However, the orthodox immortal family like Yunxiao Mountain, with its orderly inheritance and solid roots, held an innate superiority over the southern barbarians like Old Dragon City, who lived in seclusion. If they had met in the past, it would have been good enough for her not to mutter southern barbarians behind their backs. Kai Jinjian bitterly said, "Brother Fu, although the Yunjin stone is the lifeblood of our Yunxiao Mountain, since we agreed beforehand, I want to go back on my word. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will repay you, Brother Fu." Fu Nanhua comforted her. Whether Gu Kan's opportunity is already set in stone is still uncertain. Kai Jinjian's expression darkened as she shook her head. Zhejiang Jinjuan Lu Zhimao is indeed notorious, and his methods are not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a place at Shujian Lake. This opportunity cannot be forced. Once I anger Lu Zhimao, how can I withstand the might of a great master from the heterodox sect? I fear that I have already caught Lu Zhimao's resentment. Once I leave the town, without the saint's protection and the constraints of rules, who knows what extreme actions Lu Zhimao will take? I believe, Brother Fu, you have also noticed some clues at the border. The entourage accompanying me to search for treasure at the mountain gate is not strong enough to be his opponent. Fu Nanhua smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if it's for those 10 Yunjin stones, my Old Dragon City will ensure your safe return to Yunxiao Mountain." Kai Jinjian turned to him and smiled brightly, her autumn eyes sparkling with affection. Fu Nanhua felt quite pleased and, out of habit, wanted to touch his jade pendant, but then remembered that his Old Dragon City rain pendant had already been given to that young man named Song Jisun. Kai Jinjian breathed a sigh of relief. And as she walked, her steps slightly tilted to the left, causing her shoulder to gently brush against Fu Nanhua. The trip to Mud Bottle Alley was an unexpected gamble for Kai Jinjian, a spur-of-the-moment decision, yet she weighed it carefully. However, the facts proved that she lost the bet, and the cost was 10 invaluable Yunjin stones. This filled her with anxiety about the upcoming stay in the small town, and she unconsciously developed a sense of dependence on Fu Nanhua, or rather, a gambler's mentality. Was 10 Yunjin stones a gamble, while 50 was different? If she won the bet, she would make a huge profit. If she lost, Kai Jinjian thought she wouldn't lose. Absolutely not. After all, she was Kai Jinjian, the #1 talent in cultivation from Yunxiao Mountain. On the path of cultivation, everything went smoothly. Her realm improved, and it was like a bamboo shoot after the rain. Kai Jinjian did not believe she would capsize in this stinking ditch. As Kai Jinjian's mood improved, Fu Nanhua, who felt that the overall situation had been decided, found himself genuinely appreciating the beauty and figure of Kai Xianzi. It is undeniable that she is a woman with innate charm. Once bound as a partner with such a woman, whether in cultivation or in bed, both could gradually reach a better state. Kai Jinjian had once been praised in person by a highly respected senior, who referred to her as the wind of Yunjin Mountain and the grace of a celestial being, implying that she was an extremely rare choice for a partner in the Tao. The ancestors of Yunxia, who had been accustomed to doing business, had spared no effort in cultivating Kai Jinjian over the years, not without their own selfish motives. A union among celestial beings is taken much more seriously and with a longer-term perspective compared to marriages among secular dynasties and noble families. However, Fu Nanhua had no good feelings towards Yunxiao Mountain. It was unreasonable to place the fate of the mountain gate solely on the shoulders of one woman, which was also the reason for his negative impression of Yunxiao Mountain. Fu Nanhua reminded, what if the boy next door, Song Jisun, is also someone chosen by an external force and still has that piece of porcelain with his real name? Then your action this time could cause trouble, making it easy for others to trace back to Yunxiao Mountain and you. Moreover, both Song Jisun and his servant, Lu Jimao, the true lord of Zhejian, might sense something. Kai Jinjian smiled and said, Brother Fu may be too focused on clues of opportunity and not care about some unspoken rules here. In this small town, if a boy has not been taken away by the porcelain buyer after waiting nearly 10 years at the age of 9, it means his innate talent is lacking and not worth much. As he gets older, he becomes even cheaper. Those sects and gangs would rather invest heavily in nurturing a few direct disciples than spend a fortune to adopt a lost cause. Kai Jinjian's heart filled with loathing whenever she thought of that straw shoe boy. Ordinary people should have the awareness of ordinary people. Fu Nanhua tried to choose his words carefully and advised, the reasoning is sound, but that boy is short-sighted and does not understand the nobility of Yunxiao Mountain's Kai Xianzi. A single lesson would suffice. There is no need to strike twice. Fu Nanhua felt that Kai Jinjian's reckless action was unusual and might hide some mystery related to opportunity. He hoped to elicit some words to find clues, to avoid being the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow bird was behind. After enduring countless hardships, Longsheng had only obtained fragmented secrets that were far more exaggerated than those from Zhengyang Mountain and Yunxiao Mountain. Fu Nanhua learned that for the past 3,000 years, the so-called opportunities in the town, after that heart-wrenching, timeless battle, had only been the treasures left behind by ancestors, except for the exceptionally gifted children of the town. However, when this blessed land faced total collapse, it would not be so simple. The last dynasty had crumbled, and there must be divine weapons emerging to welcome a new dynasty. Kai Jinjian felt a bit gloomy and didn't want to think about him. Just the thought made her sick. She then revealed a rare trace of malice in her autumn-like eyes. However, she didn't want to ruin her image as a celestial being in Fu Nanhua's eyes, so she kept her thoughts to herself. If she were to encounter that boy outside the town in the future, she would ensure he met a quick end, rather than dragging on with a frail body for another 10 or 20 years. The tall woman particularly disliked the boy's pair of eyes. Deep down, she held an obsession she had never deeply contemplated. That clean gaze she had rarely seen even once during her years of cultivation at Yunxiao Mountain, which was known for its purity. What qualification did a poor boy from a back alley have to possess such beauty day after day, year after year? Kai Jinjian tilted her head and rubbed her eyelids, making her distant mountain-like eyebrows even longer. Fu Nanhua, who had been observing the surroundings, casually joked, in our Longcheng, There's a widely circulated saying, left eye twitches for wealth, right eye twitches for disaster. Which eye is twitching for you? Kai Jinjian quickly retracted her finger as if it had been burned and glared at him. It was clear her right eyelid was twitching. Fu Nanhua, realizing he had made a blunder, quickly laughed it off, saying, just the nonsense of ordinary people shouldn't be taken seriously. Kai Jinjian smirked, turned to the side, and gazed at Fu Nanhua's profile, proudly saying, you were fooled, weren't you? Fu Nanhua was taken aback, looking at the innocent and charming Kai Jinjian, and felt a sudden stirring in his heart. He hesitated, his murderous intent beginning to waver. Would becoming a pair of immortal lovers with her be more beneficial for Longqing's plans to expand northward? If Kai Jinjian successfully obtained an opportunity here and returned to the mountain gate, her status would inevitably rise, and with proper operations, she might even have the chance to become the mistress of Yunxiao Mountain. There were indeed precedents of women leading in the long history of Yunxiao Mountain's ancestral records. In that case, Longqing would have a springboard, justifying its infiltration into the heart of Dongbeiping's Hao, allowing for mutual support between the north and south. A strategy for offense and defense, thus alleviating the awkward situation of being powerful yet unable to secure a foothold, suffering exclusion for hundreds of years. Not far ahead, just a few steps away, was a crossroads where two alleys intersected. Fu Nanhua suddenly awakened upon seeing the fork, as if he had gained insight, and his gaze regained its determination. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of Fu Nanhua, who wore a tall crown. Those who disturb my mind must be killed, to uphold the heart of the Tao. At that moment, when Fu Nanhua looked at Kai Jinjian again, his expression, aura, and mindset returned to their previous nonchalance. Purely appreciating a beautiful scene, both the beauty and the scenery nourishing the eyes. After all, once she left the town, she was destined to perish in his hands. Killing and arson are for those with golden belts. Building roads and bridges leave no bones. Listen, some sayings from the grassroots really apply universally. Fu Nanhua's mind became clear and open. Kai Jinjian tilted her body, her voice soft and charming, and asked with a smile, Nanhua, what are you thinking about that makes you so happy? She had quietly changed to a more affectionate form of address. Fu Nanhua shook his head and smiled, just about to speak when he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow out of the corner of his eye. A thin boy seemed to leap in a single step from the horizontal alley to stand before Kai Jinjian. His left hand striking upward rapidly while his right fist had already slammed into the abdomen of the Yunxiao Mountain fairy with such force that it created a whistling sound, forcing the woman to bend down. Although the boy's right hand was already far stronger than his peers, he was actually left-handed. So the weapon held in his left hand pierced completely into Kai Jinjian's throat, directly penetrating her oral cavity. The boy was relentless. His right fist struck her chest while his left hand lifted again, ensuring that this ambush would not have any accidents. At that moment, fresh blood gushed from the originally slender and fair neck of the woman. Next, the boy used his waist and ankle strength to shoulder barge into the tall woman's heart, violently crashing her into the horizontal alley. Fu Nanhua's feet were rooted to the ground, standing frozen in place. The young master of Longqing had a blank mind. Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow Chapter 21. The snake-catching eagle Fu Nanhua regained his senses and looked around, even at the rooftops of the alleys. But he didn't notice anything unusual. He quickly took a deep breath, neither moving forward nor retreating. He instinctively reached for the ancestral jade pendant. But when he found nothing, he hurriedly recited a fragment of a Taoist mantra, which wasn't a magical spell, but merely a way to help himself calm down and gather his energy. If one's mindset were like a small boat floating on a lake, then this mantra served as an anchor. He began to turn sideways, backing against a wall, and walked laterally to the junction of two alleys. His muscles were tense, adopting a defensive posture, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. He fixed his gaze on the alley, where he saw the boy in straw sandals standing next to Kai Jinjian's body, which lay in a pool of blood. The boy slightly bent his waist, maintaining a subtle offensive stance, equally focused on Fu Nanhua. The two faced off like tigers and wolves, one seeking answers and the other fighting for survival, each with different motives. The boy, who had appeared out of nowhere, seemed to have only one target, Kai Jinjian. His posture, driven by instinct, conveyed more of a "you don't bother me, I want to bother you" meaning regarding Fu Nanhua's presence. Fu Nanhua asked a redundant question. Did you kill her? The boy remained silent, still holding the murder weapon, a shard of broken porcelain, slightly smaller than his palm, with a sharp edge protruding from his fist. His hands dripped with blood. It was unclear whether it was Kai Jinjian's blood or the result of the porcelain cutting into his palm, as it fell onto the ground of the alley. After confirming there were no others around, Fu Nanhua felt both absurd and relieved. Finally, he turned his gaze to Kai Jinjian's delicate body. Despite the disheveled scene, her natural beauty remained unblemished, her graceful form and full bosom slightly rising and falling. Crimson blood continually gushing from her neck and mouth, her vitality about to be extinguished. However, her strong physique, refined through repeated tempering of her energy, meant that the pain she endured would be heavier and longer lasting than that of an ordinary person. A smile appeared on Fu Nanhua's face, though it carried a harsh coldness. He asked, "Why did you kill her? You have no grudge against this sister. Is it just because she joked with you in Mud Bottle Alley that you decided to kill her? When did this small town become lawless? Do you know that killing requires paying with your life, and debts must be repaid? It's the same everywhere." The boy was like a mute, silent, and unresponsive. Fu Nanhua didn't care about what the boy was thinking and began to move forward slowly, with firm steps. He knew Kai Jinjian was doomed. This wasn't a celestial cave filled with immortal energy, but a cage of heavenly law where magic was forbidden. Unless a terrestrial immortal with transcendent skills or a golden body Arhut appeared, willing to sacrifice most of their cultivation to save her life, it would be impossible to suppress her soul and bring her back to life. Unfortunately, Kai Jinjian would never have such unparalleled fortune. The sage of the small town bore heavy responsibilities, looking down upon the populace, and would never show favoritism. He would only act according to circumstances. On the path of cultivation, it was not uncommon for someone to inexplicably perish on the broad road or die on a precarious bridge while vying for a fleeting opportunity. Though not too frequent, it was certainly not rare. If one could attain longevity through a step-by-step, risk-free approach, enjoying benefits without facing dangers, then the carefree immortals in the eyes of the common folk would seem rather worthless. Thus, Fu Nanhua had prepared for the worst during his visit to the small town, even considering a life-and-death struggle. However, witnessing a temporary ally he had walked alongside being killed in such a swift and decisive manner right under the nose of a sage for the first time was shocking. Without dazzling magical artifacts or earth-shattering displays of immortal prowess, a mere lowly country bumpkin had slain him? Fu Nanhua, in his astonishment, could hardly accept this absurd fact. If it weren't for this small town, a nobody like the boy in straw sandals, with a life as cheap as wild grass, would not even be able to catch a glimpse of Kai Jinjian at Cloudy Mountain. Fu Nanhua's expression grew solemn as he said, "Although I am too late to save Fairy Kai and cannot kill you to avenge her, since I witnessed you commit murder, I must do something. If word gets out, the reputation of the old dragon city will be tarnished. So, for both emotional and rational reasons, I should teach you a lesson. As for how Cloudy Mountain handles the aftermath and gives Fairy Kai justice, that is your business." These grandiose words from the young master of Old Dragon City were meant for the sage of this area, serving as a polite formality to avoid appearing too unseemly and incurring the sage's displeasure later. It could also be a way to present himself to the old ancestors of Cloudy Mountain, as Fu Nanhua merely sought a show of benevolence on the surface. Otherwise, the young master, who had already harbored murderous thoughts toward Kai Jinjian, might genuinely want to thank the boy before him, who, through a twist of fate and reckless action, had saved him a great deal of trouble, truly a boon companion. As Fu Nanhua continued forward, he said, "Seeing your method of killing just now indicates that your body's explosive power is at least on par with that of an average young man, which is quite remarkable. If it weren't for today's incident, given the chance to join the army, if you dare to fight and have some luck, and win the favor of a military bigwig or a general from a martial family, who might impart to you some military body-refining techniques, gradually honing your physique, in 20 or 30 years, you might not lack for a new realm." As Fu Nanhua walked forward, the boy began to slowly retreat, facing the young master of Old Dragon City, who was tall and elegant. Fu Nanhua, with his tall and slender figure, walked in the alley, exuding an innate aura of wealth and elegance. He extended one hand, palm down, resting at his waist, and smiled. "What a pity. Your fate is not good. Otherwise, according to what I said, it would have been impossible for you to achieve such high accomplishments." Fu Nanhua found his own joke amusing, his smile growing wider. As he took a step forward, his foot suddenly hovered half an inch above the ground. "My apologies, it should be this high." Fu Nanhua found it hard not to be happy. After entering the small town, He first made a profitable deal with the boy from Mud Bottle Alley, the gains far exceeding his expectations. Then, the likely obstacle to his path, Kai Jinjian, collapsed before him. Not only could he keep his hands clean of blood, but he could also gain 2 bags of gold coins from her, and perhaps even discover 1 or 2 treasures from Cloudy Mountain. Even if they weren't the town's most prized possessions, they certainly wouldn't be far off. He didn't believe that Kai Jinjian had no protective charms on her. For example, Fu Nanhua, aside from the old dragon rain cloth pendant, also carried 2 high-quality, top-tier small items, practically the treasures of Old Dragon City. Thus, among the rogue cultivators, a popular saying circulated, collecting corpses for others will surely bring good fortune. As Fu Nanhua passed by Kai Jinjian's body, he didn't even glance at her. Instead, the faint smell of blood put him in a strangely exhilarated state. The two maintained a distance of about 10 steps from each other, with Fu Nanhua only needing to ensure the boy couldn't escape the alley. At that point, trying to catch a boy born and raised in this area would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, especially with the still warm body of a beautiful woman behind him as a cautionary tale. If he gave the boy enough breathing space, he might be caught off guard. Fu Nanhua appeared to be playing a game of cat and mouse, but in reality, he was adjusting his physical rhythm. After all, since he officially embarked on his cultivation journey at the age of 9, he had never had the opportunity to determine victory or defeat purely through hand-to-hand combat. He certainly doesn't need to risk his life alongside the young man. That would be a loss for him. Together with Kai Jinjian, they represent 2 opportunities within reach. However, he must ensure that this unexpected young man lies quietly in bed in the near future, leaving no chance for the young man to cause any trouble. Fu Nanhua suddenly smiled and asked, "By the way, what is your name?" The blood-soaked young man answered with a non-sequitur, his dark face marked by a tenacity akin to wild grass. "You and she might not realize, but my eyesight is very good. So when she was chatting with me in Mud Bottle Alley, the way she looked at me was exactly the same as how she looks at me now." Fu Nanhua was taken aback. He truly began to see the young man in a new light and chuckled. "Interesting, really interesting." Fu Nanhua's demeanor seemed calm and casual, but he was paying close attention to the young man's left hand, which continued to bleed. This indicated that the young man had not relaxed his grip. An ordinary person would likely have succumbed to the excruciating pain long ago. At that moment, Fu Nanhua regretted his earlier offhand remark, realizing it had struck a chord. He felt the timing was right and asked one last question that piqued his interest. "You killed her so decisively. Someone must have tipped you off." "I'm not curious about their identity, but what I can't understand is how a child raised here could so quickly overcome that mental barrier and kill so easily and calmly. Do you understand what I'm saying? You should know that even for me, after my first kill, once the excitement faded, I began to tremble. It took me a long time of reciting calming mantras to feel better. But you're so calm, just like eating and drinking. This isn't reasonable." The young man, who had maintained a stoic expression, suddenly revealed a look of horror and panic, his gaze fixed intently on the direction behind Fu Nanhua, as if the tall dead woman had come back to life. Cautious and alert, Fu Nanhua instinctively turned his head, and just as he did, his heart jolted. When he turned back, due to the height difference, Fu Nanhua's line of sight, which was low and directly in front of him, revealed that the young man had vanished. In a split second, it turned out that after showing that expression and look, the young man had hesitated no longer and began to sprint forward. After 3 steps, he suddenly exerted force with his left foot, leaping high into the air, ultimately landing his right foot against the wall of the alley, quickly rebounding and turning. Raising his left hand toward the tall-crowned man, the young man resembled a hawk hunting a snake. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow Chapter 22. Stagnation in a thatched study without a plaque. The middle-aged scholar Qi Jingchun was quietly contemplating a chess position. Not a renowned game passed down through the ages, nor a review of a competition among national masters. Just as he was about to place a white piece on the board, he sighed. Originally settled pieces suddenly became uncertain in his hands. He withdrew his hand, but the piece remained suspended in midair, still a few inches above the board. Qi Jingchun remained seated with a solemn demeanor. As the contemporary sage responsible for this place, and the former head of Shanyu Academy, one of the Confucian 72 academies, even though he had been demoted here to redeem his sins, Qi Jingchun was still undeniably a true Confucian of his time. For the ordinary folks in the small town, the cycles of life and death were fleeting, and the teachers had changed several times, each with different appearances and ages. Yet they all shared an indistinguishable scholarly quality: rigid, demanding, taciturn, and overall, quite dull and uninteresting. No one realized that those coming and going teachers were actually the same person. Moreover, outside the small town, the reclusive Mr. Chi once held an exalted position and possessed unparalleled abilities. In the next moment, Qi Jingquan's spiritual essence left his body and soared like an immortal clad in white, instantly breaking free from the confines of his physical shell and floating toward an alley in the town. Qi Jingquan arrived at the alley in an instant. First checking on the woman lying in a pool of blood, Kai Jinjian from Yunxiao Mountain, her soul flickering and dissipating like a candle in the wind. After pausing for a moment, he finally approached the two individuals. The young lord of the old Longcheng, with his tall crown and flowing sleeves, was leaning back slightly, dumbfounded. His skin as smooth as jade, his handsome face displaying a complex expression interwoven with shock, confusion, and despair. The young man maintained a fierce posture, having leaped high into the air to attack, with a shard of sharp porcelain gripped in his left hand. Even in this critical moment of life and death, the airborne young man remained resolute, his expression calm, not resembling a Na'vi youth born in a shabby alley and raised in the mountains. Perhaps the only thing remaining that matched his identity was the helplessness hidden deep within his gaze. For someone like Qi Jingquan, who had stepped out of the study and academy many years ago, this sense of helplessness was not unfamiliar. It was akin to watching a farmer relying on the heavens, squatting on the parched, cracked fields during a drought, looking up at the blazing sun, without any heart-wrenching emotions, only deep helplessness and confusion. As the temporary master of this realm, Qi Jingquan was well aware of the background of Chen Ping'an and his family, even tracing it back 100 or 1,000 years. Even if he had never seen the young man's ancestors, he could still deduce their lineage. The reasoning was simple. It was like a county magistrate wanting to look into the ancestry of the people under his jurisdiction. He only needed to manage the household registration and check the records to understand everything clearly. After more than 3,000 years of development, the town had grown its branches and leaves beyond its borders, intertwining roots, as each generation produced several exceptionally talented individuals. Although they could not return in glory, they could contribute secretly to their families, ultimately creating the most prosperous 4 surnames and 10 clans in the town today. The Chen family to which Chen Ping'an belonged also had a long history. Their ancestors had once flourished and enjoyed great wealth, but after 2 significant ups and downs, they gradually fell into silence and decline in the vast eastern Baoping continent, yielding to other surnames. Over the course of 1,000 years, their fortunes dwindled. By the time of the young man's father, the Chen family in the town had almost completely declined. Not to mention the territory of the Great Li dynasty where the town was located, as if the king had decreed that the officials would never serve in government, leaving the family with no chance of revival. After presiding over the Great Formation for more than 60 years, Qi Jingquan adhered to the principles of fairness and peace, never altering the trajectory of the townsfolk's fate based on personal likes or dislikes. Otherwise, in the eyes of this scholar, who had once harbored a strong aversion to evil, there was too much filth among the prominent families in the town and too much poverty among the humble households. However, after observing from a distance, Qi Jingquan saw the futility and helplessness of the wealthy families as well as the extreme malice of the poorer families. Over time, Qi Jingquan became like a high and mighty statue, neither enjoying incense offerings nor accepting favors, merely sitting with his arms crossed, indifferent to worldly affairs. Qi Jingquan was slightly surprised and took a step forward, focusing intently and nodding gently. It turned out that the seemingly unstoppable impoverished youth, who appeared determined to kill, was actually poised to deliver a heavy blow to Fu Nanhua's neck instead of carrying out a fatal strike. Compared to Kai Jinjian's fate, this was far better. Fu Nanhua should have suffered a heavy blow, crashing sideways into the wall, before the young man seized him by the neck with one hand while pressing the porcelain shard against his abdomen with the other. Qi Jingquan was somewhat curious as to why the young man had refrained from delivering a fatal blow this time. Such a good opportunity was fleeting and could lead to endless troubles. Qi Jingquan, as a true Confucian, adhered to etiquette but did not rigidly cling to dogma. He was not the type to merely shake his head and recite texts without understanding. He was extremely familiar with the likes of Fu Nanhua, both in terms of talent and temperament. Even today, in the alley, he was temporarily forced to give up revenge due to the threat from a young man. But this incident would undoubtedly be a rare and great humiliation in the youth's life. It could be overemphasized to the point of being a demonic distraction to his Tao heart. When the time comes to settle scores, it wouldn't just be Fu Nanhua himself who would be concerned, but the entire Old Dragon City, the master of the South Sea. Qi Jingshun came here to stop the young man from committing murder, driven by a mix of personal motives and a sense of justice. Now, the small town was like a cracked porcelain piece, destined to shatter eventually. Qi Jingshun had to delay this unstoppable process as much as possible, trying to arrange safe retreats for more people, ideally handing them over to the blacksmith master Ruan, so that they could survive through the last cycle of time, allowing for a somewhat happy ending. Those on the mountain would obtain opportunities, while those below would find stability. One must understand that with the consistent nature of the majority of those on the mountain, whenever roads collapse, when the old gives way to the new, and opportunities arise, the lives of hundreds or thousands of ants at the foot of the mountain are nothing in comparison. The ruthless imperial family of the secular dynasty is hardly worth mentioning compared to the selflessness of the great Tao revered by many cultivators. After pondering for a moment, Qi Jingshun quietly concealed himself. The operation of heaven and earth was smooth and unimpeded. The previous limit quietly shattered. The young man's wrist finally struck heavily against Fu Nanhua's neck, causing the latter's head to sway and crash against the alley wall, disoriented by the tremendous force. After hitting the ground, the young man quickly closed in, delivering an elbow strike to Fu Nanhua's abdomen. Fu Nanhua did not manage to stand straight against the wall. The young man's elbow strike nearly made him spit out bitter water, causing his body to instinctively bend. The young man grasped Fu Nanhua's neck with one hand while pressing a shard of porcelain against the noble's abdomen with the other. Fu Nanhua found it hard to imagine why this frail boy, who was a head shorter than him, possessed such immense strength, especially with the sharp and cold porcelain piece against his abdomen, making the young lord of Old Dragon City feel the approach of death once more, a thin line away from the boundary between life and death. Fu Nanhua certainly did not know that a child who had to roam the mountains to find medicinal herbs in his early years had unleashed an astonishing potential due to a certain obsession stronger than his will to survive. When that young man mistakenly ingested herbs and was writhing in pain in the alley, that obsession could even drive a child who should have been studying in a village school to think that even if he had to crawl, he would return home to put the medicinal herbs in the bamboo basket back home. After that, chopping firewood, making charcoal, firing porcelain, digging clay, and tasting soil, all tasks that tested the boy's physical strength and endurance. Outside the town, Fu Nanhua could easily crush 100 or even 1,000 youths with a little display of fairy techniques. But choosing to confront them in a life-and-death struggle within the town was truly a case of running out of luck and kicking against an iron plate. Fu Nanhua was struck by the dual blows of pain and humiliation, causing him to lose his composure. With a twisted expression, he said, "If you kill me, you will be on a dead-end road. If you don't kill me, you still can't escape death. You little bastard, you are doomed." Chen Ping'an slightly raised his head, staring at the man with a crazed expression, and said, "You know, I don't want to kill you. I have no enmity with you. It's just that you want to harm me, so I am fighting back." Fu Nanhua sneered, "You little bastard. Are you even worthy to reason with me, Fu Nanhua?" He emphasized, "Are you worthy?" Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment and asked, "Do you really have to kill me?" When Fu Nanhua saw the dark-eyed youth, he suddenly calmed down. With his neck being grasped, Fu Nanhua's face turned red, then quickly changed to blue and then purple. In fact, the young man's grip had not tightened, but it was enough to suffocate a young man. Fu Nanhua struggled painfully and said, "If I say I want to kill you, will you believe me?" He struggled violently for a moment. However, the young man simultaneously tightened his grip, causing Fu Nanhua's arm, which had just moved slightly, to droop hopelessly. Chen Ping'an shook his head. Fu Nanhua grew increasingly dizzy. Although he was filled with a desire to smash this bastard's head, he still tried to maintain a pleasant demeanor and added, "What if I swear to heaven? People like us cannot casually make oaths." Fu Nanhua played a clever trick, making grand vows in Buddhism and swearing as a cultivator indeed carries great weight. However, it was evident that Fu Nanhua only spoke half the truth. Even if he swore, it would only be a verbal promise. There was no written record, which was akin to a solemn vow carved into the heart of a pill chamber, so whether he adhered to it afterward depended on his mood. Moreover, there are ways to break the vows of cultivators, only differing in cost. Generally speaking, the cost is directly related to the cultivator's realm and the severity of the content of the vow. Unexpectedly, The straw sandal boy still shook his head. Fu Nanhua, who was finding it increasingly difficult to breathe, had lost his spirit to bargain and felt inexplicably dazed. Was he going to die? Just like that pitiful worm Kai Jinjian, dying at the hands of a little bastard? When this bad news returned to Old Dragon City, would it become a laughingstock for the whole city? He didn't even have the chance to reach for the secret mechanism on his waist. The white jade belt he wore was actually a remnant spirit of a ground dragon. Enough. A voice like a heavenly sound rang in their ears, which for Fu Nanhua was like celestial music. However, he just happened to faint, unsure if it was an illusion. Chen Ping'an turned in surprise. He saw Mr. Qi, shimmering and ethereal. The latter smiled silently. Chen Ping'an's gaze returned to its unwavering resolve, and his right hand's grip did not loosen. Qi Jingchun neither felt angry at being treated as a fool, nor was he pleased at seeing a potential talent. He simply waved his sleeve lightly towards the straw sandal boy, as if retrieving something. The Confucian sage opened his palm and was taken aback, breaking into a laugh. A lump of filth like ink stains. It turned out that the intention someone had planted on the boy had already faded into obscurity. Looking back at the young man Chen Ping'an, Qi Jingchun felt a bit regretful and sighed. No wonder the teacher said that in this world, those who accomplish things are not merely exceptional talents, but those with unwavering determination are paramount. Chen Ping'an, you have given me another lesson on behalf of the teacher. It's a pity that I, Qi Jingchun, no longer have the opportunity to take a disciple. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow Chapter 23. Under the locust shade. After saying this, the Confucian scholar self-deprecatingly smiled. What value do Qi Jingchun's current disciples hold? A room full of children learning, each receiving a meager stipend of just 300 won a year, and some impoverished kids only getting 3 pieces of cured meat. Qi Jingchun looked at the young man who stubbornly refused to release his grip and asked, deep down, you actually don't want to kill him. But the problem is that this person seems intent on killing you no matter what. So is it better to kill him completely and temporarily preserve your own life, dealing with tomorrow when it comes? Or do you hope to settle things peacefully, turning a major issue into a minor one? Isn't that right? The young man, who often listened to the recitations from the neighboring classroom, said without thinking, what would you teach me, sir? Qi Jingchun smiled and said, Chen Ping'an, why don't you try loosening your right hand first, and then decide whether to walk around with me? There are some matters I cannot evade, and I must give you an explanation. Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment, then released his right hand's 5 fingers, only to find Fu Nanhua completely motionless, his eyes, hair, and breath all frozen in place. After Qi Jingchun activated the Great Formation, the small town returned to a state of calm. Qi Jingchun said softly, keep close to my footsteps, and try not to stray more than 10 steps away. The middle-aged scholar, with his robes fluttering and an ethereal presence, was the first to walk toward the end of the alley, with Chen Ping'an following closely behind. During this time, he glanced down at his left palm, which was a bloody mess with visible bones, yet the blood that was visible no longer flowed. Qi Jingchun walked ahead and smiled, asking, Chen Ping'an, do you believe there are gods, spirits, demons, and monsters in this world? Chen Ping'an nodded, saying, I do believe. When I was young, my mother often told me old stories, urging me to believe that good would be rewarded and evil punished. She said that the most, so I remember it clearly. There were other tales, like the water ghost that drags children in the creek, or the ghostly officials who judge cases at the ruined shrine in the north of the town. She also said that the door gods we posted would come to life at night to protect our home. I didn't really believe those things before, but now I think most of them are true. Qi Jingchun said softly, some of what she said is true, and some is false. As for the idea that good is rewarded and evil punished, it's hard to conclude because the definitions of good and evil differ among common folk, emperors and generals, and immortal beings, so the conclusions they draw are quite different. Chen Ping'an hid the shard of porcelain and quickened his pace to walk alongside the scholar, raising his head to ask, Mr. Qi, may I ask a question? Qi Jingchun seemed to see through the boy's thoughts and calmly replied, this small town is the final resting place of the last true dragon in the world. Countless flood dragons believe that this place has the strongest fortune, destined to give birth to a dragon one day. In fact, for 3,000 years, the dragon has yet to emerge, but the children born here do possess better roots, temperament, and opportunities than their peers outside. The renowned celestial couples from Dongbaiping's Hao, their offspring are not much different. Of course, not every child in the town has extraordinary talent. Qi Jingchun smiled and did not elaborate further on this matter, perhaps fearing it would hurt the child's feelings. He changed the topic, saying that the seniors who participated in the dragon-slaying calamity were almost all severely injured, and many settled here to cultivate in thatched cottages, calmly facing death. Some fortunate couples survived and formed bonds after fighting side by side. After more than 3,000 years of proliferation, the town reached its current scale. On the map of the Great Li Dynasty, this place was first called Days Township, later personally renamed Longyuan by a sage, and then changed again to avoid using the character Yuan associated with a certain emperor of the Great Li Dynasty. The boy, who had been keeping his thoughts to himself, finally couldn't hold back and softly interrupted Qi Jingchun, clenching his fists with longing and anticipation. Sir, actually what I want to ask is, what kind of people my parents really were? Qi Jingchun fell into deep thought. Since that wandering Taoist has already revealed the heavenly secret to you, I can share some things with you based on that opening. In my memory, your father was a simple and gentle person with average talent, not someone who should be taken away from the town. Naturally, he became a chicken rib in the eyes of some, regarded as a losing deal. Perhaps in a fit of anger, or due to the dire straits of life, the porcelain buyers outside the town tampered with your father's destined porcelain. After that, not only did his fate become difficult, but you and your mother also suffered alongside him. Later, for some reason, he inadvertently learned the secret of the destined porcelain and realized that once taken away from the town, he would become a puppet for life. He secretly smashed the destined porcelain that belonged to you. If I remember correctly, it should have been a porcelain paperweight. Qi Jingchun said solemnly. You must know that every baby born in the town has a code stored in a confidential file. There are special people in the town who use unique secret techniques to extract a drop of blood from the heart, which is infused into the destined porcelain that will be crafted later. The destined porcelain for girls takes 6 years to fire, and for boys, even longer. The kiln fire must not be interrupted for a single day, continuously firing for 9 years. The child's talent, like the quality of ordinary porcelain, can only be left to fate and luck, but the betting on the porcelain's price is significant. Although your aptitude is currently average, when your father resolutely smashed that porcelain paperweight, the anger of the porcelain buyers outside the town can be imagined. As for your mother, she was a gentle and quiet woman. When Qi Jingchun said this, he suddenly smiled, recalling that when your mother married your father, many of their peers in the town were quite upset. But to be honest, if you asked me about the details of your parents' lives when they were alive, it would be difficult for me. Since coming here, apart from teaching, I have many other matters to attend to. The boy responded with a soft gently turned his head, and wiped his face with his hand, having likely forgotten the terrible condition of his left hand, which was covered in blood, and could not bear to use his sleeve to wipe it. The two passed by the 12-foot archway. Qi Jingchun did not look at him, but spoke frankly, saying that the true dragon had fallen here, and 4 sages personally appeared to establish a contract, stipulating that every 60 years, a new person would take charge of this place to help oversee the remnants of the true dragon's qi after its death. In fact, whether to completely eradicate the roots was a matter of contention. However, to talk to you about these unspeakable heavenly secrets would only harm you. Generally speaking, among the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist teachings, plus a military family, the 4 factions hold certain shares and opportunities to benefit from here. It is somewhat laughable that having a quota to buy porcelain within 100 years has almost become a mark of whether a sect or family is of first-class status. Chen Ping'an said, Sir, I don't understand what you're saying, but I'll remember it all. However, today knowing that my parents were good people is enough for me. Qi Jingchun laughed, saying, I don't expect you to understand right now. It's just some groundwork. Otherwise, if I simply advised you not to kill Fu Nanhua, you certainly wouldn't listen. The reason I want you not to kill him is not out of sympathy or some sentimentality, nor is it because I hope Fu Nanhua and Old Long City will be grateful and that I'll gain some benefits from it. It's not like that at all. In fact, it's quite the opposite. As a Confucian disciple, I advocate for engagement with the world and am most opposed to the reckless behavior of practitioners. The two sides have been in open and covert conflict for countless years. If I, Qi Jingchun, were of the age when I first went to the Shuyuan on the cliff to seek an apprenticeship, then whether it was the true monarch of the river or Fu Nanhua, the young master of Old Long City, there would be no chance for them to survive. I would have struck them into ashes long ago. The boy noticed that at this moment, Mr. Qi, although still speaking gently and walking elegantly, felt entirely different. It was like old Yao had drunk too much, claiming that the porcelain we produced was meant for the emperor. Who could compare? When Qi Jingchun spoke of striking others into ashes, his tone differed, but his expression was exactly the same as that of old Yao at that moment. Qi Jingshun furrowed his brows, looking toward the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, as if listening to someone speaking. Although he did not show any signs of annoyance, the displeasure in his eyes was unmistakable. He finally said coldly, "Leave quickly." Chen Ping'an looked bewildered. Qi Jingshun explained, "The storyteller, whose real name is Lu Jimiao, with the Dao title of Jijin Jinjuan, is actually a practitioner from a heterodox sect. His cultivation is passable, but his character is lowly. The enmity between Kai Jingjian and Fu Nanhua and you is largely instigated by him, and in the end, he planted a talisman of a crooked path in your heart. A four-character mantra secretly inscribed with the words seeking death, using extremely malicious means." Chen Ping'an silently remembered the name Lu Jimiao. Qi Jingshun sighed and asked, "Aren't you curious why I don't take action?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. Qi Jingshun continued to speak to himself. "This world is like an ancient porcelain piece, worn by the wind and sun for 3,000 years, on the verge of shattering. You are ultimately outsiders, and with the protection of the Great Formation. What can you do? As long as you don't go too far, it won't lead to the porcelain breaking apart. But I am the one holding the porcelain. Any action I take will affect the cracks in this piece. In fact, no matter what I do, it will only cause those patterns to spread further. If it were just the porcelain breaking, that would be one thing, but the fate of the 5,000 or 6,000 people in this small town, in this life and the next, is in my hands. How can I be careless?" However, Qi Jingshun spoke these words too softly, and Chen Ping'an couldn't hear clearly even when he strained to listen. Qi Jingshun looked at the young man who occasionally wiped his face with his right hand. They had already walked near the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Alley, where a woman was bending over to draw water. Qi Jingshun asked, "If a stranger fell into the well, and you could save them but would die in the process, would you save them?" Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and replied, "I want to know, is it really possible to save that person?" Qi Jingshun did not answer the young man's question, only laughed and said, "Remember, a gentleman does not save." The young man was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Gentlemen?" Qi Jingshun hesitated for a moment, squatted down, adjusted the collar of the grass shoe boy's clothes, then used his hand to wipe away the bloodstains, and softly said, "When encountering unfortunate events, there should first be compassion. But a gentleman is not an inflexible person. He can go to the edge of the well to save, but he absolutely will not let himself fall into a dead end." It seemed that this question stirred something in the young man's heart. He asked earnestly, "Sir, can I still live on? If so, how long can I live?" Qi Jingshun thought carefully for a moment, slowly stood up, and said decisively, "If you are not afraid of a bumpy road ahead and enduring great hardships, you will definitely be able to live on." The young man immediately smiled brightly and said earnestly, "I'm not afraid of hardship." Qi Jingshun, recalling the calmness with which the young man had faced everything along the way, felt relieved and said, "Let us go. I'll take you to a place. Although I, Qi Jingshun, cannot help you much, given the circumstances, allowing you to get through this calamity does not count as breaking the rules. In fact, I should have compensated you with an opportunity." The young man was somewhat confused. The two arrived under an old locust tree. For some reason, the town inside and outside was silent, with this old locust tree seeming to be the only exception, its leaves gently swaying. After standing still, Qi Jingshun's expression became serious. After bowing, he looked up and asked, "Can Qi Jingshun ask for a locust leaf from you, so that the young man can safely leave the town in the future, at least for 3 years, without being affected by the calamities that may come back?" The 1,000-year-old locust tree remained silent. Qi Jingshun asked again. "Qi Jingshun has been stationed here for 59 years, without any merits, but with hardships. Can I not request even one ancestral locust leaf? Moreover, the boy is indeed from your town. Why are you so stingy, esteemed ancestors?" The old locust still did not respond. The silence at this moment felt like a silent mockery. "You, Qi Jingshun, are immensely powerful, but in the end, you are just one among this world and are the unfortunate one in charge of the Great Formations Hub. We simply do not wish to offer this incense and connection for free. What can you do about it?" Qi Jingshun's expression fluctuated, and finally, he could only sigh. Looking down with a heavy heart, the young man smiled widely and comforted him, saying, "Taoist Lu said that as long as I go to the south of the town and find a blacksmith with the surname Ruan to be his apprentice, I will have hope to live. Mr. Qi, without this locust leaf, I believe it won't be a problem." Qi Jingshun laughed and asked, "Is that the truth?" The young man scratched his head and shyly replied, "It's a lie." Qi Jingshun smiled knowingly. Suddenly, a fresh, green locust leaf fell gracefully from the top of the tree. The young man simply extended his palm, and the leaf landed in his hand by itself. On the leaf, there was a golden character that flashed and disappeared. Qi Jingshun was somewhat astonished, and after a moment, he said in a deep voice, "This character is Yao. Chen Ping'an, do you wish to repay the Yao family? No matter the life or death. To be frank, even without this leaf, you might not be without a glimmer of hope. I can tell you this clearly. So you must think carefully." The young man asked, "Is it the Yao from Master Yao?" Qi Jingshun nodded, "Exactly." The young man joined his hands together, gently clasping the locust leaf in his palm, and raised his head to say loudly, "As long as I live for one more day, as long as it concerns you. The Yao family, just as Mr. Qi said before, even if he falls into the well and I must die to save him, I, Chen Ping'an, will definitely save him." The world fell silent. Qi Jingshun smiled and said, "Let's go." As he left with the young man, he quietly turned his head to look at the highest point of the locust tree, his face revealing a hint of mockery. There were indeed locust leaves of the Chen family. In fact, there were more than just one or two. However, in the end, knowing that this place was about to collapse, they would rather seek another host, even if it was not a Chen, and still not offer any ancestral blessings. Willing to watch over the grass shoe boy of Mud Bottle Alley, Qi Jingshun turned back, patted the young man's head, and joked, "If it were Song Jisun, Zhao Yao, or Gu Kan, and they made such a grand vow like you did before, it might just provoke a resonance with heaven and earth." The young man smiled brightly and replied, "I can't be concerned with that. I just need to do my own thing." Qi Jingshun asked again, "Is this the truth?" The young man laughed and said yes. Volume 1, Caged Sparrow Chapter 24, A Gift in a House on Peach Leaf Alley. There was a kind-eyed elderly man sitting in a rattan chair on the porch. Beside him sat a playful and cute maid dressed in light yellow patterned long pants, with a light blue sheer skirt over it, fanning him gently while listening to the old man tell stories. The old man suddenly asked, "Peach Bud, are you dozing off again? I'm not trying to scare you. If you were in a big house outside the town, you would be punished for being so lazy." There was no response. The elderly man, who had always been tolerant and kind to his servants, was about to continue teasing when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up into the distance, his demeanor becoming serious. It turned out that in the small courtyard, not only was the fan held by the young maid completely still, but even the invisible breeze had also stopped. The old man quickly held his breath, focused his mind, and silently recited a mantra to enter a state of meditation, so as not to waste his cultivation and Tao practice in this brief reverse flow of time. The old man sighed softly. The most rule-abiding Qi Jingshun finally made an exception to take action, which truly meant that a storm was approaching. Near the iron lock well, a burly young man from outside was squatting not far away, intently staring at the wheelbarrow. However, his peripheral vision secretly glanced at the side profile of a plump villager woman who was bending over to lift a bucket of water from the well. Her astonishingly curved hips and her heavy breasts creating an exaggerated silhouette, exuding a wild, robust charm that made the woman, who was otherwise just of average appearance, seem to possess a different allure. When the young man realized that the surrounding environment had fallen into an eerie stillness, with others not moving, he bravely faced the wonderful scene of the woman drawing water. He secretly swallowed and quickly turned his body to squat in a different posture. No wonder the master had said that the women at the foot of the mountain are like tigers out of the forest, their power greatly diminished. But once they are taken up the mountain, they become the mountain tigers that rule and devour. The master often said after drinking that all the heroes and talents in the world are no match for his own mountain tiger, with no exceptions. However, the young man felt that the tiger out of the forest was already impressive, like the woman before him, who looked ordinary but was so enchanting that it made his heart itch. If she were to slap him without a word, completely unreasonable, he felt he wouldn't dare to retaliate. If she smiled, he might even smile back. Thinking of this, the young man felt somewhat disheartened, lowering his head to glance at his pants, cursing himself for being spineless. No wonder he lacked courage. In Mud Bottle Alley, Song Jisun was flipping through a heavy and old local county chronicle, discovering many patterns, such as that it was generally supplemented every 60 years. So he privately named this book Jiazi Chronicle. He also noted that townsfolk, once taken away by distant relatives in their youth, rarely returned home, as if they disliked the idea of returning to their roots, flourishing outside the walls instead. Many family surnames branched out, and even grew into deeply rooted towering trees. Thus, he nicknamed it Outer Wall Book. At this moment, the youth was reading a biography about a person named Chao Shi, characterized by sparse writing. Another feature of this county chronicle, Song Jisun had read it at least 7 or 8 times, so he was already very familiar with the book. Therefore, when reading it during his leisure time, he would select some bizarre character stories, treating them as legendary tales described by a storyteller, not caring much about their authenticity. He only remembered the man in official robes who had come here alone late at night before leaving the town for the capital to report on his duties. The man, with an extremely serious attitude, told the youth to remember one thing: to recite and memorize every name that appeared in the book, as well as the hundreds and thousands of people and their respective roots in the town, especially the relationships with the 4 surnames and 10 clans. At this moment, Song Jisun remained utterly still, like the broken clay statues in the southeast of the town, randomly fallen in the grass and mud, unmoving despite the wind and rain. The light filtering through the window onto the desk maintained an unusually static state. In this house, the only moving beings were the maid Ji Gui and an inconspicuous 4-legged lizard. She had sensed something unusual early on, and her first thought was to go to the next courtyard to find that emotionless girl and scold her thoroughly. However, upon realizing the existence of that sword, she dismissed this tempting thought. She first went to her young master's room, cast a sidelong glance at the book's content, and felt annoyed upon seeing the name Chao Shi. So she flipped a few pages back for her master. When she saw the section about Xie, she smiled happily. But soon she became sullen again and flipped the pages back to avoid revealing secrets and exposing herself. Over the years, the shrewd and calculating young master had merely been curious and suspected her true identity, never catching any concrete evidence. She didn't want to jeopardize her success at this crucial moment. Accompanying her master to the village school, she felt that some of the sayings of scholars were hypocritical and nonsensical, like those who sacrificed their lives for righteousness, while others were quite reasonable, such as to travel 100 miles is half the journey at 90, which truly articulated the principle. The yellow 4-legged lizard was basking in the sunlight on the threshold, and at that moment, when it remained silently still, it revealed its true form. Under the light, it shone brilliantly, translucent, its body appearing like a piece of glass. In the room of the next courtyard, the girl in black, Ning Yao, fell into a mysterious state of fetal breathing, not breathing through her mouth or nose. Like a baby still in the womb, her spirit returning to a state of calm. Inside the pure white scabbard, the flying sword, freed from its confinement, slowly emerged, fluttering around its owner in a lively manner, reminiscent of a gentle bird, showcasing the beauty of the girl's flowing dress. It did not fly randomly, but instead, like a spiritual connection, created the best feng shui environment for its healing master. As expected, the girl, who showed no signs of breathing, had a rush of breath surging into her body from all around, as if she were a whale swallowing water, wildly absorbing the primordial spiritual energy of this world. Thus, at this moment, the town's dead silence contrasted sharply with the vibrant energy of this house. Outside the town, by the southern creek, there was a short and stocky man, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding sharp energy. He was bare-chested, holding a hammer and forging iron. With each strike, sparks flew, illuminating the entire room. Countless sparks scattered throughout the spacious room, creating a magnificent spectacle. With each swing of the hammer, a scene could be forged. Opposite the man stood a girl with a neat ponytail, petite in stature. She wore a yellow leather cloak to prevent sparks from hitting her, as ordinary cotton clothes could easily be burned through. After one strike, millions of sparks suddenly came to a halt in the room. The ponytail girl frowned and asked, "Dad?" The man replied solemnly, "It's your turn to hammer the sword strip. It's a good opportunity to refine your spirit." The girl put down the old sword strip, brushed aside the sparks on either side, and with a flick of her hand, the sparks were pushed back. The stars that should have been still in the river of time were continuously colliding with each other, making the room's light appear chaotic. Compared to the seemingly hidden elders within the town, each focusing and meditating, the girl's actions were indeed too domineering, especially after she took over the hammer. Her force was tremendous and swift, even wilder and more unrestrained than the experienced man. Each strike that sent sparks flying did not disappear in the stillness, but rather accumulated, creating a dense cluster of sparks, shining like brilliant stars in the air. In the sword forging room, sparks multiplied. The man fixed his gaze on the glowing sword blank and commanded in a deep voice, "Silently recite the sword forging classic, the dragon shaking chapter." The girl's momentum suddenly dropped as she quietly said, "Dad?" The man, irritated, replied, "What is it?" The girl, her spirit further diminished, timidly said, "I didn't eat much at noon. I'm hungry and can't hammer anymore." The man was even more furious. If it weren't for the sword forging, he might have scolded her. Clearly, he had asked her to memorize lines, and she acted as if he were asking for her life. What kind of excuse was that? "Daughter, it's normal to be hungry. It's not an excuse." The girl secretly smiled. Although she said she was hungry, her hands did not slow down at all. In an instant, with a burst of inspiration, the girl shouted and struck down with all her might. "Get out." The sparks that flew this time were exceptionally numerous and glaring. The man's expression remained unchanged, thinking to himself, "It's done." In the courtyard of the Gu family, the woman slowly woke up, her head aching as if it were splitting. Supported by her child, she sat back on the long bench. The deity, Lu Jimao, was meditating with his eyes closed, his thumb and index fingers slowly moving in his sleeve. The woman, Gu, pressed her son to sit beside her and softly asked, "Immortal, what happened?" The old man did not open his eyes and replied, "I have taken in a good disciple. You have a good son. Gu, just wait and see. Your son will bring you honor." The woman was overjoyed, tears brimming in her eyes as she hugged the child, softly murmuring, "Did you hear that, your father? Our Gukin will definitely achieve great things." Lu Jima suddenly exclaimed in surprise, opening his eyes and looking down at the lines in his palm, as if a new path had emerged. He muttered to himself, "Why is this? It shouldn't be like this. The boy didn't die, yet that immortal disciple inexplicably did." The old man had no choice but to stand up and slowly pace in the courtyard, quickly calculating with his fingers, waste, falling into the hands of a street boy. The 1,000-year reputation painstakingly built by Yunxia Mountain is ruined in an instant. The woman, feeling anxious, said, "Old immortal, since our canner has already become a disciple, why not let Chen Ping'an go?" The old man shouted angrily, "Woman's kindness. If you truly had a compassionate heart, you shouldn't have harbored murderous thoughts when we first met. Coming to pretend to be a female bodhisattva now, do you have any shame?" The woman, scolded until her face turned pale, stammered and dared not say a word. The old man, still not satisfied, pointed at the woman and scolded, "Country woman, short-sighted. After Gukin returns to Shujian Lake with me, the frequency of your meetings with him must not be too high to avoid hindering his cultivation. Do you have any objections?" The woman quickly shook her head. "I dare not." The old man's gaze was sinister. The woman was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, crying and saying pitifully, "No objections, absolutely none." The old man waved his sleeve vigorously, snorting coldly, "This infuriates me." Earlier, seeing that the woman still had some unique charm, he had just thought of taking her as a personal maid. And now she behaved so annoyingly that she deserved to miss out on a chance that could lead her to the threshold of cultivation. The old man suddenly felt as if facing a great enemy, looking around, and indeed this place had been artificially frozen into a stasis, which is a type of small cave heaven. Even land gods and golden body arhats wouldn't think of breaking through it. This kind of great supernatural power could be said to be at its peak. Although it was largely due to that great formation, it still instilled a sense of awe. Just imagine, as long as one was within this realm, no matter if you were an immortal, Buddha, god, demon, or ghost, you would have to bow to me. What kind of feeling would that be? The true monarch Lu Jima dreamed of reaching such heights. High skills are not to be used. Go to hell. Lu Jima wished that after this small cave heaven, he could bring in the third-generation disciples of the Buddha, Taoist patriarch, and Confucianism leader. Not to mention demanding they bow down. At least let everyone sit at the same level and address each other as peers. Lu Jima suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His palm also splattered with blood, as if someone had cut a deep gash with a sharp weapon. In his other hand, the white bowl appeared involuntarily, the water's surface rippling chaotically, black lines darting around, crashing against walls. The old man showed no hesitation, placing his palm over the back of his hand. As a person of Taoist lineage, he performed a Confucian bow, bending deeply, extremely devout, tremblingly saying, "Shujian Lake, Qingxia Island Master Lu Jima humbly requests Mr. Qi to show mercy on this junior's earnest desire for the Tao. If there are any offenses, I hope Mr. Qi, the saint, will not hold it against this insignificant person. After a long time, leave quickly." The 4 words sounded like spring thunder in the ears of this true monarch. Lu Zhima joyfully said, "Rest assured, sir. This junior will take the Gu mother and son away from the town right away." The elderly man, who had always considered himself a junior, recalled something and cautiously asked, "May I ask, sir, how should I dispose of these 2 bags of gold and copper coins?" The authoritative voice sounded again, "1 person and 1 object. Just leave them in the courtyard. Within 30 years, you are not allowed to leave Shujian Lake by even a step." Lu Zhima felt a sense of relief. This time he didn't have to flatter, intentionally performing a Confucian bow, but simply gave a solemn Taoist bow, saying he dared not decline the elder's gift, Mr. Qi's great kindness and virtue. This junior will remember deeply and never forget. After this, Qi Jingxuan's voice did not appear, and the stasis quickly disappeared. Lu Zhima wasted no time and immediately had the Gu family take Gu Qin with him to leave the town. Just as Gu was about to speak, Lu Zhima shot her a fierce look that silenced her in fear. Lu Zhima took out 2 bags, although he felt a bit reluctant. The man aspiring for the title of a true monarch still placed them on the bench without hesitation. Just as he reached the small courtyard, Lu Zhima suddenly asked, "Does your family have any old items left behind?" Gu was puzzled, but the cunning Gu Qin immediately reminded him, "Didn't Dad leave that treasure cabinet? It's been gathering dust under the bed." Lu Zhima's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he had the woman lead the way to investigate. Since that sage acknowledged Gu Qin as a chance in itself, it meant the child could take away his own fortune. As for the final ownership of these fortunes, in the town, perhaps even the Jade Emperor would have to listen to Qi Jingchun, but once they reached Shujian Lake, it would be hard to say. Finally, when left unattended, Gu Qin seized the opportunity to grab the 2 bags and swiftly opened the door, dashing towards the other end of Mud Bottle Alley. Inside the house, the woman Gu was kneeling on the ground, reaching under the bed to move the box, which was not large but heavy, making her breathless. As a result, her ample backside was kicked hard by the true monarch Lu Zhima, who teased, "Gu, you are at a disadvantage in postnatal care. Just based on this. Being a second-class maid on Qingxia Island is a bit much, but as a third-class maid, it's more than enough. I see you don't seem to care. But on Qingxiao Island, there are a few guest scholars who might be interested in you. Make sure to compete well and don't be shy. You wouldn't want to miss out on a blessing." The woman's body stiffened slightly. At this moment, most of her body was still under the bed, so her expression was not clear. Walking to an alley entrance, Qi Jingshun said to Chen Ping'an, "Kai Jin Jian and Fu Nanhua will be handled by me. Now that you have this ancestral mulberry leaf, you should not take life and death lightly. Live well. It's the greatest repayment to your parents. As for the future, with the forces of Yunxia Mountain, Old Dragon City, and True Monarch Lu, I can't say they will never trouble you. But they certainly won't come looking for you in the next 10 years. If you're lucky, you might just remain a commoner for 30 years in peace." Qi Jingchun smiled. No need to harbor any misgivings about the town. It won't be long before those schemes will be gone. If you want a stable life for the next 20 or 30 years, you might as well find a girl here to marry and settle down. If you want to see the real world beyond the town, that is also a good thing. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles is what we scholars must do. You'll find that in the town, it's hard to study but easy to walk outside. Many scholars find it easy to buy books, read books, and collect books, but they don't like to travel far, fearing hardship. What they call studying abroad is just a leisure trip by car. The boy was surprised. "Mr. Qi, is walking also considered hardship?" Qi Jingchun laughed heartily. "Not to mention outside the town, just look around. How many peers have you seen in Falu Street or Taoya Alley running around like you?" The boy nodded. "That's true." Qi Jingchun thought for a moment, then pulled out a jade hairpin stuck in her hair and bent down to hand it to the impoverished boy, saying it was a parting gift. It wasn't a valuable item, nor an immortal's possession, so he could accept it with peace of mind. "I was once a boy from a humble background, just like you. I worked hard and endured many hardships and setbacks. Of course, there were various encounters along the way. It was only after all that I entered the Cliff Academy. The time spent learning from my master was the happiest period of my life. Later, when my master left the mountain, he entrusted me with this hairpin, which was a kind of expectation and responsibility for me. Unfortunately, looking back now, I have not done well all these years. I believe that if my master were still alive, he would surely be disappointed. As a boy, how could I dare to accept such a gift? This jade hairpin seems to contain the master-disciple bond between Mr. Qi and his own master. The sentiment is heavy, to say nothing of the gift itself. Even though I am still inexperienced, I come from a background of royal porcelain production and have some appreciation for the quality of things. Qi Jingshun said gently, if I keep it, my master's relic will be buried with me. It's better to pass it on to you. Moreover, you have done nothing to deserve this. I have lingered in this small town for nearly 60 years and have always had a knot in my heart that I could not untie. Unfortunately, my master has passed away, and I thought I would never get an answer in this lifetime, but you inadvertently helped me resolve it. So I am giving you this hairpin. It is suitable in terms of feelings, reason, and etiquette. Chen Ping'an, I can only help you obtain a leaf from the locust tree and cannot give you more opportunities. The boy took the ordinary jade hairpin with both hands and sincerely said, You have already done so much, sir. Qi Jingshun smiled, and, seeing that the boy was persuaded to accept the hairpin, felt a weight lifted from his heart. The hairpin was indeed plain and ordinary, but it was a relic from his master, and being able to give it to a boy who would not disgrace the inscription on the hairpin was very good. Therefore, Qi Jingshun finally instructed, Chen Ping'an, remember, no matter what you encounter in the future, do not lose hope in this world. Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow, Chapter 25, Farewell. Outside a house in Mud Bottle Alley, a troublesome child, with a snotty nose, was fiercely kicking the door, cursing and spitting. Chen Ping'an, if you don't come out soon, I will find someone to kill you and smash all your junk. I know you're home. What are you busy with? Are you with Song Jisun's little wife, or with Ji Gui doing that? It's broad daylight. Don't you care about Song Jisun's feelings? Okay, you won't come out, right? I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Once I go, you'll never see me again in your life. I was going to leave all my treasures to you. Chen Ping'an, hurry up and come out. For some reason, by the end of the rant, the child was even sobbing and harshly pulled the two snotty noses back to their nest. Gukin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and quickly turned around. Upon seeing that familiar face, the child cursed loudly. Chen Ping'an, you're a son of a bitch. The straw sandal boy's face did not look good, and Gukin quickly changed his tone, asking, How are you? Flowing like clouds and water, the transition was smooth and natural. Used to this heartless brat, Chen Ping'an said irritably, What do you think? Do you still not know? Gukin realized he had more important matters to attend to and quickly pulled Chen Ping'an to the courtyard gate, then stuffed two beautifully embroidered bags into Chen Ping'an's hands. The child lowered his voice and asked, Do you remember the little loach I asked you for last year? Chen Ping'an was puzzled, holding the heavy bags. The items were not unfamiliar. The brocade-clad boy who forcibly bought that golden carp had later sent him a bag of copper coins. Chen Ping'an looked around. There were no pedestrians at either end of Mud Bottle Alley, so he quickly opened the door, brought Gukin into the courtyard, and after placing the ceramic jar aside, asked directly, Someone from outside bought that loach from you, right? Gukin, I advise you not to sell it. Don't sell it for anything. Don't you want to provide a good life for your mother in the future? You must keep that loach, do you understand? Gukin burst into tears, grabbing Chen Ping'an's sleeve and choked. I wanted to return the loach to you, but my mother wouldn't allow it and slapped me. She has never hit me since I was a child. And that storyteller, I don't know if he is a deity or a ghost. He is very scary. First, he brought me to a white bowl, and then that loach suddenly became very big, much thicker than our water tank. Chen Ping'an covered the child's mouth with one hand, his face serious as he glared. The loach was given to you. It is yours. Gukin, do you still want your mother to have a good life in the future? To eat meat every day? To let your mother use rouge and powder? And to buy that smooth silk dress? Gukin sniffled and nodded vigorously. Chen Ping'an released his hand, squatted down, and asked, What are these 2 bags of money about? Did you steal them? Gukin's eyes rolled, about to lie, but Chen Ping'an knew him too well. The little rascal knew exactly what to do. Chen Ping'an directly smacked Gukin with a chestnut, sternly saying, Take it back. Gukin, stubborn as ever, replied, No. Chen Ping'an was so angry his face turned pale, and he raised his hand to give him a real chestnut, but seeing the child's defiant expression, he softened his tone and thought for a moment, asking, What exactly is going on? Tell me. Gukin recounted everything as it was. He did not deny that this child usually made people grit their teeth in frustration, but he was indeed clever and precocious. From the old locust tree to the iron lock well, and then to the courtyard in Mud Bottle Alley. He clearly explained to Chen Ping'an about the storyteller wanting to take him as a disciple. At this moment, Chen Ping'an had a rough idea in his heart. Gukin was most likely one of those who had received ancestral blessings in the small town, whether it was the ancestral grave emitting green smoke or, as Mr. Shi and Taoist Lu said, having opportunities and fortunes. Gukan should be taken away from the small town by that storyteller. However, thinking of that Lu Zhimiao, the true monarch of the river crossing, made Chen Ping'an's heart tense. According to Mr. Qi, this person's character was indeed lowly, and he wanted to eliminate him at all costs, even using divine powers to frame himself and Kai Jinjian. Would it really be a good thing for Gukan to recognize this person as his master? But on the other hand, if this person was willing to take Gukan as a disciple instead of deceiving or coercing him, could it be said that Gukan would not have to worry about his life for the time being? The clever child's eyes suddenly brightened. Taking advantage of Chen Ping'an's moment of contemplation, he suddenly grabbed the 2 money bags from Chen Ping'an's hand and threw them into the house before turning to run away. As a result, Chen Ping'an caught him by the collar and pulled him back to the original spot. Gukan hugged his head with both hands, looking pitiful. Although Chen Ping'an had forcibly dragged the child back, he hesitated on how to deal with him. The matters involved were too significant, and Chen Ping'an was very afraid of making the wrong choice and causing trouble for Gukan and his mother. If it were just his own matter, this helpless straw sandal boy would probably handle it much more decisively. The girl in black had already gotten out of bed and was standing behind the threshold. My mother once said that everyone has their own fated connections. This child clearly looks like a disaster that will bring trouble for 1,000 years, and he will not lack dog's hit luck in the future. Gukan's eyes lit up, and he quickly wiped away the 2 streams of snot. Grinning widely to show his missing teeth, and flattering said, "Sister, you're really beautiful, just like my second sister. It's a small place here. Why not come to my house for a visit?" Chen Ping'an helplessly replied, "When did your mother remarry your father?" The exposed child immediately rolled his eyes, changed his expression and tone, and said, "Chen Ping'an, not bad. You have some prospects now. When did you trick a woman back home? Are you going to cause a ruckus in the bridal chamber? Unfortunately, I can't catch up. Otherwise, I would definitely squat in the corner and listen to you all fighting like immortals in bed." Chen Ping'an pressed his palm on Gukan's head and apologized to the girl in black. "He's like this, don't be angry." The girl glanced at the child and said, "What a bear." Gukan was about to show off his family skills when he felt the hand on his head and quietly increased the pressure. Immediately looking sickly and weakly saying, "Sister, you're so pretty. You're right no matter what you say." The girl in black ignored the child and turned to Chen Ping'an, saying meaningfully, "You'd better accept those 2 bags of copper coins to avoid turning against each other in the future. Moreover, once this child succeeds in cultivating, if you don't let him feel a little guilt today, it could very likely destabilize his Dao heart, allowing external demons to take advantage of the situation." Gukan loved hearing this, giving a thumbs up to that sister, thinking that with long hair and long knowledge, she was indeed more reliable than that certain girl next door. The girl in black raised an eyebrow and surprisingly accepted it. In the distance of Mud Bottle Alley, a hurried and furious shout rang out, "Gukan!" The child's face turned pale. "I'm leaving, Chen Ping'an. I'm leaving." Although he said he was leaving, the child didn't even realize it himself, gripping Chen Ping'an's fingers tighter. Perhaps subconsciously, Gukan had already regarded Chen Ping'an as his only relative besides his mother. Chen Ping'an took the child out of the courtyard, crouched down, and quietly said, "Gukan, remember to be careful of your master. Also, take good care of your mother. As a man, your mother will only rely on you in the future, so don't always make her worry." Gukan responded with an mm. Chen Ping'an continued, "When you're outside, do more work and say less. Keep your mouth in check, take some losses if you have to. And don't always think about getting the upper hand with your words. People outside, unlike us, hold grudges." The child, with red eyes, retorted, "The people here also hold grudges. You just don't." Chen Ping'an was amused and speechless for a moment. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an woke up and asked seriously, "Gukan, did you get a piece of locust leaf?" If not, Chen Ping'an didn't think Gukan had received a chance from the immortals. Perhaps the arrival of that storyteller was a death warrant. The child got angry as soon as he heard this, pulling out a large handful from his pocket and habitually cursing. "I don't know which scoundrel secretly stuffed so many useless leaves into my pocket. I only found out when I was hiding those 2 bags of money after sneaking out of the house. If it wasn't Zhao Xiaoping, it was Lu Mei, that girl. If my mother sees this when washing clothes, won't she scold me for being so careless? Luckily, I'm leaving now, otherwise, just watch me sneak over and throw stones into their latrine." The child was animatedly cursing, and Chen Ping'an was first dumbfounded, then relieved. Seeing the kid about to throw them on the ground, he hurriedly stopped him, his expression extremely serious. "Gukan, keep them safe. You must keep them safe. If possible, Don't even let your mother see these locust leaves. It's very likely for her own good. The child was confused but still nodded, okay. Chen Ping'an let out a long breath, muttering to himself, now I'm really at ease. Gukin suddenly leaned forward and bumped his forehead against Chen Ping'an's head, whimpering. I'm sorry. Chen Ping'an rubbed his little head, laughing and scolding. Silly. Gukin suddenly whispered in his ear. Chen Ping'an was stunned. The child turned and ran off, jogging while waving. That old man said he would take my mother and me to a place called Book Simplification, Lake Qingxiao Island. If you can't find a wife in the future, just come look for me. I'm not bragging. I can send you 17 or 18 women with looks like that girl next door. Chen Ping'an stood in place, nodding slightly, feeling a bit sad. After all, Gukin was like his younger brother, so he was willing to give in to him in everything. The boy in straw sandals watched the child's figure gradually fade away. Lost in thought. His life had always been like this. The people he truly cared about seemed impossible to keep. The boy in Mud Bottle Alley smiled broadly. Heaven is quite stingy. The gate next door gently opened, and the maid Ji Gue walked out, standing tall like a lotus flower in a pond. Chen Ping'an asked, Did you hear Gukin talking bad about you earlier? She blinked her autumn water-like eyes and said, Just pretend I didn't hear it. Anyway, I can't win an argument with those two. Chen Ping'an felt a bit awkward and could only help that little rascal Gukin by saying something nice to smooth things over. Actually, he doesn't have a bad heart. He just speaks a bit harshly. Ji Gue, expressionless, tugged at the corner of her mouth. Whether Gukin's heart is good or bad, I don't know. His widow mother is not an easy person to deal with, I can assure you. Chen Ping'an didn't know how to respond. So he followed her lead and pretended he hadn't heard anything. She suddenly asked a puzzling question. Chen Ping'an, don't you really regret it? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. What? Ji Gue saw that he wasn't pretending to be foolish, sighed, turned, and returned to the courtyard, closing the wooden door. With keen eyesight, Chen Ping'an stood in the alley, finally seeing Gukin's family's door open in the distance. 3 people walked out, with the mother and child carrying their respective bags, slowly heading towards the other end of Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Ping'an even clearly saw that the storyteller turned his head and glanced at him with a playful smile. After the 3 figures disappeared at the end of the alley, Chen Ping'an returned to his courtyard and saw that the girl in black could already sit on the threshold by herself. Is her physique made of iron? Chen Ping'an first placed the jade hairpin gifted by Mr. Qi and the 2 bags of copper coins brought by Gukin on the table, then began to boil water, grab medicine, and prepare the medicine skillfully, as if he had spent many years as an assistant in a pharmacy rather than coming from a kiln worker background. The girl in black was a bit puzzled, but didn't ask. Feeling bored, she got up and approached the table, thought for a moment, and took out the money bag that Chen Ping'an had hidden in a bottle. After sitting down, there were 3 bags of money and a jade hairpin on the table. And of course, a sensitive spiritual sword huddled in the corner. Chen Ping'an didn't stop her from taking the money but turned to remind her. The jade hairpin was given to me by Mr. Qi. Be careful with it. Ning girl. Perhaps fearing that the girl wouldn't take it seriously, Chen Ping'an blushed and reminded again. You really should be careful. The girl rolled her eyes. 3 bags of gold and copper coins, spring money, offering money, and victory money. How coincidental. They just happened to be complete. The girl rested her chin on one hand and used her fingers to fiddle with the 3 copper coins, casually asking, How are things with you? Can you tell me? Chen Ping'an crouched at the wall by the window, carefully monitoring the heat, occasionally glancing at the 3 prescriptions. Hearing the question, he wondered if it was appropriate to speak. The girl frowned and said, You've fallen to such a miserable state, and you're still worried that if I hear the secret, someone will kill me to silence me? Chen Ping'an, I'm not trying to criticize you. It's just that someone like you, a soft-hearted fool, I advise you never to leave this small town in your life, or you'll never know how you die. The girl was quite sorry for his misfortune and angry at his lack of ambition. This boy with a rigid personality, even if he were a powerful sword immortal with the strength of an Arhut and the skills of a heavenly lord, would undoubtedly die within a year if sent back to her hometown, and his bones would be left unburied. The grass shoe boy said cheerfully, Well, let me tell you about it. The girl pressed 3 copper coins with 3 fingers, rubbing them on the table, saying she would speak if she wanted to. Chen Ping'an recounted the events leading up to Mr. Qi's appearance to the girl, selectively omitting some details about what happened afterward. After listening, the girl said nonchalantly, that Jiang Jinju and Lu Jima is clearly the main culprit, but Kai Jinjian and Fu Nanhua are also not good people. If it weren't for Mr. Qi messing things up, no matter where you ran to in the future, You wouldn't escape the encirclement and killing of the three factions. To put it bluntly, it would be very easy to kill you, if it weren't in this small town. Even Lu Jima, or that woman from Yunxiao Mountain, could crush you with a single finger. Chen Ping'an nodded and said, I know. The girl angrily replied, You know nothing? Chen Ping'an did not argue and continued to brew medicine. She asked, The reason you have this disaster is all because of that loach. Why didn't you tell that child the truth? This time, Chen Ping'an did not remain silent or turn his head, sitting on a small stool. He looked down at the blue-red flames and softly said, It's wrong to do that. The girl hesitated, finally looking at the frail figure, and sighed. Then do you know that if your fist isn't strong, no one will care about your right or wrong? The boy shook his head and said, No matter if others listen or not, reason is reason. He seemed a bit uncertain, turning his head to smile and ask, Right? The girl glared at him and thought, You big-headed ghost. The boy turned back with a disgruntled expression and continued to brew the medicine. The girl in black, named Ning Yao, picked up the jade hairpin, focused her gaze, and discovered a line of small characters engraved on it. She glanced at the boy named Chen Ping'an. The hairpin had 8 characters, which even a girl with only a rough understanding of literature found extremely moving. Thinking of a gentleman, warm as jade. Volume 1, Cage Sparrow. Chapter 26, Easy to talk to. Brewing medicine is a meticulous task, akin to threading a needle, and Chen Ping'an did it with precision, deeply immersed in it, emanating a kind of inexplicable joy. However, the girl in black was not a patient person. In fact, aside from practicing her sword and knife, she was not interested in anything else. At a young age, she had left home and traveled alone, living a rough life. So she felt no discomfort in the boy's small, bare abode. She had experienced enough hardship herself, coming and going in wind and rain. Even the most delicate person would become unrefined. The girl asked, Is your left hand okay? Chen Ping'an, with his left hand wrapped in a cloth strip, was holding a bowl of medicine with both hands. After she took it, he smiled and said, It's fine. Before I returned to the alley, I found some herbs, crushed them, and applied them to the wound. I used this remedy for the bruises and cuts I got when I worked as a kiln worker. It always works wonders. An old man from Yang's shop told me this secret recipe long ago, but I promised him I wouldn't share it. Otherwise, Miss Ning, you travel far and wide. You might find it useful. If you want, I can go find the old man from Yang's shop and ask him. But today, I was in a hurry to get medicine, so I didn't see him. I just hope he stepped out for a moment. As the girl drank the medicine, her long eyebrows, which resembled slender blades rather than willow leaves, slightly furrowed, yet she finished the herbal soup without changing her expression. After returning the porcelain bowl to the waiting grass shoe boy, she muttered, Good for nothing, no wonder you're poor and get bullied. Before the boy could react, the girl added, Don't mind me, I'm just a straightforward person. The girl probably didn't realize that this last sentence was even more hurtful. Chen Ping'an hesitated to speak. The girl wiped the residue of the medicine from the corner of her mouth with her thumb, then sat up straight and said earnestly, The sage currently holding court in this realm, that scholar you mentioned. Although he intends to help you tie up loose ends so that you won't have to worry about your life in the future, you must understand that human power is ultimately limited. Even sages are no exception. Moreover, that Mr. Chi's situation isn't good. He seems like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect himself. I'm afraid he won't be able to care for your life and death afterward. As for me, Ning Yao, I repay kindness with kindness. If you glare at me, I will repay with vengeance. Human power has limits, repaying kindness, vengeance for wrongs. A clay bodhisattva crossing the river. At this moment, the girl's heart was filled with a hidden pride, thinking, Listen, aren't my words quite scholarly? Unfortunately, right next to Chen Ping'an lived a well-educated scholar who, almost every morning and evening, recited the classics to clarify his ambitions. According to Song Jisun's own saying, it was I cultivate the spirit of righteousness. Therefore, Chen Ping'an was not unfamiliar with the scholarly phrases. Even if some obscure terms were difficult, he could guess their meaning through context. The girl stared intently at Chen Ping'an, trying to find shock, admiration, and confusion on his face, but he had a look that said, I understand. Go on, miss, which was infuriating. The girl became disheartened. Her originally spirited demeanor diminished sharply. She said irritably, For example, if you save my life, I would help you kill Fu Nanhua from the Old Dragon City or Lu Jima from Shujian Lake afterward. But if you want to kill both to eliminate future troubles, you need to spend some money to dispel the disaster, because our encounter is just a fleeting one. We don't have such deep affection. Therefore, you need to offer me a bag of gold coins as payment. The girl quickly pointed to the bag of coins and said, like this bag. I like it very much. The other 2 bags of coins for raising and suppressing are not attractive in style, and the inscriptions are not pleasing. Then the girl slightly raised her chin and said, if, aside from making this deal, you are willing to give me 2 more bags of copper coins, I will help you settle the matters in Old Dragon City and Yunxiao Mountain. Of course, if I die early in Lu Zhima's hands, then everything is off the table. After all, my cultivation is not high. I am at the 9th level of martial arts and have just entered the 6th realm. As for the 15 levels of cultivation, I have only reached the Longmen realm in the 5th level. In the Dan room, I have 6 patterns that I have not successfully completed, and I have not yet made the celestial maiden ascend to heaven. At this point, Chen Ping'an was truly confused, completely at a loss. The girl felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Her low cultivation level had always been a source of shame for her, and Chen Ping'an's clueless expression only struck at her most sensitive spot. Seeing the girl's gloomy expression, even a fool like Chen Ping'an knew the situation was not good. So he quickly changed the topic. Why were you so seriously injured before, but now you seem to have mostly recovered? The girl lowered her gaze slightly, crossed her arms, and said in a hoarse voice, I really was close to death at that time. If Taoist Lu hadn't saved me, I would have. Anyway, I owe you a huge favor. I shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation and asked you for 3 bags of gold coins. My life, Ningyao, is not something Lu Zhima and the like can compare to. So I was in the wrong. Just pretend I didn't say anything. After I leave this town, I will do my best to help you solve those concerns. But I must say this up front. I, Ningyao, will only act within my capabilities. I won't recklessly risk my life for a sure death. It was probably the rare and precious sight of a girl lowering her head to admit her mistake that left her feeling extremely dejected. Chen Ping'an asked, which bag is the offering money? The girl pointed to one of the golden embroidered bags. Chen Ping'an took out 3 copper coins from it, held them in his palm, and then pushed the 3 bags toward the girl with his arm, smiling. These are for you. The girl was stunned, and after a long moment, she asked, Chen Ping'an, did you hit your head on a door when you were a child? Chen Ping'an replied helplessly, no, but when I was helping someone herd cattle, I often got whipped by the cow's tails. The girl suddenly became furious, slammed the table, and questioned, do you like me? Chen Ping'an was dumbfounded. The girl grinned and gave Chen Ping'an a thumbs up, saying, good taste. Then she curved her thumb to point at herself, her eyes sparkling, but I want to agree. The man I, Ningyao, like must be the strongest sword immortal in the world. The strongest, the greatest sword immortal. No matter if it's Tao ancestors or Buddha, or Confucian sages, they must bow their heads and make way before his sword. Chen Ping'an's face turned red, and he scratched his head, saying, Miss Ning, you misunderstood. I don't like you. The girl raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, leaned forward, squinted one eye, and raised one hand, leaving a gap of about an inch between her thumb and index finger, and asked timidly, not even this much liking? Chen Ping'an replied firmly, no. Miss Ning, don't worry. The girl retracted her hand, sighed heavily, and said sympathetically, Chen Ping'an, even if you somehow marry a wife in the future, she will probably be someone simple-minded. Chen Ping'an, sitting across the table, smiled happily and said, as long as she is a good person, that's enough. The girl remained noncommittal, living a life of eating and waiting for death, being content with small wealth, and soaring to success, as her mother said, is because everyone has their own fate, and there is not necessarily a distinction of high and low. However, her father had a different opinion, saying that one should not force what is not destined. But not forcing does not mean not seeking at all. Seeking is still necessary. If one ultimately cannot obtain what they seek, that is another matter. Of course, she knew her father would never dare to say such things to her mother face to face. Chen Ping'an casually asked, Miss Ning, are you also here in our small town to seek opportunities? The girl answered without any hesitation, I exhausted all my savings accumulated from rare encounters, plus a favor, to obtain this opportunity to enter the town. But I'm different from those people. I don't seek fortune or luck. I just want someone to help me forge a sword, preferably one that suits my desires. As for how sharp it is, or whether it can carry a massive amount of sword qi, that is secondary. Chen Ping'an asked in confusion, forge a sword? The girl said, it's that Master Wan, the blacksmith. He is very famous here, and has a strict rule of forging only one sword every 30 years. The reason he is willing to come here to replace Qi Jingchun is that he feels this place is suitable for opening a furnace to forge swords. I'm just trying my luck to see if he is willing to forge a sword for me. If it doesn't work out, then I can only think of it as bad luck. Chen Ping'an smiled. Good people will be rewarded. The girl said weakly, no way. She glanced at the boy. Does your left hand hurt? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. It does. She questioned. Then why do you not look like it? Chen Ping'an said matter-of-factly. Even if I roll on the ground and shout, it won't stop hurting. The girl slapped her forehead. I really can't do anything about it. Just like my father, but you are far less capable than him. Chen Ping'an smiled and said nothing, quietly gazing out at the courtyard. The girl pushed the 3 bags of copper coins back. I don't want them. Chen Ping'an withdrew his gaze and softly said, Miss Ning, have you ever thought that keeping them may not necessarily be a good thing? After seeing Mr. Qi, I am even more certain of this. The girl decided once she made a choice, she would not change it, shaking her head. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. I have made up my mind to repay the life-saving grace. I will definitely repay it in the future, and I will not cut corners. I must live up to the name Ning Yao. But you must take care of yourself these years. Don't die carelessly. Just endure this period. The usually easygoing boy interrupted the girl for the first time. The one who saved you is Taoist Lu, Miss Ning, so you don't need to feel indebted. If I hadn't thought I was doomed and wanted Taoist Lu to do more for my parents, I wouldn't have opened the door. The girl coldly huffed. That's your business. The boy smiled and repeated her words. That's your business. They stared at each other. Surprisingly, the girl was the first to back down, muttering to herself, if you like me, I really can't agree. Chen Ping'an held his head with both hands. Having such a stubborn and peculiar girl, he had no way to deal with it. At that moment, someone climbed over the courtyard wall. The only person who would do that was Lu Xianyang. He jogged to the threshold, just about to raise his voice, but it was as if someone suddenly choked him by the neck, and he couldn't say a word. Chen Ping'an quickly got up, approached Lu Xianyang, and whispered, Can I stay at your place for the next few days? This girl might be staying here. Lu Xianyang pushed Chen Ping'an's head away, rubbing his hands like a fly, and eagerly said, Miss, my house is big, and everything is complete. If you don't mind, how about staying at my place? The girl in black, with her back to them, replied indifferently, I mind. Lu Xianyang grinned, looking at the slender and graceful figure with the sheathed sword, and persisted, Miss, you don't know? Earlier 2 groups of people blocked my way at the corridor bridge, crying and begging me to sell them my ancestral treasures. I didn't agree, and that unfortunate bunch almost got me scolded to death by Master Ruan. I see you are also an outsider here to try your luck, right? Although I, Lu Xianyang, may not sell to you, but letting you take a look and broaden your horizons is definitely no problem. Ning Yao remained cold. No need. Lu Xianyang took a seat in Chen Ping'an's previous position, and when he saw the appearance of the girl in black, his eyes lit up. Miss, don't be so distant. I'm just squeezing with Chen Ping'an in this broken house. If you go to my big house, you won't feel constrained. It's like you have nowhere to put your hands and feet. Ning Yao replied sternly, I appreciate your good intentions, but please go cool off somewhere. Lu Xianyang didn't feel embarrassed at all. He got up and said, all right then. A golden nest or silver nest isn't as good as one's own grass nest. I understand. Lu Xianyang pulled Chen Ping'an out to the threshold and nudged the boy with his elbow. What's going on? Chen Ping'an awkwardly said, I can't explain it clearly right now. Just tell me if I can stay at your place. Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes. What do you mean can or can't? But you have to promise me to keep an eye on Ji Gui and make sure that little beast Song Jisun doesn't force her. You have to help me protect my future wife's purity. Chen Ping'an immediately rejected. Don't even think about it. Lu Xianyang patted Chen Ping'an on the shoulder, saying earnestly, just consider it as you agreed. Suddenly, the girl in black turned her head and said, Do you know you are a natural sword seed? The reason the porcelain man didn't take you out when you were 9 years old was probably to let you absorb more spiritual energy here. This choice is indeed correct. So when you are with Master Ruan, you must seize the opportunity to have him take you as a disciple. Remember, at the very least, you should aim to be an inner disciple. Ideally, you want to be his direct student. As for being a closed-door disciple, don't hold your breath. Your innate talent isn't good enough to reach that exaggerated level. Lu Xianyang nodded vigorously with a smile, saying okay, then turned to Chen Ping'an, pointed at the girl in the room, and then pointed at his own head. Chen Ping'an said, What she said is the truth. You shouldn't take it lightly. Lu Xianyang stopped joking around, fell silent, and quietly said, I feel something is off. You guess who is leading the 2 groups in the corridor? It's that scoundrel Lu Zhengchun from Falu Street. Isn't this like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year? I'm not short of money. so why should I do business with them? Moreover, that piece of armor is an heirloom passed down in my family for generations. If I sell it, I'll dream of my grandfather at night, and he'll probably scold me to death. After hearing all this, Chen Ping'an felt like he was facing a great enemy. You need to be careful. Lu Jingchun and those outsiders are not to be trifled with. The boy turned to ask, Miss Ning, do you know the background of those people? The girl in black nodded, saying, the old man and the girl come from Zhenyang Mountain. They are considered a reputable sect from your Dong Baoping continent. The old man is extraordinary. He is 100 times stronger than Fu Nanhua or Kai Jinjian. The woman and her son are not simple either. Those who can enter the town together are certainly not ordinary wealthy individuals. That woman is very calculating, and the little boy doesn't seem to have a good heart. So I advise your friend to quickly have Master Ruan accept him as a disciple. That would be like having a life-saving charm by your side. In this town, no matter how powerful the backing is, no one dares to wrestle with the sage. Chen Ping'an then asked Lu Xianyang, are you confident in becoming Master Ruan's disciple? Lu Xianyang seemed conflicted, hesitating as he said, well, on the first day when I went to be an apprentice and help, Master Ruan looked at me just like old man Yao did back then. I think he is observing me for a while before deciding whether to take a disciple or not. But, Chen Ping'an glared fiercely. Lu Xianyang chuckled awkwardly. But Master Ruan has a precious daughter who eats a lot, which shocked me, so I jokingly said a few things. I didn't expect that when she was forging, she swung that hammer with such ferocity. Yet, she is usually very shy. I didn't think she couldn't take a joke, and ended up making her cry. And it just so happened that her father caught me at that moment, and his gaze towards me was off. There is no way I'll be accepted as a disciple now. But anyway, I never thought about being a disciple and serving someone like a horse or an ox. Having served old man Yao with his strange temper is enough for me. I just thought about getting a meal at the blacksmith shop. Chen Ping'an looked up, his face dark. Lu Xianyang, who was half a head taller than the straw sandal boy, lowered his head and didn't dare to look the boy in the eye. This scene left Ning Yao somewhat puzzled. It was also the first time the girl saw Chen Ping'an truly angry. Chen Ping'an quietly asked, did you find any inexplicable locust leaves after passing by the old locust tree? Lu Xianyang shook his head, no? But that old fortune teller who likes to sneak glances at the woman said some unlucky things to me, and I almost smashed his stall. Chen Ping'an's expression changed slightly. His brows furrowed tightly as he turned to look inside the house, asking, Miss Ning, as a trade, would 3 bags of gold coins be acceptable? And also, will it cause you any big trouble? Please make sure to clarify that beforehand. The girl in black thought carefully and replied, the trouble is not small, but it's manageable. However, you must be careful these next few days. Tell your friend not to run around the streets, as my current situation is not very good. She added, 2 groups of people, 2 bags of money. For Master Ruan to take you as a disciple, that is another bag. In short, I'll collect a few bags of money for getting a few things done. Don't worry, since I've agreed. I'll at least have a guaranteed 2 bags of earnings. Chen Ping'an rushed into the house and quickly pushed 2 bags of money, including the Yingchun money, towards the girl, saying, take it. The girl, who was never one to beat around the bush, didn't refuse. After accepting the 2 bags of copper coins, she smiled with a hint of sarcasm and said, there are plenty of people in the world who hoard money for themselves, and then there's you, who likes being a benefactor. This time, the boy did not argue, nodding and smiling. Money is very important, very important. Lu Xianyang, who had been left in the dark, anxiously exclaimed, Chen Ping'an, are you crazy? Why are you giving her money? 2 whole bags of copper coins. How long could that last you? Chen Ping'an retorted, it's my money. What business is it of yours? Lu Xianyang boldly replied, your money is my money, right? Think about it. If I borrowed money from you, would you have the face to demand it back? Chen Ping'an fell silent, lost in thought. Lu Xianyang also realized his jokes were out of place, so he shut up. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat heavy. Chen Ping'an then asked, Miss Ning, you really want tea? The girl in black glanced at the white-sheathed long sword on the table and nodded, no problem. After that, she couldn't help but say, you're so nagging. Don't you get tired? You still say you're not a soft-hearted person? Chen Ping'an smiled. Lu Xianyang thought for a moment, but didn't speak. The tall boy kept his thoughts to himself, thinking that the girl probably hadn't seen this other side of him. Chen Ping'an rarely had trouble expressing himself, but once he did, he could really be hard to deal with. Lu Xianyang had seen it. The neighboring Song Jisun had probably seen it too. Volume 1, Caged Bird. Chapter 27, The Key Point. Shortly after Lu Xianyang arrived at Mud Bottle Alley, a rare visitor came to the alley. A graceful scholar in a blue robe named Zhao Yao, who bore a striking resemblance to the teacher Qi Jingquan. Zhao Yao was the eldest grandson of one of the four prominent families in the town. Compared to Lu Zhengchun and those idle rich kids, Zhao Yao, who also came from wealth, had a good reputation. Many lonely elderly people in the town had benefited from the young man's kindness. If one were to say this was the so-called ability of a scholar to cultivate influence in the world, it might overestimate Zhao Yao's ambitions and underestimate his character. After all, the young man had been kind-hearted since he was 10 years old, year after year, without any slackening. Even the old people who watched him grow up on Falu Street would give him a thumbs up. Every time they scolded their own children, they would use Zhao Yao as an example, which left Zhao Yao with very few close friends among his peers. The group around Lu Jingchun was free-spirited and did not like dealing with a bookworm who was always reciting philosophical quotes. Just imagine, everyone excitedly climbing a wall to peek at a beautiful widow, and someone beside them is reciting "Do not view indecency, wouldn't that kill the mood?" In short, over the years, young Zhao Yao preferred to interact with people outside of Falu Street. He had walked through almost every alley, except for Mud Bottle Alley, because this alley housed Song Jisun, a peer who often made Zhao Yao feel ashamed. However, if we were to talk about friends, Zhao Yao would probably only recognize Song Jisun as a chess friend, although he had lost to Song Jisun in chess for many years. The desire to win did not overshadow his admiration for Song Jisun's extraordinary talent. Zhao Yao felt a bit disappointed because his intuition told him that although Song Jisun joked with him and they interacted closely, he seemed to have never regarded him as a true friend or confidant. Although Zhao Yao had never visited Song Jisun's home before, he recognized it at a glance when he saw a certain house. It was undoubtedly Song Jisun's home, due to the couplet posted at the entrance, which was filled with characters that were clearly written in Song Jisun's distinctive style. The reason was simple. His style was exceedingly varied, almost to the point where each character looked different. For instance, the two characters for Yufeng flowed effortlessly, expressing a sense of freedom and lightness. The character Yuan, with its water radical, carried a profound meaning. The character Qi, with its grand stroke, exuded a tremendous spirit, like a thunderclap. The character Guo was written with balance and calmness, resembling a sage sitting upright, with no flaws to be found. Zhao Yao stood at the entrance, almost forgetting to knock, leaning forward, gazing at those characters in a daze, feeling as if he had lost the courage to knock. It was precisely because he diligently practiced calligraphy and copied many works that he understood the immense power, weight, and spirit contained in those characters. Zhao Yao, feeling melancholic, took out a pouch of money, bent down to place it at the entrance, preparing to leave without a word. At that moment, the courtyard door suddenly swung open. Zhao Yao looked up and saw Song Jisun seemingly about to leave with his maid, Ji Gui, both of them chatting and laughing. Song Jisun feigned surprise and teased, "Zhao Yao, what is the meaning of such a grand gesture?" Zhao Yao awkwardly picked up the pouch, about to explain its significance, when Song Jisun snatched it away with a grin, saying, "Oh, Zhao Yao has come to deliver a gift. I'll accept it. But I must say beforehand that I come from a poor family and have nothing that would impress you, Zhao brother. It's only polite to reciprocate." Zhao Yao smiled wryly and said, "This pouch is just a token of farewell, no need for any return gifts." Song Jisun turned to his maid with a knowing smile, handing her the pouch, saying, "See, I told you Zhao Yao is the most courteous scholar in the town, didn't I?" The young girl received the pouch, holding it to her chest. Her eyes squinted in joy as she shyly curtsied and thanked Zhao Yao. "My young master has said that a good family has good fortune, and those who do good deeds have a field of blessings. I wish you, young master Zhao, to soar high and achieve great success." Zhao Yao quickly returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Ji Gui." Song Jisun, scratching his head and yawning, remarked, "Aren't you all tired?" Ji Gui smiled and replied, "If I could get a pouch of money every time, I wouldn't mind bowing 1,000 times." Zhao Yao felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Ji Gui." Song Jisun waved his hand, saying, "Let us go, let us drink." Zhao Yao looked troubled, and Song Jisun, using a provoking tone, said, "What a useless fellow. You study only rigid rules and not the charm of famous scholars. How can that be?" Zhao Yao tentatively asked, "Just a little drink for pleasure?" Song Jisun rolled his eyes and replied, "A big drunken stupor." Just as Zhao Yao was about to speak, Song Jisun pulled him by the neck and dragged him away. When the maid Ji Gui locked the door, a lizard attempted to sneak out, but was kicked back into the courtyard by her. As she passed by the neighboring house, she quietly tiptoed and glanced a few times, catching sight of Lu Xianyang's tall figure. He noticed her and immediately broke into a bright smile, ready to greet her. But she had already averted her gaze and walked away quickly. The town had a tavern, which was small but not inexpensive. However, Zhao Yao was a scion of the Zhao family and had a good reputation. The notoriously stingy tavern keeper, for some reason today, boasted that he wouldn't charge a single coin, saying that having 2 scholars come to his little establishment was a great honor. Song Jisun immediately laughed and reached out his hand, asking for silver right then and there. The keeper, begrudgingly finding a way to save face, said they could owe him and that he would send a few jars of good wine to Song Jisun the next day. Zhao Yao felt like he could dig a hole to hide in. The keeper, who knew the eccentric temperament of the young master of Mud Bottle Alley, wasn't truly angry and personally found a quiet, elegant window-side table for the 3 of them on the 2nd floor. Song Jisun and Zhao Yao didn't talk much, and Song Jisun didn't push for drinking, which made Zhao Yao, who was initially resigned to his fate, feel quite puzzled. From the window on the 2nd floor of the tavern, they could clearly see the plaque of the 12-foot arch. Song Jisun asked, "Is Mr. Chi really not leaving the town with you?" Zhao Yao nodded and replied, "The teacher changed his plans at the last moment, saying he would stay at the academy to teach the penultimate lesson, knowing etiquette." Song Jisun sighed. "Then Mr. Chi is going to teach a great principle, imparting to the world through the teachings of the greatest Confucian sage, telling us that in the beginning, there were no laws. The sage used etiquette to educate the masses. At that time, rulers revered etiquette, believing that deviating from propriety would lead to punishment. Thus laws were established, etiquette and law, etiquette before law." Zhao Yao, already slightly tipsy, asked with a slur, "Do you think that's right? Why doesn't the teacher simply teach the last lesson, respecting etiquette?" Song Jisun answered evasively, before leaving the town. "Like mountain demons and water ghosts, whether you believe it or not, it exists. As for how Mr. Chi teaches and how the students listen, that's a matter of fate." Mei Jigui had also drunk a cup of wine, her playful demeanor a bit tipsy, and she hadn't looked at the towering arch at all. The 12-foot arch, with its stone pillars depicting the 9 sons of the dragon and other mythical beasts, as well as the white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, had long ceased to be a curiosity for the townsfolk. Zhao Yao couldn't help but burp from the wine, swaying as he stood up, and said, "Parting from you. I hope to meet again." Song Jisun thought for a moment and also stood up, smiling. "We will definitely meet again, Zhao Yao. Don't worry about a future without friends." Zhao Yao, his eyes hazy, sincerely said, "Song Jisun, you should also leave the town soon. Who doesn't know you in the world? You can definitely do it." Song Jisun clearly didn't take it seriously, waving his hand. "Let us go, let us go. Drunken talk is a disgrace to culture." After Zhao Yao and Song Jisun left the tavern, they parted ways. Before leaving, perhaps emboldened by the wine, Zhao Yao asked, "Song Jisun, do you want to take a look at the official residence of the kiln supervisor? I can persuade the doorman." Song Jisun's expression turned cold as he spat out a single word through gritted teeth, "Get lost." Zhao Yao left in dejection. Mei Jigui looked at his retreating figure and whispered, "Young master, he meant well." Song Jisun scoffed. How many times have good intentions led to bad outcomes in this world? She thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed a dull and tedious truth. So she stopped insisting. Zhao Yao lived on Falu Street, which was in the northern part of the town, while Mud Bottle Alley was in the western side where the poor gathered. As Song Jisun walked alongside his maid past the arch, she looked up at the plaque with a sense of nostalgia, like an old man in his twilight years. The girl, whose real name was Wang Zhu, smiled without showing her teeth. Upon returning to his ancestral home on Falu Street, Zhao Yao was told by a servant that his ancestor was waiting for him in the study and that he must go immediately without delay. The young scholar, reeking of alcohol, felt overwhelmed and, steeling himself, headed to the study. The Zhao family kept a low profile in the town, wealthy yet unassuming, unlike the Liu family, which boasted of its scholarly lineage. The study was also quite antique. An old woman with a cane stood beside a writing desk, stroking its surface, her weathered face full of wistful memories. When the old woman smelled the strong scent of alcohol from her eldest grandson outside the door, she wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and beckoned. "Yaoer, come in. Why are you standing at the door? What is wrong with a man drinking a little? It's not like drinking horse urine. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Zhao Yao crossed the threshold with respectfully bowing to his ancestor. The old woman impatiently said, reading too much is a drawback. It makes scholars stick to rigid rules, causing them to go in circles all their lives, which is quite tiresome. Just look at your grandfather. He excelled in everything. But when it came to discussing grand principles, he would ramble on and on. It was really annoying, especially his demeanor and expression. TSK, it was particularly deserving of a beating. I couldn't argue with him, which made me want to smash him with a cane. The old woman suddenly amused herself, laughing heartily, nearly forgetting that back then she didn't need a cane. She asked with a laugh, "What? Are you drinking with that little white-eyed wolf from the Song family?" Zhao Yao helplessly replied, "Grandma, how many times do I have to tell you? Song Jisun is very talented, with high comprehension. He learns everything faster than others." The old woman scoffed, "He is clever." "Indeed, but your grandfather saw through that little thing when he was only 3 years old." "Want to know what your grandfather said about him?" Zhao Yao quickly replied. "I don't want to know." The old woman didn't care whether her precious grandson wanted to listen or not, and continued, "Your grandfather said that at such a young age. He has a deep mind, but unfortunately, he is someone who tarnishes the family name." Then she pointed at Zhao Yao. "Your grandfather also said that being gentle, kind, and frugal isn't remarkable, but nurturing the vitality of the descendants must be my grandson." After finishing, the old woman smiled. That old man was sour all his life, but finally said something pleasing to the ear. Zhao Yao, a bit confused, was about to speak when he heard his grandmother sigh and lament, "Old age is upon us." The young man had to retract his words, smiling as he stepped forward to hold the old woman's arm. "Grandma, may you live longer than the southern mountains. You are still very young." The old woman stretched out her withered palm and patted her precious grandson's hand. "Better than your grandfather. He read so much, but didn't know how to speak well to people." The young man smiled. "Grandfather truly has knowledge, Mr. She also said that grandfather has a method in his studies and profound insights in interpreting words." The old woman immediately showed her fox tail, unable to hide her pride, but pretended to snort. "Of course, just look at who chose that man." Zhao Yao tightly pressed his lips together, holding back a laugh. The old woman led Zhao Yao to a chair behind the writing desk. The young man noticed a wooden sculpture of a reclining dragon on the desk, lifelike. But upon closer inspection, he found that this blue wooden dragon had no eyes. The old woman picked up a brush already soaked in ink. It was a brand new small cone brush made from an old locust tree branch, and she handed it, trembling, to her eldest grandson. As Zhao Yao took the brush in confusion, he felt a weight on his shoulder. It turned out his grandmother had placed her hand there, and he sat in a position only the head of the Zhao family could occupy. The old woman stepped back and said solemnly, "Zhao Yao, take your seat. Today, you will represent the Zhao family ancestors and give the dragon its eyes." A number of dilapidated clay statues lay on the ground, overgrown with weeds, askew, and neglected. This had been the case for thousands of years, and clay statues continued to fall into disrepair here. The townspeople had long ceased to show reverence for these figures. Occasionally, an elder would mumble to their children not to play here, but the children still loved to come and play hide and seek or catch crickets. Perhaps when these children grew up and became old, they would tell their own children not to play here, and so it would go on, generation after generation, without storms or waves, plain and unremarkable. Here, one could see rolling heads, broken torsos, and severed hands, as if pieced together by someone, barely maintaining their original appearance. But that was all that was left of their dignity. A boy in straw sandals hurriedly ran from the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, tightly clutching 3 coins for offerings. Upon arriving here, he wandered around, mumbling to himself, and then skillfully found a statue, squatted down, looked around, and seeing no one, quietly placed the coins into the cracks of the broken statue. He did the same for the second and third statues. Before leaving, the boy stood alone in the lush grass, clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and silently murmured, "May you grant me peace. May you grant me peace. I hope you bless my parents to not suffer in their next life. If possible, please let them know I am doing well now and not to worry." Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow, Chapter 28. The money obsessed at dusk, Chen Ping'an returned to the small town. As he passed through the East City Gate, the scruffy man on guard was still there humming a tune, singing about how time should not be taken lightly, and how wealth and glory can be cast aside. Perhaps disturbed by the hurried footsteps of the boy in straw sandals, the man opened his eyes and happened to lock gazes with the boy who had just run in. Upon recognizing the debt collector, the man was extremely displeased and waved his hand irritably. "Go away, Go away. Your time isn't worth a damn. And if you can even relate to those 4 words about wealth and glory, you should be burning incense to thank your lucky stars. After Chen Ping'an ran past, he raised one hand high, fingers spread, and shook it vigorously. Clearly, he was reminding the guard that between them, there was a connection worth 5 coins of incense. The man spat contemptuously, cursing, not a good bird either. The boy's figure soon disappeared, and the man looked up at the clear blue sky, like a beautiful glaze. The man rubbed his stubbly chin, clicking his tongue. Mr. Chi once said a poem. What was it? Good things glazed? A bullock cart slowly drove out of the small town, carrying a well-respected scholar in a blue robe, while the driver was a dull-looking middle-aged man. The man immediately waved his hand and laughed loudly. Yao Gur, don't rush off yet. I have something to say. I only remember good things, glazed. And I can't recall the rest. You're well-versed, so enlighten me. With a spirited demeanor, Zhao Yao, holding a satchel, replied loudly, in this world, good things are not sturdy, colorful clouds easily scatter, and glass is fragile. The man gave a thumbs up, as expected of Yao Gur. Your knowledge is top-notch. When you succeed, don't forget to come back and visit your old brother. Maybe by then, you can replace your teacher and teach the kids in our town. That would be great. Zhao Yao was taken aback for a moment, then cupped his fists and smiled. Thank you for your kind words. The man, in high spirits, pulled out a beautifully embroidered bag from his sleeve, flicked his wrist, and tossed it high to the scholar in blue, grinning, after all these years. You've written so many couplets for me, and you're so kind, never finding it troublesome. I've never been wrong about people. Here's a little something for you. Safe travels. Zhao Yao quickly caught the money bag. Until we meet again. The man smiled and nodded, waving at the boy's bullock cart, but murmured, tough times ahead. The straw sandal boy walked deeper into the town, while Zhao Yao's bullock cart headed out of the town. Brushing past each other, the man sitting on the tree stump counted on his fingers, the boy carrying a golden carp in a bamboo basket. The widow's son from Mud Bottle Alley, and then there was Yao Gur from Fortune and Prosperity Street, that already made 3. But then there were so many more coming in. Would they all end up with nothing but the life of a scavenger? Otherwise, should I take the opportunity to find a dutiful disciple who can massage my shoulders and back? The man extended his hand to touch his wrinkled, dark face, chuckling. If only I could find a bright and graceful female disciple, that would be the best. Well, even if her face is a bit lacking, her legs must be long. This well-known bachelor in the small town hugged his hands around the back of his head, gazing up at the sky, secretly enjoying his own happiness. After thinking of these joyful things, his worries disappeared, and he felt that there was great beauty in the world. Before Chen Ping'an left Mud Bottle Alley, he had agreed with Lu Xianying and the girl in black to meet directly at Lu Xianying's house. When Chen Ping'an arrived at Lu Xianying's home, the door was unlocked, and he pushed it open. In the main hall, he saw Lu Xianying cleaning and polishing an ancestral treasure armor with a clean cotton cloth. The girl in black, Miss Ning, had put on her light veil hat again and wore a sword at her waist, casually holding the long sword with a snow-white sheath in her hand. For some reason, Chen Ping'an always felt that Miss Ning seemed to have some disdain for this sword. The old item on the table, said to be a treasure armor passed down through generations of the Lu family, appeared truly ugly and frightening to Chen Ping'an. The massive armor was covered in iron bars resembling gnarled tree knots, with 5 deep parallel claw marks slanting down from the left shoulder to the right side of the waist. The 2 boys couldn't figure it out. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of gigantic mountain beast could have created such a terrifying sight. Later, the court issued many bans on mountain peaks, forbidding the common people from entering the mountains to gather firewood or make charcoal. Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianying almost never crossed these prohibitions, largely due to this reason. Chen Ping'an found it strange that although this coal-black iron armor was ugly, Lu Xianying genuinely regarded it as a family heirloom. Even with their friendship, he had only shown it to Chen Ping'an once over the years, carefully returning it to the vermilion box in less than half a stick of incense as time for safekeeping. However, seeing Lu Xianying occasionally sneaking glances at the girl in black, Chen Ping'an felt relieved. Lu Xianying had always been this kind of person, unable to control his eyes when he saw beautiful women. But he didn't actually have real feelings. He just liked to show off and flaunt. For example, in the summer, by the corridor bridge, when he was bathing in the creek without a shirt, if any of the same-age girls passed by carrying seedlings or leading yellow cattle, Lu Xianying would inevitably perform his usual routine, first scrambling up onto the big blue stone on the bank with a burning backside. then loudly coughing as if to announce to the world, and finally diving in again. With keen eyesight, Chen Ping'an could clearly see the expressions and gazes of the girls in the distance. So he always wanted to tell Lu Xianyang the truth. Those pretty older sisters were rolling their eyes, murmuring insults, and mostly just ignoring him entirely, never once looking at him as if he were a hero. Of course, later Lu Xianyang became infatuated with Song Jisun's maid, Ji Gui, and inexplicably fell deep into it. After that, it seemed that the tall boy no longer had eyes for other beautiful women. Even at this moment, while showing off to the girl in black, he mostly hoped that the proud and indifferent girl wouldn't underestimate him, thinking that just because she carried a sword and a knife, she could act all high and mighty. Lu Xianyang's family heirloom was unique in the town. After Miss Ning waited for Chen Ping'an, she looked around and finally placed the long sword horizontally on an old antique cabinet decorated with painted flowers. The paint was chipped and cracked, and to make space for the long sword, she moved aside many bottles and jars, only to discover a pattern embedded in the back wall of the cabinet, a golden osmanthus tree with a full moon overhead. The girl turned and said, "The sword is placed here. Don't touch it, or you'll be responsible for the consequences." I'm not joking. Lu Xianyang was busy polishing the treasure armor, occasionally lowering his head to blow on it, gently rubbing it with his arm, truly enjoying himself. Chen Ping'an promised, "Definitely." The girl said to Lu Xianyang, "This cabinet isn't worth much, but don't sell this inlaid pattern of the golden osmanthus lightly." Lu Xianyang replied without looking up, "I've never liked that thing since I was a child. If you like it, just scrape it off yourself." The girl, of course, was doing this to burn the chine and cook the crane. She was just curious and asked, "What material is this pattern made of?" Lu Xianyang glanced back and said, "It's been here for hundreds of years. How would I know? Even my grandfather can't say for sure." Chen Ping'an softly said, "It should be pebbles picked from the creek, which come in many colors." However, Lu Xianyang's ancestors must have only chosen the golden ones, crushed them, and then glued them together. "We call this kind of stone snake gall stone." The girl in black asked, "Pebbles? Are there many in the creek?" Chen Ping'an smiled, "If you want, Miss Ning, I can bring you a big basket full in a day. No one here values this. Only Gukan likes it, and often goes to pick them alone." The girl sighed deeply, gazing at the impoverished boy in Mud Bottle Alley, a poor wretch living on mountains of gold and silver. Chen Ping'an was surprised. "These stones are valuable outside." She adjusted her veil hat and said, "The price depends on whose hands they end up in. Besides, even if they fall into the hands of someone knowledgeable, whether they work out depends on luck. If you're lucky, one will be enough. If you're not, a mountain of stones won't be worth anything. But no matter what, they are valuable, very valuable. It's just that I don't know if they can be taken out of the town. That's crucial." Lu Xianyang chimed in. "These stones have one peculiar trait. Once taken out of the creek, if exposed to wind and sun, their color will fade, especially after it rains or snows. They lose color even more severely. Other than that, there's nothing special." The girl lamented, "So it really is." Chen Ping'an hesitated and suggested, "How about I go pick a big basket tomorrow and give it a try? What if there's an exception?" The girl shook her head. "It has no meaning for me." Lu Xianyang had already moved the treasure armor back indoors and hidden it away. Leaning against the door, he smiled. Chen Ping'an is a big money lover. Maybe he'll go to the creek to pick stones tonight. The girl dropped the sentence and left. When she reached the door, she turned and asked, "About the hairpin and the prescription, I will keep them safe for you. But you still need to come to Mud Bottle Alley tomorrow to help brew the medicine." Chen Ping'an nodded, "No problem." She thought for a moment, her expression serious, and reminded him, "The group of outsiders who entered the town around the same time as me, the most formidable one should be that old man from Jinyang Mountain. He is here specifically to escort the little girl. Next is the big Sui eunuch who injured me, followed by Lu Jimiao, who took Gu Qin away. Don't underestimate that woman who hides a knife behind her smile. So if you encounter that old guy from Jinyang Mountain, try not to argue. But if a conflict arises, just buy time, don't engage in a fight, and don't have any lucky thoughts. You must delay until I show up." Lu Xianyang whispered, "On our turf, do these unfamiliar outsiders really dare to kill?" Chen Ping'an glanced at him and nodded, "They dare." Lu Xianyang swallowed hard. Chen Ping'an suddenly asked, "Do you remember what Taoist Lu, the fortune teller, said to you?" Lu Xianyang's head started to ache, and after some effort to recall, he scratched his head and said, "I don't remember clearly. I just know it was some unpleasant and inauspicious words, saying something about a great disaster and needing to burn incense, all sorts of random stuff. I thought he was just talking nonsense to scam money." Chen Ping'an turned to look at the girl in black. She said fiercely, "If he can't remember the divination, how can I interpret it for him? Does he really think I'm a deity?" Chen Ping'an was somewhat puzzled, unable to understand why Miss Ning was suddenly so furious. The girl strode out of the house, much more decisive than when she arrived. The girl with the dagger walked through the spacious alley, pondering whether she should turn back and find a few books to read. As she imagined herself traveling far and wide, swiftly decapitating foes with her flying sword, and then reciting a few impromptu and passionate verses, she felt that it would indeed be quite cool, even if no one was around to witness it. Just as the girl was filled with anticipation, a familiar figure brushed past her like the wind. "See you tomorrow, Miss Ning." The voice landed softly as the figure was already at the end of the alley. The boy in straw sandals, carrying a bamboo basket, walked briskly. The girl stood there in shock, murmuring to herself, "Is there really such a money-loving person?" Volume 1, Caged Sparrow, Chapter 29. Fox Charm. The boy walked on, stepping on the scattered starlight, heading towards the stream after leaving the town. Although it was night, Chen Ping'an ran no slower than during the day. He deliberately avoided the deepest part of the covered bridge, where the water level was much higher than elsewhere, and chose a section of the stream where the water only reached his knees. He took off the large bamboo basket from his back, bent down to pick up a small bamboo basket hidden inside, tied it tightly around his waist, removed his straw sandals, rolled up his pants, and then stepped into the water to feel for stones. The cut on his left hand from the broken porcelain still stung painfully, so he couldn't get it wet, and could only use his right hand to rummage and pick up stones in the stream. In fact, the stones on the dry riverbed were the easiest to collect. But as Lu Xianying had said, their colors would fade significantly. Now, having roughly learned the secrets from the girl in black, Chen Ping'an understood that these stones were much like the soil he had tasted while following Old Man Yao over mountains and hills in his early years, seemingly ordinary dirt. But in some places, even if separated by a mountain, it could taste completely different once it reached the mouth. Old Man Yao had said that moving trees kills people, while moving dirt makes one a Buddha. A handful of dirt would quickly change flavor once it left its original land. The stream had no name, and the stones within it, some as big as fists and others as small as thumbs, were colorful. The townsfolk had seen them lying quietly in the clear water for generations, so naturally, no one thought they were anything special. Anyone who tried to take these stones home would surely be regarded as a fool, wasting their energy. If they had that strength, they might as well do more farm work. What else could they be if not foolish? Bending down in the water, Chen Ping'an continuously moved aside and turned over the large stones at the bottom of the stream. He had already picked up 7 or 8 stones and placed them into the bamboo basket, each one varying in size and color. The skins of the stones resembled the golden oranges hanging high on branches in autumn. Some were pale and tender like a baby's skin, while others were pitch black and shiny, and some were bright like red peach blossoms, with the most common color being a greenish hue like that of a shrimp's back, and so on. These stones, commonly known as snake gall stones in the countryside, were mostly not large, smooth and heavy in the hand. If raised high in the sunlight during the day or illuminated by candlelight at night, the internal texture and patterns of the stones became apparent, vaguely resembling silk or the sinuous form of a snake or fish. When viewed from a distance, their skin colors shone like glittering fish scales or snake scales. After nearly an hour, Chen Ping'an's fish basket was almost full. He returned to the bank where he had placed his basket and straw sandals, first pulling up several handfuls of reeds, wild celery, and foxtail grass to cushion the bottom of the basket. Only then did he carefully place the stones one by one into the basket. With the straw sandals in hand, the fish basket tied around his waist, and the bamboo basket on his back, he made his way back to the creek's edge where he had turned around earlier, once again putting down the straw sandals and basket, and returned to the stream to continue flipping over stones. After collecting half a basket, Chen Ping'an straightened up and looked up at the starry sky, hoping to see a shooting star cross the night sky, but tonight, it was clear he was not so lucky. Regaining his focus, he continued to do what a money-loving person should do, using the dim starlight and his keen eyesight to search for stones. Every time he successfully picked up a stone, a sense of joy welled up within him. For the boy, each stone was like a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ping'an had already accumulated more than half a basket of stones, totaling around 80 or so. The largest stone was bigger than his fist, strikingly colorful, like a cluster of bloodstone, bright and pleasing to the eye, with almost no flaws or cracks. At that moment, as Chen Ping'an walked along the bank towards the next section of the stream. He was toying with a medium-sized snake gallstone, light green, much paler than the plum green in the town's porcelain, round and smooth, quite adorable. And he immediately took a liking to it. Chen Ping'an approached the massive green stone cliff by the bank. On hot summer days, the children of the town often bathed in this section of the stream, especially in the deep water under the cliff, where the deepest pit was about twice Chen Ping'an's height, making it the second deepest spot in the stream after the deep pool under the covered bridge. The boys who were good swimmers loved to compete here to see who could stay underwater the longest. Chen Ping'an chose this deep pit because he had discovered that snake gallstones were extremely abundant at the bottom when he had bathed here with Lu Xianyang before. Once, Lu Xianyang, wanting to show off his swimming skills, even deliberately surfaced with a snake gallstone tucked under his armpit. Chen Ping'an remembered that the stone was at least as big as Gu Kan's head, slightly white and translucent, with tiny red dots inside, resembling frozen peach blossom petals. Lu Xianyang had thought this was quite meaningful and had asked Chen Ping'an to help carry the large stone home. However, when they reached the town, the tall boy, feeling bored, told Chen Ping'an to deal with the stone himself. That day, as soon as Chen Ping'an entered Mud Bottle Alley, he noticed that the neighboring Ji Gui inexplicably followed closely behind him, staring intently at the stone in his arms. Her gaze similar to how Chen Ping'an looked at the meat buns sold in Apricot Blossom Alley. Unable to withstand her longing gaze, he eventually gave her the stone. She struggled to lift it at first and almost dropped it on her foot, so Chen Ping'an had to move it to Song Jisen's courtyard. As for what happened to the stone afterward, Chen Ping'an had no idea. The stone was as clear as water, floating with peach blossoms. Just like the peach blossoms after the rain in Peach Leaf Alley, bright and lush. Even until today, Chen Ping'an had no knowledge of the mysteries of such stones. Yet he always felt deep down that the large stone was truly beautiful. Chen Ping'an sighed and suddenly stopped in his tracks. 30 steps away, on the green stone cliff by the creek, sat a girl in green, her cheeks puffed out as she continued to stuff food into her mouth. Chen Ping'an's first impression was that the girl must be starving, looking so pitifully hungry in the middle of the night. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to approach her, fearing he might disturb her late-night snack. However, he didn't turn to leave, after all. He had already made up his mind to try his luck at that water pit tonight, planning to touch 1 or 2 stones and eventually succeed after multiple attempts. Moreover, the snake gallstones in that water pit were larger and appeared to be more vibrant than those in other parts of the stream. Chen Ping'an's swimming skills were not as good as Lu Xianyang's, but they were not bad either. He hadn't expected that the unfamiliar girl wouldn't stop eating after finishing one item, but instead picked up another without a moment's pause, her cheeks never deflating. Chen Ping'an, burdened with a heavy bamboo basket full of stones, thought that stepping into the water to feel for stones would also require physical strength. So he tilted to the side and set the basket down on the ground. Chen Ping'an underestimated the girl's hearing. The moment he set it down, she suddenly perked up her ears, her gaze instantly sweeping over to him. Chen Ping'an awkwardly smiled, unsure how to say, "Take your time eating, miss." The girl had a somewhat dazed expression, burped twice in succession, and then seemed to choke, quickly puffing out her chest and vigorously patting her chest. Only then did Chen Ping'an realize that she was quite young, and from her neck down, the scenery was truly spectacular, rivaling many women who had given birth. Her clothing was tightly stretched across her chest. Chen Ping'an quickly averted his gaze, not harboring any improper thoughts. The girl in the green dress then remembered that she had brought a water bottle. Turning her back to Chen Ping'an and tilting her head back to take a big gulp of water, finally breathing easily. The boy holding the straw sandals only had a simple thought at that moment. The fabric of this girl's clothing must not be cheap. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to withstand such strain. The girl continued to eat, this time much more discreetly. At least her cheeks weren't as exaggerated. She lowered her head and took small bites, occasionally casting sidelong glances at the strange little town boy. Her pair of narrow, peach blossom-like eyes, with slightly upturned corners, made her look like a young fox spirit. It seemed she was silently asking the boy, "What is wrong with you? Let us continue on our way." Chen Ping'an, looking helpless, could only point towards the stream outside the greenstone cliff and shout, "I'm not just passing through here. I'm going to the stream over there." She looked at the thin boy, but didn't say a word. Chen Ping'an quickly picked up a stone from the basket and continued explaining, "I'm going to the stream to pick up these stones." The girl suddenly remembered something important, raised a finger to her lips, signaling Chen Ping'an to be quiet, then shifted her position, clearly making way for him. She wouldn't obstruct him from going into the water to collect stones. Chen Ping'an had no choice but to shoulder the basket and awkwardly walk over. Fortunately, the greenstone cliff was large enough to accommodate more than 10 people, and the girl had already voluntarily sat at the edge. Unlike before when she sat cross-legged with her legs straight. She had an open bundle on her lap, piled high with various pastries and snacks, resembling a small mountain. And so far, she had only eaten a small peak of it. Chen Ping'an set down his straw sandals, basket, and bamboo basket. Originally planning to go shirtless into the water at midnight, but now he thought better of it. With a stranger girl sitting next to him, he couldn't say whether she would scream, and if her elders saw or heard it, he figured he would end up with broken legs, which wouldn't be unjust. Chen Ping'an approached the edge of the cliff, dove in, and quickly felled a stone the size of his palm. Unfortunately, it wasn't a snake gallstone, so he wiped his face and continued diving. After 3 attempts, he finally emerged with a dark green snake gallstone. Soaked all over, he climbed back up the cliff, placed the stone in the basket, and then dove back into the water. Throughout, the girl kept her back turned, busy eating. In less than half an hour, Chen Ping'an had already collected 7 or 8 stones. Except for the first one, which was darker, the rest were large and vibrant. On the last dive, however, he didn't bring up a stone, but caught a live fish about the size of his palm. The locals called it a stoneboard fish. It liked to hide under rocks when it encountered people, and its meat was extremely delicious. Typically, they were just slightly longer than a finger, and it was rare to find one as large as the one in Chen Ping'an's hand. Previously, Chen Ping'an had also felt around the crevices at the bottom of the pit and caught a few, but at the time, he had released them for the sake of the stones. This time, a sudden idea struck him. If he could catch 10 or so fish tonight, he could make fish soup for Miss Ning tomorrow, which would be quite nice. After coming ashore, he casually tossed the fish into the bamboo basket. When he caught the second fish and came ashore, Chen Ping'an suddenly noticed that the girl was squatting beside the fish basket, looking at the lone fish lying inside. Her face filled with excitement, reminiscent of when the young Ji Gui had seen that stone in the alley long ago. Chen Ping'an tossed the second stone-board fish into the basket. The girl slowly lifted her head. The barefoot boy had already turned and walked away quickly, back into the creek. Hearing the splash, the girl swiftly grabbed a fish from the basket with one hand, looking down at the still flopping fish with a serious expression, nodding and saying, "Impressive, very impressive." The girl in the green dress knew that there were many strange sights in this small town, such as the well in Xinghua Alley, whose iron lock was said to be extremely long. The nearby covered bridge was originally a stone arch bridge spanning the creek for 3,000 years, with a rusty iron sword at its base pointing towards a bottomless green water pool. There was the crab archway with 12 legs. And in the grass outside the ancestral hall lay dilapidated mud statues in various positions. To the north, there was a porcelain mountain, piled high with ceramics deemed defective by various officials throughout history, all smashed to pieces, and so on. She even knew much of the backstory. Since she was little, she had traveled far and wide with her father, so she had undoubtedly seen the world. However, when Chen Ping'an caught the stone-board fish for the 3rd time and his hands were empty, the girl was still squatting by the fish basket, her hands secretly wiping the edge of her clothes as she looked up at the barefoot boy approaching, as if she were gazing at a deity. Chen Ping'an felt uneasy under her strange gaze and tentatively asked, "Do you want these fish?" The girl instinctively nodded vigorously. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Then I'll give you these 3 fish. I'll catch more later." The girl blinked and then smiled happily, looking both charming and alluring. Volume 1, Cage Sparrow. Chapter 30. Dark Room. Chen Ping'an was very familiar with this kind of gaze, akin to how he looked at Lu Xianyang when he was a child. Back then, Lu Xianyang was the king of the children in Xinghua Alley and Mud Bottle Alley, catching snakes, birds, and fish, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. Later on, some of the peers who had originally followed Lu Xianyang as his sidekicks went to the dragon kiln to become apprentices, while more scattered into various grocery stores in the town as clerks or helped relatives with accounting. As Song Jisun said, the most unsuccessful ones would go to the fields to dig for food. In the end, the only one left who still mingled with Lu Xianyang was him. Chen Ping'an strung the 3 stone-board fish he was giving to the girl together with a few blades of dogtail grass through their gills and handed them to her. She took the string of fish, lifted them a bit, and found them a bit light. Feeling like they wouldn't be enough for a dish of green pepper stir-fried fish, she tilted her head to glance at the stream, full of anticipation. Chen Ping'an understood and apologetically said, "The next fish I catch, I'm making soup for a friend to nourish their body, so I can't give them to you." The girl pointed to the nearby open bundle, indicating she could trade those pastries for fish. Chen Ping'an shook his head and smiled. "No? The pastries are delicious and can fill your stomach, but they're not as nourishing as fish soup." The girl nodded, not pressing the issue, quietly returned to her position, carefully placed the fish at her feet, and continued her endeavor to eat everything in sight. Although Chen Ping'an was curious about her identity, he didn't ask further. From her attire, she didn't seem like a young lady from the affluent side of Falu Street and Taoya Alley, but rather a bit like the neighbor S.G. Gue, delicate and not very talkative. Chen Ping'an suddenly felt a bit worried. She wouldn't be a little maid who had stolen food from home to eat, would she? He had heard that the rules in those big mansions were quite strict. Lu Xianyang and Song Jisun often liked to speak in reverse, but they were exceptions when it came to this matter. Lu Xianyang's account was quite frightening, saying that in those high-walled mansions, if a maid or servant walked incorrectly, they would be dealt with by the sharp-eyed steward, who would send someone to break their legs and throw them outside the wall to wait for death. Song Jisun said that Lu Xianyang exaggerated the rumors, and it wasn't that extreme. It was just that the maids in everyone's households indeed walked as quietly as cats, making no sound at all. At that time, when Lu Xianyang caught sight of the maid Ji Gue snickering beside him, he immediately became furious and shouted, "Song Jisun, what kind of goose are you talking about? Can your goose speak?" Chen Ping'an finally caught 7 or 8 stonefish, and the bamboo basket was rattling from their impact. The pale-faced boy knew he was nearing his limit. The spring water was cold, the kind that drilled into the bones, and primarily, his injured left hand couldn't withstand it. After Chen Ping'an reached the shore for the last time, he quickly jumped down the green stone cliff and dove into the grass by the stream, making a rustling sound. After a while, he pulled out 3 or 4 types of grass, many of which still had soil on their roots, and held a large handful in his palm. He picked up a regular stone, returned to the cliff, found a natural small pit the size of his palm, cleaned it, and began to gently pound the herbs. Soon, it turned into a green paste, with a fragrance unique to wild spring grass wafting from the juice. With his back to the girl, Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and began to unravel the cotton cloth on his left hand. Sweat quickly soaked his forehead, mingling with the cold stream water that slid down from his hair. The bloody wound, though it looked better than the exposed bone before bandaging, was still horrifying. Chen Ping'an hadn't anticipated that his left hand would touch the stream water, so he hadn't prepared any cotton strips. His mind had been occupied with thoughts about making money from snake gallstones and catching fish for soup, and only now did he realize he had made a big mistake. The boy was a bit dazed when suddenly a hand appeared before him, offering several dry and clean cloth strips. It turned out that the girl in green had torn off a section of her sleeve without him noticing. Chen Ping'an forced a smile, not bothering to be polite with her. After applying the herbs to his hand, he brought it close to his mouth, bit down on one end, and tightly wrapped it around his hand, tying it off. The series of actions was orderly, almost like a butterfly dancing around a branch, leaving the onlookers dazzled. After finishing the bandaging, Chen Ping'an slowly raised his right arm to wipe the sweat off his face, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The girl in green, squatting nearby, gave Chen Ping'an a thumbs up, her face showing a look of admiration. Chen Ping'an pointed to his eyes with his right hand and smiled wryly. "Actually, it hurts so much that I'm in tears." The girl turned her head to glance at the large basket and bamboo fish trap the boy had woven, looking somewhat puzzled. Chen Ping'an felt awkward. Those stones could make money, and catching fish was also very important. The girl seemed confused but still didn't speak, her gaze somewhat vacant as she stared blankly at the shimmering stream. The babbling stream caressed the stones that peeked above the water, creating a clattering sound. In that moment, the starry sky was brilliant, the world was desolate, and it seemed like there were only the 2 young people in the human realm. Chen Ping'an's body gradually calmed down, his previously rapid breathing starting to slow down unconsciously, turning into a long and gentle rhythm. It was as if the small stream, which had been swollen from a mountain flood, transformed into a stream with low water levels in spring and autumn. This quiet transformation went unnoticed by the boy, happening naturally and effortlessly. Chen Ping'an knew he was soaked and couldn't be exposed to the cold, early spring wind for too long. He needed to hurry back to town to change his clothes. The boy, of course, didn't understand the health and pathology teachings in medical books, but having a keen intuition about the changes of the seasons and adapting his body, He had developed a sharp awareness of the dangers of falling ill, which he feared most in his life. So he quickly put on his grass shoes, tied the fish trap around his waist, slung the basket over his shoulder, waved goodbye to the girl in green, and smiled. "I'm leaving now. You should head home early too." As Chen Ping'an walked down the stone cliff, he couldn't help but turn back to remind her, "The water over by the corridor bridge is particularly deep, so be careful not to slip. On the way home, it's best to stick to the side by the rice paddies. Even if you fall, getting muddy is better than falling into the stream." As he spoke, Chen Ping'an suddenly realized that his words sounded ominous, like the kind of curse that Gu Qian's mother from Mud Bottle Alley would say, and quickly shut his mouth, stopping the nagging and quickening his pace toward the town. The basket was heavy. However, the boy in grass shoes was particularly happy. After unraveling the knot in his heart, Chen Ping'an felt for the first time that he wanted to live well, really well. For instance, he wanted to have money, to be able to buy spring festival couplets with a unique ink fragrance, colorful door gods, and to enjoy the meat buns from Aunt Mao's shop. It would be best to buy a cow as well, so he could raise a flock of chickens like the neighbor Song Jisun. The girl in green was still tirelessly digging in the mountain, her expression serious and solemn. Each time she picked up a new pastry, it was as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Just as she was struggling with a piece of peach blossom cake, she suddenly stiffened, realizing something was wrong. Instead of running away, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed a large piece of the cake in one go, then clapped her hands and sat still, waiting for her fate. Unbeknownst to her, a man had appeared, not tall, but giving off a sturdy and solid feeling. He wouldn't let anyone mistake him for a simple farmer, as his gaze was too piercing to meet. The man looked at the remaining floral-patterned package at the foot of the mountain, helplessly wanting to scold her, but unable to. Silently watching his daughter's stubborn look of accepting punishment for her mistakes, feeling even more heartbroken, as if he were the one who had erred. The man wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, like, "Daughter, if you're hungry, just eat over at the Sword Furnace Hut. After eating, tomorrow I'll take you to the town to buy something." But when the words reached his lips, the reserved man couldn't bring himself to say them, as if each word carried a heavy weight, firmly pressing down on his tongue, leaving him unsure how to comfort his daughter. At that moment, the man felt he was less capable than that boy in grass shoes. At least his daughter wouldn't be so anxious. The girl in green suddenly lifted her head and asked, "Dad, why didn't you take him as an apprentice back then?" The daughter speaking up relieved the man's burden. Though his face remained stern, he sat down beside her and explained, "That boy had a good temperament, but his root bones were too poor. Even if I accepted him, he would quickly fall behind his fellow apprentices. No matter how hard he tried, he would only watch the distance grow. What if another Liu brother showed up? Why bother?" The girl's expression darkened, unsure if it was because of hearing about that Liu brother or the fleeting encounter with the boy in grass shoes. The man hesitated but decided not to hide it, to prevent her from going astray or ruining the sage's plans. Moreover, that boy was too ordinary, making him seem special in the small town. "Sure, you probably don't know, but that boy's destined porcelain was shattered early on, which made him like a wandering ghost, not sheltered by his ancestors." At the same time, various subtle oddities would occur, which is why Song Jisun and that woman chose to be his neighbors. Otherwise, with Song Jisun's status, would he even be able to live on Fortune and Prosperity Street? That's clearly impossible. The girl thought carefully and asked, "Dad, are you saying he is a bit like bait?" The man patted her head, sort of. Then he smiled and said, "If we, father and daughter, weren't the most indifferent to external things, opportunities, and luck in sword cultivation, maybe I would have kept him around to see if it would bring you some benefits." The girl felt somewhat gloomy, her mood not very good. The man sighed, "Sure, my words may sound rough, but they hold truth. Don't take offense." The girl in the green dress still looked sickly and couldn't muster any spirit. The man thought for a moment and pointed to the distant bridge that spanned the creek like a black dragon. The construction of that bridge was a grand project that consumed countless efforts from the Great Li dynasty, solely to suppress that unassuming iron sword. Just imagine, 3,000 years later, a masterless sword, its spirit broken and nearly vanished, still requires such a huge price from a dynasty to suppress its remaining power, all for the sake of allowing it to rest for a moment. The girl let out a soft "oh," hanging her head, her eyes glancing absently at the foot of the mountain, and she half-heartedly echoed, "Impressive, impressive." The man was both amused and exasperated, rubbing his forehead. In this vast world, the most important thing was food. But the child's mother wasn't such a woman, so whose temperament did this daughter really inherit? The man patted his daughter's shoulder and gently said, "Dad is going to meet someone. You take your time eating. No one is competing with you." The girl suddenly looked up, grasping the man's arm. On her wrist, a crimson bracelet shimmered brightly, taking the form of a dragon with its head and tail connected, like a vibrant little flame coiling around her wrist. The man smiled in relief. "At least you still have some sense. All right, don't worry. Dad is going to see Mr. Chi." The girl released his hand and immediately grabbed a pastry, devouring it hungrily. The man couldn't contain his frustration any longer. After enduring so much, he finally muttered, "Eat, eat. That lubrat certainly deserves a beating," but he really didn't say anything wrong. "Sooner or later, you'll end up a chubby girl. Who would dare marry you then? Should Dad go find a son-in-law instead?" The girl paused in her eating, holding the pastry with both hands, on the verge of tears. The man fled in distress, turning his back on his daughter while giving himself a slap. It was always like this, all efforts wasted. In the middle of the night, Chen Ping'an ran back to Lu Xianyang's house. When unlocking the door, he could already hear the thunderous snoring of that guy. What a carefree person. If it were him, Chen Ping'an, he definitely wouldn't sleep soundly tonight. He first placed the basket and fish basket in the kitchen built in the courtyard, then went to the right side room that Lu Xianyang had prepared for him. After quickly changing into a set of clothes, he returned to the kitchen in the courtyard, starting to deal with the stone fish, gutting and cleaning them before placing them in a clean porcelain dish, covering them with another dish to avoid attracting snakes and rodents. Chen Ping'an then picked out 5 or 6 of the most appealing snake gallstones from the basket and moved them to the room where he would sleep. He also casually glanced at the long sword that Miss Ning had left on the cabinet. It was still quietly lying there. After finishing all this, Chen Ping'an was finally able to lie down in bed, his body gradually warming up, but his eyes were bright. On one hand, his left hand was stinging, and on the other, he was not feeling sleepy at all. But the real reason was that Chen Ping'an understood the unreasonable nature of those outsiders better than Lu Xianyang. The boy dared not fall into a deep sleep. So, Chen Ping'an stayed up all night, keeping an ear out for movements at both the courtyard door and the room door. When dawn broke, Chen Ping'an got up and went to the kitchen, picking up a shoulder pole, preparing to fetch 2 buckets of water from the iron lock well in Xinghua Alley. Lu Xianyang, still half asleep, was hiding under the covers with just his head poking out. After hearing a slight sound, he groggily shouted, "Chen Ping'an, up so early? What are you doing?" Chen Ping'an replied irritably, "Fetching water." Lu Xianyang shouted again, "If you run into Ji Gui, tell him I said hi." Chen Ping'an couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Just as he was about to leave the small courtyard, he suddenly heard Lu Xianyang say, "Chen Ping'an, if you're willing to help, I'll help you find stones in the puddle later." Chen Ping'an smiled brightly, "All right." Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes and pulled his head back into the quilt, muttering, "Ungrateful guy, only this trick works on you." On the stone steps of the bridge, a middle-aged scholar sat alone, having sat in silence until dawn. When the first rays of light appeared in the sky, he looked up and smiled softly. In 1,000 years of darkness, a single light shines bright. Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow, Chapter 31. Knocking on the mountain. When Chen Ping'an arrived at the Iron Lock Well, he passed several breakfast shops in Xinghua Alley, and his stomach growled without warning due to hunger. However, with little money, the boy could only grit his teeth and wait in line to fetch water. In front of him were 3 households, and when it was his turn, Ji Gui suddenly barged in with a small bucket, causing the people behind him to be unhappy. While they didn't curse loudly, their comments were unkind, especially an old hunched woman known as Granny Ma. Both of her sons were quite successful, each owning a dragon kiln, albeit small, and among the 30-odd dragon kills, they ranked at the bottom. However, in Xinghua Alley, they were considered a wealthy family. For some reason, Granny Ma had a poor relationship with her 2 daughters-in-law, and her sons and daughters-in-law had long moved to Taya Alley, leaving her to live alone in the ancestral home in Xinghua Alley. In the eyes of Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang's generation, Granny Ma had always been a fearsome elder, known for her harsh tongue, particularly stingy. In the winter, she would hoard snow from outside her gate, and if children used the snow in front of her house for snowball fights or pulled icicles from her eaves, she would chase and scold them for several streets without tiring. In the past, only Gu Qin's mother could suppress Granny Ma's arrogance. Now, it was said that the widow Gu had followed her late husband's distant relatives back to their hometown, and Granny Ma, who had been somewhat kinder in recent years, immediately became lively again, criticizing anyone she didn't like. When Song Jisun's maid made a scene, Granny Ma immediately began to speak in a sarcastic tone. her voice not loud but insincere, deliberately engaging nearby women in conversation, saying that some young ladies could finally show their faces and make dough, as they couldn't even close their legs when walking, which was a great joy, finally free from being a lady's body and a maid's fate, and could be openly called madam. Chen Ping'an felt his scalp tingle and didn't he want to drive away Zhigui, who was at fault first, after all. They had been neighbors for so many years. After helping Lu Xianyang fill 2 buckets of water, he hurriedly brought a bucket for her too, wanting to leave this gossipy old woman behind as soon as possible. Granny Ma, seeing that the little maid from the Song family was pretending not to hear, grew even angrier. In a battle of wits, the most frustrating thing was when the opponent simply ignored the challenge, possessing good skills but having nowhere to apply them. In the past, when the old woman quarreled with Widow Gu, despite losing, she always felt her skills had improved, and next time she would surely reclaim her honor. Unlike this little maid from Mud Bottle Alley, who always remained silent on purpose, but every time she left, her gaze carried an unsettling meaning that made the old woman grind her teeth in frustration, wanting to slap her face to save the nearby boys and young men, who all seemed eager to hang their souls on that shameless maid's waist, especially her grandson, who, although considered a fool by outsiders, had recently made even his grandmother feel that he had truly lost his mind. Babbling all day about wanting to marry that maid from Mud Bottle Alley and punch a hole in the sky. Seeing the extremely hateful girl unresponsive, Granny Ma shifted her focus to the poor boy, clicking her tongue and saying, "Useless piece of dirt, even after causing your parents' deaths. You still have the face to live in this world. Knowing you're destined to be incapable of marrying a wife, you shamelessly flirt with others' maids. You truly are a match made in heaven for each other. Just get together already. After all, Mud Bottle Alley is a place for worthless trash. The children born from you might really end up ruling over Mud Bottle Alley." Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and bent down to set down the burden on his shoulder. The maid Zhigui had already put down her water bucket early on and strode towards the audacious old woman. Without saying a word, the girl slapped Granny Ma, making her spin around in place, dazed and supported by the nearby women to avoid falling. Before Granny Ma could regain her senses, Zhigui stepped forward again and delivered another slap, scolding, "Old hag, I've tolerated you for too long." The old woman shook her head, furious to the point of smoke coming out of her 7 orifices, just as she was about to retaliate. Unbeknownst to her, the 2 women beside her were overly supportive, making it impossible for her to break free, resulting in her suffering a 3rd humiliation. The maid struck again, bending her fingers and knocking on the old woman's forehead, warning, "If you dare to scold again, I'll pull out your long tongue. For every word you utter, I'll prick you with a needle." The old woman was terrified and forgot to retaliate, let alone fight back. The girl turned and walked away briskly. Noticing that the neighbor boy had already helped her carry the water bucket, she smiled and returned to Mud Bottle Alley with him. Before Chen Ping'an could speak, the girl firmly stated, "Don't thank me, my scolding has nothing to do with you." Chen Ping'an had no words to respond. The empty-handed girl mumbled to herself over there, having never thought about retrieving the water bucket from the grass shoe boy. Next to the iron lock well, the old woman sat on the ground howling. "That little wretch deserves heavenly punishment. My life is so hard. Heaven has no eyes. Why doesn't it strike this little wretch with lightning?" The girl walked lightly, raising her hands towards the sky in a strange gesture. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an had been her neighbor for many years and found it not strange at all. As they passed the breakfast shop, Chen Ping'an saw a familiar figure. She was short, wearing a green outfit, buying freshly steamed meat buns. Steam rising and the aroma wafting down the street. Chen Ping'an noticed that the morning had turned into a low-hanging cloud cover, particularly thick, like a rich family's big quilt spread out in the sun. Suddenly, there was a thunderous rumble above the small town. Granny Ma over by the iron lock quickly stood up and hurried home, the small water bucket swaying and spilling well water along the way. By the time she got home, there probably wouldn't be half a bucket left. Perhaps the old woman knew in her heart that if heaven really opened its eyes, the first lightning strike would likely fall on her. After hearing the thunder, Chen Ping'an looked up, puzzled, as it didn't seem to indicate rain. The girl smiled and said, "My young master said he read in a book that every early spring, heavenly gods clad in golden armor beat drums in the clouds to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, shaking all evils to herald the new spring." Chen Ping'an nodded. "Your young master indeed reads a lot." The girl sighed. "My young master is good at everything, except he's a bit lazy and likes to scold heaven. I think that's not good." Chen Ping'an didn't have the habit of speaking ill of others behind their backs, so he said nothing. Next door, Song Jisun had a peculiar temper that persisted for many years, scolding heaven just like Granny Ma, saying things like the old thief heaven has no eyes. However, scholars have their own ways. On snowy nights, during thunderstorms, or when colorful clouds hang in the sky, these were Song Jisun's 3 times he wouldn't scold, as he believed he could scold heaven while it was napping, and heaven wouldn't hear him and get angry, allowing him to vent and feel relieved. Achieving 2 things at once. Seeing Chen Ping'an not responding, Ji Gui casually asked, "You didn't go home last night. Did you go to Lu Xianyang's place?" Chen Ping'an nodded. There were guests at home. It wasn't convenient. She suddenly asked, "By the way, did Mr. Qi meet you and say anything?" Chen Ping'an countered, "Why do you ask?" She innocently smiled, "Just asking, because today when I went out to fetch water, I happened to bump into Mr. Qi, who said he was out for a morning walk and asked if you were at home, so I answered truthfully." Chen Ping'an smiled, "I ran into Mr. Qi by chance before, and he just exchanged a few pleasantries with me, generally saying that I should have gone to study at the school with Lu Xianyang back in the day. I can only say that my family is poor, and there's nothing I can do about it. Otherwise, I would also like to study." Ji Gui looked puzzled. "Is that so?" Chen Ping'an looked into her eyes and asked with a smile, "What did you think?" She just smiled it off. The 2 parted ways at the street corner. Ji Gui took the water bucket to Mud Bottle Alley, while Chen Ping'an returned to Lu Xianyang's house. After that, he still needed to go to the eastern city gate to pick up family letters, 1 letter costing a copper coin. If he had this business early on, with Chen Ping'an's ability to run around the mountains for miles, he probably would have already saved enough for a wife. At the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, Ji Gui saw her young master standing there, yawning. She quickly walked over, curious. "Young master, why are you out?" Song Jisun slowly stretched his body, lazily saying, "It's boring to just stay." She quietly asked, "Young master, when will the new supervising official return to the town? After that, can we go to the capital?" Song Jisun thought for a moment, probably within a 10-day period. Ji Gui hesitated, the small water bucket in her hand swaying. Song Jisun smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" She timidly said, "Young master, can I borrow that local county chronicle to take a look? Just for a night or 2. I can read, so I won't be looked down upon when I get to the capital, and I won't embarrass you." Song Jisun chuckled, thinking for a moment that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. However, he reminded her to wash her hands before flipping through the book, so she wouldn't leave dirt on the pages, and to be careful of candle wax dripping on it. Other than that, there was nothing else to pay attention to. It was just an old book. Ji Gui beamed and said, "Thank you, young master." Song Jisun laughed heartily. Come, let me help you carry the water." Ji Gui dodged slightly, seriously saying, "Young master, didn't we agree that gentlemen stay away from the kitchen? You can't get involved in such trivial matters. If word gets out, the neighbors will poke fun at me." Song Jisun laughed in anger. Rules, principles, and etiquette can scare and fool others, but for me, a gentleman. At this point, this scholar who grew up in a poor alley fell silent. She curiously asked, "What are you?" Song Jisun resumed his nonchalant smile, pointed at himself, and said, "Me? I'm just a farmer, dividing a piece of land into rows and sections, letting people sow seeds and irrigate it. And then I just wait for the harvest, year after year, just like that." She was a bit confused. Song Jisun laughed heartily. Suddenly, the boy became serious and said earnestly, "Ji Gui, didn't Chen help you carry that water bucket all the way?" The maid nodded, looking innocent. The young man spoke earnestly. A sage once said that it is wrong to consider the small kindnesses of strangers as rare treasures while treating the efforts of close ones as a given and ignoring them. The maid, still confused, exclaimed, "Huh?" The young man rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "You didn't catch my drift at all. How am I supposed to respond? Should I find a smarter, more perceptive, and pretty little maid in the capital?" The maid couldn't help but laugh, completely dismissing her young master's threat, and revealed the truth. "You actually want me to ask, who is this great sage, right?" "Young master, I know it's you." Song Jisun laughed heartily. "Only you understand me." Ji Gui. In the study, the middle-aged Confucian scholar sat upright, and all the black and white chess pieces on the board before him turned to powder with the sound of spring thunder. The children in the small town were catching stone fish in the creek. One method involved using a hammer to strike the stones in the creek, which would stun the fish hiding underneath, causing them to float to the surface. It was similar to the saying about shaking the mountain to scare the tiger, if one were to warn a saint not to go against the heavens or violate the great principles. Perhaps the only matching heavy weapon in the world would be the mighty heavenly thunder. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow Chapter 32. Peach Leaf. Chen Ping'an carried water back to Lu Xianyang's yard and poured it into the water tank in the kitchen. He then ran to the door and shouted, "Lu Xianyang, can I borrow some firewood, oil, and salt from your house? I want to make fish soup for Miss Ning to nourish her body. Is that okay?" Lu Xianyang, who had been happily napping, was jolted awake and yelled, "Chun, are you annoying or what? I just dreamt that Ji Gui smiled at me. Quickly give me a Ji Gui." Chen Ping'an shook his head and remembered something, apologizing. "I actually ran into Ji Gui at the Iron Lock well earlier, but I got sidetracked by Granny Ma and forgot to pass on your message. When I take the fish soup to Miss Ning later, I'll definitely deliver your message." Lu Xianyang jumped up and quickly put on his clothes. Sitting on the threshold outside the main hall, watching the busy, slender figure in the kitchen and chuckling, "I'll go with you to deliver the fish soup later. By the way, is Ji Gui wearing that big red pomegranate skirt today, or the light green one? Sigh, once I save up another 200 coins, I can buy that silver powder box worth over 100 coins. I know she has wanted it for a long time, but can't bear to buy it. It's all Song Jisun's fault for being so stingy. He dresses like a beggar from Falu Street, while poor Ji Gui hardly has any new clothes all year round. If I were her young master, I'd definitely buy her whatever she fancied, richer than the young ladies of Falu Street, making her the most precious young lady." Chen Ping'an ignored Lu Xianyang's daydreaming. He really couldn't understand why Lu Xianyang liked Ji Gui so much. It wasn't that he looked down on her for being Song Jisun's maid, nor did he think she was unattractive. He just felt that Ji Gui and Lu Xianyang didn't seem to be a match at all. Chen Ping'an curiously asked, "Why do you also call her Ji Gui and not Wangzhu?" Lu Xianyang grinned. "Now that I know you didn't even know how to write Ji Gui, I don't care anymore." Chen Ping'an helplessly replied, "What does that matter compared to you? Compare it to Song Jisun. Ji Gui isn't my maid." Lu Xianyang scoffed. "That guy isn't better than you in everything. For example, has he ever called anyone father or mother in his life? No, right? So he can't compare to you." Chen Ping'an. "No wonder Gu Qian's mother and Granny Ma, and those other women have such sharp tongues. Song Jisun isn't exactly from a pure and upright family. Otherwise, why wouldn't he live openly in that government office, but instead live a hard life in your mud bottle alley? He even dares to look down on others. So he deserves to be slandered and called a bastard." Chen Ping'an stood up and walked to the kitchen door. "Lu Xianyang, even though I'm not friends with Song Jisun, you shouldn't talk about him like that." Lu Xianyang quickly raised both hands, determined not to let Chen Ping'an continue, cleverly saying, "I won't say any more. Is that all right?" "Chen Ping'an, you stubborn temper, who do you take after? My grandfather said your parents are very easygoing, especially your mother, who speaks softly and likes to smile. Her temper is really good. My grandfather even said that in the past, Granny Ma almost scolded everyone in the nearby alleys. But when she saw your mother, not only did she not pick on her, but she even smiled." Chen Ping'an smiled widely. Lu Xianyang waved him off. "Hurry up and make soup for your little wife." Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes. "If you have the ability, say it in front of Miss Ning." Lu Xianyang laughed. "You're foolish, but I'm not." Not long after, Chen Ping'an brought out a small pottery jar, and the two locked the house and yard doors, walking together towards Mud Bottle Alley. When they arrived at Chen Ping'an's yard and saw him knocking on the door foolishly, Lu Xianyang realized that this guy had left the house keys with the girl in black, and he thought this guy was truly hopeless. When the girl in black was home, she didn't wear a veil. When she opened the door, she revealed a refreshing face. Lu Xianyang felt a bit scared of this serious girl. The tall boy didn't even know why. If she was cold, Ji Gui was even colder. But Lu Xianyang was just as bold and shameless. If it was because the girl in black carried a sword, that wasn't right either. Lu Xianyang had faced the rich kids from Falu Street several times, even escaping like a stray dog, but he had never felt afraid. Yet, he was somewhat scared of the girl named Ning Yao. The girl in black sat at the table, opened the jar, and sniffed the aroma. She slightly narrowed her long, narrow eyes, nodding softly, "Thank you." Chen Ping'an observed carefully and knew this was the indifferent girl's way of showing that she was in a good mood. He first helped her cook a pot of porridge, reminding her to watch the heat, then said to Lu Xianyang, "Are you waiting for Ji Gui to come out? I have to go deliver a message." Lu Xianyang sat on the threshold, straining to listen to the sounds from the other side, fearing he might catch a hint of a fight among immortals. The tall boy, feeling quite annoyed, said impatiently, "You do your thing." Chen Ping'an left the yard, and just as he was about to run to the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, he suddenly noticed the light ahead dimming. Looking up, He saw a tall man dressed in a snow-white robe, one hand behind his back and the other resting on the white jade belt around his waist. Gazing into the distance, perhaps realizing he was blocking the narrow alley, the man smiled slightly and stepped aside to let Chen Ping'an pass. Chen Ping'an was filled with confusion and quickened his pace to leave Mud Bottle Alley. Looking back, he saw the man slowly walking into the alley. Even with just a fleeting glance, Chen Ping'an noticed that the immaculate white robe had faint gold threads embroidered on the front and back, forming two vague patterns that seemed to depict living creatures wandering through the misty mountain clouds. Quite marvelous. Chen Ping'an stopped pondering and assumed the man was just another outsider like Fu Nanhua, coming to Mud Bottle Alley in search of opportunities. After walking past the old locust tree with Mr. Chi that day, the grass shoe boy was no longer too worried, always feeling that as long as Mr. Chi was in town, even if something really happened, he could at least seek justice. When Chen Ping'an was running through Xinghua Lane, he saw the girl in the green dress he had encountered the night before, still sitting at a wonton shop over there. She was tapping a chopstick gently on the table, her round, slightly chubby face full of youthful vigor, her eyes fixed on the wontons boiling in the hot pot, completely unaware of Chen Ping'an standing 5 or 6 steps away. For the girl in the green dress, when good food is in front of her, she must finish eating before running away, even if the sky were to fall. Chen Ping'an genuinely admired this stranger and decided not to disturb her. Smiling as he continued running towards the east side of the town, some people and things, even the scenery by the roadside, can still make one feel wonderful just by taking a glance. When Chen Ping'an reached the gate on the east side, he saw a scruffy man standing on a tree stump, straining to look eastward, as if waiting for an important person. Chen Ping'an had heard the old folks chatting by the old locust tree, talking about the current supervisor's grand entrance into the town, where almost all the elders from the 4 surnames and 10 clans had come out to greet him at the eastern city gate. However, after waiting for several hours under the blazing sun, the last official in charge hurriedly ran to the east gate, saying that the supervisor had just woken from his nap in the courtyard of the yamen, and that everyone should go directly to the yamen to meet him. This made the wealthy gentleman furious, but it was said that once they entered the yamen, no one dared to make a sound, all of them smiling like obedient grandsons. Chen Ping'an always found it strange how those old folks spoke as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Whenever they talked about the gossip from Fuyi and Taoye Lane, it sounded more real than reality itself. For example, when they mentioned how the second aunt of the Liu family had become involved with the guard instructor, they recounted every detail. Even how the second aunt hurriedly tidied her clothes to cover her ample bosom when caught, without missing a beat. The storytellers sounded just like the guard instructor himself. Liu Xianyang would swallow his saliva every time he heard these tales, and occasionally, Song Jisun would join, not bringing along his younger brother, but smiling more subtly than Liu Xianyang. However, when everyone secretly egged each other on, he put in more effort, even louder than when reading the classics twice daily. Chen Ping'an squatted beside the tree stump, patiently waiting for the town gatekeeper. The man cursed under his breath, jumped down from the stump, and upon seeing the boy in straw sandals, said nothing, but went to get a stack of letters from a thatched hut, 6 letters in total, for which he only charged 5 cash coins. Chen Ping'an briefly glanced at the addresses on the letters, but said nothing, as 2 of the letters were for neighbors on Fuyi, and he didn't want to take advantage of that. Of course, if the man had unexpectedly shown kindness and offered 6 coins from the start, Chen Ping'an wouldn't have refused them. After considering the order to deliver the letters, Chen Ping'an casually asked, "Waiting for someone?" The man glanced at the wide road to the east, huffed, waiting for a big shot. Chen Ping'an didn't want to stay around as a punching bag, so he hurriedly ran away. The man laughed in annoyance. "Oh, you're a bit perceptive." He looked at the sky. The rolling thunder had long since dissipated, and the low-hanging clouds that had seemed ready to press down on the eaves were gradually dispersing. The man sat down on the tree stump and sighed. When the immortals fight, it's the mortals who suffer. The 6 letters included 1 each from the 4 prominent families of Liu, Li, Zhao, and Song from Fuyi, plus 2 from Taoye Lane, one of which was coincidentally from the amiable old man's family. Even more coincidentally, the one who opened the door to receive the letter was the old man himself. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, the old man recognized the boy in straw sandals and jokingly said, "Child, aren't you going to come in for a glass of water?" Chen Ping'an shyly smiled and shook his head. The old man didn't seem surprised. He simply pulled a handful of coins from his sleeve and handed them to Chen Ping'an, explaining with a smile, Today there's good news at home. This little bit of lucky money is for those who see it. It's just for good fortune, not much, just over 10 coins. So take it with peace of mind. Chen Ping'an accepted the coins and smiled. Thank you, Grandpa Wei. The old man nodded and suddenly said, Child, recently, when you have nothing to do, you can often sit under the locust tree. If you see locust leaves or branches on the ground, take them home and keep them. They can ward off ants, insects, and centipedes. Very good, and you won't have to spend any money. Chen Ping'an bowed in gratitude at the steps. The old man smiled and said, Go on, go on. A year's plan lies in spring. It's good for the young to exercise their bones. The boy ran away from Taoya Lane on the Bluestone Street. The old man stood at his door for a long time, looking at the peach trees on both sides. A graceful young maid came to his side and whispered, Old ancestor, what are you looking at? It's cold outside, don't catch a chill. The maid had been serving the old man for some years and knew that he had a kind heart. The young girl was respectful but unafraid, smiling brightly, and playfully asked, Old ancestor, are you thinking of the girl you met in your youth? Wasn't she standing under the peach tree at that time? The elderly man with white hair smiled and said, Tao Yao, you, like that boy delivering letters, are also a thoughtful person. The maid beamed at the compliment. Suddenly, the old man said, A distant relative is coming to visit in a few days. When that happens, Tao Yao, you should follow the other children and leave the town. The maid was taken aback, her eyes turning red, and she cried, Old ancestor, I don't want to leave here. The usually easygoing old man waved his hand. Let me look at the scenery in the lane for a bit longer. You go back first, Tao Yao. Be good, or I'll get angry. The maid had no choice but to leave timidly, glancing back 3 times. The leaves in Taoya Lane were lush, but no peach blossoms had yet appeared. The old man exhaled a breath of turbid air, stepped over the threshold, walked down the steps, and approached the nearest peach tree. Standing beneath the tree, he sighed. The peach is delicate, its flowers bright and brilliant. I really want to see it again. The old man looked back at his house and murmured, The town's unique advantages are inherently incompatible with the great Tao. It was forcibly transformed by the sages, enjoying 3,000 years of great fortune. Those who have left the town throughout the ages have mostly branched out across the entire East Baoping continent. But heaven is so clever, it's time to settle accounts. To collect our dues. You children, if you don't hurry and leave here, do you want to wait for us broken old porcelain to die together? You must know that death comes in sizes. With several thousand people in our town, this death would be a great death, and even the next life would be lost. So, while heaven still turns a blind eye, every extra person who can leave is one more. The old man stretched out his dry palm to support a peach branch, hoping that the kind-hearted would truly be rewarded by heaven. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yao, the bookish young man, had approached with his grandmother, an old woman leaning on a cane, who was now almost in the grave yet still so naive, like an old woman applying rouge, truly detestable. Could a calamity of this magnitude be changed by a little kindness? The old man's gaze became a bit dazed as he looked at the similarly white-haired old woman and inexplicably said, You're here. The old woman was first taken aback, then immediately became furious, striking with her cane. You shameless old scoundrel, at your age, still have the nerve to talk nonsense? The cane rained down on him, and the old man could only flee in embarrassment, laughing heartily. The old woman stood under the peach tree, still fuming, regretting her soft-heartedness and inadvertently walking into Taoya Lane. Finally, the old woman looked up at the budding peach leaves. Step by step, the old woman walked back to Fuyaji, her cane tapping repeatedly on the bluestone. A prosperous and peaceful little town that has thrived for 1,000 years, unexpectedly filled with pitiful souls who have no hope for the next life. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? The creek is gradually shallower. The well water is getting colder, the old locust tree is older, the iron lock is rusting, and the clouds hang low. This year, the peach leaves cannot see the peach blossoms. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow Chapter 33. White Dragon Fish Robe. Chen Ping'an once again saw the girl in green, silently following behind a middle-aged man, her head lowered as she nibbled on a scallion oil egg pancake. The man looked utterly disenchanted. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, the man stopped and asked, Aren't you the one I chased away last time? The girl in green, who bumped her back hard against the wall, looked up in confusion. Upon suddenly seeing Chen Ping'an, she wanted to smile but abruptly turned around, facing away from him, and hurriedly wiped her mouth. Chen Ping'an suppressed a laugh and nodded to the man, saying, Hello, Master Ruan. It seemed that the girl was likely Master Ruan's daughter. However, The resemblance between father and daughter was indeed minimal, and it was fortunate that they did not look alike. The man referred to as Master Ruan was the blacksmith who had moved to the creekside shortly after arriving in the town. He continued to ask, "Why hasn't Lu Xianying come to help with the forging these past 2 days?" Just as Chen Ping'an was about to explain for Lu Xianying, the man coldly interjected, "Go tell that kid that if he doesn't show up to see me today, he won't need to come to my shop tomorrow." Chen Ping'an hurriedly said, "Master Ruan, he has some urgent matters at home." The man interrupted the boy rudely. "That's his business. What's it to me?" Chen Ping'an, not being good with words, was left stunned, his face flushed with anxiety, unsure of how to respond, fearing he would make things worse. He had first-hand experience with Master Ruan's straightforward temperament. The girl in green tried to help Chen Ping'an say something nice, but was preemptively scolded by the man who knew his daughter well. "Eat your pancake." The aggrieved girl suddenly quickened her pace, stepping hard on the man's foot. Then with a gust of wind, she vanished in an instant. The man sighed, leaving Chen Ping'an behind as he continued on his way. Chen Ping'an sighed as well, running to the breakfast shop to buy a steamer of 6 buns. Heading to Mud Bottle Alley. Upon reaching his own home, he found Lu Xianying crouched on the wall, half of his body leaning into Song Jisun's yard, eavesdropping intently. Sometimes, Chen Ping'an thought Lu Xianying was indeed quite deserving of a beating. He had to remind him, "I just saw Master Ruan. He said you need to help at the blacksmith shop today, and if he doesn't see you, he'll fire you." Lu Xianying, distracted, replied, "What's the rush? An apprentice like me, quick with my hands and hardworking, is hard to come by. Master Ruan is just talking tough. It won't matter if I go tomorrow." Chen Ping'an shook his head. "I'm sure Master Ruan is not joking." Lu Xianying said irritably, "I'll go later. Don't delay me from doing important things." Chen Ping'an brought breakfast to the girl in black, directly giving Lu Xianying 3, while he only took a bite of one. Lu Xianying quickly devoured all the meat buns. Wiping his mouth as he quietly said, "A distinguished guest just visited Song Jisun's house. Someone really impressive. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the current official kiln supervisor. When he came to our dragon kiln last time, old Yao thought you apprentices were a nuisance and didn't he let you show your faces. I was different. Old Yao even let me demonstrate what it means to jump the knife for that gentleman." Chen Ping'an laughed. "It's common knowledge that the new kiln supervisor favors Song Jisun. Why are you being so paranoid?" Lu Xianying worriedly said, "That pretty boy Song Jisun can't compete with me. But what if Ji Gui falls for this extraordinary official? My chances would be slim. What if your future sister-in-law runs off with someone? What would we do?" Chen Ping'an walked directly back into the house, leaving Lu Xianying squatting on the wall, wallowing in self-pity. The girl in black sat at the table, back straight, one hand gripping the knife handle, as if facing a great enemy. Sweat beaded on her forehead. This was the first time Chen Ping'an saw the girl with such an expression. Although her body was tense and full of vigilance, her eyes gleamed with eagerness. Chen Ping'an stepped back to the threshold and asked her, "Do you know the identity of the guest next door?" Chen Ping'an replied, "I heard Lu Xianying say he is the current kiln supervisor of our town, and he seems quite nice. He even let me pass just now at the alley entrance." The girl in black sneered, "Such a person is terrifying." Chen Ping'an was confused. She asked, "When a person walks by the roadside and sees an ant, would they step on it?" Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and answered, "Gukan definitely would. He often douses ant hills with water or blocks the exits of ant nests with stones. Lu Xianying probably would too when he's in a bad mood." The girl in black was left speechless. Chen Ping'an grinned, understanding what Miss Ning meant. She was surprised, really? Chen Ping'an nodded. "I think you have 2 meanings. One is that the common folk of our town are seen as ants crawling beneath the feet of outsiders like you. The second is that among outsiders, there are distinctions in status. People like Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian are like children in Gukan's eyes, who would find it amusing or annoying to control the lives and deaths of ants. But the official who came to our Mud Bottle Alley is different. His words and actions conform to his identity, so he appears particularly polite." "Right, Miss Ning?" the girl asked. "How did you figure that out?" The boy joked, "After coming back from the dead, it seems my mind has become clearer." The girl in black asked seriously, "What did you see before you died?" "I didn't see anything," Chen Ping'an replied, somewhat puzzled but still answering honestly. "Actually, in that alley, I didn't think much at all. You might want to ask Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian about that question. They might have seen something." She snorted, "Oh, quite the boast." After saying this, she fixed her gaze intensely on the straw sandal boy. Chen Ping'an felt nervous under her stare. What's wrong? The girl frowned, a bit frustrated, and muttered to herself in her hometown dialect, my family's swordsmanship, whether it's the sword techniques or the methods to temper the body and soul, are unique secrets that are not passed down. I haven't even fully learned them. How could I dare teach others? And I haven't learned those shallow things from elsewhere. Otherwise, I could point him in the right direction, even if it's just to strengthen the body and prolong life. Where am I supposed to find the lowest threshold entry manual now? The girl's eyes lit up. Rob? No, it's not robbing. It's borrowing a manual from someone, with a promise to return it. Unfortunately, her expression soon darkened, and she cursed. Damn old eunuchs. Just wait and see how I turn your palace upside down. She wore a sorrowful face, lamenting. Could it be that I really have to find that blacksmith named Juan? I can manage with killing. I have a few parts of my mother's true teachings. But asking for help, I really am not good at that. The straw sandal boy sat at the threshold, watching the girl named Ning Yao as she talked to herself, her expression shifting like the clouds in the sky. The handsome man in a white robe with a jade belt stood in Song Jisun's room, looking around with a slight frown. Is this shabby place what the Song family arranged for you? Song Jisun pressed his lips together and said nothing. The maid, Ji Gui, had long since taken the hint and retreated to her own room. According to the most widely circulated tale in the town, the former supervisor, Lord Song, was incompetent and failed to produce the imperial porcelain that satisfied the court. Relying on his little efforts, he left behind a covered bridge and returned to the capital for his position, of course leaving behind his illegitimate son, Song Jisun, for whom he only bought a personal maid to take care of him and entrusted him to a friend, who was the new supervisor taking his place. And it was said that he also bore the surname Song. But the truth of the matter is that those involved are often confused, and bystanders may not have clarity. Song Jisun himself was not clear about the relationship between this man before him and the man with the surname Song. Were they close colleagues in the officialdom, former classmates from his school days, or rivals from other factions in the capital's government? Before leaving, the man with the surname Song had mentioned briefly that the new supervisor would soon take the two of them away from the town to the capital, and that Song Jisun must show the utmost respect to that lord without any neglect. Song Jisun felt no goodwill towards this imposing man from the capital, likely due to his resentment towards everything associated with him. The confidence he displayed in front of Ji Gui regarding their departure from his hometown was merely a reflection of youthful pride. The man smiled and said, "Well, that delicate scholar with the surname Song has always been cautious and meticulous, unlike a real man, more like a woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me here to take care of you." Song Jisun's expression darkened. The man casually glanced at the large box containing the boy's belongings, curled his lip in disdain, and slowly said, "Before coming here, I already met Fu Nanhua from Old Longchen. What a miserable fellow. Even here, he almost shattered his will. You can continue your business with him. Kid, you're responsible for your own gains and losses. I won't meddle in such trivial matters. But before you leave, you must come with me to the covered bridge, bow a few times, and then it will be none of your business. Come back with me. Do what you should do, sit in the seat you should sit in, fulfill your responsibilities. It's that simple. Do you understand?" Of course, he understood. Lord Song's words were not obscure. The youth mocked, but on what grounds? The man laughed, turned to face the boy for the first time, and retorted. "The delicate scholar with the surname Song says you're exceptionally talented. That evaluation is truly bold. Why don't you guess what grounds I have?" If one looked closely, they would find that there were some similarities in appearance and demeanor between the two. Song Jisun's anger intensified, but he remained silent. The man no longer kept him guessing and said with amusement, "On what grounds?" "Of course, it's because I am a big unlucky fellow, and I happen to be your uncle." Song Jisun was internally shocked, his face pale. The man in the white robe ignored this reaction, supporting the jade belt with both hands, looking out the window with a smile, and added, "Also because I am the foremost martial artist of the Great Li dynasty." In fact, this statement, if phrased differently, would be even more intimidating. But the man preferred to be the head of a small group rather than the tail of a great one, believing that as long as he was behind others, even just one or two people back, it was not worth boasting about. The man thought of the Confucian sage stationed here, his lips curling in disdain as he snorted coldly. He was preoccupied with the thought that if he were not in this place, he could easily crush the likes of Qi Jingchun and the other three teachings with one hand. In the study's thatched cottage, Mr. Qi was listening to the clear voices of the young students reciting their lessons, sitting up straight. The true meaning of sitting up straight was something Song Jisun and Zhao Yao, these scholarly seeds, could hardly appreciate. Confucianism has a foundational classic named De Li, in which the Xiaoshin chapter specifically states that a gentleman should sit like a corpse, because a corpse symbolizes the spirit. Sitting in such a posture conveys solemnity and gravity, as one can imagine. At this moment, Qi Jingshun seemed to have heard the white-robed man's inner thoughts word for word. And with a light smile, he said, "A martial man in power, quite remarkable. However, the white dragon and fish robe is not an auspicious omen." Volume 1, Caged Sparrow, Chapter 34. Gathering footsteps were heard outside Song Jisun's house. Just as Lu Xianyang was about to jump off the wall, he first heard a voice before seeing the person. Someone asked with a warm laugh, "Are you the disciple of old Yao from the Baoshi kiln? Lu, right?" It was the kiln supervisor in white clothing with a jade belt, striding out and smiling at the wall. Lu Xianyang stiffened, realizing he had lost the strength to jump down, and awkwardly replied, in response to the Lord, "Yes, I am. When you came to our long kiln to open the kiln, my master asked me to demonstrate a few things for you." The man nodded, sizing up the tall youth, and asked straightforwardly, "Young man, would you like to go outside and take a look? For example, join the army and fight in battle. I guarantee that if you survive for 10 years, you can become a high official, and at that time, I will personally host a banquet for you in the capital. How about it?" Standing behind the man, Song Jisun's face darkened like water, tightly gripping the old long cloth rain jade pendant that Fu Nanhua had gifted him. This young scholar, who had borne the title of an illegitimate child for many years, now understood the true identity of the man beside him, which made him even more aware of the weight of the man's words. The phrase personally hosting a banquet would be a powerful lifeline in the Great Li dynasty, a long ladder to success in the officialdom. Lu Xianyang racked his brains to come up with some awkward words, stammering, "Thank you, Lord Supervisor, for your kindness. I am truly overwhelmed, but I have already promised to be an apprentice at Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, so I can't go back on my word. I hope the Lord won't hold it against me." The tall youth's words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't remember what he wanted to say, his face turning bright red in frustration. Song Jisun seemingly understandingly reminded him, "It's the Lord who doesn't hold a grudge against the common man." The white-robed man smiled it off, unconcerned, saying, "No worries. When you have the chance to leave the town, go to the nearest Danyang mountain pass and find a warrior named Lu Linshi. Tell him that Song Chongjing from the capital recommended you to join the army. If he doesn't believe you, just tell him that Lu Linshi still owes him 3,000 heads of the great Sui border cavalry." Lu Xianyang nodded foolishly, "Okay." The man smiled as he left, and as Song Jisun reached the courtyard gate, he intended to stop. But the man seemed to have anticipated his thought and said without turning around, "Come with me to the supervisor's office. I want you to meet someone." Song Jisun's feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, his face darkening as he said, "I won't go." That place, which was a high threshold for the townspeople, was, for a boy who had grown up hearing rumors year after year, a dragon's den and a tiger's lair, an insurmountable psychological barrier. The man, who usually acted decisively, was not angry at the boy's lack of awareness, nor did he stop, but slowed down considerably, saying, "According to the reports from the spies in the office, you have already met the prince of the Sui dynasty with the surname Gao, right? Do you know that the Gao family of the Sui dynasty and our Song family of the Great Li have a 1,000-year-old enmity? They are both princes. He dares to come to this town located in the heart of the enemy's Great Li territory, while you, Song Jisun, are also a prince. Yet you dare not go to a small official residence on your own land?" Song Jisun didn't immediately ponder the deeper meaning of the man's words, but turned to Lu Xianyang, who was sitting on the wall, rubbing his hands and legs as if he hadn't heard the man speaking at all. The prince in the white robe of the Great Li dynasty, walking in the muddy bottle alley, had a slight smile on his lips. The man had gained a bit of unexpected joy, truly worthy of our old Song family's bloodline. However, thinking that the boy was still the son of that woman, even as the most powerful prince and martial arts master of Great Li, he felt a bit troubled and complicated. Song Jisun gritted his teeth and said to Jigui, who was standing at the door, "I'll be back soon, don't worry about lunch." Just as Song Jisun walked out of the courtyard, he turned back and smiled. "Take the bag of silver coins from my bedside and buy that pair of dragon and phoenix incense pendants from the Du family shop. Anyway, we won't need to save money in the future." Jigui nodded and made a cautious gesture with her hands. Song Jisun smiled happily and left gracefully. Once Song Jisun was far away, Lu Xianyang, sitting on the wall, cautiously asked Jigui, "Jigui, what is the relationship between Song Jisun and the supervising official?" Jigue looked at the tall boy with sympathetic eyes. Lu Xianying couldn't stand her gaze, thinking, what is the big deal? It's just that he knows an official who manages porcelain. Jigue pulled at the corner of her mouth, went back inside to get food, and started feeding the old hen and the fluffy little chicks. Lu Xianying felt inexplicably discouraged, jumped down from the wall, and shouted into the house. Chun, let's go to the blacksmith shop. I can't take this anymore. The girl, with her back to the neighboring yard separated by a wall, laughed. Buddha fights for a stick of incense. People fight for a breath of air, but unfortunately, the useless can only harbor a belly full of frustration. Lu Xianying felt his blood boil, his ears flushed red, and he walked to the yellow mud wall, punching heavily against the wall. Wang Zhu, if you have the ability, say it again. The maid dropped all the corn and vegetable leaves, clapped her hands, and turned with a smile. Who do you think you are? That I should say it just because you ask? Lu Xianying looked at the girl, who was becoming more graceful and beautiful, but couldn't find the words, feeling empty inside. Like a porcelain bowl that had fallen to the ground. Chen Ping'an had actually been standing at the doorstep, and after witnessing this, he quickly walked into the courtyard and said softly, let's go. The two boys walked side by side down the alley, and the tall boy suddenly asked, Chen Ping'an, am I really unambitious? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and replied seriously, the neighbors in the alley say my mother is great. And they say my father is a well-known dullard, so I think whether or not one likes someone might not have much to do with ambition. Lu Xianying, with a mournful face, said, then I'm even worse off. Even if I work hard to build a dragon kiln or learn all of Master Ruan's skills, wouldn't she still not like me? Chen Ping'an wisely kept silent to avoid adding fuel to the fire. Walking in the familiar alley, Chen Ping'an suddenly recalled a scene from his early years when he followed Old Yao into the deep mountains along the creek and saw a young elk drinking water by the stream. Unafraid of his presence, after drinking, it lowered its head to gaze at the creek, lingering for a long time before leaving. Before leaving the ancestral home, Miss Ning suggested that since he had a locust leaf, he should leave the town early. With the invisible protection of the ancestral locust leaf, he wouldn't encounter too many surprises, and it was best not to linger in the town for too long because she didn't know whether Lu Xianying's matter would bring trouble to Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Ping'an insisted on seeing Lu Xianying accepted as a disciple by Master Ruan before he could leave in peace, because without Lu Xianying back then, he would have starved to death long ago. Of course, Chen Ping'an also hoped that Miss Ning could recover from her injury at his home, but at that time, the boy didn't dare to say it out loud, fearing she would think he was being frivolous. Chen Ping'an suddenly asked, the precious armor your grandfather left you, will you absolutely never sell it to outsiders? Lu Xianying replied with righteous indignation, of course, I would never sell it, even if I die. He punched the shoulder of the boy next to him jokingly. I'm not like you, a money grubber. The tall boy cradled his head with both hands, saying that some things could be earned with money temporarily, but some things, once lost, would truly be gone for life. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself, got it. As they approached the mouth of the muddy bottle alley, Lu Xianying suddenly swore, causing Chen Ping'an to pull back his thoughts and look up, feeling a heavy heart. It was Lu Zhangchun, the young master of the Lu family from Fortune and Lu Street, who had once led a group of friends to corner Lu Xianying in this alley and nearly beat him to death. If Chen Ping'an hadn't shouted a few times, Lu Xianying, who had no elders or relatives at home, might have been thrown into a mass grave. At that time, Song Jisun had been squatting on the wall watching the excitement, constantly fanning the flames, and later told a frightened Chen Ping'an that Lu Zhengchuan's behavior was called acting like a hero outside the town. Lu Zhengchun blocked Lu Xianying's path and forced a smile. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to settle old scores with you today, but… Lu Xianying interrupted the young master of the Lu family. You're back? Good dogs don't block the way, get out of my way. Lu Zhengchuan's face turned awkward, but he still forced a smile. Lu Xianying, I really have something to discuss with you this time. Last time, you ran off before we finished talking, which isn't good. You should at least listen to the conditions I have to offer, right? If we really talk about it, we are kind of friends who met through a fight. No need to make it so stiff. I and those guests are very sincere. Lu Xianying tilted his head and mocked. What? Are you addicted to playing matchmaker now? I'm just curious, you Lu Zhengchun, as the grandson of the wealthiest family in our town, why do you like being a lackey for outsiders so much? Lu Zhengchuan's face turned pale, yet he still tried to maintain a smile, looking quite ridiculous and pitiful, pleading, Lu Xianying, as long as you speak. No matter what you want, they will try their best to satisfy you. For example, copper coins? Or you could name a number. How about 150 coins? Even 200 coins, I can help you bargain for it. 200 coins, you could buy half a house on our fortune and Lu Street with that. Lu Xianying stared at the young man in front of him, disdainfully saying, 200 coins? Are you trying to send a beggar away? And you call that sincerity? I advise you to stop wasting my time here. I have real business to attend to, so get lost. At the corner outside the Muddy Bottle Alley, a little girl, finely carved and jade-like, was riding on the shoulder of a burly old man, while a boy in a bright red robe was being led by a woman. At an age that should be innocent and carefree, their faces already bore expressions that belied their years. Using the dialect from their hometown, the child said, "Is this Lu family person a bit too foolish? What's the use of coming here?" The woman shook her head and chuckled softly. When bestowing kindness upon others, one must understand the principle that a grain of rice given can lead to a bushel of resentment. When doing business, to maximize profit, one should test the psychological bottom line of the other party, just like Lu Jingchun. The child asked in confusion, "Is it really that troublesome to do business with these local peasants?" The woman smiled. Human nature is complex, and the darkness of the heart does not depend on one's level of cultivation. Even though the characters in small places may be short-sighted, they are not all fools. If you think this way, you will eventually suffer losses. The child replied with an "oh," wondering why. If mother was so familiar with human nature, she didn't speak directly. The woman patiently explained, "Look at our attire. No matter which store you go to, as long as the seller is a bit shrewd, they won't hesitate to overcharge us." The child sighed, but being so awkward like this is really uncomfortable. The woman squatted down, holding the child's cheeks with both hands, gazing at the face that resembled his father's, and said seriously, "Remember, cultivating the heart is also a form of practice. Strength is cultivated in favorable circumstances, while the heart is cultivated in adversity. Both are essential." The child shook his head, breaking free from the woman's hands, and said irritably, "Here we go again with this empty philosophy. It's so annoying." The woman felt a bit helpless, but didn't continue to impart her wisdom. She thought her child had good talent and roots, plus the backing of 2 family names, so the road ahead would be long. Although his temperament was somewhat stubborn and gloomy, he could be simmered slowly. Trying to rush things would be the biggest mistake. Listening to the dull conversation in the alley, the little girl felt worried and asked, "Grandpa White Ape, what if that person refuses to sell anything?" The old man, whose hands were as knobby as a monkey's, smiled and said, "Then let him die." The old servant came here precisely to deal with the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, that money would be wasted. However, the safety of the young lady would become a problem, and he would likely have to entrust it to the Song or Li family, setting aside everything else. If it came to killing someone, although the old man would be expelled by the sage, it would be better than silently letting the opportunity slip away. At least it would create a ripple. However, the old man would never resort to such a desperate measure unless absolutely necessary, for no matter how significant that sword scripture was, and how treasured Jingyang Mountain was, it was still far inferior to the path of longevity for the young lady he was responsible for, at least in his eyes. In the small town, the 4 surnames and 10 clans were led by the Lu family. But if you looked outside, it was the opposite. The Lu family was actually at the bottom. This was due to the Lu family's main branch having been in power during a dynasty that was overthrown by the 2 major border armies of Dali. The Lu family's position in Dongbaiping's had become precarious. On the other side of the alley, Lu Xianying listened to Lu Zhongchun talk about high-ranking officials and wealth. Beautiful women everywhere, and it was like talking to a bookworm like Song Jisin, which made him particularly irritated. He stepped forward, pointed at Lu Jingchuan's nose, and said firmly, "That armor is my Lu family's heirloom. It has nothing to do with money. Even if you let me move into your house today, from now on you can call me Grandpa every day, I wouldn't care." "Lu, did you hear that clearly?" Standing alone at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Jingchun stared fixedly at this reckless person, clearly not afraid of the consequences, and felt like he could just smash his head against the wall right here. Previously, when he acted as a lobbyist at the covered bridge, he blocked Lu Xianying from going to the blacksmith shop, but ended up failing. When he returned to the mansion on Falu Street, after his grandfather entertained those high-ranking guests, he discreetly summoned him to a secret chamber. Without saying any harsh words or grandiose family business talk, he simply pointed at the corpse under the white cloth and said, "Jingchun, my only request is that you don't let your brother die with regrets. I hope that by the 7th day after his death, you have already left the town, just as a way to see the scenery outside for him." Lu Jingchuan's eyes suddenly became moist, and he choked up, trembling as he said, Lu Xianying. I'm begging you, okay? Lu Xianying was dumbfounded. This young man, dressed in fine clothes and living in luxury, appeared increasingly weak and helpless, his lips trembling. Unable to speak coherently, okay? I will kneel for you. I will apologize, is that all right? With a thud, Lu Zhengchun knelt firmly on the muddy ground of Mud Bottle Alley, starting to bow his head. A man's knees hold gold. The young man was bowing earnestly, the sound echoing. Outside the wall of Mud Bottle Alley, the little girl gently kicked the old man's chest with her little feet, thinking about which mountains she liked along the way and which one to choose to take back home. The boy, somewhat gleeful, casually asked, Mother, is this Lu guy out of his mind? Are we really going to leave town with a madman? That would be so embarrassing. The woman's expression was complex. She remembered many strange things she had witnessed and hesitated to speak before finally shaking her head and saying, No, it won't happen. Lu Xianying felt somewhat at a loss. The tall youth couldn't believe Lu Zhengchun would act this way, kneeling at his feet like this. Lu Xianying's expression was conflicted. Just then, the straw sandal boy, who had been observing Lu Xianying and Lu Zhengchun, suddenly tugged at his sleeve and shook his head gently. Lu Xianying felt pity and said, This is just too unreasonable. Chen Ping'an's gaze was resolute, and it was self-evident. The big, carefree youth was already showing signs of softening. But in the eyes of the black-clad girl, the straw sandal boy, who appeared to be a goody two-shoes, seemed extremely heartless at this moment. Chen Ping'an's intuition told him that if Lu Xianying had agreed to the deal before Lu Zhengchun knelt, he might have only faced some hardship, but would be safe. But now, Lu Xianying had fallen into the predicament he had encountered before. If it weren't for Mr. Qi's intervention back then, his fate would have been to kill Fu Nanhua and then be killed, either by the people of Yunxiao Mountain or by Longchen. Moreover, more critically, according to the rules told to him by Miss Ning, if Lu Zhengchun was indeed a local, he or the Lu family could kill Lu Xianying, and Mr. Qi would likely be unable to intervene. Chen Ping'an quickly thought. While Lu Zhengchun was still desperately bowing, he lowered his voice and said to Lu Xianying, If it really doesn't work, just pretend to agree with him. Let's meet Master Wan first, and then we can talk after you become his disciple. Lu Xianying nodded and said to Lu Zhengchun, Buddy, you should get up first. Let us talk standing. You doing this is just ridiculous. Lu Zhengchun did not get up, but lifted his head, his swollen forehead covered in mud. Lu Xianying helplessly said, But you need to go back and discuss a fair price with them first. Don't try to fool me again. I'm not an idiot. What 200 guan of copper coins? Not to mention whether I would lose my shirt. Don't those nobles think it's a ripoff? Lu Zhengchun slowly got up and smiled. That makes sense. As long as you are willing to relent, Lu Xianying, from now on, I, Lu Zhengchun, will be your brother. Whether you recognize me or not doesn't matter. I recognize you. Lu Xianying walked over, put his arm around Lu Zhengchun's shoulder, and walked toward the alley entrance, comforting him. Old Lu, from now on, you have to bring your brother along to enjoy life. Once this deal is settled, I'll definitely treat you to a good drink. Lu Zhengchun, while wiping his forehead, laughed heartily. Drinking is easy. It's no big deal. I'll treat you. How could I let you spend money? It's settled then, or else I'll be angry. Lu Xianying laughed and said, I knew old Lu was a good guy. It's definitely not wrong to stick with you. Chen Ping'an followed behind them, slightly leaning towards the side of the alley wall, keeping a close watch on the movements at the alley entrance. The man in the white robe led the young Song Jisun, guided by the elderly steward, towards the back hall of the supervisor's office. The steward said that the scholar Li, who had come from afar, had been waiting here for about half an hour and said he was going to visit a Confucian elder at the school. Song Changjing did not comment on this, but asked, Have you found out which faction the assassin who died in the alley belonged to? The steward hesitated. Song Changjing frowned and said, The elderly man quickly bent over in fear and said, It is indeed the Song family of Fulu Street. Song Changjing sneered. I don't even know if I can get a little surprise. The elderly steward was sweating profusely. Song Jisun remained silent, his eyes burning with intensity. Inside the study, Qi Jingchun gently put down his book and turned to look at a handsome young man standing at the door, dressed in a high-crowned scholar's robe. Smiling without speaking, Qi Jingchun's expression was calm, and he didn't smile. In the small town, a bald man in strange clothing walked barefoot, looking emaciated, and came to the iron lock well, gazing into the deep well, his hands clasped together, closing his eyes and softly saying, Buddha observes a bowl of water, with 100,000, 8,000 insects. Outside the small town, On the peak of a mountain, someone stood on the thick branches of a towering ancient tree, overlooking the outline of the town, with a tiger talisman hanging from his waist and a long sword on his back. Beyond this realm, a long road inclined upwards, seemingly leading to the heavens, was surrounded by clouds and mist, with no scenery in sight. A young Taoist in a yellow crown rode a white deer, slowly ascending. Beside her was a Taoist with a jade-like face, moving lightly as if flowing like water, with two long-bearded fish, one red and one blue, swimming around him. The Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist teachings, along with the soldiers, were about to gather in the small town. In the blacksmith shop by the creek in the south of the town, a father and daughter were forging iron, with sparks flying like a splendid rain of fire. The man held a sword blank and said to the girl with a ponytail who was swinging the hammer, "During this time, don't go to the town." The girl immediately weakened her strength, feeling all her energy had slipped away with the snacks from the town. The man laughed in anger. What a disappointment. The girl transformed her sadness and anger into strength, striking heavily on the red-hot sword strip. Under the dazzling sparks, she looked like a fire god descending to the world. Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow, Chapter 35, Licorice. After Lu Xianying and Chen Ping'an walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, they found two groups of people standing on either side. A little girl was riding on the neck of a burly old man, while a proud boy in a bright red robe stood beside a dignified woman. As Lu Xianying walked past, he appeared calm and composed, which earned him a bit of the demeanor of a general in the eyes of the white-haired old man, while the cautiousness that the straw-sandal boy tried to hide was quite unremarkable. After Lu Zhengchun bid farewell to the two, he trembled and stayed in place. Cautiously reporting, Lu Xianying suggested that the immortal masters give a suitable price, and next time he will reluctantly sell the family heirloom. The woman looked towards the white-haired old man of Zhenyang Mountain and asked with a smile, "What does Senior Yuan think?" The old man pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "3 is the limit." Before that, just as Lu Xianying said, give him an overwhelming wealth. Zhenyang Mountain can give this boy the status of a true disciple of the Mountain Gate, and besides that, I will secretly lend him a magic treasure for 100 years. As for your Su family of Qingfeng City, you can handle it yourselves. The woman was shocked. The true disciple status of Zhenyang Mountain is already extremely noble, and Senior Yuan even wants to offer a magic treasure? Could it be that this Lu boy is a cultivation genius who was let go by a porcelain buyer at the age of 9? The old man ignored her and just smiled at the little master. There are many shops in the town, each with its own background. Miss can take a stroll. Perhaps she can find a good deal. The little girl, full of childlike joy, shouted excitedly, and the old man, as the chief offering of Zhenyang Mountain, laughed heartily and jogged, moving like a mountain. The boy laughed. Zhenyang Mountain really has a great prestige. The woman signaled Lu Zhengchun to head back home first, and she casually walked the streets with her son, explaining the background to him. Besides the ordinary main road to the mountain, Zhenyang Mountain also has a dedicated sword path, which has opened up 6 routes to the summit over the years, meaning that Zhenyang Mountain has produced 6 genuine sword immortals. The boy scoffed. What is the use of old history? How long can you live off past glories? The various chi refiners who can come to the town, even if they are from the later groups, every household had their prosperous days. The woman held her child's hand and smiled. Do you know that in the past century, 2 brand new sword paths are about to reach the peak of Zhenyang Mountain? That girl who is the same age as you has the extraordinary ability to come and go freely on that sword peak filled with sword energy, staying for a long time, even comparable to several old ancestors of Zhenyang Mountain. The boy was taken aback, then stopped in his tracks, extremely annoyed. If that foolish girl has such an extraordinary background, why didn't you tell me earlier, mother? I wouldn't have been at odds with her all the way, provoking her to clash with me at every turn. If I marry her as my wife in a few years, and then become Dao partners, wouldn't that be a great benefit for our Qingfeng city? The woman looked at her son's still childish but beautiful face, filled with anger, like a young tiger. Instead of getting angry, she smiled. You and that little girl are both potential candidates for reaching the upper 5 realms, so your fate will be even more complex and changeable. Acting stubbornly and deliberately will only be unappealing. Do you really think that girl currently only wholeheartedly dislikes you? The boy frowned. What else could it be? The woman gently replied, let it be. The boy suddenly said seriously, Mother, I don't like that guy following Lu Xianying. From the first glance, I just really don't like him. The woman curiously asked, why is that? The child thought for a moment and answered, that guy is a bit strange. He is different from Lu Zhengchun, who understands everything, and Lu Xianyang, who knows nothing. Also, I particularly dislike his eyes. The woman thought her son was just being childish again, so she advised, in the town, you can't act on a whim, but think about it. Isn't it much more comfortable knowing what will happen to everyone here after this realm collapses? The child nodded, subconsciously repeating the two words he thought of when he first saw the straw sandal boy, ants. After leaving the small town, Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang soon saw the covered bridge. Lu Xianyang casually asked, why did Song Jisun's father build this covered bridge? If he built it, then why cover the old stone arch bridge? I heard that the stone bridge was not dismantled, just like putting on a piece of clothing. I wonder if it will be hot in the summer, huh? By the end, the tall boy amused himself. At this end of the covered bridge hung a golden plaque. A 4-character plaque whose calligraphy was unknown. The characters were extremely large, and the wind was rising. As the two boys stepped up the stairs, Lu Xianyang stomped a few times and said mysteriously, Old man Yao once told me that there's something strange under these steps. He said that when the covered bridge was just built, one night, Song Jisun's father ordered people to dig a big pit here and buried a porcelain jar as tall as a person. Are you scared? Chen Ping'an replied irritably. What is there to be scared of? As they walked into the cool covered bridge, Lu Xianyang whispered, do you think it might be because of the deep pool under the bridge that a few people drowned, and they needed to invite monks and Taoists to perform rituals to suppress evil? Chen Ping'an never spoke lightly of ghosts and gods. Lu Xianyang lost interest when he didn't get an answer. This newly built wooden covered bridge still carries a faint scent of wood and paint. The main beams and pillars are made from wood harvested from deep, long-protected mountain forests, which is extremely difficult to transport out of the mountains. The small stream winding around the mountain usually has low water levels, far from enough to float those massive logs, so they can only be selected during heavy rain. The mountain paths become muddy and slippery, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being swept away by floods, making it quite dangerous. Fortunately, there were no young men from the village who drowned that time. Some say it was because that transportation of wood was assisted by the schoolteacher Qi Jingchan, who personally went to help and taught people how to operate, so it was thanks to Mr. Qi that everything went smoothly. When they reached the steps of the covered bridge to the north, Lu Xianyang suddenly sat down on a large, long slab of blue stone, and Chen Ping'an had no choice but to squat beside him. Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, if it weren't for me, would you and Song Jisun have become very good friends? Chen Ping'an shook his head, maybe a little better, but not by much. Lu Xianyang curiously asked, why not? You two are neighbors and about the same age. To be honest, Song Jisun likes to show off his knowledge and speaks harshly. But it seems he hasn't done anything morally wrong. You have a good temper, so why not? Chen Ping'an smiled and replied, let's not talk about this. When we get to the blacksmith shop, you mustn't be careless. Whether you can keep your family's precious armor depends on whether you can become Master Ruan's apprentice. Got it. Got it. Chen Ping'an, to be honest, you really need to change your nagging habit, or else you might drive me crazy. Lu Xianyang leaned back, resting the back of his head on the top step of the covered bridge, looking up at the blue sky, and said, you've gone far with old Yao and climbed high. Just how far can you see from up there? Chen Ping'an casually pulled out a piece of licorice, brushed off the dust, and began to chew, mumbling, the farthest I saw was probably the year before last, when I went back and forth with old Yao for about 10 days. We circled more than 10 peaks that were under prohibition, and finally reached a very strange mountain. So high it was frightening. You might not believe it, but when we reached halfway up, it was all clouds and mist. In the end, after a lot of effort, old Yao and I finally reached the top, and then Lu Xianyang waited for a long time but didn't hear the rest, turned his head and laughed. You can't just stop halfway like this. Chen Ping'an felt a bit sentimental and softly said, you know, old Yao has a very poor impression of me. He has almost never talked reason with me and is unwilling to teach me the true skills of making porcelain. Every time we go into the mountains, he doesn't like to talk, and often from entering the mountains to returning to the dragon kiln, we hardly say a few words. But that time when we reached the top, he was probably in a good mood and spoke more, telling me to look at the scenery over there. But after seeing it, don't say too much when coming down. A person should focus on their work. Just chatting will only embarrass you later, even if you leave the town. Lu Xianyang comforted him. I'm not saying good things about old Yao. He doesn't like you, but he doesn't hate you either. He has that bad temper with everyone. He is just a bit nicer to me. Chen Ping'an nodded. So deep down, I have always been very grateful to old Yao. Lu Xianyang suddenly got angry. After all that, you still haven't said what you saw. Chen Ping'an pointed to the east. The mountain we climbed is already very high. But from the top, I saw another mountain even higher to the east. I can't even describe how high it is. Lu Xianying cursed. What's so special about seeing a high mountain? I thought you saw some immortal riding the clouds. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and said longingly, maybe there really are immortals up there? Lu Xianying laughed and asked, Chen Ping'an, do you think immortals need to eat, drink, and take a dump? Chen Ping'an rubbed his chin and replied, if immortals also need to take a dump, that would be quite strange. Lu Xianying slapped Chen Ping'an's head hard, and then stood up and ran. Then that means the immortal just took a dump on your head. Lu Xianying's slap wasn't light, leaving Chen Ping'an a bit dizzy. He didn't think about chasing the tall boy but got up and muttered to himself, thunder, is that the immortals snoring while they sleep? And when it rains, surely it's not the immortals peeing, right? That would be too miserable. Chen Ping'an quickened his pace and soon caught up with Lu Xianying, playfully roughhousing. They finally arrived at the blacksmith's shop by the stream, which had already constructed 7 or 8 buildings, including yellow mud houses and thatched cottages. In Chen Ping'an's eyes, these were all piles of copper coins. A large group of young boys and young men from the town were busy digging wells, most of whom were apprentices from the dragon kiln like Lu Xianying. After losing the porcelain rice bowl granted by the emperor, being able to continue in the blacksmith shop to secure a job was considered very fortunate. However, according to Lu Xianying, most of those helping out were temporary workers doing odd jobs, and Master Ruan said he would only take a few formal apprentices. The rest could at most become long-term workers. Lu Xianying waved, you wait here. I'm going to greet Master Ruan and see if I can show you the blacksmithing scene. TSK, if you see his daughter swinging the hammer to forge iron, I guarantee it will scare you to death. Chen Ping'an stood still and didn't wander around. Looking around, he could already see the outlines of 7 water wells, with the wellheads still having the pulley frames and enclosures. Some wellheads had people popping out, using their heads to push against the buckets. Watching those busy digging wells, Chen Ping'an habitually squatted down and picked up a handful of soil, slowly rubbing it between his fingers. It felt quite moist, but wasn't water-rich soil. On the contrary, it was fire soil. But it was the last type of fire soil. According to Old Yao, this is called July-flowing fire soil. Its properties would naturally turn cool, not too dry. And it has strong plasticity, which means it would be good for reinforcing the well walls without collapsing. It was evident that even if Master Ruan wasn't an expert at digging wells, he was definitely not a novice. However, Chen Ping'an didn't quite understand why they needed to dig so many wells in such a small area. Turning his head towards the stream, he smiled. Now, this nameless little stream looked like a treasure trove filled with gold, silver, and copper coins to the grass-sandaled boy. However, after gathering snake gallstones tonight, Chen Ping'an planned to sneak a trip to Mud Bottle Alley, according to Gukan's whispers before leaving town, to dig something under the big water tank at his home. Gukan had been in a hurry when he left and didn't say much, only that it was a treasure of his family that even his mother didn't know he had hidden there. Just thinking about that snotty kid made Chen Ping'an want to laugh. In the past, Chen Ping'an had been Lu Xianying's little shadow, following him to catch fish, snakes, and birds' nests. After growing up, he also had a little follower behind him. For the lonely grass-sandaled boy, one was his brother, and the other was his younger brother. One needed his gratitude, and the other needed his care. So after all these years, Chen Ping'an lived a tough life, but not a bitter one. Volume 1, The Caged Bird, Chapter 36. Ancient books. Lu Xianying quickly ran back with a basket on his back. Chen Ping'an was watching the scene of digging and transporting soil by the well when Lu Xianying kicked him in the butt, almost making the grass-sandaled boy fall. Upon turning back to see it was the tall boy, he didn't hold it against him. Lu Xianying said casually, it's settled. Master Ruan told me to stay here and not run around these days. I'll dig wells during the day and forge iron at night. After half a month, I'll become his first apprentice in this small town. What's it called again? The first disciple. I brought you a basket to help you feel for stones. Starting from the blacksmith shop all the way to the covered bridge. Just to be clear, I want to be able to help you with the water hole by the green bull's back. Master Ruan said if I dare to cross over even half a step north or west of the covered bridge in these days, he'll break my legs. Lu Xianying hugged the straw shoe boy's neck and whispered, Master Ruan said nothing gets lost in this small town. He also said those outsiders follow a strange rule. Merchants can make fair deals and also cheat and swindle. Even beggars can scavenge, but they can never be sneaky thieves. He said here, the heavens want to doze off or close their eyes, They're always watching us. Isn't that creepy? Anyway, I feel uneasy. Lu Xianying suddenly threatened. Chun, you can keep living in my house, but don't you dare sell my family's precious armor before I get back. Chen Ping'an punched Lu Xianying in the chest, causing the tall boy to quickly let go and rub his chest before catching his breath, cursing, "You skinny bamboo pole. Where did you get such strength? Just because you walk 100 miles with old Yao every now and then, or chop wood and make charcoal for months in the deep mountains, does that mean you get stronger?" Chen Ping'an laughed. Anyway, I'm carrying a basket of stones and can still run back to the town faster than you. Lu Xianying squinted. Then let us see who can hold their breath underwater longer. As they approached the creek, Chen Ping'an bent down to roll up his pants and said casually, "I'm not going to compete on something like breath holding." Before entering the water, Chen Ping'an picked a lot of spring grass from the creek bank to cushion the basket and nagged that after picking up 20 stones, he needed to add more grass. Lu Xianying was so annoyed that he almost threw the basket on Chen Ping'an, but the latter refused, saying if he carried the basket, Lu Xianying's impulsive nature would lead him to just throw stones in without care, which would hurt his feelings. Lu Xianying nearly gave up right there. These colorful stones had been worthless for thousands of years, so why did they suddenly become precious and delicate in Chen Ping'an's hands? And he even dares to complain about Lu Xianying's technique not being gentle enough? In the end, the tall boy reluctantly entered the water to feel for stones, while Chen Ping'an planned to scour the entire creek with him. The creek water was mostly knee-deep, with some slightly higher areas reaching the waist. And occasionally there were small water holes as tall as a person, usually at the foot of large rocks. At these spots, it was Lu Xianying's time to shine. He first handed the basket to the boy in straw shoes squatting on a big rock, then dived underwater in one breath, searching through the crevices of the massive stones and the stacked rocks to find the snake gallstone he wanted. Of course, Chen Ping'an could do it too, but it would be much harder and take far more time and effort than Lu Xianying. Before reaching the covered bridge, the basket was already filled to about 70 or 80%, including a dark green snake gallstone that Lu Xianying had to feel for 3 times at the bottom of a deep hole before finally retrieving it. It was as large as a palm, mixed with golden specks, had wave-like patterns, was dense and heavy, and when Chen Ping'an rubbed it with his hand, it actually sparkled with a sharp brilliance. Anyone who wasn't tea-blind could tell this stone was extraordinary. Finally, the two boys sat side by side on a large rock in the creek. Lu Xianying supported himself with his hands on the stone surface, gazing at the slowly flowing creek, and asked, "Chen Ping'an, have you thought about leaving the small town in the future?" Chen Ping'an replied, "Not really. I need money to go far, and besides, what will happen to the house after I leave? No one will help clean it up. What if it collapses one day? And I also need to regularly pull weeds at my parents' graves." Lu Xianying said helplessly, "Why do you always think about useless things? It's pointless. No wonder Song Jisun said you're destined to be stuck in a dead end, going around in circles in such a small place for your whole life." Chen Ping'an turned his head and smiled, asking, "Do you remember what I told you last time about that tree?" Lu Xianying replied irritably, "Is a tree growing on a grave worth making a fuss over? Besides, that's the grave of another branch of the Chen family. It has nothing to do with you, Chen Ping'an." Chen Ping'an sat cross-legged and sighed softly. "I wonder how many people with the surname Chen are there outside the small town." Lu Xianying shot down his thought. "I don't know about outside the small town, but I know that in the small town, there are only a few cats and dogs with the surname Chen. And besides you, they all seem to be the offspring of those 4 surnames and 10 clans, born into slavery for generations. It's funny that these people act like cattle and horses in the house, bowing and scraping, but as soon as they step outside those big houses, they change their faces and love to look down on others. So old Yao is right. If one day you, Chen Ping'an, go to be their servant, then your branch of the Chen family that hasn't migrated out of the small town will be completely finished." According to old Yao, there were originally 2 branches of the Chen family in the small town, but one branch migrated out a long time ago. Chen Ping'an's branch used to prosper, but that was a long time ago. Even old Yao couldn't say how many hundreds of years it had been. 500 years, 800 years, or even 1,000 years. Later, it split into several branches, and the population dwindled, likely taking all the luck with the migrating branch. The incense offerings often ceased, leading to many graves gradually being neglected. And most of the mountains where the graves were located were gradually ordered by the officials sent by the court to become forbidden mountains. The last time old Yao took Chen Ping'an into the mountains, he pointed out a place to him. saying it was where another branch of the Chen family's ancestors were buried, with the grave located on that mountain, which had excellent feng shui. As for Chen Ping'an's branch, old Yao said even the immortals couldn't find it. For the past few hundred years, the descendants of this Chen family had been unremarkable, just a bunch of dilapidated households, holding on without becoming servants for the 4 surnames and 10 clans, and were utterly useless. Chen Ping'an once secretly visited that grave of the Chen ancestor, but when he arrived, it was just overgrown with weeds. And he saw many foxes and rabbits, but never found the grave. There was a tree there that the straw-shoe boy couldn't recognize, not tall, much shorter than the old locust tree in the town. Weeds were rampant, foxes and rabbits roamed, lonely and desolate, with just one tree thriving. Chen Ping'an shook his head. Before my mother passed away, she made me swear that I could beg for food, even if I starved to death. I must not become a servant for those wealthy families. Lu Xianying blurted out. Then didn't your mother also make you swear not to go work as an apprentice at the dragon kiln before she died? The straw-shoe boy's face darkened, neither rebutting nor getting angry after being caught out. Lu Xianying felt a bit guilty, not the type to easily say sorry after doing something wrong. He had to pretend nothing had happened and got up, saying, let us go, time to dig wells. By the way, I'll talk to Master Wan again and try to get you to come here as a short-term apprentice. Then you can easily feel for stones. Chen Ping'an said, no rush. Let those 2 groups of people give up and leave the small town first. During this time, I'll help you watch the house. Lu Xianying curiously asked, why do you think I can escape a calamity by apprenticing under Master Wan? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment, uncertainly replied, it's like when it suddenly rains. You have to find a roof to hide under, right? Lu Xianying turned to look at the sword furnace blacksmith shop and wondered, who exactly is Master Wan? He doesn't seem like a very impressive person. Can he keep those 2 groups of people in check? Chen Ping'an comforted, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Lu Xianying turned his head and said, you, Chen Ping'an, look like a poor person. Are you a poor person? Chen Ping'an grinned, speechless. Lu Xianying stood up and asked, do you want me to help carry it to the corridor bridge? Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, no need, it's not heavy. Remember to return the basket to me next time. After Lu Xianying said this, he jumped off the giant rock and walked quickly through the stream, splashing water everywhere. Chen Ping'an picked up the basket and carefully descended from the giant rock. After reaching the shore, he slowly walked towards the corridor bridge. After walking for a while, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Xianying. Under the warm spring sun, the tall boy snatched the basket from the grass shoe boy and carried it himself, turning to mock from a distance. You carrying that basket looks like a little grasshopper carrying a big stone. Really pitiful. Just out of kindness, I'll help you carry it to the corridor bridge. In the spring breeze, the 2 boys walked together. Lu Xianying continued, if I, with the surname Chen, achieve success in my studies in the future, I must go out and see the world, marry a wife more beautiful than Ji Gui, drink the finest wine, live in the biggest house, and ride the fastest horse. I want to see mountains that are as high as the sky and rivers that are countless times larger than our little stream. In short, I, Lu Xianying, will definitely not wait to die here for the rest of my life. In the spring breeze, the tall boy envisioned his future while the grass shoe boy chewed on roots, one speaking and the other listening. Chen Ping'an carried a basket of stones back to Lu Xianying's yard, still picking out the few stones he liked the most to take to the side room, leaving the rest in the kitchen. After locking the door to the house and the yard, he ran towards Mud Bottle Alley. When he arrived at his own yard, he saw the girl in black sitting in the yard soaking up the sun. After greeting her, Chen Ping'an began to prepare medicine. The sound of chopping wood continually came from the neighboring yard, which was strange. Although Song Jisun lived a life without parents in the eyes of outsiders, he had never lacked food and clothing over the years. In fact, he was always quite well off. Not to say he lived better than the young masters in the 4 surnames houses, but he certainly did not fall short compared to the direct descendants of the 10 clans. The 4 treasures of the study, elegant items on the desk, and the clear offerings in the study, many luxurious items that Chen Ping'an had never seen or heard of, were frequently moved into Song Jisun's room. In fact, there were never any truly dirty or physically demanding chores in Song Jisun's place. The pickled vegetables were too smelly, and Song Jisun did not allow the maid Ji Gui to do that. Chopping wood was too tiring, and every year, Song Jisun would directly buy bundles of firewood and bags of high-quality charcoal. When Chen Ping'an brought the medicinal soup to the girl in black, the sound of chopping wood from the neighboring yard was still intermittent. while Ning girl was drinking the medicine. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but walk to the wall of the yard, tiptoeing to look over, and found Jigui wielding a kitchen knife, chopping something. It was a wooden dummy. Having burned porcelain for many years, Chen Ping'an had seen many good things and chopped countless trees. So he could tell the approximate depth at a glance. The wood had a jade-like color and was definitely very old, and the dummy was covered with dense red and black dots. Jigui had chopped the puppet into many pieces. The girl suddenly turned her head and noticed Chen Ping'an. With sweat and dirt on her face, she raised her arm to wipe her face and forced a smile, saying, "You're back. I wanted to borrow a kitchen knife from you earlier, but your guest at home wouldn't open the door for me." Chen Ping'an was taken aback for a moment. "I'll get you a kitchen knife right away. Just don't use too much force at the beginning. A kitchen knife is different from a chopping knife and can slip easily. Don't hurt yourself." The girl sat on a small stool, exhausted, and waved her hand. "Got it. Hurry up and get it." When Chen Ping'an retrieved the kitchen knife, the girl was already standing by the yard wall, smiling and asking, "Do you know what that thing is?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "I don't know." Jigui did not provide an answer either, turning back to sit on the small stool and chopping vigorously. Watching her clumsy and strenuous actions and various awkward postures made Chen Ping'an anxious. However, since she had not asked for help, Chen Ping'an did not want to overstep. Turning around, he found that Ning girl was no longer in the yard. Chen Ping'an remembered something and quickly walked towards the house, placing something on the table across from the girl in black. It was a snake gallstone, just right to fit in the palm of his hand, like a block of frozen honey, with delicate patterns and a very proper color. Ning Yao looked a bit puzzled. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Ning girl, this is for you." The girl in black, who always kept the knife close, suddenly asked, "Is this your favorite?" Chen Ping'an felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "This one might be ranked fourth. The best three have already been hidden away." Only then did she accept the stone, pinching it between her fingers and raising it above her head. The light streamed through the window into the room, reflecting on the stone. She tilted her head back, squinting her eyes, carefully observing the subtle patterns on the stone. She looked at the stone. The boy looked at her. In the deep night, a boy stealthily entered Mud Bottle Alley, like a wild cat moving silently, quietly arriving at Gu Kan's yard. He found the large water tank that was placed in the corner of the yard and squatted down. Discovering that the originally neatly stacked snake gallstones had been rummaged through and scattered, as if this person knew the value of the stones even earlier than Chen Ping'an. Gu Kan was the only eccentric in the town who liked to collect snake gallstones, and regardless of how many he found in the stream, he would only take one back home each time, choosing only the one he found most pleasing. Over the years, he had accumulated 50 or 60 stones, which he used to cover the gaps at the bottom of the water tank. After moving away many dried snake gallstones, Chen Ping'an saw that there were no digging marks at the bottom of the water tank, which relieved him. He began to scrape the soil little by little with his right hand, and when he finally touched the butter paper, his heart jolted, and he slowed down. Finally, he took out the object wrapped in butter paper, which seemed to be a book. After hiding it in his arms, Chen Ping'an refilled the soil and carefully examined the remaining snake gallstones. The remaining stones were all lifeless. Compared to the stones Chen Ping'an had recently picked up from the stream, whether in color, texture, or weight, they were completely different. The stones before him resembled lifeless old men, while those Chen Ping'an had fished out were like newborn infants, full of vitality. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and decided to leave Mud Bottle Alley from the direction of his own house. When he reached the entrance of Song Jisen's yard, he heard a creak, and the door opened. Chen Ping'an had to pretend to knock on his own door, calling out, "Ning girl, are you asleep? I came back to get something." The lights in the house quickly turned on, and the girl in black opened the yard door for Chen Ping'an. On the other side, the maid Ji Gui slowly walked out of the house. After reaching the yard, she saw the vague figure of Chen Ping'an, holding a large, yellowed book in her arms. She shook her head and clicked her tongue, as if she had caught a pair of lovers. She walked alone in Mud Bottle Alley, bouncing and skipping. Her golden yellow heavy pupils appeared particularly cold and sacred in the dark alley. The slender and graceful girl moved like a dragon swimming through the narrow stone crevices, as if once she exited the alley, she would transform into a dragon. Although Ning Yao allowed Chen Ping'an into the yard and even into the house, her expression was not good. Sitting at the table, one arm leaned against the sheath of her knife, her fingers lightly tapping the hilt. After Chen Ping'an confirmed that Ji Gui had entered the alley, he awkwardly explained, "I went to Gu Kan's house to get something, and she just happened to be leaving. So I had to come here to hide." "Miss Ning, Please don't think too much about it. She asked, what is it? Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment and took out the butter paper package, saying, I don't know either. She turned around and said, you should open it and see for yourself first, then decide if you want me to know. Chen Ping'an nodded, sat across from her at the table, and began to unwrap the layers of butter paper. Bits of dirt fell onto the table, and eventually, an ancient book was revealed. The cover of the book only had 2 characters, and Chen Ping'an recognized one of them, Mountain. He placed the ancient book on the table, turned it around, and pushed it toward the girl in black, curiously asking, Miss Ning, how do you read this character? The girl turned back, glanced down, and said Han. The book's title is Han Mountain. Han Mountain. The girl in black frowned and reached for the ancient book, but Chen Ping'an moved back a bit. In that moment, the girl stiffened, seething with anger, feeling as if she had never been so humiliated before. Ning Yao, the daughter of 2 great sword immortals from the 12 floors, had always been hailed as the top sword immortal prodigy since her birth. Even though she had run away from home for many years, she had only ever lost in sword duels or contests of magic. No one had ever insulted her character in such a way. A mere book, and she had to use her status to read, peek, or possess it. Ning Yao tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, narrowing her strikingly beautiful eyes and delicate lips. Upon closer inspection, Ning Yao was extremely beautiful, but her aura of resolute spirit completely overshadowed any trace of femininity. However, the next sentence from the boy in straw sandals had a magical effect that almost caused the girl to choke on her emotions. Miss Ning, I got this book from Gukan's house. Although I don't think it counts as stealing, I still need to return it to Gukan later. But since we are friends now, I hope that whatever is written in this book, you'll just keep it to yourself after reading it. The girl took a deep breath, slammed her hand on the table, and glared. What are you looking at? Go ahead and look for yourself. I don't care. Chen Ping'an's next sentence made the girl feel both amused and exasperated. Miss Ning, I can't read. Can you teach me? The girl's heart shifted, and she scoffed. Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you? Think about it. Gukan clearly has a lot of ancestral blessings. Even Lu Xianyang, a natural sword prodigy, can't compare. In this small town, there haven't been many who can rival him. So how bad could the family heirloom he carefully treasures be? Aren't you afraid I might get greedy and monopolize this invaluable manual? Under the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the boy in straw sandals smiled slightly without explaining anything. The girl snorted coldly, shifted her position, and gestured for him to sit next to her. But Chen Ping'an remained seated across for a long time. The girl, annoyed, said with a laugh, I, Ning Yao, can take on 100 of you with one hand. At this point, she began to laugh at herself. Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? Chen Ping'an sat beside the girl, feeling a bit anxious and nervous. Ning Yao was still caught up in the context of her previous statement, sinking deeper into her thoughts, muttering to herself. I can take on 100 Chen Ping'ans with one hand. That saying is quite versatile. When I meet someone and after sparring, if they lose to me, I can say, you only have the strength of 3,000 Chen Ping'ans and dare to fight me. Feels good. If I encounter a fierce beast, like a monstrous serpent, I can tell myself this creature is equivalent to 30,000 Chen Ping'ans. Run, haha, that's good. Chen Ping'an felt utterly bewildered as the girl in black suddenly broke into silly laughter. Her laughter made the impoverished boy feel as if he were a wealthy man. At that moment, neither the boy nor the girl could foresee the weight and significance of the phrase, I can take on 100 Chen Ping'ans with one hand, which would manifest in the long years to come, especially when the boy in straw sandals was no longer a boy. The further they went, the more true it would become. Ning Yao finally snapped back to reality, cleared her throat, sat up straight, took the ancient book, quickly flipped through a few pages, then closed the book, tapping her finger on the cover twice. She turned to Chen Ping'an and said calmly, this is a manual for boxing, called Han Mountain. According to the rules of the martial world, you can call it the Han Mountain Manual. Chen Ping'an looked expectantly, and then? The girl in black suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and tried to maintain a serious demeanor as she opened a page. With her slender finger, as delicate as a green onion, she pointed to the preface on the first page, sliding down while reading. In my hometown, there is a small insect called Chifu, which spends its entire life, unlike its counterparts elsewhere, carrying stones into the water. My boxing technique distinguishes between life and death, not victory or defeat. It emphasizes the spirit over the technique. When one practices these 6 styles of boxing to perfection, the killing power is immense, capable of deeply injuring one's lungs and heart. Although the Han Mountain Manual had never been considered a high-quality boxing manual in the present world, I have always believed that there must be a place for this boxing technique in the vast martial arts world. I hope that a fated person will carry it forward. Ning Yao patiently read the preface to Chen Ping'an sentence by sentence. The thin booklet contained only 6 boxing techniques, but the preface was quite lengthy. After finishing the preface, Ning Yao pushed the boxing manual toward Chen Ping'an, patted him on the shoulder, and casually said, "Take good care of it. Don't let it get stolen." Chen Ping'an nodded, cautiously extending both hands to support the ancient boxing manual. Ning Yao couldn't help but want to laugh, thinking, does this book really have legs to run away on its own? Or are you, Chen Ping'an, afraid it will fall? Chen Ping'an rubbed his right hand on his clothes and then opened the pages, reading the preface word by word. Afterward, with illustrations, he found it quite confusing. Ning Yao sat sideways, resting her elbow on the table, looking at the boy's profile, teasing, "Are you feeling like you've struck it rich? Will you need a golden axe for chopping wood and a golden bowl for eating?" The boy didn't look up, concentrating on the illustrations and the text that resembled heavenly script, and bluntly said, "Actually, when I saw your expression earlier, I knew this boxing manual wouldn't be too good, but it doesn't matter. It's already good enough for me." Ning Yao raised an eyebrow and replied candidly, "I've seen or heard of things that are indeed very good, but beyond that, I can only distinguish between good and bad. However, how good a good thing is, or how bad a bad thing is hard to say." Chen Ping'an lifted his head. "So this Han Mountain Manual is in the category of good but not too good?" Ning Yao said irritably, "I don't even know how to describe just how terrible this broken boxing manual is." The boy in straw sandals blinked, a smile creeping onto his lips. Clearly, he already had an idea in mind and was just teasing the girl. Ning Yao reached for her sword, drawing it an inch out of its sheath, and threatened, "Do you want to be cut?" Chen Ping'an glanced at the green-sheathed long sword at her waist and sincerely praised, "It looks great." Ning Yao accepted the compliment nonchalantly. "Of course, it's a sword I personally selected." Chen Ping'an looked at her, feeling a bit envious and admiring of her confidence. Even though she was the same age as him and in a strange land, she seemed like a rising sun, unstoppable no matter the circumstances. This was evident from the careful and cautious demeanor of Taoist Lu when interacting with her, which Chen Ping'an, with his sharp mind, could perceive. Unable to help himself, Chen Ping'an said, "If only sunlight could be exchanged for copper coins." Ning Yao, puzzled, asked, "Chen Ping'an, are you going crazy thinking about money?" Chen Ping'an quickly changed the subject, flipping to the first page of the boxing manual. "Miss Ning, could you help me read the text on this illustration?" After thinking for a moment, Ning Yao did not refuse, but asked, "Do you know why I could tell at first glance that this boxing manual isn't that good?" Chen Ping'an shook his head, saying, "I'm curious about that too." The girl smiled and, sitting cross-legged on the bench facing the boy, pointed to the open boxing manual and patiently explained, "Martial artists' martial arts manuals and the cultivation methods of practitioners generally have 3 types of recording methods. The first type is this Shaking Mountain Manual, which uses ordinary paper pages. How many years it can be preserved depends on luck. Aside from wars and disasters, the long passage of time, humidity, ant damage, etc., will gradually lead to deterioration and disappearance, right?" Chen Ping'an nodded in realization. The girl continued, "Therefore, in this way of carrying words through physical objects, an unwritten rule has emerged, which emphasizes the rarity of the material. The item that bears the text should match the value of the content, just like you wouldn't use a box made of elm wood to hold a national jade seal." Chen Ping'an contemplated this. Ning Yao hesitated slightly, but decided to speak frankly to the boy. The second type does not rely on written words, but emphasizes teaching through example. These are often the secret skills of sects and gangs, usually kept hidden from others, or with complicated rules like passing down to males, but not females. Even many so-called direct disciples or inner disciples may not fully grasp the true teachings. The essence of true transmission lies here. Ning Yao sighed. As for the last type, it can only be understood intuitively and cannot be verbally transmitted. Even if spoken, it cannot be fully expressed. For example, the 2 forces that have entered this town. Kai Jinjian from Yunxiao Mountain. Her Yunxiao Mountain has the phenomenon of observing the sea of clouds, where the clouds and mist are particularly special, rich in spiritual energy. Praised by your East Baoping continent's Qi refiners as a heavenly wonder. Some can even transform into the ancestors of past generations, if one has the opportunity. They can meet and communicate with them. Meanwhile, the rich sword energy at the peak of Zhengyang Mountain is said to appear due to fortunate coincidences, where the sword spirits of the ancestors of Xinjiang's peaks may manifest, evolving the sword path. Whether one can see them depends on their fortune, not on status or cultivation. Ning Yao concluded, of course, there is no absolute ranking among these three types. If the first type were engraved on a jade disc or on bamboo from one of the 72 blessed lands, which produces a mysterious type of writing bamboo, it would be a different matter. Besides that, there are countless strange objects. As long as you travel far enough, you will always encounter surprises. In this vast world, there are wonders everywhere. You should go out and explore, not to mention the desire to leave East Baoping continent in this world. At least strive to reach the borders of the Great Li dynasty. Chen Ping'an responded with hum, clearly preoccupied with the boxing manual. He pointed to a character, Miss Ning. How do you pronounce this? The girl, irritated, retorted roll. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow Chapter 38. 9 Realms. Chen Ping'an looked skeptical, while Ning Yao glared at him. Pointing at the string of text, really, it's pronounced roll. This boxing technique is derived from the Dali view of rain, with the boxing momentum rolling away. Like ink rain pouring down to the mortal realm, rolling off the dragon wall of the Dali imperial palace, cascading down. Chen Ping'an focused on the several illustrations of the boxing techniques, arranged like a military formation on a single page. Each figure throwing a punch was not large, and the charcoal sketches were not particularly detailed, but thanks to Chen Ping'an's keen eyesight, he could still see everything clearly under the dim light. After hearing Ning Yao's somewhat incomprehensible words, he murmured, "This boxing technique sounds very powerful." Ning Yao leaned over slightly, looking at the illustrations, and nodded. There is a boxing technique that has been passed down in the martial world for thousands of years and has not been lost. It bears some resemblance to this boxing manual. Chen Ping'an turned to ask curiously, how so? In the dim light, the girl's long eyebrows curved slightly, like a spring breeze bending a peach branch. Suppressing her laughter, she said, there is a set of boxing techniques in the martial world suitable for all ages. Called turtle boxing. Just flail randomly, and you are sure to be able to beat a master. The boy helplessly replied, that's not how you say it. Chen Ping'an imagined this and thought it was just Gu Qian's signature move and famous skill, right? In his memory, Gu Qian's mother seemed to have had an unpleasant argument many years ago in front of a makeup shop in Xinghua Alley. At that time, Gu Qian was just learning to walk, and his father, being an outsider and often away from home, had long been forgotten by the neighbors in Nipping Alley. The women of that time began to worry that their men would slow down when passing by Gu Qian's widow's house, simply because of the women's clothes hanging on the bamboo pole, which could easily lure their souls away. Later, Granny Ma gathered 5 or 6 women to confront Gu Qian's courtyard. The Gu family suffered a lot in that battle, but Granny Ma and her group did not gain much benefit either. They both suffered losses. However, as time went on, the Gu family was ultimately outnumbered, and even their clothes were torn apart. Her clothing was already thin, and it was inevitable that a glimpse of spring would be revealed, causing those women, feeling ashamed, to go mad, scratching and tearing with all their might, making the men around the alley swallow hard. Fortunately, at that time, Chen Ping'an happened to return to the town from the dragon kiln, having been taken care of by the Gu family for many years. He went to help Gu Qian's mother fend off many underhanded attacks. Throughout the ordeal, the straw sandal boy did not dare to fight back. Not because he was afraid of causing trouble, but because he was afraid that one punch would kill someone. At that time, the boy, amidst the shouting and cursing of Old Man Yao, had already walked through countless mountains and rivers, having traveled more in his 12 or 13 years than many elderly people in small towns had in their lifetimes. At that time, the boy and the women sat at the courtyard entrance, while Gu Qian remained locked inside, likely not wanting her child to see her mother's disheveled appearance. The boy turned to look and pointed to the corner of the woman's mouth. The woman casually smirked, then extended her thumb, vigorously wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth. The child in the courtyard cried heart-wrenchingly, calling for his mother. The woman first smiled at the straw sandal boy, then suddenly tears rolled out of her eyes. The next day, a reluctant burden was added to the straw sandal boy's side. Ning Yao's question interrupted Chen Ping'an's deep thoughts. What are you thinking about? Chen Ping'an asked. Do you think that after Gu Qian and his mother left the town with Zhejiang Jinjuan, they can live a good life? Ning Yao countered. Do you think they were living poorly in Nipping Alley? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. Gu Qian is heartless and young, so he probably doesn't think life is hard. However, his mother probably doesn't see the town as a good place, especially since she doesn't like the women from Nipping Alley and Xinghua Alley. And I feel that Gukin's mother seems to be inherently unsuitable for this small town. She always feels very unwilling. According to old Yao's words, if a man is uncertain, he aspires to faraway places. If a woman is uncertain, she will seek to stray. I think this saying is not quite right. Ning Yao suddenly straightened up, slammed the table, and said, "What are you talking about? Do you still want to learn the martial arts manual?" Chen Ping'an was startled. "Miss Ning, please continue." Ning Yao said impatiently, "Talking about cultivation with you is meaningless because you are destined to be unable to cultivate. So I can only talk to you about martial arts." Just as Chen Ping'an was about to say something, the girl continued on her own. The martial arts of the world are divided into 9 realms. Of course, some say there is actually a 10th realm above the 9. Just like every major dynasty keeps a group of chess players waiting for orders. At this point, the girl's mood improved significantly, and she smiled and asked, "Chen Ping'an, do you know what a waiting chess player is?" Chen Ping'an honestly shook his head. The girl's face sparkled with excitement. A master of Go, a 9 Dan, is equivalent to a first-rank official in the court. However, some once-in-a-century geniuses are honored as 10 Dan national masters, and these people will have all sorts of fancy, unique titles. Your Greatly Dynasty's waiting chess players are particularly embarrassing. It is said that your 9 Dan is only equivalent to the 7 Dan strength of the Sui dynasty. In the entire Greatly, there is only one guy nicknamed Embroidered Tiger who is truly regarded as a rival in the Sui chess world. Oh, by the way, do you know what Go is? Chen Ping'an nodded. I know. I understand the rules a bit, but I don't know how to play. Song Jisun and Ji Goei have a board and pieces at home. The girl looked disappointed. Oh, I see. She had gone around in circles. But the boy still didn't understand what the 9 realms were. The girl seemed to realize that she was a bit unreliable, cleared her throat, and said seriously, "My mother said that the 9 realms of martial arts have 1 step for each stage. But even if you reach the peak of the 9th realm, the final scene is like standing on a mountain, looking up at another mountain in the distance, but you can only see halfway up." Chen Ping'an pondered, "I understand." Because the boy had witnessed this scene with his own eyes. The girl didn't care whether the boy really understood, and continued. The 9 realms of martial arts are divided into refining the body, refining the chi, and refining the spirit, each with 3 layers of realms. One must step up step by step. Every step cannot be mistaken, and the more solidly you walk, the better. The speed of walking is not so important. This is quite different from cultivation. The 3 realms of refining the body. The first layer is the mud body realm. Just by the name, you can tell it is rough, like the mud bottle lane where your house is located. However, when you reach the peak, your body becomes like a mud bodhisattva. Although it is made of clay, it still has some extraordinary qualities. Chi sinks into the dantian, unmoving as a mountain. And that is when you truly enter the path of martial arts. In short, the essence of this layer lies in one word, scattered and another word, settled. The talent and comprehension of a martial artist can be seen immediately by their guiding master. The second layer is the wood body realm, which means your physique begins to transform from coarse to fine. When perfected, the skin's texture becomes intricate and orderly, like being engraved with symbols all over, just like this snake gallstone I picked up from the creek. It is fundamentally different from an ordinary pebble. The profound meaning of this realm is to open the mountain and widen the meridians, transforming a narrow path like a goat's path into a broad road that can accommodate horse-drawn carts. The quality of a martial artist's foundation can be clearly distinguished in this realm. As she spoke, the girl held up the stone that the boy had given her. She gazed at the beautiful stone illuminated by the lamp and softly said, "The last realm of refining the body is called the mercury mirror. The blood becomes thick like mercury, but its weight is lighter, and the chi and blood merge as one. To break through the threshold requires overcoming a tribulation called the mud bodhisattva crossing the river, whether one can successfully pass the final threshold, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, depends on the martial artist's luck." Chen Ping'an listened, somewhat confused, staring at the oil lamp as its light flickered, his mind swaying along with it. The girl yawned, leaned on the table, and lazily said, "That's about it for now. The 3 realms of refining the body have already blocked off 80% of the martial artists. It is even harder to make further progress. You must understand the principle of poor scholars studying literature and rich scholars studying martial arts. Except for my hometown. This is true everywhere in the world. Based on your background and your comprehension, I estimate that reaching the 2nd layer of the realm in this lifetime would be a high blessing." Chen Ping'an asked, "So how do I practice this martial arts manual?" The girl raised an eyebrow. "We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm a bit tired." Chen Ping'an replied, "Then I'll go get some stones with a basket and come find Miss Ning tomorrow." The girl said, "If you don't mind, leave the martial arts manual here. I'll check if there are any mistakes or if it might be a trap." Chen Ping'an smiled. "Okay, but Miss Ning, remember to be careful. I still need to return this shaking mountain manual to Gu Qin in its original form." The girl turned her head and frowned. "How many times do you have to say it before you feel at ease?" The boy chuckled as he picked up the basket from the corner and reminded her as he left the room, "Miss Ning, don't forget to lock the courtyard door." The girl lay on the table, not turning her head, waved her hand weakly. I know. You talk more than my father." The boy moved lightly as a swallow, his figure disappearing into the alley. Once Chen Ping'an had left the mud bottle lane, the girl immediately straightened up, glaring at the martial arts manual with a look of enmity, then suddenly slumped down again, resting her head on the table, frowning and muttering to herself. "How can I teach this thing? I was born with the body of the world's greatest sword immortal. Why do I need to walk this path at the foot of the mountain? I can't even remember the names of the 365 acupoints. How can the qi naturally flow? I have known how to do this since I was in my mother's womb." The girl scratched her head with both hands, feeling utterly distressed. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded from outside the door. "Miss Ning?" Ning Yao's body stiffened, and she slowly turned around to see an extremely annoying dark face. She hardened her expression and said nothing. The boy swallowed, feeling apologetic. "I was afraid you would forget to lock the door, so I came to remind you. Also, if Miss Ning gets hungry at night, I can go to Lu Xianyang's house to make some late-night snacks and bring them to you before heading to the creek." The girl waved her hand dismissively. The boy immediately ran away. All the way, Chen Ping'an's mind was filled with the image of the first stance of the martial arts manual. The punch moves, the body moves, feet not leaving the ground. Like trudging through mud, the momentum is heavy as snow up to his knees, moving slowly. The boy didn't even realize that when he tried to practice the stance according to the manual, he unconsciously changed the rhythm and length of his breathing with each movement. He even whimsically thought practicing the punches in the creek would be even better. In front of Qi Jingshun were two seals, carved from the finest snake gallstones. They were small and had not yet been inscribed with any characters. During the day, the young scholar, whose temperament was warm as jade, visited the academy, and the two had a private conversation. The Confucian gentleman who had come from afar asked him a question. "Do you wish to inherit someone's last wishes and continue to bring peace to the world for generations to come?" Qi Jingshun had replied at that time, "Let me think about it." This was clearly not a very satisfactory answer, but the renowned young gentleman did not press him. He chatted with the long-admired Qi Jingshun about the customs of the small town and the changing fortunes beyond it before taking his leave. Throughout the conversation, the young gentleman did not ask how the jade tablet would be disposed of. However, Qi Jingshun knew very well that the gentleman from the Confucian Academy on Dongbao Pingzhou could endure, but the pair of golden boy and jade girl from the Taoist sect, the scripture-guarding monks from the Buddhist monasteries, the well-known ascetic from overseas, and the representative figures of the military school. These three factions were unlikely to consider the reputation of the Shanyao Academy, especially not to heed Qi Jingshun's wishes, and would undoubtedly reclaim their respective treasures without hesitation. However, these were all expected matters. Qi Jingshun sat upright, holding a carving knife, and for the first time found himself at a loss, not knowing how to carve the seal script for the stamp, sacrificing oneself for righteousness, giving up life for justice. This seemed a bit too grand for this child, inappropriate and inauspicious. Was it too empty to maintain peace and stand upright? But if it were three hastily carved emergency stamps, it would seem too insincere. Qi Jingshun turned to look out at the night sky, where stars twinkled like luminous pearls hanging against a black backdrop. Qi Jingshun was momentarily lost in thought, and only after a long while did he come back to himself, picking up the seal and starting to carve. Ultimately, he carved the 4 ancient seal characters for Jing Xian Deri, especially the first character Jing, which was the most filled with spirit and encompassed all. Qi Jingshun gently set down the seal, with the bottom facing up. He felt a sense of relief. The gray-haired Confucian scholar felt a slight stirring in his heart and waved his sleeve casually, causing the table's surface to quickly come alive with mountains and rivers unfolding in sequence. Finally, Qi Jingshun focused his gaze and saw a boy and a girl sitting side by side in a dilapidated ancestral home in a small town, discussing the overview of the 9 realms of martial arts. Above the 9 realms of martial arts, there was a 10th realm. Qi Jingshun had read extensively and was well acquainted with the affairs of the court and the martial world, naturally understanding matters of martial arts. A smile appeared on his otherwise stern face. Thus, this Confucian sage, who presided over a domain, made a harmless joke. He carved 3 characters on the second personal seal, Chen. Volume 1. The Caged Sparrow, Chapter 39. Cursing the Sephora tree, Chen Ping'an thought that if he were to touch stones during the day in the future, he could start from Lu Xianyang's side and go upstream until he reached that covered bridge. Therefore, he chose a location further upstream for tonight's first entry into the water, distancing himself from the covered bridge and the blue cliff known locally as the Green Bull's Back, where Chen Ping'an first met the girl in blue, thus missing the opportunity to meet Song Jisun and the supervising official. On the other side of the covered bridge, a plaque reading "Wind and Water Rise" hung high. The man in a white robe with a jade belt was nominally the supervising official of the dragon kiln, but in reality, he was the most powerful prince of the Dali kingdom. Under his lead, Song Jisun arrived at the foot of the covered bridge steps. Before coming, he had not only bathed and changed in the official office, but also wore a sachet and a plain dragon-shaped jade pendant, which was dull and unremarkable. Instead, that old dragon rain jade pendant, which was more exquisite in quality, appearance, and meaning, was forcefully ordered to be removed by the man, and he was absolutely forbidden to wear it. Song Jisun held 3 sticks of incense, standing at the bottom of the steps, feeling at a loss. The Dali prince, Song Changjing, turned around, extended a hand, and gently twisted the top of the 3 sticks of incense with his fingers, igniting them. The man casually said, "Kneel down, face the plaque, bow 3 times, and stick the incense into the ground, and that will be it." Although Song Jisun was filled with doubts, he still followed the instructions of this uncle who had descended from the sky, kneeling and bowing 3 times with the incense. Although the man spoke lightly, once the boy knelt down, his expression became serious and complicated, revealing a deep-seated hatred as he watched the boy bowing to the ground. After inserting the 3 sticks of incense into the ground and standing up, Song Jisun asked, "Is it all right to offer incense here?" The man smiled and said, "It's just a formality, no need to take it too seriously. From now on, learn to play along, or else you might find yourself overwhelmed in the future." The man put away his smile but added, "Don't forget, this covered bridge is your place of dragon rise." Song Jisun's lips turned dark blue, unsure if it was due to the cold spring weather. The boy pretended to be relaxed and said, "These 4 characters. Isn't it inappropriate to use them casually?" The man slapped his belly with one hand and held his white jade belt with the other, laughing heartily. "In the capital, it's naturally like that, but here it doesn't matter. There are no court hounds, nor rogue dogs from the martial world. No one will catch this king and bite him indiscriminately." Song Jisun curiously asked, "Are you afraid of being criticized?" The man retorted, "In the Dali dynasty, this king has defeated all opponents, both in the mountains and on the plains. If I have nothing to fear, wouldn't that be more comfortable than that person sitting on the dragon chair? Kid, do you think that makes sense?" Song Jisun pondered for a moment, hesitated, but ultimately decided to ask, "Are you hiding your strength and biding your time? Or are you nurturing the enemy for your own sake?" The man chuckled, pointing at the sharp-eyed youth and shaking his head. "You dare to speak such rebellious words. You really don't know the weight of your words. Whether you go to the capital later or to a certain immortal's residence on the mountain to avoid the limelight, I advise you, don't act recklessly, or else you'll definitely run into big trouble." Song Jisun nodded, "I will remember." The man pointed at the golden plaque, "Wind and Water Rise," and asked, "How does rise work?" Song Jisun replied succinctly, "I don't know." The man muttered, "To know is to not know is to not know. That is knowledge. What nonsense. Scholars are always full of tricks. Even when they fart, it has to be convoluted." However, when facing the youth, this man needed to be slightly more refined. "If this king remembers correctly, in your small town for 3,000 years, no matter how great the flood, the highest water level of this small stream has never exceeded the tip of the rusty sword." Song Jisun questioned. "The old man who lives near the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Alley often talks about this saying under the locust tree. Is there really some mystery to it?" The man pointed far away to the exit of the small stream, leaving the mountains, and smiled. "Between the mountains and forests, snakes have their paths, and inside the houses, mice have their routes. As for this river and stream, there are paths for the jiao." The man retracted his finger and patiently explained, "In many other places in the Dali dynasty, there are actually many customs of hanging swords under bridges. However, those copper coin swords, peachwood swords, or talisman swords can only block one entry of a mountain jiao or forest python into the river but cannot prevent a second one. Moreover, many of the people who hang magical swords have shallow cultivation, and the power of a single river crossing can't withstand it, instead provoking the jiao or dragon in the flood. Thus, once the flood passes, bridges that could have stood don't, and the swords disappear without a trace. Only this one sword. The man trailed off into silence. Song Jisun had been holding back his questions. The man sighed and said, only this sword. From the day it was hung under the bridge, was not meant to target any jiao crossing the river, but was used by the sage to suppress the exit of that dragon lock well, which is to say, the deep pool under the bridge, preventing the dragon energy from overflowing too quickly, so as not to forcibly burst this small realm. Song Jisun asked sharply, has the last true dragon in the world really died? Song Changjing laughed. In that dragon-slaying battle 3,000 years ago, countless qi refiners died, and even many saints and masters of the three teachings fell. Do you think all of them were fools, or that the sages lived so long they turned into dogs, intentionally leaving the last true dragon to be kept like a common flower, bird, fish, or insect? Song Jisun retorted, perhaps it is impossible to completely kill that true dragon? We can only use delaying tactics and methods of attrition. Although I do not know the original intentions and plans of the sages from thousands of years ago, I can guess that the true dragon is definitely not simple. The man shook his head and nodded, saying, you are half right. The true dragon is undoubtedly dead, but its true identity and symbolic meaning cannot be summed up in just 3 simple words. Song Jisun wanted to say something, but hesitated. In short, all the schemes of the Great Li, with countless efforts expended, were merely to stir up winds and waves for the future southern expedition. The man was the first to step up the stairs and said slowly, if you ask this king why the sages killed the dragon 3,000 years ago, this king cannot answer you. But if you ask why you were left here and why you are a noble prince of the Great Li, I can tell you the truth in detail. Song Jisun lowered his head, unable to see his expression. The boy did not ask, and the man naturally did not get carried away. When he reached the top of the stairs, he turned to face the small town and added, aren't you ashamed to compete with the likes of Lu Xianying, even harboring murderous thoughts? Song Jisun sat at the top of the stairs, looking north with the man, and asked an unrelated question. Is our Great Li at the northernmost point of the eastern Baoping continent? The man nodded and replied, yes. We have been regarded as northern barbarians for nearly 1,000 years. Now, we have only gained a little respect because our fists are hard enough. Song Jisun still kept his head down, but his eyes were fervent. The man named Song Changjing said plainly, when you arrive in the capital, be careful of a person nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. Song Jisun was puzzled. Song Changjing smiled and said, he is now our national master of the Great Li, and also the teacher of your fellow brother. Our Great Li has expanded from 70 counties and 800 cities at the founding to 140 counties and 1,500 cities in nearly 50 years. And this person has half of the credit. Song Jisun suddenly looked up. The man smiled and said, kid, you guessed right. The man also sat on the steps, resting his hands on his knees, gazing into the distance. Another figure who contributed to the expansion of the Great Li was evident, far away yet close at hand. At this moment, Song Jisun trembled all over, his scalp tingling. After a long silence, Song Jisun suddenly said, Uncle, although I have murderous thoughts towards Lu Xianying, and even considered trading with Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City to find a way to kill Lu Xianying, I have never felt that someone like Lu Xianying is qualified to stand on equal footing with me, even if he has a long-standing family heritage. I want to kill him simply because I believe it would not cost me much, that's all. Song Changjing showed some interest and said, so, you have other concerns? The boy touched his neck and fell silent. In the dead of night, the small town was surprisingly still, yet someone was walking on the street. The girl's figure was slender and her clothes thin. As she passed by the iron lock well in Xinghua Alley, she gritted her teeth. When she reached the Paifeng building, she kicked a stone pillar hard. Finally, she arrived under the lush old locust tree, which, according to the old man, had been alive for an unknown period of time. And no matter when it shed its dead branches, it would never fall on anyone, showing great spirituality. The girl swaggered to the base of the tree, clearly looking down on such claims. She opened the ancient book borrowed from her young master and began to search for clues. She called out names one by one, like a general inspecting troops on the battlefield. When she became a bit dry in the mouth, she stopped calling names. Holding the local county chronicle that Song Jisun referred to as a book from outside the wall in one hand and pointing at the locust tree with the other, she shouted, Are you giving face and not knowing how to appreciate it? There was silence, with no response. The girl immediately stomped her foot and cursed. For surnames and 10 clans, starting with the 4 surnames, Liu, Li, Zhao, and Song. You 4 major surnames. Be sensible and quickly drop at least 3 locust leaves each. Or else I, Wang Zhu, will never let you go in this lifetime. After going out, I'll deal with each of you. Regardless of whether you are young or old, men or women, you are all a bunch of ungrateful wolves. The girl cursed breathlessly, one hand on her waist, still cursing. As for the Song surname, who is the greatest contributor to the Great Li dynasty? Don't you all know? Are you pretending to be foolish with me? Do you believe that once I go out, I will make sure that the Great Li will be surnamed Liu, surnamed Zhao, anything but the Song surname? For the 10 major families, each surname should drop 2 locust leaves, and the other ordinary surnames at least 1. Of course, whoever has the guts to bet more can do so. I will definitely make sure they gain a fortune in return. As for the Chao family among the 10 clans, yes, that is the family of the bastard Chao Shi. That little brat did all sorts of disgusting things back in the day. And even when he was in open-crotch pants, he was full of bad intentions. Besides the 2 locust leaves, you must give me 1 more as a supplement. Otherwise, I, Wang Zhu, swear that after I go out, I will ensure that Chao Shi has no descendants. How dare he urinate in the well? How did such a wicked person become a true monarch of a country? And that Xie family. Your family has a guy named Xie Shi, right? I have some connections with him. If it weren't for me back then, he would have been swept away by the flood long ago. So is it reasonable for you not to drop 1 more locust leaf? In the distance, Qi Jingshun quietly watched the scene under the locust tree, saying nothing. Like a strict father who only knows how to punish his children, he looked at a child who was becoming more and more spoiled, feeling somewhat helpless. However, when he saw the girl continually flipping through the book, and the locust leaves falling from the branches, fluttering down onto the pages, Qi Jingshun felt a bit relieved. With 1,000 words, Qi Jingshun finally just murmured, after leaving home, "Take care." The girl seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned her head. There was no one there. The girl felt a sense of loss, shook her head, and no longer pondered deeply, turning back to continue cursing the locust. Volume 1, Cage Sparrow. Chapter 40, Returning the Favor. Chen Ping'an, after carrying the basket ashore, walked towards the green ox back. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the boy felt that the water level of the stream seemed to have dropped a bit. As he approached the greenstone cliff, he suddenly stopped, for he clearly saw many people standing there, each person's features almost crystal clear. This was not due to the brilliance of the stars, but because on the green ox back stood a snow-white deer, its whole body crystal clear, emitting strands of white light, like the water plants swaying in the stream. The white deer lowered its head, and a little girl wearing a bright red cotton coat stood on her tiptoes, reaching out to touch its antlers. Beside them were 2 young men and women dressed in Taoist robes. It was hard to tell whether it was the reflection of the white deer's light, but the skin of the 2 young people was as white as snow, crystal clear. To make an analogy, if the townsfolk were like earthen figures molded from clay, then these 2 foreign Taoists were like exquisitely crafted porcelain, truly worlds apart. The styles of their robes were somewhat similar to those of Liu Daozhong, who set up fortune-telling stalls, yet there were many details that differed. The most distinctive feature was their Taoist crowns. Liu Daozhong wore a lotus crown, while the crowns of these 2 were shaped like fish tails. The boy in straw sandals stared blankly, feeling that the couple standing beside the white deer looked like characters stepped out of an immortal portrait, as if they would float away and ascend to the heavens at any moment, effortlessly plucking stars and moons. The other 2 stood a bit farther away, one of whom Chen Ping'an recognized as the daughter of Master Ruan, the swordsmith. The girl in green didn't carry a bag filled with food this time. Instead, she held a small embroidered handkerchief in one hand, containing a few delicate and adorable pastries. With her head lowered, she appeared hesitant, unsure of which treat to start with. The person beside her was around 30 years old, carrying a long sword on his back and wearing a strange ornament at his waist. As soon as Chen Ping'an spotted them, nearly everyone noticed the sudden appearance of the boy in straw sandals. The young Taoist nun was somewhat surprised, bending down to rub the little girl's head in a red cotton jacket while pointing in Chen Ping'an's direction and whispering. The little girl perked up her ears to listen to the inquiries from that fairy sister, widening her eyes. After vaguely recognizing Chen Ping'an's figure, she began to chatter away, likely explaining his identity and background to the owner of the white deer, that fairy sister. At that moment, Chen Ping'an also recognized the 8 or 9-year-old girl. The first time they met was before he went to the dragon kiln to fire porcelain, when he encountered a little girl with 2 pigtails in Mud Bottle Alley. She was very young, yet she ran incredibly fast, holding a paper kite, and her slender legs moved like bamboo poles, making her speed reminiscent of the wind, which left a deep impression on Chen Ping'an. He had seen her a few more times after that. Once, the little girl was peeking over the edge of an iron well, secretly tossing stones inside. Chen Ping'an inadvertently caught her in the act of her mischievous behavior, and the girl was so frightened that she quickly ran away, only to remember the candy hawthorn she left at the well's edge after running a dozen steps. Unable to resist her craving, she dashed back to the iron well. In her hurried return, she stumbled and fell flat on the ground. After getting up, she grabbed the candy hawthorn and suddenly stopped, opening her mouth to pull out a loose tooth, which she put in her pocket without crying or making a fuss before continuing to run away. That scene made Chen Ping'an break out in a cold sweat. The last time he saw her was in a desolate area overgrown with weeds. One autumn dusk last year, when Chen Ping'an returned to the small town after leaving the dragon kiln, he found her busy catching crickets, rolling and jumping through the grass. When she saw Chen Ping'an, she clearly recognized him again and quickly darted away like a breeze. Later, Chen Ping'an heard Gukan say that this dirty little girl, who seemed like a wild child with no one to manage her, was actually from the Li family on Fortune Street and not a servant or maid. However, for some reason, she just liked to wander around alone, and her family didn't care. When Gukan spoke of her, there was a mix of pride and disdain in his tone. He said that despite her speed, she was quite foolish. Once, they happened to be fishing together in a stream, and that fool spent the whole afternoon only to catch a crab, not a single stonefish. The only reason she caught that big crab was that its claw pinched her finger hard. Gukan laughed while telling this to Chen Ping'an in his room, rolling on the small wooden bed, saying she was really silly, even raising her hand to show off to him as if catching a crab was something amazing, while she was clearly about to cry from the pinch. The handsome young Taoist glanced at the white deer and smiled at the young Taoist nun, saying, "Sister He, be careful and don't spoil it too much. It's only been less than 10 days, and it's just an illusion, which doesn't hinder its freedom. Yet you insist on ignoring it. Now you've bumped into an ordinary person, what will you do?" The breathtakingly beautiful nun smiled after hearing the little girl's introduction and said, "Just let nature take its course." The young Taoist frowned, looking again and scrutinizing for a moment. He really couldn't see anything extraordinary about the boy in straw sandals carrying a basket. Their sect was quite skilled in fortune-telling and geomancy. And since this Taoist was sent by the sect to retrieve a valuable item, he certainly wasn't an ordinary person. Thus, when he didn't notice anything unusual about the boy, he lost the intention of inviting him into the sect. The young Taoist prided himself on his ability to read people, and didn't he think he could be mistaken? The sect they belonged to was one of the 3 Taoist sects in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, and was considered the most prestigious among them. This time, he and Sister He came out together, and as compensation, each had a precious quota to recruit a true disciple for the sect, who would also become their respective apprentices. Therefore, he didn't want to squander this opportunity and had to treat it with caution. Everyone in the sect knew about Sister He's cultivation of her heart, so her casual remark about letting nature take its course likely indicated her intention to take on a disciple. He and He Xiaoyang were known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, the pride of the Taoist sect. Even a worldly monarch would have to treat them with respect, and the weight of their etiquette was no less than that of a true lord from a great nation, because they were the most likely to enter the upper 5 realms among all the cultivators in the continent. As the young Taoist nun held the little girl's hand and walked down from the back of the green bull, the telepathic white deer followed behind. Not only did the young Taoist feel astonished, but even the military giant with a tiger talisman at his waist and a long sword on his back showed surprise. When he saw the young Taoist nun slowly approaching, Chen Ping'an felt a bit overwhelmed, as he truly didn't want to engage with these foreign immortals. He knew that their simple likes and dislikes could determine his life and death, honor and disgrace. Moreover, he was aware that his luck had never been particularly good, so he was even more afraid of provoking them. However, Chen Ping'an didn't flee in panic. Instead, he symbolically walked forward a short distance, which appeared decent in the eyes of others. The white deer quickened its pace, trotting over and circling around the boy in straw sandals, finally lowering its head to nuzzle the impoverished boy. As the white deer returned to its owner, she gently stroked its back, and in the next moment, it transformed into the form of a horse, a play on words regarding the deer. The young Taoist nun looked at Chen Ping'an, sighed slightly, smiled, and then looked down at the little girl in the red cotton jacket. The little girl explained it in the local dialect, timidly saying, "Sister, he said you are a person who cherishes blessings, but unfortunately, our fate is shallow, so we can't become Dao friends." The boy was left speechless, not knowing what to say that wouldn't be rude. With a basket on his back, wearing straw sandals and rolled-up pants, he looked quite comical. The nun asked with a smile, "So you know the wonderful uses of these pebbles?" "Chen Ping'an, you don't need to worry. I was just asking casually." The little girl quickly repeated the explanation, her voice crisp and fast. Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment and nodded, saying, "A Taoist priest once reminded me that I could often come to the stream to pick up stones and catch fish." Even though Chen Ping'an felt a good impression towards the young nun, he was cautious and didn't reveal the surname of Lu Daoist. Moreover, the person who truly revealed the secret about the value of snake gallstones was Ning Yao. The nun smiled and said, "Do you also know our master Lu?" Chen Ping'an was taken aback. The nun smiled knowingly and briefly explained, "Master Lu isn't technically from our sect. He visited our sect many years ago and befriended one of our elders, staying for quite some time. Naturally, we younger ones became familiar with him and are used to calling him Little Master Uncle." Chen Ping'an grinned, completely dropping his guard. The grass shoe boy is grateful to that Lu Daoist and will never forget it in his lifetime. He remembered something, bent down to place the basket down, picked up a stone he had fallen in love with at first sight, about the size of an egg, green and shiny, clear as ice, distinctly different from other snake gall stones, and handed it to the young Daoist nun with an elegant demeanor, asking, "Daoist, if you see Lu Daoist in the future, could you help me deliver this stone to him?" After listening to the little girl's explanation, she pondered for a moment, accepted the stone, and slowly said, "Before coming here, I happened to meet my little master uncle who was leaving. He is going to attend an important ceremony of a Taoist sect in the Southern Stream Kingdom. When we will meet again is indeed uncertain, but as long as I see Lu Shu, I will definitely help you deliver it to him." Chen Ping'an listened to the girl's words with a bright smile, bowing to thank this exceptionally pleasant young nun. The boy always trusted his instincts regarding the goodness or badness of strangers, just like with Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian, and also with Lu Daoist and Miss Ning. Chen Ping'an took out another snake gall stone and handed it to her again. The young Taoist nun, praised as the one with the best fortune among the younger generation in Dongbao Pingzhou, did not refuse, smiling as she accepted it, remembering to express her gratitude. The little girl in the red cotton jacket twisted the corner of her clothes with both hands and said softly, "I want one too." Chen Ping'an smiled and turned to pick a stone for the little girl from the basket. The little girl ran to his side and cautiously said, "I want a bigger one. Is that okay?" Chen Ping'an laughed and said, "As long as you can carry it, I'll give you the biggest one. But it's not close from here to the town and then to your home. Besides, I think these big ones aren't as good as the small ones." After thinking for a moment, she rested her hands on the edge of the basket and said, "Okay, then I'll choose a small and pretty one." Chen Ping'an then selected a small lotus pink stone for her, which was water smooth and cute. The little girl held it in her palm, very satisfied. Suddenly, she tilted her head, grinned, pointed to her teeth, and then smiled at Chen Ping'an with a face full of pride, probably showing off that her teeth had grown in. Chen Ping'an happily said, "Next time we can go catch crickets together." The little girl's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again as she nodded with a forced smile. Chen Ping'an picked up the basket, said goodbye to the young nun, waved to the little girl, and jogged back to the town alone. Though both were fairies, the worth of this young nun was far from comparable to Kai Jinjian of Yunxia Mountain, almost like the gold essence of immortals compared to mundane gold. She took the little girl and the white deer back to Qingniu Bay, and the young Taoist retracted his gaze from the grass shoe boy's back, concluding, "Shallow fate is thin fortune, naturally not to be greatly used." The Taoist sects in Dongbao Pingzhou were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and every 30 years, a pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl would be selected. He and his senior sister, He Xiaoyang, were this generation's destined Taoist couple. However, something surprising happened. The Golden Boy's aptitude was not inferior to those of the past, but the Jade Girl's fortune was so good it was almost outrageous. At birth, a white deer, one of the auspicious signs, came out of the mountains and fields to acknowledge her as its master, and after stepping into the path of cultivation, it seemed there were no obstacles, sailing smoothly, with some even claiming she would only encounter her first bottleneck after reaching the fifth realm. Regarding her junior's disdain for that grass shoe boy, she did not comment, merely smiling it off. At this moment, a short boy came from near the deep pool under the corridor bridge, arriving at the puddle under Qingyo Bay, holding only a snake gallstone, which shone brightly in the night just like the earlier white deer. The dull boy stood on a stone protruding from the water, holding the stone as if he were a celestial being standing tall, holding a miniature round moon. The two large fish raised by the young Taoist, red and blue, did not enter the water but swam slowly on the surface of the stream. If Chen Ping'an saw this boy, he would recognize him as the grandson of Granny Ma from Xinghua Alley. The boy had been dull since childhood, despised by his parents at a young age, and Granny Ma raised him herself. He was very unsociable, often climbing to the roof alone to watch the clouds. Growing up, the boy, who carried the surname Ma, was bullied to the point where others felt it beneath them to even step on him. And this poor child seemed to have only smiled at the maid Ji Gui from Mud Bottle Alley. This was why Granny Ma held a particular grudge against that maid, believing she was a shameless seductress who had surely lured her precious grandson. The young nun approached the man with the long sword on his back and asked, regarding Ma Kuxuan, "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" The man replied coldly, "If your little master uncle really wants to take this child as his disciple, why doesn't he come himself? What if his name is louder? He hasn't even fought me, so why should he be allowed to take him? If he is not convinced, let him come to Jinwu Mountain to find me. If he wins, I'll let him take this child." The young Taoist smiled and said, "It's just a matter of having our little master uncle make a trip. Why make it so difficult? Hidden needles and cotton." The man with the sword and talisman squinted his eyes. "Oh?" The young nun felt a bit frustrated, glanced at her junior brother, and the young Taoist laughed heartily, choosing not to confront the man, and looked up to say, "The moonlight is really nice today." She felt somewhat helpless. Whenever it involved her sex little master uncle, it was not just her and her junior brother. All the young Taoists in the entire continent would feel honored. On the other side of the corridor bridge, at the bottom of the steps, stood a barefoot monk with a square face and a resilient, determined expression. This ascetic monk did not look up at the golden plaque, but instead gazed at the ground where Song Jisun had previously inserted incense, clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and said compassionately, "Amit Ba." The short boy came ashore, arrived at Qingyo Bay, looked at the two ethereal young Taoists, then at the unsmiling man with the sword on his back, and finally fixed his gaze on the latter, gritting his teeth and saying, "I don't want to learn the great way of longevity. Can you teach me how to kill?" The man laughed proudly. "I am a sword cultivator of the military school, and since ancient times, I have been the first in the world to kill." The young Taoist retorted with a smile, "Oh?" The young nun shook her head, knowing the situation was settled, feeling guilty for failing her little master uncle's trust. At that moment, on the banks of the stream at Qingyo Bay, tensions rose, and the atmosphere became heavy. The little girl in the red cotton jacket hurriedly hid behind the fairy sister. The girl in green, having just eaten the last piece of cake, was in a very bad mood and snapped, "If you have the ability, go fight my dad." The man, who had deep connections with the girl and her father, no longer had a stern face and smiled. "How to fight?" The young Taoist joked, "Wan Xiu, this is a bit bullying. Your dad is the next sage to succeed Mr. Qi, just like the master of this realm." The girl in green pouted and said nothing. The monk slowly approached and stepped onto Qingyo Bay. The young nun said, "Your Buddhist thunder sound tower, our Taoist heavenly master seal, along with a small sword mound from the military school, and of course, the Confucian jade tablet of the mountains. These 4 items were left by the 4 earliest saints as suppressive treasures. Not to mention the internal intrigues of your Confucian school, just between us 3 parties. Although each returns rightfully, if we really don't even give Mr. Qi a heads up, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The monk remained silent. The young Taoist said with concern, "It is indeed a bit unkind, but the orders from above are hard to defy. Senior sister, you should refrain from overstepping." The military strategist sneered, "I'm not here to ingratiate myself with anyone." In the alley near the small town, Chen Ping'an returned to the place where Lu Xianyang lived, only to find Mr. Qi standing at the door. The young man hurried over, and before he could ask, Qi Jingshun handed him 2 private seals with a smile, saying, "Chen Ping'an, these are not just given to you for free. I have something to ask of you. If the Cliff Academy encounters difficulties in the future, I hope you can help as much as you can. Of course, you don't need to deliberately inquire about the Academy's news." The young man simply replied with one word, "Okay." Qi Jingshun nodded and said earnestly, Remember what I told you before about a gentleman not rescuing? That was my heartfelt advice, not a test of your character. The young man grinned and said, Sir, I can't guarantee that. Qi Jingshun hesitated but ultimately said nothing and was about to leave. He originally wanted to say that if the Cliff Academy were to face a major crisis in the future, and Chen Ping'an felt regret, there was no need for him to feel guilty. He could just act as if he hadn't seen or heard anything and not make a fuss about it. However, for some reason, Qi Jingshun felt a glimmer of hope deep inside, something he couldn't quite understand himself. After much contemplation, the master of the Cliff Academy came to one conclusion. It was all because of the young man in front of him, whose surname was Chun and whose name was Ping'an. He seemed to be different from everyone else, entrusting him with a task, no matter how difficult. Even knowing that the young man might ultimately be unable to fulfill it despite his best efforts, one could indeed be certain of one thing. As long as he promised, he would definitely try to do it, even if it meant exerting himself to the fullest. This was something that brought a sense of peace. It was what Qi Jingshun had sought for years and could never attain. This scholar who had voluntarily requested to be demoted here had originally felt that the world was a foreign place. Just as Qi Jingshun was about to turn around, the young man, still carrying a basket, hurriedly bowed and saluted. In the alley, the Confucian sage returned the salute with a formal gesture. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow Chapter 41. Practicing fist as the night deepened, Song Chongjing returned alone to the construction office. While the young Song Jisun had already gone to the mud bottle alley, and the man did not force him to stay. As a seasoned general who had commanded troops for many years, he could still snore loudly amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Therefore, he did not feel that the life his nephew had lived in recent years was not in line with his noble status. It was already good enough that he could return alive to the capital of Dali. The elderly steward of the office had been waiting at the door, holding a lantern. Song Chongjing crossed the threshold of the side door, striding forward, saying, "No need to lead the way." The elderly steward nodded silently, slowed his pace, and then quietly left. The office on Fulu Street was not luxurious. It occupied far less land than the residences of the Liu and Li families. The previous genuine supervisor of the kiln lived a frugal life, and the wealthy families of the town did not find it inappropriate. However, Song Chongjing was different. As the younger brother of the current emperor of Dali, he had also achieved extraordinary military feats and was a leading martial arts master in eastern Bay of Pingzhou. His arrival was like a dragon crossing into a small lake, and even if the local tyrants did not feel fear, everyone would adopt the necessary respectful demeanor in front of someone like Song Chongjing. As Song Chongjing passed a small courtyard, he saw someone reading by the light of a lamp inside, sitting upright and alone, still meticulous in their posture. Truly a gentleman. Song Chongjing's sleeves billowed as he walked quickly, a sarcastic smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. In the past, a young man had studied at Guanhoshu Academy, achieving remarkable calligraphy that caught the attention of the emperor of the Southern Wei, who summoned him to the palace to draft edicts in a side hall. During the harsh winter snow, his brush froze and could not write, prompting the emperor to summon over a dozen courtesans to assist him. This incident quickly became popular in eastern Bay of Pingzhou, celebrated as a beautiful story. However, no one pondered deeply on how the common people knew of such affairs. Given the strict privacy of the imperial palace, where neither the emperor nor the eunuchs nor the concubines would speak of it, walking along the secluded path, Song Chongjing suddenly burst into cheerful laughter. Dressed in plain white garments, Song Jisun returned to the mud bottle alley. The courtyard door was unlocked. Upon pushing open the door, he saw the maid Ji Gui sitting on a chair in the main hall, half-closed eyes, tilting her head and dozing off. When her head tilted too far, she immediately sat upright, only to continue tilting again. It seemed the girl was truly exhausted. Song Jisun bent down, gently shook her shoulder, and softly said, "Ji Gui, wake up, hurry back to your room to sleep. Be careful not to catch cold." The drowsy girl rubbed her eyes and sleepily asked, "Young master, why are you back so late?" Song Jisun smiled and replied, "I went to the corridor bridge. It's a bit far, so I was delayed." Ji Gui noticed the unfamiliar formal attire on Song Jisun and exclaimed, "Oh, young master, why did you change your clothes?" Song Jisun did not want to dwell on this topic and avoided it. "After I lent you that local county chronicle, how has your reading been? Do you need me to teach you?" The girl shook her head. "No need." Song Jisun returned to his own room, which was pitch dark. He took off his outer robe, kicked off his boots, and found his way to the bed, muttering, Wang Zhu, so that's how it is." Jigue returned to her own room, extinguished the lamp, and went to sleep, curling up in her blanket, making faint sounds as if she were sneaking a snack, chewing on something. In the end, she even let out a soft burp. Lu Xianyang, over at the sword forging shop, although he had not officially become Master Ruan's apprentice. It was evident that Master Ruan valued this tall young man greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally taught him how to forge sword blades, as not everyone could enter that row of sword forging rooms. During the noon break, a young man from a porcelain kiln approached Lu Xianyang, saying someone was looking for him, winking and making a teasing expression, saying it was a beautiful woman more stunning than the ladies on Falu Street, who was there to see Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang followed him with a grin, but his mood suddenly became heavy. Sure enough, beside a well stood a tall woman, surrounded by many strong young men enthusiastically working on digging and moving earth. Just as the young Confucian Song Jisun had looked down upon, Lu Xianyang was indeed a country bumpkin. However, whether the woman was beautiful or not had nothing to do with whether he had studied or could read. Perhaps the tall young man did not realize that the vague notion of beauty contained a charm, especially one that was dignified, yet subtly alluring, deeply captivating. The character charm originally referred to a girl painting her eyebrows. The woman in front of him, whose name he did not know, had delicate brows like the antennae of a moth, a forehead like a cicada, wide and square, smooth and plump. Today, she came alone, without any intention of seeking revenge or bullying others, which made Lu Xianyang breathe a sigh of relief. However, despite this elegant woman's good looks, Lu Xianyang did not deny that, in the past, he might have whistled if he encountered her on the street. But that did not mean Lu Xianyang would be moved. The girl he admired was the maid from the Mud Bottle Alley, and she still was now and would be in the future. Lu Xianyang walked towards the creek with the beautiful woman, speaking firmly. "Madam, if you intend to persuade me to sell you that heirloom, I advise you not to bring it up." The woman smiled charmingly. "Don't be too quick to refuse. Let me explain the pros and cons clearly, and then you can make your decision." The tall young man's expression remained unchanged, feigning relaxation, but his heart sank immediately. In the distance, a girl squatted on the threshold of a sword-making room, holding a bowl of rice. The white rice piled up to a peak, towering over the edge of the large white bowl. She was devouring it hungrily, and after finishing the mountain of rice, she happily saw the braised pork hidden within. She radiated happiness, secretly turning her back to the man sitting at the other end of the threshold who was eating slowly, and asked, "Dad, do you care about that foreign woman?" The man replied in a deep voice, not concerned. The girl worriedly said, "But he will be your top disciple here in the future. Aren't you afraid he will go astray?" The man replied indifferently, "Then if that kid has no fortune?" The girl asked in confusion, "Dad, don't you feel it's a pity? For example, like her, seeing those delicious and exquisite pastries in the shop. If she has no money, that's fine, but if she has money, buys them, and then accidentally drops them on the ground, she truly deserves to be struck by lightning." The man changed the subject. "Is the braised pork tasty?" The girl instinctively nodded happily. "It's delicious, very delicious." Suddenly, the girl tensed up. Her father had decreed that she could only have one serving of meat a day, so she pretended to have just a bowl of white rice, hiding the braised pork within. This was so she could eat a serving of meat openly at night. The girl awkwardly turned her head, raised her white bowl high, and confidently said, "There's only one piece. I haven't broken any rules." The man chuckled and asked, "Then what about the piece of braised pork hidden at the bottom of the bowl? Won't you feel it's a pity not to eat it?" The girl's mouth dropped open slightly, as if struck by lightning. Her heart felt like dead ashes. The man continued to rub salt into his daughter's wounds. "If you hadn't pried into Lu Xianyang's affairs, I would have turned a blind eye." The girl remained silent, taking small bites of the braised pork, clearly showing she would be frugal in the future. After finishing his meal, the man looked towards the woman and the boy by the creek and said, "As long as that kid doesn't enter the middle 5 realms, I won't care about his life or death. Even if he enters the middle 5 realms, I might care once or twice, but I won't intervene too much. 3 times is enough. Fortune and misfortune have no door, only people summon them." The girl pouted, "Why not care?" The man retorted, "Scholars take in students. Warriors take in disciples. Neither is like a gang recruiting small thugs, thinking of arguing or fighting with others because of their numbers. Ultimately, in my eyes, whether teacher and student or master and apprentice, they are just like-minded people. Besides, Lu Xianyang is not even my disciple yet." The girl didn't speak. The man sighed, "Silly girl, do you know how many people there are in this remote Dali dynasty? Over 20 million households. With so many people in the world and so many worries, can you manage it all? I will take over the town from Qi Jingchun in the next 60 years. So don't wander around all day. Focus on forging swords and practicing here. Otherwise, if trouble arises, will I care or not? Before the man could finish his sentence, the girl blurted out, "You don't need to worry about it." Her words nearly caused him internal injuries. The power was no less than that of a certain sword immortal's secret technique. The man really wanted to knock on his silly daughter's wooden head. "Can I not care about your affairs?" The man felt a bit melancholy. The girl looked shocked. "Oh, how did an extra piece of braised pork appear at the bottom of the bowl?" "Alas, I've finished my portion for today, so I'll let you have it, Dad." The man didn't need to turn his head to feel his daughter's poor acting skills and said helplessly, "Forget it. You eat it. I'll pretend you only had one piece of braised pork today. Remember to forge in the afternoon and don't slack off." The girl's gratitude was genuine. "Dad, you're so nice." The man laughed in anger. "It's the braised pork that's good." The girl lowered her head, took a bite of rice, and softly said, "You're good too, Dad." The man maintained a stern face, finally managing to suppress a smile, thinking it was indeed better to have a daughter. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. "Dad, can I have another piece tonight? 2 pieces and 3 pieces aren't too different, right? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes, okay?" The girl dashed off in an instant. That last sentence was said when the girl was already far away. The man rubbed his cheeks and muttered to himself, "My daughter only cares about food." After delivering the letter, Chen Ping'an bought breakfast and took it to Miss Ning in Mud Bottle Alley before starting to prepare medicine. Ning Yao was wearing a brand new dark green robe today. Neat and tidy, she was naturally spirited, and with the long sword at her waist, she appeared even more noble than the wealthy young masters from Falu Street and Taoya Alley. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. "For now, if you really want to study that mountain-shaking manual, before learning the fist forms, you need to do 3 things first: standing post, walking post, and sleeping post. The last one is particularly focused on the accumulation of acupoints and the flow of breath, which is hard to describe in words, so let's leave it at that. Anyway, the first 2 don't require much consideration of talent. If you diligently follow the postures drawn in the manual and persist over time, it will ultimately be beneficial. Even if it doesn't allow you to make great strides in martial arts, strengthening your body and prolonging your life is not impossible." Chen Ping'an suggested, "What if I practice walking post in the creek?" Ning Yao nodded, "Of course. Start at the knees, then to the waist, and finally to the neck." Chen Ping'an followed her words and asked, "In the end, wouldn't the whole person be in the water?" Ning Yao sneered, "What? Are you hoping to practice holding your breath underwater and become a 1,000-year-old turtle?" Chen Ping'an fell silent, feeling a bit disgruntled. Ning Yao thought for a moment. "Come on. Let me demonstrate the walking post for you. Pay attention." Ning Yao had Chen Ping'an move the table aside, then took 6 steps forward, her steps alternating between small and large. With the last step, when she stomped down heavily, the mud floor of the entire house seemed to resonate with a dull thud. The girl completed it in one go. It looked effortless, but it flowed smoothly, giving the grass shoe boy an indescribable feeling, like a waterfall cascading down. It was natural and contained immense power. It was also like leaves swirling in the creek, turning gracefully and softly. Everything was right. But Chen Ping'an only knew it was so, without understanding why. Seeing the boy's bewildered expression, Ning Yao returned to her position and demonstrated again. Ning Yao stood firm, turned her head, and asked, "Did you understand? Come try it." Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and tried it. He swayed unsteadily like a drunken man. Standing still, he scratched his head, clearly feeling that something was off. Ning Yao's face darkened as she said sternly, "Try again." After 3 attempts, Chen Ping'an had improved a little, but Ning Yao's expression was as gloomy as if a storm was about to break. She couldn't imagine how there could be someone as foolish as Chen Ping'an in the world, practicing martial arts with such lack of comprehension and such poor talent. There was no other way. Ning Yao is someone who has stood at a high place in the swordsmanship path since childhood, with her background, innate talent, vision, and abilities all being exceptional. Therefore, the girl simply cannot understand how those people at the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of miles away from her, are climbing step by step, nor can she comprehend why they stumble along the way. Finally, the girl, feeling helpless and fearing that she might lose her temper and draw her sword against someone, suddenly had a clever idea. She patted the shoulder of the straw sandal boy and awkwardly comforted him. Chen Ping'an, reading 100 times reveals its meaning, and practicing martial arts is the same. If you can't find the essence after practicing punches tens of thousands of times, then practice hundreds of thousands, a million. Go pick up your stones. The early bird gets the worm. Don't be discouraged. Take your time and practice this stance by the creek over and over again. Chen Ping'an thought to himself that this was indeed the case. He remembered hearing Song Jisun say something similar to Ning Yao's point about reading 100 times, which was that reading 10,000 books allows one to write with divine inspiration. However, he found Ning Yao's assertion that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands were not enough, and that he should practice 1,000,000 times, even more reasonable. With a smile, Chen Ping'an ran out of Mud Bottle Alley, mentally reciting the 3 small and 3 big moves, trying to imitate Ning Yao's walking posture from memory. The straw sandal boy told himself the truth in his heart. Perhaps after practicing 1,000,000 times, he could achieve a small success in punching. Therefore, the starting point for practicing the mountain shaking chart was 1,000,000 times, and only after that would Chen Ping'an be qualified to discuss anything else. Ning Yao sat alone on the threshold, muttering to herself, "Why do I feel like I've dug a huge pit? Will that guy be able to climb out?" Volume 1, Caged Sparrow, Chapter 42, Genius. More and more unfamiliar faces from outside the town appeared, and the business of the inns and restaurants flourished as a result. At the same time, many young heirs from prominent families in Falu Street and Talia Alley began to quietly leave the town, mostly early blooming wise and handsome youths, but also some obscure illegitimate sons or loyal family-born children, among which was the noble Zhao Yao. As for the child Gu, kin from Mud Bottle Alley, he was an exception as he caught the eye of the true monarch Lu Zhimiao. Chen Ping'an went to Lu Xianyang's house to fetch a basket for fish and left the town for the creek. Naturally, he wouldn't practice the mountain shaking chart stances when there were many people around. After leaving the town and finding himself alone, Chen Ping'an began to recite the incantation and recalled Ning Yao's footsteps, posture, and momentum, unwilling to miss any detail as he walked through those 6 steps again and again. When Chen Ping'an first imitated Ning Yao in the house in Mud Bottle Alley, he was clumsy and ridiculous, even worse than an average person. The misunderstanding between young boys and girls arose from a peculiar twist of fate. Chen Ping'an had always known he had a flaw. Ever since he started working in the porcelain kiln, he discovered that while his eyesight was remarkable, his hands were slow. To be precise, his sharp vision caused his hands and feet to lag behind. This meant that if someone else were to imitate Ning Yao's stance, they might achieve 3 or 4 points of similarity on the first attempt, albeit roughly and awkwardly. However, Chen Ping'an's similarity was only 1 or 2 points because he understood too clearly and was overly critical about every detail, which led to an absurd outcome. Despite being 9 points dissimilar, there was a precious 1 point of resemblance hidden beneath that. Ning Yao was unaware that imitating her, a gifted swordswoman, even if it was 9 points similar, could not compare to that 1 point of true resemblance. Of course, to put it bluntly, even if there were 7 or 8 points of similarity, Ning Yao would not think it was particularly impressive. In her eyes, the only thing she saw was the remote martial arts world and the few people standing shoulder to shoulder at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Chen Ping'an rested on the steps under the plaque of the corridor bridge, roughly calculating that with 12 hours in a day, even if he persisted in practicing the stances for 5 to 6 hours a day, he would only manage around 300 repetitions at most, reaching 100,000 in a year, and it would take 10 years to complete 1,000,000 repetitions. The straw sandal boy turned to look at the clear creek water and murmured, "Let me stick to it for 10 years. It should be possible, right?" Although Chen Ping'an had not shown any unusual emotions during this time, the revelation of secrets by Taoist Lu before his departure, exposing the malicious tactics of Kai Jinjian from Yunxia Mountain, still weighed heavily on the young boy. There was one thing Chen Ping'an had never mentioned to Taoist Lu and Miss Ning, which was that after Kai Jinjian struck his brow and patted his chest, he had vaguely felt something was wrong with his body while still in Mud Bottle Alley. That was why he lingered at his own courtyard door for so long, trying to make up his mind, thinking that at worst, he would just go all out against Kai Jinjian. After all, at that time, Chen Ping'an, according to the young Taoist Lu Chun, was too lifeless, completely unlike a young boy who should be full of vigor. When it came to life and death, Chen Ping'an viewed it more lightly than most people. Kai Jinjian used martial arts techniques to forcefully enlighten him, causing Chen Ping'an's body to resemble a house without doors or gates. It could indeed take in more objects, but whenever there was wind, snow, or rain, the house would collapse severely and quickly. That was why Lu Chun predicted that, barring any accidents or major calamities, Chen Ping'an could only live to around 30 or 40. Later, when she struck Chen Ping'an's heart, she damaged the foundation of his cultivation. The heart is a crucial stronghold for practitioners. After the city gate collapsed, Cai Jinjian effectively sealed off the normal operation of this stronghold. This not only severed Chen Ping'an's path of cultivation, but also accelerated the decay of his body. The true horror of Cai Jinjian's two-pronged approach lay in the fact that after opening the gates wide, on one hand, Chen Ping'an could no longer practice the methods for longevity, which meant he could not use magical techniques to repair the gates or cultivate his essence. On the other hand, even if the boy were to accidentally enter the realm of martial arts, relying on refining his body to strengthen himself, for Chen Ping'an, the enormous risks would always accompany the opportunities. A single misstep could lead him to fall into the vicious cycle of practicing external martial arts and inviting evil, resulting in a tragic early demise instead of extending his life. The urgent matter for Chen Ping'an was to find a martial art that could nourish his essence over a long period. Whether this martial art had fierce moves or was extraordinarily domineering was not important. Chen Ping'an's hope was entirely in the mountain-shaking chart, which Ning Yao looked down upon. For example, she had mentioned that after practicing the stances, there were standing stances and sleeping stances for 1,000 autumns. However, Chen Ping'an did not dare to practice recklessly. He had only glanced at it a few times and refrained from flipping through it further. He felt that he should let Ning Yao verify it first to confirm its accuracy before starting to practice. As long as one is on the right path, even with poor comprehension, as long as one is diligent and resilient, they will ultimately make progress every day. Conversely, on the wrong path, the smarter and harder you work, the more mistakes you will make. These words were spoken by Lu Xianyang, and of course, his emphasis was on the last sentence. You, Chen Ping'an, are the first type of person. That clever little fellow Song Xiaofu is the second type. Only I, Lu Xianyang, am the true genius who is both smart and on the right path. At that time, when Lu Xianyang was boasting, he was accidentally overheard by the old man Yao, who had always regarded Lu Xianyang with favor as his proud disciple. Little did he know that a particular line from the boy struck a nerve with the old man, causing Yao to explode in rare anger and chase Lu Xianyang with a beating. After that incident, Lu Xianyang never mentioned the word genius again. Chen Ping'an let out a heavy sigh, stood up, and walked up the high steps. After entering the corridor of the covered bridge, he noticed a group of people gathered in the distance, 4 or 5 individuals, either standing or leaning, seemingly protecting a woman among them. Chen Ping'an could only see the woman's profile. She was sitting on the railing of the bridge, her feet naturally suspended above the surface of the stream. Eyes closed in meditation. Her hands were in a strange posture, fingers intertwined or bent. Chen Ping'an felt as if she was clearly with her eyes shut, yet seemed to be intently observing something. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to proceed further, turned around, and walked down the steps, planning to wade across the stream to find Lu Xianyang. Today he was carrying 2 baskets, one large and one small, intending to return the smaller one to Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, as it was borrowed by Lu Xianyang. In the distance of the covered bridge, the group smiled at each other when they saw the shabby-looking boy in straw sandals turn away, not speaking out of fear of disturbing the mysterious state of the woman. This method fundamentally originates from Buddhism, without a doubt. However, it was later adopted, selected, integrated, and refined by many cultivation sects, resulting in numerous paths branching out from the final road. Nevertheless, Dongbao Pingzhou has always been regarded as a place of decline for Buddhism. After several devastating suppressions of Buddhism that affected the entire region, the teachings of Buddhism have gradually waned over the past 1,000 years, far overshadowed by the Confucian and Taoist schools among the 3 teachings. Nowadays, people only hear of true lords and celestial masters, without any knowledge of Dharma protectors or great virtues, which reflects the current state of Dongbao Pingzhou. However, there are indeed countless immortal sects benefiting from Buddhist teachings. Chen Ping'an rolled up his pant legs and waded across the stream. Upon reaching the opposite bank, he suddenly heard shouts of surprise and anger from the direction of the covered bridge. After considering it, he chose not to get involved. Arriving at Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, the scene was still bustling. Chen Ping'an didn't wander around carelessly. Instead, he stood by a well, looking for someone to help notify Lu Xianyang. He originally thought he would have to wait for a long time, but unexpectedly, Lu Xianyang quickly ran over, pulling him towards the stream and lowering his voice, saying, "I've been waiting for you forever. Why did you take so long?" Chen Ping'an puzzled. Is Master Ruan urging you to return the basket? The tall boy rolled his eyes and replied, what does a broken basket matter? I have something important to tell you. After you finish picking up stones and return to my yard, wait for that lady to come looking for you. She's the one with the sun dressed in bright red. The pair we saw at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley. When she comes to your door, don't say anything. Just hand over that big box to her. She will give you a bag of money, and make sure to count it on the spot. 25 copper coins, not one less. Chen Ping'an was shocked. Lu Xianying. Are you crazy? Why sell family treasures to outsiders? Lu Xianying tightly wrapped his arms around the straw sandal boy's neck and scolded, you don't understand anything. A bright future is right in front of me. Why let it slip away for nothing? Chen Ping'an's face was full of doubt. Not believing this was Lu Xianying's true intention. Lu Xianying sighed and whispered, that lady wants to buy our ancestral armor. The other pair, the master and servant, want a sword scripture. My grandfather warned me before he passed that if there is no other choice, I can sell the armor, but I must not sell it cheaply. However, the sword scripture, under no circumstances can I admit it belongs to our Lu family, even if it means death. I agreed to sell the armor to that lady. But besides agreeing on the price, I also asked her to convince that burly old man not to trouble me for a while. It's just a matter of dragging it out. Once I become Master Ruan's apprentice, these matters will no longer be issues. Chen Ping'an bluntly asked, why don't you just delay that lady? Lu Xianying replied, can she come to the blacksmith shop to trouble me? Besides, she can't just break in and take our armor. Lu Xianying let go of him, squatted by the stream, picked up a stone, and tossed it into the water, muttering, anyway, the armor can be sold. Since there's a fair price now, isn't that good? It can make things more stable, and maybe we won't even need Miss Ning to take risks. So I think it's not bad. Chen Ping'an also squatted down and urgently advised, how do you know the price she's giving now is fair? What if you regret it later? The tall boy turned his head and grinned. Regret? Think about it carefully. In all these years we've known each other. When has Lu Xianying ever regretted anything? Chen Ping'an scratched his head, always feeling something was off, but he didn't know how to persuade Lu Xianying. Lu Xianying had lived his life freely, seemingly never facing any insurmountable obstacles, never having unresolved emotional knots or matters he couldn't accomplish. Lu Xianying stood up, kicked the basket behind the straw sandal boy, and said, hurry up. I'm taking it back to Master Ruan. When I return, wait for me to formally apprentice and pay my respects. You can come and see for yourself. Chen Ping'an slowly got up, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lu Xianying laughed and scolded, your grandpa, Chen Ping'an, am I selling your family heirloom? Or your wife? When Chen Ping'an handed him the basket, he tentatively asked, aren't you going to think it over? Lu Xianying took the basket, stepped back a few paces, and suddenly jumped high, executing a flashy spinning kick. After landing steadily, Lu Xianying proudly asked, impressive, right? Are you scared? Chen Ping'an replied irritably, you grandpa? After leaving the Ruan family's shop, Chen Ping'an, deep in thought, waded into the water to pick stones. Uncertain whether it was due to his restless mind or the receding stream, he didn't have much luck today, only managing to collect over 20 snake gall stones by the time he approached the covered bridge, none of which were particularly eye-catching or love at first sight. Chen Ping'an took off the fish basket and placed the stones in the grass by the stream, taking a deep breath. He turned around and began practicing stance walking in the water. After one round trip, Chen Ping'an felt a tightness in his heart when he saw a short boy squatting where he had hidden the basket. The boy had a green tuft of dogtail grass in his mouth. It was the grandson of Granny Ma from Apricot Blossom Alley, who had been regarded as a fool since childhood. Coupled with Granny Ma's poor reputation in Chen Ping'an's youth, stingy and harsh, her precious grandson had been treated as a punching bag. The boy had always been bullied whenever he went out, and every time he wore new clothes or boots, within half an hour, he would be covered in dust from being trampled by peers older or the same age. Just imagine, a brand new pair of boots Granny Ma had just bought from the shop after the grandson wore them out, would be stomped on by a dozen people by the time the child returned home. How new could the boots possibly be? This boy, whose real name Ma Kushuan was long forgotten, had always been peculiar. He was bullied but never proactively complained to Granny Ma, nor did he cry or beg for pity. He always wore a plain expression and had indifferent eyes. Therefore, the children from Apricot Blossom Alley did not like to play with this little fool. Ma Kushuan had learned to play by himself early on, preferring to watch the clouds at the dirt slope or on the rooftop. Chen Ping'an had never bullied Ma Kushuan, nor had he ever felt pity for this peer, nor had he thought of trying to bond with another who shared a similar plight. Because Chen Ping'an always felt that someone like Ma Kuxuan was not foolish at all. Rather, he was fundamentally similar to Song Jisun, perhaps even surpassing him. It seemed they did not need to speak, but they were always waiting, as if silently communicating that heaven owed them many things. And one day they would reclaim it all. Heaven might owe Song Jisun a copper coin, while it might owe Ma Kuxuan even a silver or two. Chen Ping'an didn't think their behavior was wrong. He just didn't like it himself. The boy was no longer the foolish one from before. He spoke clearly and smiled as he asked, "You're Chen Ping'an from Mud Bottle Alley, right? You live next to Jigui?" Chen Ping'an nodded and asked, "Is there something you need?" The boy smiled, pointed at Chen Ping'an's basket, and reminded him, "Perhaps you haven't noticed, but the creek water has dropped significantly. Good stones are left only in the deep pool under the corridor bridge and the water hole on the back of the green ox. Other places are no good. Just like what's in your basket. It can't hold that energy, and the stone will change quickly. Some lucky ones might end up as good sharpening stones, while others could become scholars' ink stones. In the end, these things are still good items, and selling them for a high price shouldn't be hard, but never mind. You might not understand even if I told you." Chen Ping'an smiled and replied with an not saying much more. The short boy suddenly asked, "Were you practicing your punches in the creek just now?" Chen Ping'an remained silent. Ma Kuxian's eyes sparkled, and he laughed. "So you're not a fool after all. Makes sense, you're just like me, one of us." Chen Ping'an walked around the boy, said, "I'm leaving now," and then shouldered his basket to go ashore. The boy squatted at a distance, spat out the chewed dogtail grass from his mouth, and shook his head quietly, saying, "Your stance isn't good. There are many flaws. No matter how much you practice, you won't develop anything new." Ma Kuxian didn't turn his head and asked, "Did you retrieve our military tokens?" A man behind him laughed. "Remember to call me master first from now on." The boy ignored him, stood up, and turned to ask, "Can you show me that small sword mount?" He was a military master with a sword and a tiger talisman, claiming to come from Jinwu Mountain. He had once boasted that he wanted to fight that young junior from the same sect as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. The man shook his head, saying, "It's not time yet." Then he became somewhat irritated. "Why did you deliberately ruin that girl's state of mind? Do you know that once this happens, it's a lifelong enemy of life and death?" The boy shrugged indifferently, saying, "The path to the great Tao is arduous. If one can't withstand even this little hardship, how can they dare to aspire to that lofty, worry-free longevity?" The man laughed in anger. "You haven't even entered the door, yet you dare to speak so boldly. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue twisted?" The boy finally grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, "In the future, if I encounter such opportunities for breaking through in my cultivation, I'll inform that girl. At that time, master, you must not intervene. Let her come and ruin my good fortune." The man sighed. "Do you know that opportunities in this world vary in size, and fortunes differ in thickness? If you measure everyone by your own standards, one day you'll meet someone with a bigger fist, deeper cultivation, and higher realm. When that happens, if they're in a bad mood, they'll just break your bridge to longevity with a punch. How will you handle that?" The boy smiled and said, "Then I'll accept my fate." The man self-deprecatingly said, "From now on, I won't reason with you anymore. It's like playing the lute to a cow." The boy suddenly asked, "How does that guy from Mud Bottle Alley know the wonders of the stones in the water? Has he started practicing punches?" The man suddenly became stern. "Ma Kuxian, I don't care what your rebellious personality is, but you must remember one thing. We are the orthodox sword cultivators of the military. We practice one sword to break myriad laws, one sword to follow the true heart, one sword to seek invincibility, but absolutely do not allow the indiscriminate killing of innocents. Do not bully the common folk, and especially do not sabotage fellow practitioners out of jealousy on the sword path in the future." The boy stretched lazily and said, "Master, you're overthinking it. No matter how powerful that guy from Mud Bottle Alley is, as long as he doesn't provoke me, he has nothing to do with me. After all, no matter how high the achievements of the people in this small town are, they will merely be stepping stones for me in the future. Jealousy? I'm grateful to them instead." The man said helplessly, "It's really impossible to reason with you. I estimate that Jinwu Mountain will be restless in the future." The boy curiously asked, "What rank are you at Jinwu Mountain?" The man smiled and didn't answer. It would hurt his pride. The boy rolled his eyes and said, "If I had known, I would have delayed becoming your disciple." The man laughed it off. He didn't clarify to his disciple that there are many types of geniuses in the world, and talents vary as well. The earlier boy in straw sandals, seemingly ordinary with his six-step stance, actually carried the intent of punches throughout his body. Volume 1, Caged Sparrow, Chapter 43. The Boy and the Old Dog, still 6 chapters pending. Chen Ping'an did not directly return to Lu Xianyang's residence, but first went back to Mud Bottle Alley to discuss Lu Xianyang's plans with Ning Yao. After hearing this, Ning Yao did not express any opinions, only saying, "This is between you two. I only handle collecting money and resolving disasters. If Lu Xianyang can avoid disaster without my intervention, he will return those 3 bags of gold and copper coins." Chen Ping'an replied that it wasn't about money, and Ning Yao coldly responded, "So you want to talk about feelings with me? Are we at that stage now?" Chen Ping'an was almost choked by her words and had to squat at the doorstep scratching his head. Ning Yao glanced at the pastries Chen Ping'an had brought, which included cheap yet delicious glutinous rice date cakes and relatively expensive dew balls, clearly a gesture of hospitality from the boy. The girl felt a rare sense of softness and guilt, realizing she seemed somewhat ungrateful for receiving hospitality and staying with them. When faced with difficulties, even if she couldn't help much, she shouldn't add fuel to the fire. So she asked, could it be that Lu Xianyang is facing real threats at the blacksmith shop, which is why he had to sell that green-black ward armor? For example, perhaps there are henchmen of the 4 surnames and 10 clans hiding in the shop who secretly taught Lu Xianyang a lesson? After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, "No, Lu Xianyang is definitely not the type to back down when threatened. The first time I met him, even when he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by those people from Falu Street, he didn't say a word of submission and just endured it, almost getting beaten to death." Over the years, Lu Xianyang's character hasn't changed. Ning Yao asked again, with youthful vigor and bravery, valuing promises over life and death. "There are always wanderers in the alleys. I've seen many along the way, but once great benefits are at stake and a different temptation arises, can Lu Xianyang really maintain his original intention?" Chen Ping'an fell into deep thought again, and finally, with a firm gaze, said, "Lu Xianyang won't become a spendthrift just because outsiders offered him something. He has deep feelings for his grandfather. Unless, as he said, his grandfather told him on his deathbed that the armor could be sold but shouldn't be sold cheap, while that sword manual must be kept in their Lu family for future generations." Ning Yao said, "From what I know, that ward armor is of decent quality, but it's not too rare. However, that sword manual, since it has long been coveted by Xinjiang Mountain and they even sent 2 people here to search for treasure, clearly indicates that it is considered a valuable item. So selling the armor and keeping the sword manual makes sense." Chen Ping'an nodded. Ning Yao caressed the green scabbard, her gaze cold and sharp. "To be cautious, I will accompany you to Lu Xianyang's residence. First, we will send that woman away. Since it's Lu Xianyang himself who said he wants to sell it, then we can just move the box containing the armor. After that, I will go with you to the Ruan family shop to see Lu Xianyang and ask him what he really thinks. If it really is his grandfather's last will, we won't need to meddle. Every family has its own difficulties, and if it's not your place to interfere, don't meddle blindly. If it's not, then let him express his grievances. At worst, I'll just take that box back." Chen Ping'an asked with concern, "Ning girl, is your health okay?" Ning Yao sneered. "If it's the mountain-moving old monkey from Zhenyang Mountain, it would definitely end up in disgrace. But if it's that woman, in this small town, I can handle her with one hand." Chen Ping'an asked curiously, "Mountain-moving monkey?" Ning Yao replied dismissively, "It's a type of ancient fierce beast left over from this world. Its true form is a giant ape as large as a mountain. It's said that once it reveals its true form, it can uproot a mountain and carry it away. But these are just rumors. After all, no one has really seen it. Xinjiang Mountain has been enduring for hundreds of years. Its foundation is actually quite deep. Although the sect isn't highly ranked in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, it shouldn't be underestimated. So it's best if we don't get into a dispute with them." "If a dispute arises," Chen Ping'an cautiously asked, "What if a dispute arises?" Ning Yao stood up, her thumb pushing the knife out of its sheath by an inch, looking at the straw sandal boy with a face full of disdain, and said straightforwardly, "What else can we do? Kill them." Chen Ping'an swallowed. After that, the boy, carrying a basket, along with the girl who had put her veil back on and wore a green knife at her waist, slowly walked towards Lu Xianyang's ancestral home. Ning Yao turned her head to glance at the boy's basket and asked, "Why is there so little today?" Chen Ping'an sighed, "Ma Kushuan O. He's the grandson of Granny Ma from Xinghua Alley, about my age. He seems to have completely changed. According to him, the feng shui of the town has changed, so the stones in the streams can no longer hold energy." Ning Yao's expression became serious, and she said in a deep voice, "What he said is not wrong. This town is about to change. You'd better resolve this matter as soon as possible and leave the town, even if you come back later. It's better than staying here all the time. Chen Ping'an was not the kind of person who wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. Having lived alone since childhood, he understood human emotions and the urgency of matters even more, nodding and smiling. I will, as long as I see Lu Xianyang drink the apprenticeship tea with Master Ruan. I will leave immediately. It would be best if Master Ruan agrees to forge a sword for you at that time. Looking at the boy with a face full of joy, Ning Yao asked in confusion, is it worth being so happy over something that has nothing to do with you? If I say you are a soft-hearted person, why shouldn't you be upset? Perhaps thinking that they were somewhat familiar, Chen Ping'an spoke without the previous hesitance, confidently saying, Lu Xianyang, Gu Kan, and you, Miss Ning, think about it. There are so many people in the world. I only care about the well-being of 3 people. How can I be a soft-hearted person? Ning Yao smiled and asked, among those 3, where do I rank? Chen Ping'an sincerely and a bit shyly replied, for now 3rd. Ning Yao took off her knife, casually held it in her hand, gently patted the boy's shoulder with the sheath, and said with a forced smile, Chen Ping'an, you should thank me for not killing you. Chen Ping'an asked in confusion, don't you find it annoying to brew medicine? Ning Yao was taken aback and then understood his thoughts. Chen Ping'an, I suddenly realized that even if you go outside in the future, you can still live quite well. Chen Ping'an was not greedy and sincerely said, just as good as now would be fine. Ning Yao did not respond, lightly shaking the green knife in her hand, like a country girl shaking a flower branch. When they reached the corner of Lu Xianyang's house, a shadow suddenly sprang out. Ning Yao almost drew her knife, but thankfully held back in time. It turned out to be a yellow dog, circling around Chen Ping'an affectionately. Chen Ping'an bent down to rub the yellow dog's head and smiled after standing up. It's raised by the family next door to Lu Xianyang, named Lai Fu. It's been many years, and it's particularly timid. In the past, Lu Xianyang and I often took it up the mountain. It would only follow us closely, trying to join in the fun. Lu Xianyang always complained that it couldn't catch mountain hares or chickens, saying Lai Fu was not even as good as a cat. Unlike the cat raised by Ma Kushuan's family, which people say often brings home wild chickens and snakes. But Lai Fu is old now, about 10 years old, very old. At this point, the straw sandal boy couldn't help but bend down again, patting Lai Fu's head softly. You're getting old. You have to accept it, right? Don't worry. Once I earn a lot of money, I won't let you go hungry. Ning Yao shook her head, unable to empathize with this. Even though she had seen many people and many things on her journey, from high-ranking immortal beings to ordinary townsfolk, from the pompous children of the powerful to the ethereal presence of deities, she had witnessed many joys and sorrows. Ning Yao had seen a Buddhist traveler, barefoot on a stormy night, walking with a begging bowl, chanting Buddha's name, his steps firm. She had seen a poor scholar rushing to the capital for the imperial examination, gently painting the eyebrows of a fox spirit disguised in human skin in a dilapidated ancient temple, and when he set off again, even knowing his hair was already graying, he had no regrets. She had seen a young Taoist with the title of Heavenly Master, wandering alone in ancient battlefields and mass graves, silently reciting the mantra for the countless souls, willing to expend his own cultivation to guide the lonely ghosts to transcendence. She had seen a middle-aged scholar who, at the beginning of his term, personally banned the lewd temple of the Dragon King, his lips cracked and bleeding, setting up an incense table by the dried riverbed, hoarsely reciting the Dragon King rain prayer, ultimately kneeling in front of the Dragon King temple to plead for forgiveness for the people of his jurisdiction. She had seen an old relic from a previous dynasty, unwilling to take his son who was about to serve the new dynasty, only taking his young grandson, climbing high to compose poetry, facing the broken mountains and rivers of his homeland, tears streaming down his face, telling his beloved grandson what the counties that had changed names should have originally been called. She had seen a small boat drifting downstream in a long gorge, and a scholar on the banks, filled with ambition, reading until he reached a profound understanding, looking up and letting out a long roar. She had seen a country's most beautiful woman, clad in armor, drinking wine after the smoke of battle had settled. On this journey, with every experience and every insight, Ning Yao's heart toward the Tao remained as steady as a rock, without any hesitation. Now, Ning Yao saw another scene. A lonely boy in a shabby alley, carrying a basket with a fish trap, patting an old dog's head, filled with hope for the future. They had not returned to Lu Xianyang's house for long when someone knocked on the courtyard door. Chen Ping'an and Ning Yao exchanged glances. Then Chen Ping'an went out to open the door. Ning Yao stood at the entrance, but she glanced back at the long sword quietly lying on the counter. The person knocking was Lu Zhengchun, naturally leading with a woman, along with 2 loyal servants of the Lu family. Lu Zhengchun had a kind face and softly asked, "You are Lu Xianyang's friend, called Chen Ping'an, right? We are here to move a box. Lu Xianyang should have informed you, so you can rest assured to take this bag of money. Besides that, Our Lady has promised Lu Xianyang that the conditions will be delivered to him without fail in the future." Chen Ping'an took the bag of money and moved aside, allowing the dignified woman to enter the courtyard first, followed by Lu Zhengchun and the 2 servants. The woman personally opened the red lacquered wooden box that had already been placed in the main hall, squatting down to stroke the ugly armor inside, her eyes showing a moment of daze, followed by unmistakable heat and desire. But this emotion was quickly restrained by the woman, returning to normal. After standing up, she signaled Lu Zhengchun to start moving the boxes. The items were not heavy. After all, there was only 1 piece of armor inside. The woman was the last to leave the room, and when she reached the threshold, she looked back at the straw sandal boy and smiled. "Lu Xianyang really considers you a friend." Chen Ping'an, not understanding the deeper meaning, could only remain silent, quietly sending them off as they left the courtyard. Finally, Chen Ping'an stood outside the door, hesitating to move, and Ning Yao came to his side. The woman walked behind Lu Zhengchun and the others. When she reached the end of the alley and turned to look back, she saw the young man and woman standing side by side. With a playful smile, she said, "Being young is great, but you have to stay alive to enjoy it." In the covered bridge spanning the small creek, a tall young man lay in a pool of blood, his body convulsing as he continuously vomited blood. This time, the tall young man could no longer hear a certain thin, dark figure shouting heart-wrenchingly that someone had died. At the north end of the bridge, a crowd gathered at the steps, murmuring and watching the commotion from a distance, afraid to approach the young man for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves. 2 people hurried into the bridge. A man crouched down and checked the young man's wrist for a pulse, his expression growing heavier. The girl in green clothes, filled with rage, gritted her teeth and said, "One punch and his chest is crushed. What a ruthless method." The man said nothing. The girl with a ponytail angrily exclaimed, "Father, are you just going to watch Lu Xianyang die like this? Lu Xianyang is your half-disciple." The man did not release the young man's wrist, his face expressionless, and calmly said, "How was I to know that the dignified Zhenyang Mountain would behave so unscrupulously this time?" The girl suddenly stood up and declared, "If you won't take action, I will." The man slowly raised his head and asked, "Wan Xiao, do you want me to collect your friend's corpse for you?" The girl strode forward, unwavering, and said, "I, Wan Xiao, am not only capable of eating, I can kill too." There was a hint of thunderous anger in the man's brow. Part of the reason was his daughter's recklessness, but more so the vicious actions of the old monkey from Zhenyang Mountain. The man thought for a moment, since he had not formally taken over Qi Jingxuan's position. Did that mean he could afford not to be so reasonable? The girl in green suddenly stopped. She saw a thin young man running frantically toward her from the other end of the bridge. She recognized that familiar figure, wearing straw sandals, his expression calm and unruffled. The 2 brushed past each other in an instant. The girl wanted to say something but couldn't find the words, and for no reason, she felt very aggrieved, tears streaming down her face. When the boy in straw sandals sat beside her and took hold of the tall young man's hand, the already blurred Lu Xianyang seemed to regain some spirit and tried to force a smile as he stammered, "That woman said if I don't hand over the treasure armor, she will kill you. She also said that since she came to our town with her son, it's just 1 person being expelled. She can afford that price." I was afraid, very afraid that she would really kill you. What I told you before, it wasn't all lies. My grandfather did mention those things to me. So I thought selling it was fine, not a big deal. But just now, she sent someone to find me, saying that the old man went mad. And upon hearing I didn't have the sword scripture, insisted on killing you first before coming for me. I was really worried about you. So I ran all the way here to give you a heads up, and then that old bastard hit me once. It hurt a bit. The boy in straw sandals lowered his head and gently wiped the blood from Lu Xianyang's mouth. His dark, thin face tightly furrowed as he softly said, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. Trust me. Don't talk now. I'll take you home." The tall young man's feigned spirit gradually faded, his gaze drifting as he murmured, "I have no regrets." "Don't blame yourself. Really, I'm just a bit scared. It turns out I'm also afraid of dying." Finally, the tall young man tightly grasped the hand of his only friend. Sobbing, Chen Ping'an, I'm really afraid of dying. The boy in straw sandals sat on the ground, one hand tightly holding Lu Xianyang's hand, the other clenched in a fist resting on his knee. He gasped for breath, struggling to breathe. The young boy, at this moment, resembled an old dog. The boy in straw sandals had red-rimmed eyes. When he wanted to ask the heavens for justice, he felt even more like a dog. Chen Ping'an didn't want this. Never wanted to feel this way again. Volume 1. Caged Sparrow Chapter 44. The truth comes to light. The Lu family's residence on Falu Street was small and exquisite, yet held hidden depths. Even the woman from the Su family in Qingfeng City felt it was a magnificent place made from a snail's shell, achieved to perfection, and could not ask for more. In a lakeside pavilion, the woman who had just successfully acquired Lu's treasure armor was beaming with pride, lazily leaning against the railing. Perhaps her mood was too good, as Lu Zhengchun, who was like a fly standing on the steps of the pavilion, did not seem so bothersome. Her son, dressed in a bright red robe, stood on a bench, tossing bait into the small lake. Nearly 100 red-backed carp crowded together, creating a spectacular scene. The woman instructed Lu Zhengchun, "You don't need to wait here anymore. Once this matter is settled, you will accompany us to Qingfeng City. In addition to having my husband take you as his disciple, we will also agree to your grandfather's somewhat unreasonable request, ensuring that one day you can reach the fifth realm. You must know that such a promise is the most valuable, which is why your grandfather is a cunning old fox." At this point, the woman smiled to herself, saying, "In my opinion, if your grandfather were the head of the Lu family, the Lu dynasty wouldn't have collapsed so quickly." Even the lofty prince of the great Li, Song Chongjing, admitted he could achieve the feat of destroying a nation within a year, with half of the credit belonging to your Lu royal family. Of course, your branch of the Lu family in this small town has not had good luck. When the main branch thrives, you don't necessarily share in the glory. And when one suffers, you truly all suffer. So this time, we in Qingfeng City are giving you this rare opportunity. Don't miss it, and make sure to seize it well." Lu Zhengchun bent low, hands raised above his head in gratitude, tears in his eyes, and said, "Lu Zhengchun will never forget the great kindness and virtue of Madame Su. Once I arrive in the renowned Qingfeng City, I will surely work tirelessly for Madame Su. And Lu Zhengchun vows to be loyal only to you in this life." The woman from the Su family in Qingfeng City smiled charmingly, narrowing her eyes, and softly said, "Such heartfelt words, don't let my husband, who will also be your future master, hear them. Or perhaps you could repeat them in front of him later." Perhaps after kneeling before Lu Xianyang in Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Zhengchun no longer held any grudges about this matter. Hearing the woman's heart-wrenching words, he immediately knelt down, prostrating himself at the top of the steps outside the pavilion, trembling as he said, "Lu Zhengchun dares not forget his roots." The woman smiled and casually waved her hand, beginning to dismiss him. "All right, get up. Once you reach Qingfeng City, cultivation consumes the most time. The journey will reveal the horse's strength. Whether or not you forget your roots will naturally be evident." Lu Zhengchun retreated from the pavilion, slowly turning around after descending the steps. This once tyrannical young master of the small town seemed never to have stood tall before the woman. Outside the small town, the Lu family, as the ruling surname of a great dynasty, had been severely weakened after a heavy blow from the great Li border troops. They had suffered greatly, finding it difficult to recover in the short term. From top to bottom, the main and branch families of the Lu family had to lower their heads. Otherwise, with the wealth and prestige of Qingfeng City, they would not dare to act as if they owned the small town's Lu family and would not dare to look down upon the Lu family's children. Even the main servants from Zhengyang Mountain would find it quite difficult. Now the Lu family was like a dragon swimming in shallow waters. The situation was tough, and they had no choice but to humble themselves. The boy in the red robe scoffed, "What a natural-born sycophant. Mother, why would you take such a waste? You can't really be thinking of having my father take him as a disciple, can you? And even promise him a place in the fifth realm? When did the fifth realm become so cheap and worthless?" The woman smiled and said, "Although Lu Zhengchun has an unpleasant face, he does have some redeeming qualities. This person has average talent. It is already a stroke of luck for him to become an outer disciple. However, in the end, this young man is just a minor addition to that big deal, unable to stir up any waves. As for what it seems on the surface, my dear mother promised so much to the Lu family in the small town, agreeing that the royal relatives and noble descendants of the Lu family who are fleeing can take refuge in Qingfeng City and settle down, and that Qingfeng City will treat them with courtesy, honoring them as esteemed guests. They even specifically designated a large area within the city as the Liu family's private territory for 100 years. The child, having finished throwing bait, suddenly ran out of the pavilion, returned with a handful of stones, and then leaned over the railing, vigorously throwing stones at the carp, playing with great delight. He turned and said, "Mother, is our search for the toad armor in the small town just a cover-up? A ruse for our Su family in Qingfeng City to take control of the Liu family? After all, the Liu family, like a centipede that won't die easily, has a large number of destitute members, with over 3,000 royal family members alone, along with court eunuchs, servants, and the remnants of the fallen kingdom who refuse to affiliate with the Da Li Song family. This greatly contributes to the popularity of Qingfeng City. So, could it be that this place is the true hub of information for the fallen Liu family now?" The woman smiled with satisfaction and said, "If you can think of this, it shows my son is very clever, but still, you are wrong." The boy frowned, waiting for an answer. The woman blinked and said, "That toad armor contains secrets. Simply put, it is not inferior to that sword scripture." The boy threw a stone with great force, hitting a carp on its back, causing blood to spatter, and the poor carp thrashed wildly on the water's surface. The child's eyes were fiery as he said, "My father excels in offense. His killing power is not much inferior to that of De Li Song Chongjing. Unfortunately, he has always been hindered by his weak constitution, most afraid of opponents using a reckless strategy of exchanging injuries. This is why he cannot gain fame and has become a laughingstock. Even our own people in Qingfeng City dare to mock us. Mother, if my father obtains this precious armor, will he be able to defend and attack? Able to compete with Song Chongjing?" The woman shook her head again. The boy in the red robe slammed the railing and said angrily, "Don't keep me in suspense." He bared his teeth like a young tiger or leopard, ready to pounce. The woman never thought it was inappropriate for her son to shout in front of her. After all, since his birth, he had received a highly regarded prophecy from a great person, indicating he had the potential of a tiger or wolf, suitable for leadership. The woman patiently explained, "Once your father obtains the precious armor and comprehends its secrets, he will be able to advance further. And as for defense, sheer strength can crush 10 opponents in one go, overwhelming the enemy in one breath." The boy laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased, and said, "Kill, kill, kill. Let my father start killing from within Qingfeng City. The despicable deeds done by our own people are the most disgusting." After laughing, the boy quickly calmed down and suddenly recalled something, asking, "Mother, you are playing with Xingyang Mountain. Aren't you afraid that the foolish ape might come to his senses and retaliate against us after leaving the small town? Also, there's something I never understood. That Liu fellow, since he had the buyer for the porcelain early on, with such good roots, and possessing the precious armor and sword scripture, is a rare gem. Even I have to admit that he deserves more attention. So why has the buyer for the porcelain been unwilling to show up, allowing you to fish in troubled waters? And even let that old ape from Xingyang Mountain help us clean up the mess?" After he killed Liu Xianyong with one punch, everything became quiet, and the big trouble was handled by Xingyang Mountain, giving us in Qingfeng City a great deal of leeway. The woman confidently replied, "The old mountain-moving ape from Xingyang Mountain, although not very clever, is not foolish enough to be manipulated by your mother. In fact, he has already guessed my method of killing with a borrowed knife. The reason why the old ape willingly jumps into the trap while holding his nose is complex. It involves both his arrogance of not fearing trouble and a hidden history that is not known to others. You don't need to worry about these for now." The woman fell into thought, trying to sort out her ideas again to prevent any future troubles. The young Liu Xianyong's buyer for the porcelain was once a strong supporter of the Liu family dynasty. After the dynasty's fall, they suffered a heavy loss, ending up with nothing. Before this, they were indeed a prominent family in the secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent a fortune to keep Liu Xianyong in the small town after confirming his talent for sword forging, buying his time for the following 9 years. After Xingyang Mountain learned of this through some channel, they sought out that fallen family, trying to purchase Liu Xianyong's life porcelain. An ancestor from Xingyang Mountain offered a sky-high price right on the spot. However, that family stubbornly refused to budge, claiming they had already sold it to someone else. But they kept tight-lipped about who that was and their background. Later, the confused Xingyang Mountain heard rumors that their nemesis, Feng Lei Yuan, had seized the opportunity to rob them while they were in trouble. Naturally, that family wouldn't dare to tell Xingyang Mountain's swordsmen that they had already sold the item to their enemy, Feng Lei Yuan. As for how the news of the Liu family's ancestral toad armor and sword scripture, as well as Feng Lei Yuan taking over Liu Xinyong's life porcelain, leaked to Xinjiang Mountain, it was none other than the Su family from Qingfeng City. But of course, they were working behind the scenes. She was the main planner of this operation, and having personally come to the small town at a great cost, she naturally had to ensure that this deal at least broke even. Otherwise, her standing in Qingfeng City would plummet, and her position would be precarious, making it impossible to hope to control Qingfeng City alone. In fact, the small town is home to many hidden talents and should not be underestimated. Not to mention the declining Liu family. The other three major surnames in the eastern Baoping prefecture are all powerful families, thriving and prominent. The true foundation of these 4 surnames and 10 clans is not merely about how many powerful practitioners they have. These family heads and ancestors are already bound to their fate. As the old saying goes, when the tree moves, the dead man moves too. Unfortunately, they are much like the peach trees in Taoya Alley and the old locust tree in the center of the small town, belonging to a state where moving means death, without any chance of rebirth, thus possessing great powers that cannot be utilized. The foundation of these families lies in how many dragon kills they can control and how many doors they can govern, as this will directly determine how many pieces of life porcelain they can provide each year. Once a good seedling for cultivation appears and the buyer for porcelain hits the jackpot, as long as they are not too financially strained, they will likely offer an additional generous red envelope. Besides that, it also means a bond of incense between both parties, which is certainly more significant than a mere nodding acquaintance. The woman suddenly expressed to her son, never underestimate anyone, even a small character like Liu Zhengshun who bows and acts like a dog. Do you think that coming to the small town will allow you to easily obtain those opportunities and treasures? It's not that simple. Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City had his Dao heart nearly shattered, and Kai Jinjian from Yunxiao Mountain has seemingly evaporated from the world, with no knowledge of life or death. There was also a younger generation with decent talent who, seemingly blessed, acted recklessly, disrupting others' peace of mind, akin to someone smashing a huge pit at the bottom of a lake, causing the water to lower. Such things will not stop here. Instead, they will only increase. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, there are no carefree people. The child thought for a moment and said cautiously, "I'll be careful, mother." The woman nodded and said, "That's best." The child threw the last stone and asked, "What is going on with Qi Jingshan?" The woman rarely got angry and scolded sternly, "Enough. Address him as Mr. Qi." The child was taken aback but still obediently changed his address. "Has something happened to Mr. Qi?" The woman hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Mr. Qi's mentor not only accompanied the sacrifices at that Confucian temple, but was also the second in command to the founder of Confucianism." The child was dumbfounded. This meant that Qi Jingshuan's mentor was a Confucian, or more precisely, the 4th figure in the long history of Confucianism. Such an unimaginable existence. If someone boasted that this kind of sage could, in a fit of anger, crush the largest mountain on Dongbaping Island with a single step, the child wouldn't dare to say he believed it entirely, but he would definitely be half convinced and half doubtful. The woman felt a pang in her heart and said softly, "But that sage among sages, now his status is even less than those dilapidated statues in this small town." The child swallowed and casually asked, "What about Liu Xinyang's friend?" The woman thought for a moment. "Are you talking about the orphan named Chen from Madeo Alley?" The child nodded. The woman smiled and said, "Did you not call him an ant as soon as you met? Let them fend for themselves.